Dragon Emperor Martial God Chapter 1286 to Chapter 1342. At 8:30 in the morning, at the main entrance of the Ling family's ancestral home. At this time, it was rush hour. The wide road outside the door was filled with endless streams of traffic. It was a busy scene. However, many cars and pedestrians would involuntarily slow down when they passed by the main entrance of the Ling family's ancestral home. They turned their heads to look at the entrance, pointing and discussing from time to time. That was because there were more than 10 people outside the main entrance of the Ling family's ancestral home. They were all dressed in suits and leather shoes. They were lined up with their backs to the road, kneeling there obediently and not moving at all. Moreover, 2 of them were the most miserable. Their legs were still in plaster casts and wrapped in bandages. They were not kneeling, but directly lying on the ground, letting the pedestrians who stopped behind them point and poke at them. It was no wonder that the pedestrians stopped. Such a scene looked very much like people crying out grievances and blocking the road. It also looked very much like migrant workers asking for their wages. Under the emperor's feet, in the prosperous capital city, it was really very rare. However, looking at the clothes of these people, they were not migrant workers at all. Moreover, they did not hang up banners to block the road, nor did they cry or make a fuss. They were just kneeling obediently, so it was very curious. "Sir, stop the car. What's going on?" Someone passing by in a taxi was curious after seeing this scene. He could not help but ask the driver to stop and asked curiously. "Hey, don't mention it. I drive by here every day and have seen them for a long time. It's been 3 or 4 days, and they've been kneeling here every day." The driver spoke in a Beijing accent and smiled as he looked at the backs of those kneeling people. It seemed that he had long been used to it. The driver asked, "Do they have grievances?" He looked like a good person at first glance. The driver sneered, "Do you think so? If they really have grievances, why would they kneel here so obediently? They don't even put up a banner? Asking for their wages? TSK, look over there." The driver's eyes were a little disdainful. He turned to look at the nearby roadside and pouted at the more than 10 luxury cars parked there. Those cars belonged to them. Would such people ask for their wages? The driver was instantly stunned. Then why are these people kneeling here? Don't they find it embarrassing? The driver smiled and secretly pointed at the plaque on the door of the Ling family. "Bro, do you know how big this house is?" The driver kept him in suspense for a while, but he soon smiled proudly and answered his own question. "Let me tell you, it occupies at least 20 mu of land, at least 10,000 square meters. Although this is outside the 5th Ring Road, there aren't many people in the capital who have such a large mansion. Looking at these people, they must have offended this family. They are kneeling here. Maybe they are apologizing." The driver gently patted the busybody's arm and said mysteriously, "Bro, don't look anymore. I'll tell you one thing. These people have been kneeling here for so many days. By right, the major media should have reported about it, right? Guess what?" The busybody asked, "What happened?" "Hee, what's wrong?" You can search through all the major news outlets, search through WeChat, Weibo, and flip through all kinds of newspapers. If you can find a photo or an article about this incident, I won't charge you for this trip. It's all for free." The busybody was instantly horrified. "So powerful?" he asked, dumbfounded. "Haha, don't ask any more. Let's go." With that, the driver directly stepped on the accelerator and drove away. Although the driver was just guessing, he had guessed the truth. These people who were kneeling on the ground were of course not because they were wronged, nor were they here to ask for their wages. They had really offended the Ling family. Because these people were the representatives of the small families who came to the Ling family to cause trouble before the death match, the 2 people with plaster casts on their legs and bandages were undoubtedly Han Tiaxin and Zhao Jingming. The other 10 people, after hearing the news of the Sun and Chen families being annihilated and the Ling family's great victory on the 1st of September, their intestines turned green with regret. In their hearts, they hated these 2 people to the core. After a discussion, they directly went to the hospital where these 2 people were staying and dragged them from their beds to the entrance of the Ling family's residence. They wanted them to kneel here and apologize to the Ling family, Today was already the 5th day, with tens of billions of yuan lost and the future of these 10 small families. They had no choice but to do this. However, up until now, they had not seen a single important person from the Ling family. No one came out to deal with them, so they could only continue to kneel here. Sigh, I really regret it. If there is a medicine for regret in this world, I will buy it even if I have to go bankrupt. The person who spoke was the representative of the Lu family, Lu Jinlong. I really got screwed over by these 2 grandsons. If I don't see anyone from the Ling family today, I will burn down Han Tiexin's house tonight. Zhang Qianfu knelt on the ground. He only felt that his legs were completely numb. He looked at Han Tiexin and Zhao Jingming, who were kneeling on the ground, and his eyes were about to spit fire. Hearing what the 2 of them said, the rest of the people who were kneeling also echoed and sighed. Right now, they wished they could skin the 2 of them alive and pull out their tendons. Even setting them on fire wouldn't be enough to vent their hatred. Hey, look, people from the Ling family have come out. So many people. Yeah, it's true. They're finally out. I can see second master. Hurry up and kneel properly. Mother Vasterisk Kur Han Tiexin, don't just lie there like a corpse. Kneel straight for me. People from the Ling family indeed came out, and it was a huge group of people. Ling Lai took the lead. Behind him were Ling Xiao, Ling Yu, Ling Feng, Ling Li, Ling Xiu, Ling Shui, and the other juniors of the Ling family. Of course, there were also Chao Shanshan, Cui Lao, Qing Miao, Mo Wudao, Ling Yi, Ling Qi, and a dozen other death warriors of the Ling family. It turned out that Ling Yu and Cui Lao received the news of Ling Yun's return at almost the same time. They immediately informed everyone in the Ling family, and after a brief discussion, they decided to come out and welcome Ling Yun. Ling Yun wasn't just the head of the Ling family now. He was also a great hero of the Ling family. After winning the death match, he went into hiding for 4 to 5 days. Not to mention Ling Yu and Cui Lao, Ling Lai and Ling Xiao were actually the most anxious. After Ling Zhen's matter was revealed, they were the ones who were embarrassed to see Ling Yun. It wasn't the other way around. Ling Lai and Ling Xiao both understood that Ling Yun went out for 4 to 5 days to give them time to calm down and give them a psychological buffer period. After 4 to 5 days, no matter how big the matter was, Ling Lai and Ling Xiao had already accepted it and made their own decisions. Now that they heard that Ling Yun was going home, how could they hide? Very quickly, a large group of people from the Ling family arrived at the entrance of the Ling family's ancestral home. Second brother, why are these people still kneeling here? As soon as Ling Lai came out, he saw the dozen or so people kneeling at the door. He immediately got angry and asked with a gloomy face. Ling Yu spread his hands and smiled bitterly. I can't chase them away. Ling Yun isn't coming back, so I don't know how to deal with these people. Ling Yu had been in control of the Ling family's finances for many years. Usually, he was the one who dealt with these people. He was also the one who established relationships with them. Now that they were kneeling outside the door, with his personality, he naturally wouldn't dare to chase them away. Humph. A bunch of fence-sitters. Ling Lai looked at these people coldly and shouted, Men. Ling Yi and Ling Qi stepped forward at the same time. Here. Throw these people to the side. Don't be an eyesore in front of me. Yes. Ling 1 and Ling 7 received the order and immediately signaled to the Ling family's men of sacrifice behind them. The dozen or so Ling family death warriors received the order and rushed forward without hesitation. Each of them dragged one person and threw them to the side without any explanation. Seeing that someone wanted to speak, Ling Yi said coldly, If you want to live, you better behave yourself. Instantly, no one dared to speak. No one dared to provoke the Ling family now. Both the Sun and Chen families were destroyed by the Ling family in one night. What could these dozen or so small families do? They're here. At this moment, Ling Lai, Qing Miao, and Chao Shanshan suddenly turned their heads at the same time and looked towards the east side of the road. There, a 7-seater black luxury commercial vehicle suddenly entered everyone's field of vision. It was heading toward the Ling family's ancestral home at an unhurried pace. The person driving was Ling Yun. Second uncle, didn't I tell you that I would go home quietly? Why did you create such a big scene? Aren't those the people from the small families? They're all kneeling in front of my door? Ling Yan had released his divine sense along the way and had long seen the scene in front of the Ling family's door. He couldn't help but be a little surprised and instantly found it a little funny. Do you regret it? Too late. However, seeing that Ling Lai and Ling Xiao had come to the door to welcome him, Ling Yun was instantly relieved. He knew that his grandfather and father had the courage to face him after a few days of calming down. Ling Yun was afraid that Ling Lai and Ling Xiao would continue to avoid him. If that was the case, things would get troublesome. Looks like Ling Yong still hasn't come around. Ling Yun noticed that only Ling Yong wasn't present. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart as he sped up. Chi. The commercial car soon stopped at the entrance of the Ling family's ancestral home, and Ling Yun stepped out of the car. Grandpa, father, second uncle, Auntie Qingmiao, big sister. Xianxia. Cui Lao. As soon as Ling Yun got out of the car, he greeted everyone at the entrance with a face full of smiles. He did not mention anything about Ling Zhan, as if he had long forgotten about it. Because this was not the place to talk, and there was no need to bring it up now. Yuner, why did you stay outside for so long? Ling Xiao looked at his son with a heavy and complicated expression. However, his gaze was filled with endless concern. Ahem, it's good that you're back, it's good that you're back. Ling Lai stepped forward and raised his hand to pat Ling Yun's shoulder. However, his hand was only in midair before he slowly put it down. His eyes were filled with tears, and his voice was obviously choked up. Seeing this, the others were afraid that Grandpa Ling would feel awkward. Therefore, they immediately came forward and almost surrounded Ling Yun. They all rushed to greet Ling Yun, instantly diluting the awkward atmosphere. What's wrong with these people? After greeting everyone with a smile, Ling Yun immediately turned his head and asked the representatives of the small families. To be continued. Is there a need to ask? They saw that we really wiped out the Sun and Chen families and are now regretting it. Now they know fear and come and apologize to the Ling family. Ling Li was the first to speak. His eyes were filled with disdain as he glanced at the representatives of the smaller families and rushed to explain to Ling Yun. The expressions of the other people from the Ling family were similar, full of disdain and disdain. These people were indeed opportunists. They had been dealing with the Ling family for so many years and relied on the Ling family's influence to earn a lot of money. In the end, they chose to hit the Ling family when they were down at the brink of death. They brazenly tore up the contract and withdrew their investments, almost causing the Ling family to collapse before the final battle. Now that they saw the Sun and Chen families destroyed and the Ling family won, they came to beg for forgiveness, hoping to restore their relationship and continue to rely on the Ling family to earn money. If this wasn't opportunists, what was? This kind of people didn't deserve sympathy. Because if you were in trouble again and encountered the same situation again, they would still choose to go back on their word, hit you when you were down, or stab you with a knife. Then, with vicious curses and disdain, they would turn around and leave. Having lived 2 lifetimes, Ling Yun had seen too many of such people. Seeing Ling Yun's gaze on them, the representatives of the smaller families immediately trembled. The weather wasn't hot, but they broke out in cold sweat. They only felt a chill on their backs and didn't dare to meet Ling Yun's eyes. They were so scared that they lowered their heads. It was only now that they finally understood that the Ling family didn't come out for them. They came out to welcome Ling Yun. The head of the Ling family had signed over 10 billion worth of investments in half an hour. At the same time, he also earned over 10 billion worth of capital from them. He even broke the legs of Han Tianxin and Zhao Jingming. Who would dare to provoke such a fiend? Ling Yun casually glanced at these people and smiled faintly. Then, he turned to look at Ling Yu. Second uncle, how do you think we should settle this? Ling Yu smiled bitterly. Yun didn't second uncle rush you home so that you can settle this first? No matter what, these people are all influential people in the capital. If they just kneel here, I won't be able to chase them away. We can't let this drag on for too long. After Ling Yu finished his sentence, he immediately used the secret voice sending technique. Yun, our Ling family is in the limelight now. Everyone in the capital is giving us face. They are all suppressing this matter in the dark, waiting to see how we will deal with it. But I think this matter has already spread like wildfire among the people, and the media can no longer suppress it. You should think of a way to resolve this matter as soon as possible. Ling Yun nodded and said to everyone, "Wait for me." After saying that, he quickly walked in front of the dozen or so small family representatives. He first looked down at Han Tianxin and Zhao Jingming who were lying on the ground, then raised his head and swept his gaze over Zhang Qianfu, Lu Jinlong and the others. Then, Ling Yun smiled and asked, "How was it? The checks I signed for you weren't empty, right?" However, before Ling Yun could finish his sentence, he frowned, raised his hand to cover his nose, and took a few steps back. It turned out that as soon as he opened his mouth to speak, someone was already scared to the point of peeing their pants. "No. No. Lord Ling, the checks you wrote have been cashed by the bank." Zhang Qianfu, the representative of the Zhang family, still had some courage at this moment. Even though he was also scared to the point of trembling, he still knelt straight and said hurriedly, "Oh." Ling Yun dragged out his voice and replied with an "oh" before continuing, "That means the debt has been settled. If that's the case, why are you still kneeling here? Are you trying to gain sympathy, or are you trying to embarrass the Ling family?" Ling Yun suddenly increased his tone. No, we definitely didn't mean that, Lord Ling, please don't misunderstand." As soon as Ling Yun said that, everyone trembled in fear. Lu Jinlong hurriedly raised his head and said with a trembling voice, "Lord Ling, what happened that night, it was really our fault. We are kneeling here now to apologize to you, and we hope to ask for the Ling family's forgiveness. We hope that you can forgive us, a magnanimous person, please let us go. Give us another chance to turn over a new leaf." Under Ling Yan's intimidating gaze, Lu Jinlong's last few words were squeezed out of his mouth with all the strength in his body. Let you go? Why, are you afraid now? Give you a chance to turn over a new leaf? Ha 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 ha. Ling Yan laughed, but his tone became more and more indifferent. "If I remember correctly, before you withdrew your investment, I remember repeatedly reminding you to think carefully and not to stand on the wrong side. What if our Ling family wins? Didn't I say that if you insist on withdrawing your investments, if the Ling family wins, you won't have another chance to cooperate with us in the future?" These were the exact words that Ling Yun had said. That's right, he was slapping them in the face, ruthlessly, solidly. When Zhang Qianfu and Lu Jinlong heard this, they simultaneously looked ashamed and deeply lowered their heads. Not only did they suffer a huge loss, but they also lost face. Not only did they lose face, they were in the wrong. He deserved to be beaten to the point of losing his teeth and swallowing his blood. They felt that they deserved it. Do you know that if anyone, even if it was just one person, had listened to my advice that night and dared to stand out and not withdraw his investment and not settle the debt with the Ling family, I would have treated him as an honored guest of the Ling family and let him take over all the businesses that were vacated by the person who withdrew his investment. Ling Yun spoke again. This was no different from using a knife to gouge out their hearts. Furthermore, as he gouged out their hearts, he added salt to it. Everyone raised their heads and were dumbfounded. There was no need to mention the regret and depression in their hearts. This was especially so for Lu Jinlong. Not to mention Ling Yun, even Ling Yu had reminded him before he made the decision not to blindly follow others and not to withdraw his investments. But he didn't listen. Unfortunately, not even one of them. Ling Yan's tone was obviously regretful. Then, he said coldly, "It's impossible for the Ling family to forgive you now. However, you can rest assured that even though the Ling family won't forgive you, we definitely won't suppress you because there's no need for that. That's all I have to say. Now, every single one of you, get out of my sight. I'll only give you 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, if you're still within my sight." Ling Yan extended his finger and pointed at Han Tianxin and Zhao Jingming who were lying on the ground. "These two are your role models. Scram." With that, Ling Yan smiled disdainfully as he turned and walked towards the Ling family. "Quick, go. Hearing Ling Yan telling them to scram, the representatives of the 10 small families were so scared that they immediately crawled up from the ground. They couldn't care less about anything else as they hugged their heads and ran towards their cars. These people were clear that Ling Yan had already made it clear that he would suppress them in the future. This was already the most they could beg for. They could forget about anything else. The poor Han Tianxin and Zhao Jingming, whose legs were still in plaster casts, couldn't stand up at all. They could only crawl on. the ground with all their might. The way they crawled forward was much more accurate than the way a soldier would blow up a bunker. Furthermore, their speed was extremely fast. Ha 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 ha. Seeing how the two of them were scared out of their wits, the Ling family and the onlookers couldn't help but burst into laughter. Returning to the crowd, Ling Yan smiled and waved his hands. The matter has been resolved. To Ling Yun, this was just a small interlude. If not for the fact that he was on his way home, he wouldn't have bothered with such trash. Grandpa, father, let's all go in. We'll talk about everything when we get home. Thus, with Ling Lai, Ling Xiao, and Ling Yun in the lead, they quickly entered the Ling family's ancestral home. After entering the house, Ling Yin used the excuse of needing to change his clothes and told everyone to return to their own rooms. Then, he brought Xianxia and went straight to his own courtyard. Even though the small interlude at the door lessened the awkwardness in everyone's hearts, Ling Yin could still feel Ling Lai's hesitation and Ling Zhao's heavy and complicated expressions. Awkwardness was inevitable. Ling Zhen's matter couldn't be mentioned for the time being. Once inside his house, Ling Yin carried Xianxia, who was beside him, and spun her around 5 to 6 times before putting her back on the ground. Xianxia, look, I'm back in one piece. Go and change your clothes first. Xianxia blushed and obediently didn't ask where Ling Yin had been these few days. Instead, she pulled Ling Yin to change his clothes. With Xianxia's help, Ling Yin quickly changed into a new set of clothes. Then, he returned to the living room and sat on the spacious and comfortable sofa, pondering for a while. Having just returned home and seen his family, Ling Yin had too many things to deal with. However, there were too many things to do, so he had to deal with them one by one. Xianxia knew that Ling Yin had important things to deal with, so she didn't disturb him. She only reminded him not to be too tired and went to work on her own matters. Cui Lao, come to my place first. After thinking for a while, Ling Yin sent a telepathic message to Cui Lao, asking him to find him. Now, Ling Yin didn't need to make a phone call. He could directly send a telepathic message to anyone in the Ling family's ancestral home. Cui Lao came immediately. Master, you're finally back. You have no idea how anxious your second uncle and I have been these few days. Cui Lao said impatiently as soon as he entered the house. Cui Lao, there's no need to say these words. I'm looking for you this time because I have something urgent for you to do. Cui Lao's expression immediately turned solemn. Please instruct me, master. Ling Yin smiled. I've already told you about this matter. It's about our Ling family establishing a complete intelligence system. Bring Ling Yi and Ling Qi and immediately contact Yi Xingchen. Then, go directly to her. As for other matters, just listen to her arrangements. Yes. Cui Lao immediately left with the order. After Cui Lao left, Ling Yin stood up and said to Xianxia, I'm going to second uncle's place. If Ling Yin wanted to deal with family matters, the most crucial person was naturally the Ling family's think tank, Ling Yu. To be continued. The aroma of tea filled Ling Yu's room. Ling Yu seemed to have guessed that Ling Yin would come. He had already brewed a pot of tea and was waiting for him. On the coffee table, the tea was orange and bright. The leaves were red and green, and the fragrance was strong and lingering. There was a hint of orchid fragrance. Ling Yin sat on the sofa, picked up the teacup, and drank it in one gulp. What a good tea! This top-grade Dahong Pao tea is from the few tea trees in the 9 Dragons' Nest at the Heaven's Heart Cliff in Wui Mountain. Second uncle only managed to hide one tail after so many years. Let's try it today. Ling Yu's heart skipped a beat when he saw Ling Yin finish the cup of tea just like that, but he explained with a smile. Dahong Pao might be a famous tea, but it was very common. However, the tea trees in the 9 Dragons' Nest at the Heaven's Heart Cliff only produced a few 100 grams of tea leaves in their best years. Ling Yu managed to get one tail. Hee, it seems like it's a waste for me to drink tea like this. Ling Yin couldn't help but tease Ling Yu as he put down the teacup. Ha ha ha, that's not it. Since second uncle brought this tea out, it's for you. You can drink it however you want. Ling Yu bowed and poured another cup for Ling Yin as he spoke with a smile. The two of them chatted for a while and quickly finished the pot of tea. Ling Yu poured another pot, and the conversation soon got to the main topic. Yun, Edward, and Chester told everyone about the battle to the death, but they don't know much about the ancient martial arts of Huaxia. Can you tell me in detail? Ling Yu avoided talking about Ling Zhen and asked about the battle to the death. Therefore, Ling Yin started to talk. As he sipped on his tea, he described the entire process of the life and death battle in detail. Ling Yin was a participant in the battle, and he was very eloquent. Even though Ling Yu already knew the gist of it, he was still shocked and amazed. Thrilling. That was really thrilling. I didn't expect the last struggle of the Sun and Chen families to be so terrifying. After listening to Ling Yun, Ling Yu couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. That's right. Therefore, although we already know that the Long family and the Yi family are playing tricks behind the scenes and adding fuel to the fire, we can't do anything to them for now. For the time being, everyone can only live in peace. Ling Yan spoke his mind directly. This was the decision he had made after a few days of careful consideration. The Sun and Chen clans were already like this. Once the true strength of the Long and Yi clans was revealed, the best result for the Ling clan would be a lose-lose situation if they chose to clash head-on with either of the two clans. It would be meaningless. Ling Yu was enjoying his tea when he heard Ling Yun bring up the past. His hand froze in midair for a long time before he sighed and put down the teacup. Yuner, now that things have come to this, second uncle will tell you the truth. Actually, after what happened 18 years ago, second uncle, your grandfather, and your father had already guessed that the person who harmed your father and the Ling family was Ling Zhen. Ling Yu spoke frankly. Ling Yu noticed that Ling Yu didn't add the word your uncle when he mentioned Ling Zhen. He immediately understood that the Ling family had a unanimous opinion on this matter. Therefore, Ling Yun chuckled. Hee, second uncle, thank you for telling me the truth. However, when I heard Qin Jing Tian reveal what happened that year, I had already thought of all this. Who was Ling Yu? He was the brains of the Ling family. If even Ling Lai could guess that the tragedy of the Ling family had a lot to do with Ling Zhen, then Ling Yu would definitely have guessed it long ago. The only difference was whether he said it or not. Sigh, I knew I couldn't hide anything from you. Ling Yu sighed again and said, ever since you returned to the Ling family, from the first time you met your uncle, you've been indifferent towards him. You've even been guarded against him. Did you already feel that something was amiss from then on? Ling Yan's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. He thought to himself, second uncle is indeed the brains of the Ling family. Even though he doesn't speak much, his ability to read people's thoughts and expressions is top-notch. First, it's because of what Ling Hao did. After all, he's Ling Zhen's biological son. As the saying goes, it's the father's fault for not teaching his son well. Ling Hao dared to deal with me so viciously. I don't believe that Ling Zhen, as the head of the family, didn't know anything. Secondly, second uncle already knows that I actually have a divine sense. As long as he is within my divine sense, no matter if he is in front of me or behind me, facing me or facing away from me, whatever expression he makes, I will be able to see it clearly. Ling Yun was honest now. The most important thing he had to do after returning to the Ling family this time was to eradicate Ling Zhen, the scourge that had affected the 3 generations of the Ling family. He had no intention of giving Ling Zhen any leeway. No matter how others viewed this matter, whether they supported or opposed it, Ling Yin would carry it out to the end. Ling Yin had to kill Ling Zhen. This festering sore in the hearts of the 3 generations of the Ling family had to be removed. What he had to do now was to unify the will of everyone in the Ling family and reach a consensus. Then, all that was left was to find Ling Zhen and kill him. After Ling Zhen's death, Ling Lai, Ling Xiao, Ling Yong, and even Ling Yong would feel the pain of losing his father. These emotional problems could only be slowly comforted and healed with time. Second uncle, to tell you the truth, when I was at the Ling family, I felt Ling Zhen's murderous intent towards me more than once. How could I not be on guard against such a person? Ling Yu nodded. Yes, I knew that you were on guard against him at that time. I knew that the matter with Ling Zhen would be exposed sooner or later, and this would happen. It's just that even though third brother is a genius, he's always been kind. I didn't think that he would be willing to endure the pain himself just to bury this matter in his heart forever. But the heavens don't hide a traitor. Ling Zhen's matter was exposed by an outsider before the family could pursue it. Ling Yu finished in one breath and didn't say anything else. He picked up his teacup and sipped on it, observing Ling Yun's reaction at the same time. Ling Yun only smiled faintly. Yun heir, regarding this matter, please don't blame your grandfather, your father, and the rest. The Ling family values family the most. After your grandfather regained his powers, he wanted to ask Ling Zhen about what he did back then, but he couldn't bring himself to do so because of the relationship between father and son. The matter from 18 years ago is a thorn in the heart of everyone in the Ling family. Unless we have no other choice, no one is willing to bring up the past. Even your father thought the same. Ling Yun smiled. Second uncle, you don't have to tell me that. I know very well that Ling Zhen was the one who harmed the Ling family. Why would I blame grandfather and father? Ling Yun smiled. Ling Yu smiled and nodded. I'm relieved to hear that. Then, he changed the topic. On the night of Sun Chen's destruction, your grandfather went straight to the ancestral hall after he returned. He didn't go out for 3 days and 3 nights without eating or drinking. 2 nights ago, he finally summoned everyone in the Ling family, including Ling Yong, to the ancestral hall. Then, in front of all the ancestors, he stated all of Ling Zhen's crimes and announced that Ling Zhen's name had been removed from the Ling family. He didn't even acknowledge that his surname was Ling and that anyone in the Ling family who saw him could kill him. Ling Yun was a little stunned. So grandfather had already made a decision in advance? Since the night before yesterday, the Ling family's men of sacrifice have begun to search for Ling Zhen's whereabouts. Now that you've returned home and met your grandfather, he will ask you to issue a kill order for Ling Zhen. Ling Yu directly told Ling Yun about Ling Lai's decision on Ling Zhen. Ling Yun was silent for a moment before asking, then, what about my father? What about big brother Ling Yong? Your father hasn't expressed his opinion on this matter. As for your eldest brother, Ling Yong, he's like your grandfather. His personality is like a raging fire and he's straightforward. However, Ling Hao and Ling Zhen have been in trouble recently. Furthermore, they're his closest relatives. It's certain that he can't accept it. We still need to slowly guide him and soothe the pain in his heart. At this point, Ling Yu had already told Ling Yun about the most important matters of the Ling family. The 4 most important people involved in that incident were Ling Lai, Ling Xiao, Ling Yu, and Ling Yong. Ling Lai, as the head of the family, chose to put righteousness before family. Ling Xiao hadn't expressed his opinion yet. Ling Yong had already agreed with Ling Lai's decision in his heart. However, the pain in his heart was unavoidable. He could only bear this result alone and slowly heal his wounds. As for Ling Yu, he didn't even need to think about it. Just by looking at him talking to Ling Yun calmly, he knew what he was thinking. Compared to Ling Zhen's incident 18 years ago, the rise of the Ling family is more important. If the Ling family can't rise again, the 3 generations of us will be letting down our ancestors. Ling Yu's eyes flashed with a sharpness that had never been seen before. As he spoke, he squeezed the teacup in his hand. Yuner, you single-handedly won the battle of life and death for our Ling family. You led our Ling family back into the top 3 of the great clans of Huaxia and created this tripartite balance. You are our Ling family's greatest hero. Therefore, no one in the Ling family is unconvinced by you. Everyone will support any decision you make. No matter what you want to do in the future, you don't have to worry. Our Ling family will do everything we can for you. The burden on your shoulders will be even heavier in the future. Ling Yu spoke from the bottom of his heart. To be continued. The 2nd chapter will be updated after midnight. Ling Yun was shocked. Haha, look at me, I was too excited just now and broke the teacup. Ling Yu took the opportunity to get a towel to wipe the tea off the table. Yun heir, you don't have to worry about Ling Zhen at all. Second uncle has said everything that needs to be said. As for what to do in the future, it's all up to you. Ling Yu cleaned up the coffee table and poured himself another cup of tea. He took a sip and said to Ling Yun. Okay, I understand, second uncle. Thank you. You must be exhausted these few days, right? Ling Yun knew that Ling Yu had been busy dealing with the aftermath of the deathmatch and dealing with matters related to the Sun and Shen families. He also had to receive important guests and take care of his family, especially Ling Lai, Ling Xiao, Ling Yong, and the rest. He must have been extremely busy. You rascal. Ling Yu glared at him and pretended to be angry. Don't go missing in the future. You are the head of the Ling family, the backbone of the Ling family. If you go missing and can't be contacted, I won't be able to make a decision. Haha, I know that second uncle can handle everything in the Ling family. I know that second uncle will be more thorough and handle things better than me. Ling Yun hurriedly sucked up to Ling Yu. Yun, since you're back, I don't have to worry about the family matters anymore. Tell me, what do you plan to do next? Ling Yu said with a smile. He couldn't be bothered to argue with Ling Yun. Ling Yu started to ask about Ling Yun's plan. Since there was a solution to Ling Yun's matter, the awkwardness that Ling Yun felt when facing his family naturally disappeared. What was left was, of course, to do things. I do have a lot of ideas, but I don't know where to start. Ling Yun muttered. Ling Yu smiled. Hey, what's there to be particular about with second uncle? You don't have to choose your words carefully. Just say whatever comes to your mind. We'll go wherever you want. That will always be the case in the future. Let's talk about the matter in front of us first. Okay. This was exactly what Ling Yu wanted to hear. I've already arranged for Cui Lao to take care of this first matter. He wants to build a perfect intelligence system for our Ling family. At the very least, we can't lose to the Long family and the Yi family. Our Ling family must be able to receive the news earlier and faster than the others. Ling Yun said the most important thing right off the bat. Ling Yu asked directly, you want to cooperate with the Assassins organization to train our Ling family's death warriors, right? Ling Yun replied, that's right. Ling Yu smiled. Alright, then this matter is settled. As for the specifics, Cui Lao and I will handle it. You don't have to worry about this matter. As for the second matter, after the 12 small families withdrew their investments, the properties that were left vacant. It is not convenient for the Ling family to personally take care of them, so we have to hand them over to someone we can trust. I wonder if second uncle has a suitable candidate in mind. Ling Yun wasn't just thinking about cultivation when he was at Yi Xingchen's place. Every time he had free time, he would be thinking about the Ling family's matters and making plans for the Ling family. Ling Yu's eyes flashed as he smiled. Yun, you've just slapped the faces of those despicable people. Don't slap your second uncle's face again. Didn't you just chase away all the people I've interacted with over the years? How can I find a suitable candidate? Ling Yu was smart enough to know that Ling Yun already had a suitable candidate in mind the moment he heard this. Dong family, Dong Shanchuan, Elder Dong. Ling Yun didn't keep Ling Yu in suspense and said a name directly. Ha 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 ha. Good lad. Ling Yu suddenly laughed heartily as he pointed at Ling Yun. We're indeed father and son, thinking of the same thing. Originally, I was thinking that even if you didn't mention him, I would have given you some. Turns out you're talking about him. Ling Yun scratched his head in embarrassment. Second uncle, on the second day after those despicable people withdrew their investments, Dong Shanchuan came and took the initiative to give the Ling family 700 million yuan. According to what I know, the Dong family has to sell off all their assets to repay that 700 million yuan. Ling Yun explained before saying solemnly, this is a timely help. The Ling family has to repay this favor. Yes, we have to. We have to. Ling Yu nodded solemnly as well. However, he hesitated before saying, it's just that, from what I know of Elder Dong's temper, I'm afraid he won't accept it even if we hand over these assets to him to manage. Ling Yu's face revealed an expression that said you know. Of course, Ling Yun understood. Even though Dong Shanchuan had married his daughter to Ling Xiao, he had never relied on the Ling family's influence for so many years. This kind of person had his own pride and didn't care for any benefits from the Ling family. Hee, that's why, second uncle, I'll have to rely on your silver tongue. Ling Yun chuckled before saying in a low voice, help me make the first move. If Elder Dong still isn't willing to accept it, then I'll step in to resolve this matter. How about that? All right. Let's do that. Ling Yu immediately nodded his head and agreed to this matter without hesitation. Then, he asked, what else is there? The rest are trivial matters, but they're all very important. Ling Yun pondered for a moment before saying, second uncle, You know that I have some influence and assets in Xianxia City. Yes, I know, your Heaven and Earth group. Ling Yu smiled. The person in charge of the Heaven and Earth group is Tang Meng, but he's still too young. Whether it's knowledge or vision, he's still lacking. He's been managing the Heaven and Earth group for a month now, but he's complaining to me that he can't handle it. Ling Yu chuckled. Yun Er, everyone in the upper echelons of China knows that the Heaven and Earth group belongs to you. Even if you're a big boss, it's still yours. Every move you make in Beijing and every piece of news from our Ling family will instantly cause a huge commotion in Xianxia City. Even though Tang Meng has many extraordinary people around him helping him, it's fine if there's no commotion. However, if there's any shocking news like the Sun and Chen families being destroyed by you, Xianxia City's Heaven and Earth group will definitely undergo drastic changes. They definitely won't be able to handle it. At this moment, Ling Yu's foresight and structure as one of the 8 big families in China were fully displayed. His words were spot on. Of course, he could only talk about the 6 big families now. Yun Er, do you know that the day after the Sun and Chen families were destroyed, the Li family sent people over? They're very important people in their family. They talked to me about a lot of things in Beijing, but they also suggested to me that they want to inject capital into the Heaven and Earth group in Xianxia City. They expressed a strong desire to cooperate. Ling Yun. Ling Yu smiled faintly. Do you think Tang Meng can handle such a thing? Furthermore, this is only the Li family. The other families are very sensitive. They're also making their moves in the dark. They want to use all kinds of methods to climb up the big tree that is our Ling family. Huh. Ling Yun suddenly leaned back on the sofa behind him. I was wondering why Tang Meng was so anxious all of a sudden. He sent me so many messages every day, saying that he's going crazy. So that's why. Seeing this, Ling Yu laughed. This is just the beginning. There's still a lot of things to do in the future for our Ling family to rise. What do you mean, second uncle? What I mean is that since the Long and Yi families didn't do anything to stop the destruction of the Sun and Chen families, there won't be too much turbulence in Beijing for the time being. In other words, the tripartite structure has been temporarily formed. The next period of time will be very precious to our Ling family. It's extremely important. Right now, the crux of the matter in Xianxia City isn't in Xianxia City, it's in Beijing. During this period of time, I want you to ask Tang Meng to come to Beijing and let him follow me. I'll take care of him for a period of time. Anyway, now that communication is so advanced, we can hold video conferences. There's not much difference whether he's in Beijing or in Xianxia. What do you think? Finishing his sentence, Ling Yu smiled at Ling Yun. That's exactly what I want. Hearing this, Ling Yun slapped his thigh and said excitedly, Second uncle, that's exactly what I want. Ling Yu laughed. Brat, do you have anything else to say? Tell me everything. I'll help you. Hee, I have another person in Xianxia City who is also very important to me. His name is Tai Xiaohu. Seeing that Ling Yu was so straightforward, Ling Yun decided to ask for an exorbitant price. Looking at the time, this fellow should be about to break through to the Xiantian realm. He's also helping me to take care of 72 people. I want to take advantage of the stability in Beijing to bring these 72 people over to Beijing so that I can train them more conveniently. Ling Yu laughed. Your power is, of course, the power of the Ling family. I know all of that and have already made preparations. Yun Er, there's something that I haven't told you. Ever since you came to Beijing, you've been busy dealing with the Sunchen Alliance. During this period, second uncle made the decision on his own and bought a martial arts school for you. He's just waiting for the day when you need to bring these people over. Ling Yun was completely speechless. It seemed like Ling Yu had thought of everything that he had thought of. What he hadn't thought of, Ling Yu had already planned for him. The think tank of the Ling family was indeed a well-deserved reputation. That's perfect, let's do that. Ling Yun laughed happily. Working with smart people was really worry-free. Second uncle, I'll be going through the admission procedures in 5 or 6 days. In these few days, my sister Ling Yu and a few other classmates from Xianxia City might be coming to Beijing. Ling Yu had already reminded Ling Yun that in a few days, around September 10th, they would be going to Yanjing University to complete the admission procedures. Ling Yun naturally took this matter to heart. These are all small matters. I'll make the arrangements. When they arrive, they can stay in the hotel if they want to. If not, they can stay in our courtyard house. That place is big enough for them to stay as long as they want. Yuner, is there anything else? The third update. This chapter was to supplement the chapter that was updated on August 7th. There was still one chapter missing. Bu Zhang's public account is Bu Zheng, please search for it. Thank you, that's all. Second uncle, you're really thoughtful. You've thought of all the things that I've been thinking of. Ling Yan shook his head. He couldn't think of anything else at the moment. This time, he wasn't trying to suck up to Ling Yu. Alright. You have nothing else to do, but I have some things that I need you to handle personally. Ling Yu took a sip of tea and smiled at Ling Yun. Please speak, second uncle. Ling Yun naturally knew that Ling Yu had something for him to solve, so he listened attentively. Ling Yu smiled mysteriously and pointed at the ceiling with his index finger. Yun Er, the heavenly team has been implicated in this life and death battle because of Xianxia. Uncle, according to what you said, the Sunshine Alliance found a total of 5 people from the heavenly team to participate in the battle. Including Xianxia, there's a total of 6 people, right? That's right. Ling Yun nodded. 6 people. Master Lu Mingju left halfway, and you captured Di Yutong from the Sky Mountain Sky Sword sect, 1 alive. The other 4 were all killed by you. Although we haven't received any news from the Heaven Squad, according to the Heaven Squad style, even if this is a life and death battle and our Ling family is in the right, they will still come to our Ling family to denounce us. Second uncle, I hope that you will keep this matter in mind and deal with it carefully. Ling Yu's expression was very serious. What he said was related to the interests of the Ling family. Ling Yu naturally didn't dare to be negligent. Second uncle, I understand. If the heavenly team comes to find trouble with the Ling family, I will deal with them personally. Don't worry. Ling Yu nodded and asked softly, Yun Er, did you capture Di Yutong for your adoptive mother, Qin Shuyue? It seemed like Ling Yu had a rough understanding of the Qin family. Ling Yun frowned and said in a low voice, second uncle is right, that's exactly it. To tell you the truth, I spent so much effort to capture Di Yutong alive to exchange for my mother with the Sky Mountain Sky Sword sect. There's nothing wrong with this. Ling Yu agreed with Ling Yun's plan. After thinking for a while, he said, however, this matter has a lot to do with the Qin family. You have to establish good relations with the Qin family and settle this matter properly. Thank you for your reminder, second uncle. I'll look for my aunt and discuss with her how to save my mother after I'm busy for a couple of days. Yes, but now your problem is our Ling family's problem. If there's anything that requires the Ling family's help, you must tell second uncle. Don't try to solve this problem alone. Ling Yun was touched. Thank you, second uncle. Another thing, Ling Yu said in a low voice, Yuner, didn't you say that you wanted to build another courtyard for the Ling family? There are a few places that second uncle has already chosen for you. However, you were too busy in the past, so I put them aside. Now that you don't have any urgent matters to attend to, you should quickly go investigate the site and decide on the exact location of the Ling family courtyard. The Ling family's courtyard was suggested by Ling Yun the first time he came to the Ling family. Ling Yu had already made arrangements, but this courtyard was built by Ling Yun himself. Hence, he had to choose the exact location himself. Ling Yu couldn't make the decision. Alright, second uncle. I'll bring Mo Wudao around when I'm free in the next few days. Ling Yun wasn't too concerned about this matter. According to his plan, the construction of the Ling family's courtyard would take at least 2 to 3 years even if he put in all his effort. This wasn't an urgent matter. However, Ling Yu was still very concerned about this matter despite his busy schedule. Ling Yun was still very touched. There's a location, Ling Yu pointed to the north. It's outside the 6 rings. Second uncle thinks it's a good place. You can go there to take a look. Alright. Ling Yun chuckled happily. He knew that since Ling Yu brought it up again, it must be a place that he liked. Second uncle, you don't have to worry about this matter anymore. Yun Er can't afford it. Ling Yu laughed. Rascal, you don't have to be so courteous with your second uncle. Just don't play the game of running away from home with me. After a few words, Ling Yu's expression suddenly turned serious. He used telepathy to say, Yun Er, I've received news that someone has made a decision and wants to see you. Ling Yan's heart skipped a beat, but he didn't guess. Instead, he used telepathy to ask, who? Ling Yu smiled mysteriously and pointed to the south. That was the direction of the Forbidden City. Who else can it be? It's that person. Ling Yun, of course, knew who wanted to see him immediately. He was a little surprised. What was to come would come. This couldn't be avoided. Ling Yan's rise in Xianxia City was heaven-defying. Even though that person didn't do anything, he had unknowingly opened the door for him. Now that Sun Chen had been destroyed and the Ling family had risen, the situation in Beijing had changed drastically. That old man definitely had something to say to him by choosing this time to meet him. The meeting was inevitable, but Ling Yun didn't expect it to be so soon. After a moment of shock, Ling Yun asked immediately, when? Ling Yu smiled. That's a heavenly secret. I don't know yet. However, it will definitely be within this month. It won't be long. You have to be mentally prepared. All right. Ling Yun knew that he couldn't avoid it, so he could only nod his head. Yun Er, you're the head of the Ling family now. Every head of the 8 big families in China has to meet that person. This is a necessary respect. Therefore, you don't have to think too much and don't feel too pressured. Just meet him normally. Ling Yu seemed to be worried that Ling Yun wouldn't be able to handle it properly. Rest assured, second uncle. I'll definitely take care of this matter. Ling Yun smiled brightly. He placed this matter in his heart and was ready to meet that person at any time. Then I can rest assured. Ling Yu smiled and said, as for the Long family and the Yi family. Even though it doesn't seem urgent now, second uncle still wants to confirm what your plans are for these 2 families. This way, when the Ling family does things in the future, we'll have a general idea. Ling Yu put this matter at the end. To him, this was the most important matter for the Ling family. The Long family, the Yi family, and the Ling family were all in Beijing. Now, they were in a tripartite situation. As the saying goes, the spoon would always touch the edge of the pot. Now that the relationship between these 3 families was revealed, they definitely couldn't be considered friends. However, they couldn't be called enemies for the time being either. Different from the Sun family and the Chen family, since the 3 families couldn't do anything to each other at the moment, they naturally had to talk about strategies. They had to play all kinds of games in the open and in the dark. To put it simply, weaken the opponent and strengthen themselves. Ling Yun and Ling Yu naturally understood this logic. What they were talking about was the specific strategy for the future. Ling Yun pondered for a moment. Second uncle, regarding the Long family and the Yi family, I want to use the same approach to deal with the changes. Use the same approach to deal with the changes. This sentence was equivalent to Ling Yun pointing out his own train of thought. When the Ling family and the Chen family formed an alliance to fight to the death, the Long family and the Yi family actually chose not to cause trouble. It was as if they had silently agreed to this. Even though this was reasonable, it was also unexpected for Ling Yun. Of course, before the life and death duel, Long Haren had interfered. He had written a letter advising the Ling family to maintain peace. After the life and death duel, the Long and Yi family's people had also interfered and killed Chen Jingtian with a single sword strike. However, these 2 matters couldn't be considered as the real interference of the Long family and the Yi family. After all, after Ling Yun broke Long Haoqiang's legs, the Long family didn't react at all. As for the person who secretly killed Chen Jingtian, Ling Yun still didn't know. For a matter as big as the life and death of the big families in Beijing, this couldn't be considered as causing trouble. The former wrote a letter to express their attitude, while the latter killed Chen Jingtian just to appease the situation. However, was it so easy for the Ling family to rise? Ling Yun didn't believe it. His eyes turned cold as he said, however, even if the Long family and the Yi family don't make any moves, the Ling family will still do what we have to do. This sentence was said by Ling Yun without hesitation. Long Kuan and Long Wu had been captured by the Long family and hadn't been heard from until now. Ling Yun definitely had to go to the Long family to get them back. Ling Yan was only waiting for the right time to explore the underground palace with Mo Wudao. It was imperative. However, as long as he made a move, it would definitely implicate the Long family. Also, Ling Yan wanted to organize the Ling family's ancient martial arts auction to steal the business of the Long family and the Yi family. Speaking of the ancient martial arts auction, second uncle, I have another matter. I didn't want to mention it to you because I thought the time wasn't right. However, since you mentioned the Long family and the Yi family, I might as well say it now. Ling Yu was stunned. What is it? Ling Yan smiled. Second uncle, I want to establish our own ancient martial arts auction before the end of this year. Hiss, Ling Yu took a deep breath when he heard this, establishing his own ancient martial arts auction? This was openly challenging the Dragon and Leaf clans and snatching the business of the Dragon and Leaf clans. Wait. Yun, wait a moment. This matter was too big. Ling Yu couldn't react in time. Ling Yan smiled. He knew that even though Yi Xingchen didn't feel much about this decision, the Ling family had been in decline for 18 years. Ling Yu would definitely be shocked if he suddenly proposed to compete with the Long family and the Yi family. Yun, this is equivalent to announcing that our Ling family is going head-to-head with the Long family and the Yi family. Because the ancient martial arts auction involves too much. It's supporting the two families, the secular world and the ancient martial arts world, and even the legendary cultivation world, connections, resources, information, and profits. An ancient martial arts auction involves too many things. Yun, have you thought it through? Are you sure you want to do this? Ling Yan looked at his second uncle's serious expression and couldn't help but laugh. I've thought about it for a long time. Today is the 5th. 4 days later, I'm going to the Yi family's auction to see how big of a scene they are. Ling Yu was shocked. What? You're going to attend the Yi family's ancient martial arts auction on the 9th of September? Ling Yan replied seriously, yes, I'm going there to see how the Yi family is doing. Of course, I also want to take the opportunity to buy something from the auction, such as the golden black devilish silk. Ling Yan laughed and said in a relaxed manner, as the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. After hearing Ling Yan's words, Ling Yu knew that Ling Yan's plan to set up an ancient martial arts auction house was already set in stone. Ling Yu's eyes sparkled as he pondered for a long time. Yun, it seems like you've made up your mind about setting up an ancient martial arts auction? He needed confirmation, so he asked again. Ling Yu nodded his head solemnly. Yes, second uncle, I won't hide it from you. This is the most crucial step in my plan for the rise of the Ling family. It must be done. Good. Ling Yu stood up suddenly. Since you've made up your mind, second uncle will support you with all his might. Ling Yu's statement was a form of agreement. Ling Yu was wise and considerate, but he wasn't an indecisive person. After he approved of Ling Yan's decision, his face was filled with excitement. To the Ling family, setting up an ancient martial arts auction was definitely a big deal. But, Ling Yu sat down again and said seriously, Yun, this is a big deal. Second uncle needs to plan carefully. Let's discuss the details after I've thought through the key points. What do you think? Let's do as second uncle says. Ling Yan smiled brightly and agreed. He knew that his second uncle liked to plan before taking action. He wouldn't act unless he was confident. After reaching an agreement on this matter, the two of them talked for half an hour about some important matters that had happened recently. Ling Yan stood up and bade farewell. Second uncle, where is brother Ling Yong now? Before leaving, Ling Yan asked about Ling Yong. At the mention of Ling Yong, Ling Yu couldn't help but look worried. Ling Yong has been staying in his own residence for the past few days. If you want to look for him, you can get Ling Feng and Ling Li to bring you over. However, second uncle thinks that we should give Ling Yong enough time to let go of this matter. At this time, it would be useless for us to persuade him. Ling Yu nodded solemnly. I understand. I'll give him time. I'll look for him after a while. Brat, we went to your room to look for you, but you came to my house instead. Ling Yan bumped into his eldest sister, Ling Xiao, just as he walked out of Ling Yu's courtyard. Hee, big sister. Ling Yan greeted Ling Xiao with a smile and explained, I just got home, and I have many things to discuss with second uncle. Shua, Ling Xiao twisted her body and came to Ling Yan's side. She grabbed Ling Yan's arm and dragged him away without any explanation. Ling Yan asked, "Big sis, where are we going?" "Where else can we go?" "Go to my room. Right now, Ling Feng, Ling Li, and the rest are waiting for you at my place. They want to hear you talk about the exciting process of that life and death battle." What else could he do? Ling Yan had no choice but to smile bitterly and follow Ling Xiao to the front yard. Then, he entered Ling Xiao's room directly. "Whoa! You're all here." Ling Yan was dumbfounded the moment he entered the room. It turned out that Ling Feng and Ling Li weren't the only ones here. Chao Shanshan, Mo Wudao, and even Ling Shui were waiting for him on the sofa. "Ha, our family's great hero is finally here. Quick, take a seat." Seeing Ling Yan enter the room, the younger generation of the Ling family stood up one after another. Ling Feng took the lead and jeered. That posture was simply like the stars surrounding the moon. "Second brother, don't tease me." Ling Yan had no choice but to sit down. He leaned back on the sofa and smiled at everyone. Spreading his arms, he said, "All right, ask whatever you want. I'll tell you everything I know." Following that, Ling Yan was naturally greeted with a barrage of questions. He had no choice but to explain the entire process of the life and death duel to everyone in more detail than he did to Ling Yu. Ling Yan knew that these people in front of him represented the future of the Ling family. He had to explain the process of the life and death duel to them in detail so that they could broaden their horizons. Only then would they know that there was always someone better out there. Otherwise, with the sudden rise of the Ling family, if any of the younger generation of the Ling family were to cause trouble outside, it would be a huge problem. Wasn't the reason for the destruction of the Sun family because of a hedonistic son, Sun Xing, who unintentionally provoked Ling Yun in Qingshui City? As a result, the enmity between Ling Yun and the Sun family escalated until it couldn't be resolved. That was why the Sun family was annihilated by Ling Yun. That's why I said that if you guys haven't reached the first level of the divine power realm, you'll easily be killed in one move if you provoke a super expert outside. Ling Yan concluded after explaining the process of the life and death duel and answering their questions one by one. He was reminding everyone. Unfortunately, no one would listen to Ling Yan's words at this time. "Third brother, when are you going to show me that raging lightning blade of yours?" Ling Feng asked. Ling Li asked, "Third brother, is Qin Jingxian really possessed? Are their blood element pearls really that powerful? Also, it seems like they really have the Yamata no Orochi from the East Ocean." "Brat, aren't you biased?" Ling Xiao asked. "You've already cleansed Ling Feng and Ling Li, and even the men of sacrifice from the Ling family. Why didn't you cleanse Ling Shui and I on purpose?" Another round of bombardment. Ling Yan had no choice but to answer everyone's questions one by one. Finally, he looked at Ling Xiao and Ling Shui and smiled. "I've already thought about the cleansing of the two of you. Now that Auntie Green Bird is at the peak of the first level of the divine power realm, I'll provide the pills and let her protect you. You can do it anytime." Other than Ling Xiao, Ling Yan didn't cleanse Ling Xiao and Ling Shui's meridians before the life and death battle. Of course, he was considering the fact that they were family members and that men and women should keep a distance from each other. Now that Green Bird was at the peak of the first level of the divine power realm and possessed divine sense, she was completely qualified for this task. Ling Xiao and Ling Shui were both exceptionally intelligent. They understood what Ling Yun was thinking the moment they heard his words. Ling Shui lowered her head shyly. Ling Xiao, however, rolled her eyes at Ling Yun. "Tisk, brat, look at how petty you are. Who cares? Really?" Ling Yun sweated profusely. Big sister was really too tough. However, no matter what, Ling Yun managed to get away with this matter. Following that, the 7 or 8 young people continued chatting and messing around until noon. Only when it was time for lunch did they let Ling Yun off and went their separate ways. Although most of the members of the Ling clan usually lived in the Ling clan's ancestral home, the Ling clan's ancestral home was too big. Furthermore, for such a large clan that practiced ancient martial arts, everyone had their own things to do. Hence, unless there were special circumstances, they usually ate alone. For example, Ling Lai usually had his meals prepared by the kitchen, while Ling Xiao and Ling Yu usually cooked and ate in their own courtyards. Of course, these juniors were much more casual when they ate. There were all kinds of food that they could eat. Some of them ate in the kitchen, some of them cooked for themselves occasionally, and some of them went out to eat when they were hungry. There were even lazy people like Ling Feng who ordered takeout and whatever they wanted to eat. Ling Yun was the head of the Ling family. Naturally, his meals were specially prepared for him by the Ling family's kitchen. No matter what he wanted to eat, the kitchen would cook for him at any time. Of course, Ling Yan had reached the late stages of Qi cultivation stage 3. His main focus was on cultivation, and his body was filled with spiritual energy. Hence, he was already faintly repulsed by the mundane world. Once Ling Yan started cultivating, he could go a day and a night without eating. He wouldn't even feel hungry. However, even if he could do that, Chao Shanshan and Emma Wudao couldn't. Hence, after separating from the siblings, Ling Yun brought the two of them back to his house. He immediately arranged for the kitchen to prepare a feast according to the three of them's preferences. "You're finally back?" After entering Ling Yan's house, Emma Wudao sat on the sofa unceremoniously and asked Ling Yun with a fuming look. Actually, Emma Wudao had already seen Ling Yun twice since he returned home. However, he knew that Ling Yun would definitely be busy with his family matters. Hence, he resisted the urge to talk to Ling Yun. "What's the matter? You seem to miss me?" Ling Yun asked as he tried to hold back his laughter. Emma Wudao's face turned cold. "Che. Don't think too highly of yourself. You don't know how much fun I had when you weren't at the Ling family." Ling Yun laughed heartily. "Alright, you don't have to say anything else. I'm treating you to a drink today as an apology. You know that I rejected Big Sister and the rest when they tried so hard to make me stay for lunch." As he spoke, Ling Yun took out 2 bottles of Maotai from his great void ring and placed them on the table. "1 bottle for each of you later. Don't use your cultivation to force the alcohol out." With that, Ling Yun chuckled and whispered to Emma Wudao, "Let me tell you something. This time, I brought back a crow." "What? A crow?" Emma Wudao almost jumped up in shock. "Ling Yun, are you crazy? Aren't you afraid that it's inauspicious for you to bring that kind of bird home?" Ling Yun frowned slightly. "Don't be anxious. Listen to me slowly. This crow has an extraordinary origin." Hence, Ling Yun began to tell Emma Wudao about the golden crow. He was exhilarated because this golden crow was his biggest reward this time. While they were talking, the kitchen sent food over. With Chao Shanshan accompanying them, Ling Yun and Emma Wudao started drinking and chatting. They drank until 2:30 p.m. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, Ling Yun took out his phone and started to make calls. To be continued. Ling Yun's first call was to Ning Lingyu. The phone rang twice before Ning Lingyu picked it up. "Hello, Big Brother? Is this Big Brother?" Ning Lingyu's voice was filled with excitement and surprise. "Lingyu." Ling Yun could not help but smile when he heard Ning Lingyu's voice. He had been in Beijing for more than 20 days and had been separated from Ning Lingyu for almost a month. During this period of time, because he had been too busy, the two of them had barely spoken to each other. "Of course it's me. Who else would dare to use my phone to call you?" Ling Yun laughed and teased. "Big Brother. Brother, you're lying. You said that you'd call me often, but you haven't even called once." Ning Lingyu said with a sobbing tone, "Brother, you're lying. You said that you'd call me often." Ugh, Ling Yun was speechless. Ever since he bought this phone, other than making some necessary calls in Qingshui City, he hadn't used it much. However, since his sister was anxious, he had to coax her. Big Brother has been busy recently. I have too many things to take care of. I always leave my phone and communication device in my ring." Ning Lingyu said anxiously. "What do you mean by too many things? You've been through life and death many times since you arrived in Beijing. Don't think I don't know. I'm so worried." Ning Lingyu couldn't contact Ling Yun, but she could contact Qin Dongxue and Ling Xiao. With them around, she had a clear understanding of Ling Yun's experiences in Beijing. "Lingyu, don't talk about these things over the phone." Ling Yun's expression turned serious as he hurriedly reminded her. "Lingyu, I've seen all the messages you sent me. I'm calling you this time to ask you when you're coming to Beijing. Ling Yun replied. It was already the 5th of September. She had to register at Yanjing University on the 10th. There weren't many days left. I've been thinking of going over these 2 days, but I haven't been able to contact you. Ning Lingyu had been in the Qin family for almost a month. She couldn't wait to see Ling Yun. Do you want me to pick you up? Ling Yun asked. After speaking for a while, Ning Lingyu's emotions finally calmed down a little. She pondered and said, It's all right, big brother. I know that you have a lot of things to do on your side. I'll go to the capital myself. The guild arranged it for me. In the end, Ning Lingyu hurriedly added, afraid that Ling Yun would be worried. That works too. But remember to come by plane, okay? Ling Yun reminded. This was because he knew that the Ning family and the Qin family had a so-called 18-year promise. This year happened to be the year of the promise. Now that he had captured Di Xiaoxin's cousin, he was afraid that something unexpected would happen. However, compared to other forms of transportation, China's airports and airlines had very strict security checks. It was much safer for Ning Lingyu to take the plane. Got it. I'll tell Grandpa right now. Ning Lingyu's voice was obviously filled with excitement, almost as if she was cheering for joy. That's good. Once your flight is booked, I'll pick you up at the airport. We'll talk about other things when we get to Beijing. Ling Yun hung up the phone with a smile on his face after briefing Lingyu. Then, his finger slid across the phone screen and he immediately dialed another number. This time, it was Tang Meng in Xianxia City. The call was picked up instantly. A rough voice could be heard shouting, Hello, boss? Is this boss? Tang Meng was extremely excited. Hee, it's me. Ling Yan's heart warmed up. Aya, boss, you're finally calling me again. I miss you so much. Tang Meng's voice trembled after he confirmed that it was Ling Yan calling. His words were extremely mushy, but at the same time, he sounded like he was about to cry. Haha, you miss me, right? Then why didn't you come to Beijing to see me? Ling Yan started to make fun of Tang Meng. F***ck. Tang Meng's voice immediately rose an octave. Boss, you have so many things to do in Beijing. How would I dare to disturb you? Moreover, you don't know how busy I am every day. Next, Tang Meng started to pour out all sorts of grievances. No one could stop him, as if he was afraid that Ling Yun would hang up after a short conversation. Ling Yun, on the other hand, was listening with a smile. He had all the time in the world. Moreover, he had made this call to ask Tang Meng to come to Beijing. All right. You don't have to say any more. Ling Yun listened for a full 5 minutes. Seeing that Tang Meng was rambling on endlessly, he hurriedly interrupted him. Come to Beijing and tell me the rest in person. Ah? What? Tang Meng's heart sank when he heard Ling Yun's reply. He thought that Ling Yun was going to hang up the phone. However, when he heard that Ling Yun wanted him to go to Beijing, he was in disbelief. Big brother Yun, you want me to go to Beijing? But what about the work on my hands? Ling Yun laughed heartily. Haha, I've already told you. Whether you want to come or not, it's up to you. Go. Go. Of course I want to go. Tang Meng immediately nodded his head like a chick pecking at grains. His eyes lit up as he asked, Big brother Yun, when do you think I should leave? Ling Yun muttered, you can come whenever you want. However, you have to bring some people with you this time. Tai Xiaohu and the 72 fellows that he's training now. Also, it's almost time for university enrollment. Ask Qi Shaoqing and Zhang Ling if they want to come with you. We haven't seen each other in a long time. Since you're in Beijing, you can have some fun for a few days. After that, you can go and register for the university. Tang Meng was overjoyed when he heard that. He shouted at the top of his lungs, got it, big brother Yun. Don't worry about that, I'll definitely bring them to you. After that, Tang Meng was so excited that he hung up on Ling Yun. This guy, Ling Yun wanted to say a few more words, but he heard the busy tone from the other end of the phone. He smiled helplessly. Are you done? Emma Wudao, who was holding a glass of wine, asked with a grin. Ling Yun put down his phone and nodded slightly. Ling Yun didn't need to find anyone else for the matter in Xianxia City. He only needed to tell Tang Meng. University enrollment? Are you for real? Emma Wudao looked at Ling Yun in disbelief. Ling Yun raised his glass, clinked it with Emma Wudao's, and drained it in one gulp. This was already the fourth bottle of Mao Tai that they had drunk. Didn't I tell you long ago? Of course, it's true. Ling Yun put down the wine glass and said seriously, since I've been admitted to a university, I definitely have to go through the necessary procedures. However, I won't have to stay in school after I've gone through the necessary procedures. Ling Yun's eyes were filled with memories as he spoke. At this moment, he thought of Qin Shiyue, a Xiantian realm master who concealed her identity in Xianxia City. She did a mediocre job and insisted on providing for him and Ning Lingyu to go to school. 18 years, at this point, Ling Yun really didn't care whether he went to Yenjing University or not. He only cared about the 18 years that Qin Shiyue put in for him. He wanted to give Qin Shiyue a perfect result. He wanted to bring Ning Lingyu to the Sky Mountain Heavenly Sword sect as a student of Yenjing University. He wanted to rescue his mother and tell her personally that all her wishes had come true. When are we going to go through the admission procedures? Emma Wudao asked curiously. It was as if a huge stone had been lifted from his heart when he heard that Ling Yun wouldn't be staying in school. Around the 10th. That's about 5 to 6 days. Ling Yun smiled. However, before that, we have a few important matters to attend to. Underground Palace. Emma Wudao's eyes lit up. He couldn't contain his excitement and lowered his voice. At the same time, he couldn't help but point in the direction of the Forbidden City. Underground Palace. All you know is that underground palace. Ling Yun glared at Emma Wudao and frowned. Is that a place that we can go just because we want to? Even if we decide to go, we have to plan and prepare in advance. Then, Ling Yun suddenly chuckled. Before the life and death battle, I participated in a huge bet and tricked Yi Tianxue from the Yi family. Now, it's time for us to collect the money. Haha, 15 billion yuan. Every time Ling Yun thought about it, he would burst into laughter. Also, Ling Yun switched to telepathy. On the night of the 9th, I'll bring you to a fun place that you've never seen before. You'll have so much fun that you'll forget about home. Emma Wudao was instantly excited when he heard that Ling Yun was bringing him to a fun place. Where? Haha, you'll know when we get there. Ling Yun laughed and purposely didn't say anything, keeping them in suspense. With that, Ling Yun stood up and walked out of the room after saying goodbye to Xianxia. Emma Wudao was already full. Of course, he immediately bid farewell to Xianxia and chased after Ling Yun. The two of them walked side by side towards the 6th courtyard of the Ling family. Ling Yun came to the place where he planted the divine ghost willow. With a thought, he took it out from the Taishi ring and planted it in the same spot. Then, Ling Yun used the Yellow Springs Earth Emperor technique to level the ground. Boom! As the divine ghost willow was planted, the wood spiritual energy in the Ling family skyrocketed. Caw-caw, caw-caw. In the sky above the Ling family's ancestral residence, a giant crow flew out of nowhere. Its body was in the air, and its two golden eyes were like golden lamps, staring at the divine ghost willow below. It circled and cawed excitedly, wanting to swoop down several times. Emma Wudao looked up suddenly. F***ck, it's so big. Is this the one you were talking about? Ling Yun smiled and nodded. At the same time, he used the mystical dragon Hell and said, everyone in the Ling family, listen up. This huge bird in the sky is mine. You have to take good care of it. No one is allowed to hurt it. Ling Yun's order spread throughout the entire Ling family's courtyard. To be continued. After giving the order, Ling Yun smiled and waved at the golden striped crow in the sky. There was no need for him to call at all. The golden striped raven suddenly flapped its wings and swooped down from the sky. It landed directly on the divine ghost willow and burrowed into the dense foliage. This guy is quite good at finding a place. Ling Yun looked up and saw that the golden crow had landed on one of the 3 branches at the top of the ghost divine willow. It stepped on the thickest branch and stopped there. Now, after continuous growth, the divine ghost willow was already 3 meters tall. The diameter of the tree trunk was about 20 centimeters. moreover, there were already many arm-thick branches on it. It was like a weeping willow, with tens of thousands of strands hanging down, very dense. The entire willow seemed to be shrouded in a pale yellow mist, emitting a green glow. The trunk was a little faint, as if it didn't belong to this time and space. Ling Yun knew that the pale yellow mist was, of course, the Xianhuan gas released by the divine ghost willow. As for the green glow, it came from the entire trunk, especially the countless willow leaves. It was like a green fluorescent light. Alright, since you like this tree, then I won't have to make a nest for you. You can build your own nest on this tree. Ling Yun said with a smile. Caw-caw, caw-caw, the golden-striped crow could indeed understand human language. It flapped its wings excitedly and cawed continuously when it saw that Ling Yun had asked it to stay on the tree. It's a pity that I can't communicate with this divine ghost willow. If I could see if I could break a branch from this tree and refine it into a magical weapon. It would definitely be awesome, Ling Yun muttered in his heart. Originally, Ling Yun had brought along the Ling family's inheritance, the divine ghost willow, for this battle of life and death. However, he hadn't used it in the end. Now, it seemed like the divine ghost willow was getting thicker and thicker. Ling Yun's two hands were almost unable to hold it. He couldn't possibly use this tree to smash people at a critical moment, could he? Of course, the divine ghost willow didn't respond. Ling Yun sighed in his heart. I can only observe for a while longer to see if there are any changes to this divine ghost willow. At this moment, Ling Yun clearly felt three divine senses of different strengths. He immediately realized that two of the stronger divine senses were released by Ling Lai and Qing Niao. The other divine sense was weaker, and it belonged to Xianxia. Xianxia can control her divine will so quickly? Ling Yun smiled in approval. He thought to himself, Xianxia's aptitude is indeed amazing. After reaching the late stages of Qi Cultivation Stage 1, she was able to control her divine sense without practicing any martial arts. Her level of comprehension is really not bad. Looks like it's time to teach her some cultivation and battle techniques. If not, it'll be a waste of time. This time, after returning home, Ling Yun could clearly feel that Xianxia's temperament had undergone an earth-shattering change. Of course, this was a natural change due to the rapid increase in her realm. The most obvious sign of this was that Xianxia spoke less than before. No matter if there were any outsiders around, she would not pull Ling Yun along to ask him questions. Ling Yun could always see that she was deep in thought. That was definitely because Xianxia was constantly trying to understand her new realm. However, what kind of martial arts should I teach Xianxia? Ling Yun thought to himself. He couldn't help but use the light assimilation technique to envelop Ling Lai and Qing Niao with his divine will. He secretly observed their state. Now, both of them were at the peak of the first level of the divine realm. Their realms were similar, and the strength of their divine will was similar as well. They were the strongest fighting force in the Ling family other than Ling Yun. According to the Qi cultivation stage, Ling Yun could easily confirm that Ling Lai and Qing Niao were currently at the peak of Qi cultivation stage 2. Looks like Grandpa is about to break through again. Ling Yun carefully felt the strength of Ling Lai's divine will. He couldn't help but be secretly delighted. He knew that after Ling Lai entered the divine realm, the black-yellow immortal spiritual energy that he had absorbed in his body was finally showing its effects. Ling Lai, Qing Niao, and the rest had energy centers that were different from Ling Yun's. They weren't as strong as Ling Yun's energy center. As long as they had sufficient true qi in their bodies, they would be able to improve rapidly. It's just that compared to Yi Xingchen, Grandpa and Auntie Qing Niao are much weaker. Ling Yun sighed. However, this was limited by everyone's natural endowments. It wasn't something that could be changed by humans. No matter how powerful he was, he couldn't do anything about it. He could only help everyone achieve the greatest improvement according to their natural endowments. Auntie Qing Niao, can I trouble you to help big sister Ling Xiao and little sister Ling Shui cleanse their meridians in the next 2 days? I've already given them the marrow cleansing pill. Ling Yun used telepathy to communicate directly with Qing Niao. No problem, Yun. Leave this matter to me, Qing Niao replied immediately. Thank you, Auntie Qing Niao. Ling Yun smiled. Child, there's no need to stand on ceremony with Auntie. Qing Niao chided Ling Yun before reminding him, however, Yun, your father's realm can't be suppressed any longer. You have to help him break through as soon as possible. Ling Yun nodded and replied secretly, I understand. After the communication ended, Ling Yun used his divine sense to observe Ling Lai carefully. He realized that Ling Lai's face was haggard and his eyes were full of sorrow. He immediately knew that Grandpa still needed him to go over and comfort him. However, this was obviously not the right time. Thus, Ling Yun resisted the urge and didn't go over immediately. Ling Yun retracted his divine sense and stood on the spot. After thinking for a while, he suddenly waved his hand and walked towards the front yard with Mo Wudao. Second brother, are you busy now? Ling Yun found Ling Feng and asked him directly. Ling Feng saw that Ling Yun was looking for him. He couldn't be bothered with his own cultivation anymore. He immediately flew out and said with a smile, Third brother, are you looking for me? Ling Yun smiled and said, yes, second uncle said that he chose the location of the Ling family's side yard to bring you there. If you're free now, why don't you bring me out to take a look at those places? Huh, that's it? Let's go. Ling Feng agreed immediately. He didn't even need to pack his things. He put his arm around Ling Yun's shoulder and walked out. I'm going too. Ling Li heard the commotion and appeared out of nowhere. He also said that he wanted to go out and play. This was going out with Ling Yun. Ling Yun had come to Beijing twice, but the brothers hadn't gone out together yet. Rascal, you want to go out and play, but you want to leave your big sister behind. Do you still have a conscience? They were all in the front yard. Ling Xiao also rushed out at this time and came up to Ling Yun to denounce him. Haha, alright, let's go together then. With that, Ling Yun used telepathy to ask Xianxia. Xianxia was still worried that Ling Yun didn't have time to accompany her. Now that she heard that Ling Yun wanted to go out, she naturally agreed without asking. Thus, Ling Yun, Mo Wudao, Ling Xiao, Ling Feng, Ling Li, and Xianxia quickly gathered together. They got into a 7-seater luxury business car and left the Ling family. Where are we going first? Ling Xiao asked. This time, Ling Yun didn't get the chance to drive. The driver was the eldest sister of the Ling family, Ling Xiao. Ling Feng replied with a smile, Big sister, our father told me that the best place he has his eyes on is north of the Ling family's ancestral home. It's outside the 6th Ring Road, near Mount Mang. Mount Mang? Emma Wudao was shocked. Isn't Mount Mang in Luoyang, Henan province? Why is it there? Haha, Ling Li suddenly burst into laughter. Big brother Wudao, you don't understand. The Mount Mang that my brother is talking about is a mountain range north of Beijing. It's the python of a python, not the Mount Mang that you are talking about. Ling Yin glanced sideways. He could tell from the tone of Ling Li and Mo Wudao's conversation that Mo Wudao had already integrated into the Ling family after staying for so long. He was very familiar with everyone in the Ling family. Oh, I got it. I was just wondering, Mo Wudao was embarrassed. He couldn't help but scratch his head to hide his embarrassment. Everyone, sit tight. Let's go. Ling Xiao stepped on the accelerator, and the MPV sped off like a bullet. It overtook other cars along the way at lightning speed. It was around 3 in the afternoon, so the roads weren't congested. Moreover, they were exiting from the 5th Ring Road and heading north. Hence, everything went smoothly. They only took half an hour to reach their destination. Outside the 6th Ring Road, near the Holy Zen Temple. This is the approximate location. As for the specific location, you have to choose it yourself, third brother. After the car stopped, Ling Feng sat in the car and pointed at the vast wilderness in front of them. Get out. Unexpectedly, Ling Yun didn't respond to him. Instead, he quietly observed the surroundings before asking everyone to get out of the car. Mo Wudao, who was behind him, had the same expression as Ling Yun. Third brother, do you see that? The mountain ridge to the west is called Mount Mang, which is a national forest park. The mountain ridge to the east is called Mount Dayang. Further north are Mount Calligraphy and Painting, Mount Great Buddha, and Mount Lotus. They are all scenic spots around the capital. Head west in a straight line from here, about 9 kilometers away, and that's the famous Ming Tombs. That's the Ming Tombs Reservoir. To the east is the Huiro Reservoir. About 1 kilometer south from here is the Nanzhuang Reservoir. It's surrounded by mountains and water. The east, west, and north are surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. The view from the south is wide. About 25 kilometers away is the Ling family's ancestral home. Moreover, this place faces the Forbidden City. Once Ling Feng got out of the car, he told Mo Wudao everything that Ling Yu said to him when they were exploring the terrain. Ling Yun didn't speak after getting out of the car. He listened to Ling Feng's introduction and expanded his divine sense to the maximum to observe the terrain of this area. On the other hand, Mo Wudao's eyes were already shining brightly. His eyes were filled with shock and horror, and his heart was in turmoil. After a while, the two of them looked at each other tacitly. Super Dragon Vein. Feng Shui Treasured Land. This is the perfect arrangement of the phoenix spreading its wings, the dragon and phoenix bringing prosperity. To be continued. It was the same mountainous terrain. From the perspective of a cultivator, Ling Yin saw that this was a super dragon vein. As for Mo Wudao, who was a Feng Shui master, he saw that this was the best place for Feng Shui. It was the layout of a phoenix spreading its wings and a dragon and phoenix bringing prosperity, but no matter what, this was definitely the location of the Ling family's courtyard. Ling Yun could tell that this place was extraordinary almost instantly. It wasn't just because this was a super dragon's vein, but also because he could feel the rich dragon energy that was released from the dragon's vein in a state of eruption. It gathered here and then surged towards the south. Where a dragon vein was located, there would definitely be dragon energy. However, it was extremely rare to find such a thick and strong dragon energy here. As for the phoenix spreading its wings and the dragon and phoenix bringing prosperity, Ling Yun was very clear about it. From where they were, there was a protruding mountain ridge. This was the head of the phoenix. On the east and west sides, there were 2 more mountain ridges that went north and south. These were the wings of the phoenix. From a bird's-eye view, these few mountain ridges looked like a huge phoenix spreading its wings and flying towards the capital city in the south. If this wasn't a phoenix spreading its wings, then what was it? With so many dragon veins forming the layout of a phoenix spreading its wings, it was of course the dragon and phoenix bringing prosperity. Third brother, third brother? Ling Feng saw that Ling Yun hadn't said a word since he got off the car. He immediately stopped his introduction and waved his hand in front of Ling Yun's eyes. Why aren't you saying anything? Is this place all right? Yes. This is really great. Second uncle is really awesome. Ling Yin recovered from his excitement and immediately nodded his head. He knew that he owed Ling Yu a huge favor this time. Ling Yu was indeed the brains of the Ling family. Perhaps he didn't know Feng Shui, but with his wisdom and foresight, he was able to pick out such an excellent place. It was really amazing. No wonder Ling Yu was so mysterious and even a little proud when he talked to Ling Yin about this place in the morning. There's no need to look at other places. This is the place, it's decided. Ling Yin said excitedly. He clenched his fists and waved. Then, he looked at Mo Wudao, who couldn't help but wander around him. Indeed, there's no need to go anywhere else. There's no other place better than here. Mo Wudao laughed heartily and nodded. He was in high spirits as he looked left and right, exuding the aura of a ruler. Feng Shui and Feng Shui could affect and change a person's aura. This was especially so for Ling Yun and Mo Wudao, as they were well versed in this Dao. They had only been here for a short while, but their auras were already affected by the dragon chi here, and there was an obvious change. It's decided so quickly? Are you sure we don't need to look elsewhere? Ling Li was dumbfounded. He didn't expect Ling Yun to pick this place the moment he arrived. There's really no need. Ling Yun smiled and nodded in confirmation. This place is surrounded by mountains and rivers. The scenery is beautiful. It is indeed a good place with good feng shui, especially since it faces the south from the north, overlooking the entire capital city. The distance to the capital city is less than 30 kilometers. It's neither too far nor too close. Ling Yin didn't tell anyone that this was a super dragon vein and had a strong dragon energy. He was already thinking about how to buy this place as soon as possible. Mo Wudao and Ling Yin had a tacit understanding now. When he heard Ling Yin's words, he immediately dispelled the urge to show off. He only minded his own business and observed the surrounding feng shui. Dragon seeking acupoints. He wanted to find the place where the dragon qi gathered in this place. Ling Xiu asked, "Rascal, this is your own house. You have to think carefully. Since you have chosen this place, what do you plan to do next?" She was asking Ling Yun about the purchase. However, Ling Yun didn't have to worry about this at all. He immediately took out his communication device and contacted Ling Yu. Now, Ling Yun no longer kept his phone and communication device in the Great Void Ring for convenience. Instead, he carried them with him at all times. "Second uncle, thank you. I like the place you picked for me. This is it. I won't change it," Ling Yun told Ling Yu directly after the call. On the other end of the call, Ling Yu laughed and said, "All right, I understand. I will make arrangements now to buy that place for you. Second uncle, I want the area between Mount Mang and Mount Daong." Ling Yun's tone was very big and unquestionable. He knew that the current him was fully qualified and capable of successfully taking over this large area. How could Ling Yun complain about having too much of such a treasured land with feng shui? "Got it. Second uncle guarantees that I will get it for you within 3 days. Are you at ease now?" Such a large piece of land spanned 9 kilometers from east to west and 3 kilometers from north to south. It was a full 27 square kilometers of land, more than 40,000 mu. Even outside the 6th ring road of Beijing, 1 mu of land would cost at least 2 million yuan. In other words, if he wanted to take down such a large piece of land, he would have to spend hundreds of billions of yuan. Moreover, there were 5 or 6 small villages nearby. The demolition and relocation fees for those villagers would also be a huge sum of money. However, Ling Yun didn't care about this at all because he had money. Not only was Ling Yun rich, but the Ling family didn't lack money either. Moreover, even if the Ling family didn't have enough money, there was still the Chao family, the Shui family, and the Qing family. Moreover, money wasn't the main problem when it came to buying such a piece of land. The main problem was having enough power. Without power, it was impossible to buy such a large piece of land around Beijing. However, Ling Yun didn't lack these two things. He had money and power. He had no choice. Ling Yun didn't hide anything from anyone. Sure enough, Chao Xianxia immediately took out her phone and sent a simple message to her grandfather, Chao Juanxiong. "Grandpa, Ling Yun wants to buy land and build a house. Please prepare some money." Chao Juanxiong quickly replied with only 2 words, "How much?" "The more the better." "Got it, I will arrange it. I heard that the kid is going home today. Tell him to come over when he has time. I want to have a drink with him." "Yes, Grandpa." Chao Shanshan silently sent the message to her grandfather. Everything was settled quickly. She couldn't help but smile as she continued to look around. Without a doubt, she also liked this place very much and liked it very much. "Let's go." Seeing that everything was settled, there was no need for Ling Yun to stay any longer. Thus, he suggested leaving in the car. Emma Wudao said anxiously, "Hey, I haven't finished looking, let me look for a while more." "Dumbass, we'll come and look around after we buy it." "What are you doing here?" Ling Yun scolded Emma Wudao jokingly before getting into the car. Emma Wudao thought about it and returned to the car as well. Ling Xiu was still the one driving back. On the way back, Ling Yun received calls from Ning Lingyu and Tang Meng. Both of them told him that they would arrive in Beijing before noon the next day. After hanging up, Ling Yun smiled at Ling Xiu and Chao Shanshan. "Big sister, Shanshan, Lingyu, Tang Meng, and the rest will be arriving in Beijing tomorrow morning. I think they will be staying at our house for the time being. Can you help me arrange it?" Chao Shanshan was naturally very familiar with Ning Lingyu and Tang Meng. Ling Xiu had also gone to Qingshui City for a few days and had seen them. Therefore, Ling Yun had found the right people. "Don't worry, leave it to big sister." Ling Xiu giggled delicately and directly took on the responsibility. Originally, Ling Li wanted to look for a scenic spot to have some fun. However, Ling Yun had a lot of things to do, so the 6 of them returned directly. On the way back, Beijing was a little more congested. They only arrived at the Ling family's ancestral home at around 5 in the afternoon. That night, Ling Yun didn't go anywhere after dinner. Instead, he began to impart cultivation techniques to Xianxia in his courtyard. Xianxia's physique belonged to the fire element. Therefore, Ling Yan imparted the Crimson the Arch Flaming Phoenix transformation to her so that she could focus on cultivating it. Golden the Arch Frenzied Dragon Slash, Supreme Green the Arch Art, Myriad Water Control Technique, Crimson the Arch Flaming Phoenix transformation, and Yellow Springs Earth Emperor technique. These were the 5 powerful techniques that Ling Yan had mastered. They belonged to the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Not only were they cultivation techniques, but they also contained countless combat techniques. When cultivated individually to the extreme, one's power would be comparable to that of a god. If these 5 techniques were combined and cultivated to the extreme, one would be able to destroy heaven and earth and slay gods and immortals. Of course, it was already heaven-defying for a person to be able to cultivate 1 or 2 of these techniques to the extreme. To learn all 5 techniques and cultivate them to the extreme was something that 1 in a billion could do. However, Ling Yan could do it. Not only Ling Yan, but Ning Lingyu also had the immortal physique. Her body had all 5 elements, so she could do it too. Other than the 2 of them, there was no one else. Combining these 5 heaven-defying techniques into one was the 5 elemental god-slaying technique. However, Ling Yan hadn't specifically cultivated it yet. That was because he hadn't reached the mid-stage of qi cultivation, and his divine will wasn't strong enough. Therefore, he imparted it to Miao Xiao Miao, Ning Lingyu, Chao Shanshan, and Yao Rou. As for the Gold Emperor Berserk Dragon Slash, Ling Yan had already planned to teach it to Qin Dongxue, who had the powerful metal element. After Chao Shanshan reached the first stage of qi cultivation, she finally obtained the cultivation technique that she had been dreaming of. Moreover, it was incomparably compatible with her own element. Therefore, she was elated and started cultivating under Ling Yan's guidance on the spot. Of course, Ling Yan was extremely attentive to Chao Shanshan. He imparted all the difficulties and key points of cultivation to Chao Shanshan and guided her quickly. This lesson lasted for an entire night. Early the next morning, Ling Yan came to the courtyard and continued to cultivate his stellar condensation technique. He only stopped cultivating when the sun was high up in the sky. He called for Mo Wudao and the rest to have breakfast together. After the meal, Ling Yan brought Mo Wudao, Chao Shanshan, Ling Xiu, Ling Feng, Ling Li, and the rest of the Ling family's 2 buses to the Beijing International Airport to pick up Ning Lingyu and Tang Meng. To be continued. The Ling family's residence. After Ling Yan left the house, Ling Lai called Ling Yu to his courtyard through telepathy. Ling Yu and Kuei entered the house, took out his communicator, and placed it on the square table. Father, this is the content of my conversation with Yun Er yesterday, including the battle to the death. It was really dangerous. Listen to it. As he spoke, Ling Yu pressed a button on the communication device and turned on the recording function. It turned out that Ling Yu knew that Ling Lai would definitely be concerned about Ling Yan's deathmatch. When he was talking to Ling Yan, he secretly recorded the entire conversation with his communicator and played it for Ling Lai to hear. Okay. Ling Lai's expression was solemn. He didn't say anything unnecessary. He just nodded and started listening. Ling Yu knew that his father had more to say after listening, so he wasn't in a hurry. He sat down and listened with Ling Lai. About an hour and a half later, the recording finally finished. Ling Lai waited for a while. When he heard that there were no more sounds from the communication device, he raised his hand and pressed the button again to turn off the communication device. What followed was an indescribable silence. That's it? Ling Lai asked softly after a full 3 minutes. Yes, father. Ling Yu stood up and put the communication device away. Then, he said respectfully, that's all. I talked to Yun Er yesterday. Sigh. Ling Lai suddenly looked up to the sky and let out a long sigh. Then, he lowered his head and said, it's really not easy for Yun Er. Ling Yu stood solemnly and didn't interrupt. After Ling Lai sighed, he pondered for a while before asking worriedly, second brother, say, Yun Er came back for a whole day yesterday and has quite a lot of free time. Why didn't he come to see me? Ling Yu glanced at Ling Lai carefully before answering truthfully, Father, Yun Er chose not to see you because he was worried that you would feel awkward if you saw him. Furthermore, it's not just you. From what I know, Yun didn't go to see my third brother after meeting his father in the morning. Ling Yu added. Ling Lai closed his eyes slightly and nodded. That means that he didn't see me, third brother, or Ling Yu? Ling Yu nodded. That's right. Sigh. Ling Lai let out another long sigh. Then, he said in a low voice, speaking of which, I'm the one who let Yun down because of boss. However, I didn't expect to put this child in a difficult position. Seeing his father like this, Ling Yu's heart couldn't help but ache. However, he still forced a smile and consoled, Father, don't think that way. You heard what Yun said to me just now. This child, Yun, is extremely intelligent and a sensible person. His heart is very clear. Ling Yu observed Ling Lai's expression and tried to console him. Humph. Ling Lai glared. If that's the case, I'm his grandfather. He didn't come home for so many days and didn't even greet me when he came back. Don't you think that's reasonable? Hearing this, Ling Yu snickered in his heart. He knew that the old man was jealous and wasn't really blaming Ling Yun. Therefore, he smiled and advised, yes, it's not reasonable. However, father, don't forget that when Yun came home this morning, he already saw you and greeted you. Also, after returning home, other than going out in the afternoon, he has been staying in the courtyard the entire time. Didn't you also not go to look for him? Hearing this, Ling Lai's expression became a little awkward. He glared at Ling Yu again and said, Second brother, which side are you on? Are you asking for a beating? Hearing this, Ling Yu could only spread his hands helplessly and didn't say anything else. Ling Lai waited for a long time but didn't hear any movement. Instantly, he said angrily, Why aren't you saying anything again? Aren't you the brains of our Ling family? Come, tell me today, what the hell is going on? Hee. Ling Yu rarely showed such an expression in front of his father. Then, he said, Father, if you're willing to be reasonable, I'll tell you. Humph. Ling Lai was amused by Ling Yu's expression. At this moment, he recalled how Ling Yu was when he was young and couldn't help but scold him. Humph, that kid Ling Li has always been mischievous and eloquent. He's just like you when you were young. Tell me, help me resolve my problems. Ling Yu knew that Ling Lai wasn't really looking for him to reason with him. Instead, he was looking for him to chat to relieve his boredom. At the same time, he wanted to understand Ling Yun's movements. Father, about my big brother, Ling Lai suddenly waved his hand. In the future, even in front of me, you don't have to call him big brother. Just call him Ling Zhen. Yes. Ling Yu's heart skipped a beat. After nodding his head in agreement, he continued, Since Ling Zhen's matter has been revealed and you've already made your decision, our whole family should face it calmly. And the two most important people in this matter are actually not our Yun, but you and my third brother. As long as the knot in your hearts is resolved, our Ling family will immediately return to normal. At the end of the day, what happened 18 years ago was Ling Zhen's fault. Even if we're close relatives, right is right, and wrong is wrong. If you're wrong, you have to pay the price. As for the two of you, you can't use other people's mistakes to punish yourselves. You and my third brother, you're sentimental, and my third brother is righteous. However, your personalities are different from our Yuners. This is the crux of everyone's awkwardness. Ling Yu finally spoke his mind. Ling Lai was originally listening quietly. Now that Ling Yu had hit the nail on the head, he suddenly raised his head. Oh? Ling Yu smiled. This child, Yun, can be said to have the heart of a newborn. Ever since he returned to the Ling family, he has been completely devoted to our Ling family. I believe that everyone in the Ling family can see this, right? Ling Lai nodded and smiled. That's right. Ling Yu smiled and suddenly changed the topic. However, it's precisely because Yun has the heart of a child that he can't tolerate anything. This is how he treats Ling Hao, and of course, how he treats Ling Zhen. At this point, Ling Yu's expression suddenly turned serious. In a seemingly reminding tone, he said, Father, don't forget that no matter how good Yun is, he wasn't raised by our Ling family. When Ling Lai heard this, he stood up abruptly and said in a low voice, Second brother, what do you mean by that? Ling Yu smiled bitterly. He took 2 steps forward and pushed Ling Lai back to his seat. Father, look at your temper. Let me finish first. Father, what I mean is that even though Yun Er is trying his best to integrate into our Ling family and is getting along well with most of us, there's one thing that everyone has to admit. Yun Er doesn't have any emotional foundation with the Ling family. At the end of the day, it has only been 2 months since Yun Er saved me and saved our Ling family for the first time until today. Ling Yu's meaning was clear. Even if they were related by blood, how could a child who had grown up outside for 18 years suddenly integrate into a new family in a mere 2 months' time? Ling Lai listened quietly and didn't speak. He was deep in thought. Therefore, the way Yun Er views Ling Hao and Ling Zhen is completely different from how you and third brother view them. Ling Lai frowned and suddenly said, "Second brother, you mean, what I mean is, for Yun Er to treat our Ling family like this in just 2 months, he has done his best. However, that is only for those who are harmless to him. If Yun Er finds out that someone is trying to harm him, for example, Ling Hao or Ling Zhen, then in Yun Er's eyes, be it Ling Hao or Ling Zhen, they are no different from the Sun and Chen families." After saying that, Ling Yu couldn't help but remind him softly, "Father, don't forget that once Yun Er determines who his enemy is, he won't hold back." As he said that, Ling Yu pouted his lips in the direction of the Ling family's dungeon, reminding Ling Lai that those who were locked up or dead there were all role models. Ling Lai nodded repeatedly. "That's true. In our eyes, no matter what, Ling Zhan and Ling Hao have familial ties. This is human nature," Li Tianlan said. "However, to Yun Er, they are his mortal enemies. He has to kill them, but he has to consider our feelings. That's where the awkwardness lies." Ling Yu said everything he wanted to say in one breath, pointing out the biggest problem of the Ling family. Especially when Ling Hao and Ling Zhen got into trouble one after another. "It's only been half a month. Yun Er's heart is aching for you guys. He can ignore others, but he has to consider your feelings as his grandfather and father. What else can an 18-year-old child do?" Sigh. Ling Lai sighed again and shook his head. "That's why Yun Er can only choose to escape." Ling Yu laughed. "Hee, actually, father, you and my third brother understand all of this. You just want me to say it for you." Ling Lai glanced at Ling Yu. "Che, stop sucking up to me. Who has as many twists and turns as you do?" Ling Yu heard Ling Lai's words and knew that Ling Lai's worries had been mostly resolved. Thus, he took the opportunity to say, "Father, Yun Er doesn't have any sand in his eyes. What's more, Yun Er's ability is enough to support him to do this. Whether it's towards Sun Chen, the Long family, the Yi family, or the Heavenly team, when has our Yun Er ever bent his knees? When has he ever run away or compromised? That's why Yun Er took the initiative to go out for 4 to 5 days. This is equivalent to compromising with his bloodline. This is already very difficult for him. Father, as a junior, Yun Er can empathize with us. We should consider him more." Ling Lai stood up abruptly. "That makes sense. Then tell me, what should third brother and I do next?" "We'll do whatever you say." Ling Yu smiled. "Father, you and third brother don't have to do anything. Just do what you have to do in the past and think of a way to let this matter pass as soon as possible. Don't let this affect the good situation of our Ling family." Before Qin Jingtian died, he exposed Ling Zhen's secret. He wanted our Ling family to fall into internal strife. We can't let him have his way. And, it seems like I'm muddle-headed. I'm not as thorough as Yun Er. Ling Lai blamed himself. At the same time, he waved his hand. "Alright, I know what to do. Since Yun Er and the rest are not back yet, you should go to third brother's place and explain these principles to him." Capital International Airport. When Ling Yun and the rest arrived at the airport, they first found a spot in the car park to park their car. Then, he got the 2 bus drivers to stand by and wait for further instructions. Together with Chao Shanshan, Mo Wu Dao, Ling Xiu, and the rest, they headed straight for the airport's main hall. "Ling Yun, over here." Ling Yun saw Qin Dongxue the moment he entered the airport lobby. Since Ning Lingyu was coming today, and her flight was half an hour earlier than Tang Ming's, Qin Dongxue naturally came to the airport to pick her up. She arrived earlier than Ling Yun. "Auntie." Ling Yun greeted Qin Dongxue with a smile. Chao Shanshan, Mo Wudao, Ling Xiu, Ling Feng, and Ling Li also came over to greet Qin Dongxue. Brat, I didn't expect you to single-handedly wipe out the Sun and Qin families. Qin Dongxue nodded at everyone. Her beautiful eyes were full of praise as she spoke to Ling Yun. Haha, that's for sure. I said I would wipe them out long ago. Ling Yun wasn't humble at all. He said it with a cocky face, causing everyone to burst into laughter. Qin Dongxue couldn't help but roll her eyes at Ling Yun. Look at how smug you are. Then, everyone began to chat. Soon, they were naturally divided into two groups. There were 4 men in one group and 3 women in the other. There was a clear distinction between the two groups. It couldn't be helped. Qin Dongxue, Chao Shanshan, and Ling Xiao were the most outstanding women of the Qin family, Chao family, and Ling family respectively. How could Ling Yun and the rest interrupt their conversation now that they were gathered together? Ling Yun and his brothers chatted casually. At the same time, he released his divine sense to envelop the entire airport. He paid attention to the flight information and the bustling passengers in the airport. Now, Ling Yun's divine sense could reach a distance of 3,000 meters. He could even observe the takeoff and landing of all the planes on the tarmac of the airport. It was truly terrifying. Human technology is indeed impressive. Amazing. Ling Yun carefully observed the takeoff and landing of the planes, listening to the roar of the engines when the planes took off and the loud friction sounds when the planes landed on the runway. He could not help but sigh in his heart. Now, Ling Yun didn't reject human technology from the bottom of his heart. He was trying to accept and adapt. As a true cultivator, he had just been able to ride the sword and fly. If he did not use divine essence, he could only fly about 50 kilometers in one breath. However, humans had planes. Ordinary people only needed about 3 hours to travel from Qingshui City in Jiangnan Province to Beijing. Putting everything else aside, the result was the same in terms of speed and effectiveness. Ling Yun knew how to use the sword kinesis flight, but he needed to cultivate non-stop. As for ordinary people, even though they couldn't fly, they didn't need to cultivate. All they needed was a plane ticket. Traffic was like that, so was communication. If a cultivator was strong enough, he could transmit his voice from thousands of miles away, but humans could also do the same with telephones. The only difference between cultivation and technology was that cultivators did not need to rely on external forces, while ordinary people needed to rely on high-tech products. If the level of human technology reaches a certain level and is used to develop their own potential, what will happen? Very quickly, Ling Yun thought of this and muttered in his heart. At the same time, he didn't forget to chat with Ling Feng, Ling Li, and the rest. Unknowingly, half an hour had passed. Rascal, Ling Yu's plane is about to arrive. Shall we wait for her at the VIP passage? At this moment, Qin Dongxue suddenly stopped talking and came over to pat Ling Yun's shoulder. This time, the Qin family was very generous. They specially booked a plane for Ling Yu. Qin Dongxue already knew about it, so she came over to remind Ling Yun when she saw that it was about time. All right. Ling Yun hadn't seen Ling Yu for more than a month. In this period of time, he had reached the late stages of Qi cultivation stage 3. He really wanted to know what realm Ling Yu was at now. The group of 7 quickly arrived at the exit of the VIP passage and waited for Ling Yu to come out. Ling Yun continued to expand his divine sense to the maximum. He began to focus on every plane that had just landed on the airport runway. He wanted to be the first to see his sister. After another 5 to 6 minutes, he saw a medium-sized plane landing on the airport runway and entered Ling Yun's divine sense. Then, Ling Yun saw Ning Lingyu in the cabin. Ning Lingyu sat in the first-class cabin, next to the window. She wore a snow-white shirt and a pair of sky-blue jeans. She was looking out of the window and observing the scenery of the airport. Her eyes were full of novelty. It was Ning Lingyu's first time in Beijing. The weather was good today, and the sun was shining brightly. The dazzling sunlight shone through the window on Ning Lingyu's dreamy face, exuding a holy halo. She was like an angel who had descended to earth. The pinnacle of Qi cultivation stage 3, Ling Yan's divine sense enveloped Ning Lingyu. With just one look, he could see Ning Lingyu's current realm. He immediately shouted in excitement, as expected of a celestial physique. To Ning Lingyu, as long as she reached the qi refining stage, there was no need to worry about the first or second stage of cultivation. Small realms like level 1 and level 2 belonged to the early stages of qi cultivation. Within the early stages of qi cultivation, these small realms were no obstacle to Ning Lingyu. To her, there was only the early stages of qi cultivation, the middle stages, and the late stages. Lingyu, in his excitement, Ling Yun couldn't be bothered to wait for Ning Lingyu to get off the plane. He directly used telepathy and sent his voice into Ning Lingyu's ears from more than 1,000 meters away. Big brother? Ning Lingyu's delicate body trembled. With a single thought, she immediately released her powerful divine sense, enveloping the entire airport in an instant. Then, Ning Lingyu saw Ling Yun, Qin Dongxue, and the rest waiting at the exit of the VIP passage. Big brother? It's really you. Ning Lingyu was extremely excited to see Ling Yun. She used telepathy to communicate with Ling Yun. This was what a cultivator was like. They had strong divine senses and could use telepathy. Even though they were separated by 1,000 meters, it was no different from talking face to face. Haha, Lingyu, I didn't expect you to be so strong now. Let me tell you, your realm is the pinnacle of qi cultivation stage 3. You'll soon enter the middle stages of qi cultivation stage. You're even faster than me. Ling Yun smiled and said to Ning Lingyu, who had already stood up. The plane was still taxiing, but this wasn't a problem for Ning Lingyu. She stood very steadily. Big brother, wait for me. Auntie Mei and I are about to get off the plane. This time, Auntie Mei from the Qin family and more than 10 men of sacrifice from the Qin family accompanied Ning Lingyu. They were all dressed in black suits and looked very cool. Okay. Ling Yun immediately retracted his divine sense and said to Qin Dongxue, Lingyu's plane has landed. They'll be out soon. Rascal, what realm are you at now? How can your divine sense be so strong? Qin Dongxue asked with a smile. She knew that Ling Yun must have been using his divine sense to observe the entire airport. The late stages of qi cultivation stage 3. Hee, Auntie, I can use the sword kinesis flight now. I'll bring you for a spin in the sky later. Ling Yun said proudly. Qin Dongxue was dumbfounded. Qin Dongxue met Ling Yun for the first time at the Zhuang family in early April. At that time, Ling Yun still needed her protection. Now, Ling Yun actually told her that he could use the sword kinesis flight. It had only been 5 months. Big brother. Auntie. 10 minutes later, Ning Lingyu walked out of the VIP passageway and ran towards Ling Yun. Ling Yun opened his arms and took a big step forward. He pulled Lingyu into his arms and hugged her tightly. He patted her back gently and said, Lingyu, did you miss your brother? What do you think? Ning Lingyu's eyes were a little red, and her voice was choked. She was blaming Ling Yun for not contacting her for so long. It's all my fault. I won't do it again. Ling Yun hurriedly blamed himself and released his arms. He held Ning Lingyu's hand and walked towards the crowd. Lingyu, let me introduce you. This is my second brother, Ling Feng, and this is my younger brother, Ling Li. They are big sister Ling Xiu's biological brothers. Ning Lingyu already knew Qin Dongxue, Chao Shanshan, Mo Wudao, and even Ling Xiu. Ling Yun didn't need to introduce them. Hello, I'm Ning Lingyu. Ning Lingyu tried her best to calm down and greeted Ling Feng and Ling Li with a smile. Wow. Big sister Lingyu is so beautiful. This was the first thing Ling Li said when he saw Ning Lingyu. Ling Yun went back to greet Aunt Mei who was behind him. Aunt Mei smiled at Ling Yun and nodded at him. The last to walk out were the Qin family's men of sacrifice. Many of them were carrying large boxes, which were obviously the luggage the Qin family had prepared for Ning Lingyu. Ling Yun naturally nodded at them as a form of greeting. Ning Lingyu and Aunt Mei immediately started chatting with Qin Dongxue and the rest. The others could only listen at the side. Half an hour later, Tang Meng's plane landed. There were simply too many people in their group. Hence, Tang Meng had to book a plane to come over as well. Big brother Yun. Big brother Yun. Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu were the first to come out. Once they saw Ling Yun, they immediately rushed towards him without a second thought. Ha 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 ha, Ling Yun laughed heartily and walked forward, hugging his two good brothers at the same time. We haven't seen each other for 3 weeks. Did you miss me? It had indeed been 3 weeks since Ling Yun left Xianxia on the 16th of August. The three brothers reunited on the 6th of September. Ling Yun, Ling Yu, Xianxia. Wow, you're all here. At this moment, another 2 girls walked out from the VIP passageway. The one in front greeted Ling Yun and the rest as soon as she appeared. They were none other than Zhang Ling and Qi Xiaoqing. To be continued. Zhang Ling, Qi Xiaoqing, you're finally here. I've missed you so much. When Chao Shanshan saw the two of them, she immediately went up to them and greeted them warmly. Zhang Ling was Chao Shanshan's high school classmate and best friend. Qi Xiaoqing was currently living in Chao Shanshan's villa, so they were most familiar with each other. The situation became more complicated with more people. Because of Ling Yun, the relationships between many people were actually very subtle. However, they were busy chatting at the airport and couldn't care less about other things. After greeting Zhang Ling and Qi Xiaoqing, Ling Yun asked Chao Shanshan to bring them over to get to know everyone. He stood with Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu. At this time, Emma Wudao had already come over. The 4 of them looked at the large group of people that came out of the passage. There were a total of 72 people between the ages of 16 to 19. They were dressed in all kinds of clothes, and each of them carried 1 or 2 huge suitcases. Their faces were filled with excitement and their eyes were filled with passion as they walked out of the passage. These were, of course, the 72 disciples of the immortal physician sect that Ling Yun had carefully selected in Qingshui City. Big Brother Yun. Big Brother Yun. Every single one of them had a fanatical look in their eyes when they saw Ling Yun. However, they were respectful and greeted Ling Yun honestly. Ling Yun scanned the crowd and observed them one by one. He realized that after more than a month of training, these 72 people were at least in the middle stage of the Hotian realm. Even the weakest among them was at the pinnacle of Hotian realm level 4. Their natural endowments were already top-notch, and they had all taken Ling Yun's marrow cleansing pill. That was why their cultivation was progressing at a godly speed. Ling Yun also saw 2 people who weren't dragging suitcases. Instead, they were each holding a big black dog. They were at the back of the group. Ling Yun was elated when he saw the 2 big black dogs. Of course, he recognized them because they were the 2 dogs from Qingshui City's mansion number 1. The 2 big black dogs were huge now. Their black fur was as shiny as satin. They were like 2 calves. Once they saw Ling Yun, they were extremely excited. They shook their heads and wagged their tails as they pounced on Ling Yun. The 2 people couldn't stop them at all. Tang Meng, why did you bring them here too? Ling Yun knew that these 2 big black dogs had stayed in Qingshui City's mansion number 1 for almost half a year. They had been bathing in spiritual energy all day long. Now, they were already psychic, and their IQ was close to that of a 4 or 5-year-old child. Therefore, he didn't mind. Hee, Big Brother Yun, Miao Xiao Miao asked me to bring them along for you. I thought about it for a while, and since we don't need them to guard our homes, I decided to bring them along. Oh, so that's how it is. Let's bring it then. Ling Yun thought about it. Even though he no longer needed the blood of the big black dog to draw talismans, the 2 big black dogs were his anyway. It didn't matter where he raised them. Is everyone here? Then let's go. Let's leave the airport first. With so many of us gathered here, it's really too eye-catching. By the time all 72 disciples of the immortal physician sect had come out, there were more than 100 people at Ling Yun's place. They had already attracted the attention of the airport staff. Therefore, this group of more than 100 people walked out of the airport lobby in a grandiose manner. They quickly arrived at the parking lot, boarded 2 luxury buses, and left the Beijing International Airport. The entire journey was silent. After entering Beijing, the dozen or so men of sacrifice from the Qin family found a secluded place to alight under Qin Dongshua's instructions and left alone. They were the men of sacrifice from the Qin family, so they naturally couldn't go to the Ling family's ancestral home. After a while, Qin Dongxue and Auntie Mei alighted at a crossroads. Ling Yun, Ning Ling Yu, and the rest naturally alighted as well. Rascal, remember this. When you're done with your work, come and find me immediately. I have something to tell you. Xianxia said to Ling Yun before they parted. All right, auntie. I'll come and find you in a few days. Ling Yun understood that what Xianxia wanted to tell him had to do with Xianxia or the demon subduing convention. Therefore, he immediately agreed with a smile. Take good care of Ling Yu. Xianxia reminded Ling Yun one last time before exchanging a few words with Ling Yu. Only then did she leave with a peace of mind. After sending Xianxia off, Ling Yun, Ling Yu, and the rest returned to the bus. This time, there was nothing else on the road, and they returned to the Ling family's ancestral home. Wow, such a huge house. When the two buses entered the Ling family's ancestral home, there was a burst of exclamations. It wasn't just the 72 disciples of the immortal physician sect, but also Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu. However, this was a normal reaction for these people. Therefore, Ling Yun didn't mind and let them accept these things on their own. At this moment, he was more concerned about the Ling family's reaction. After all, Ling Yun thought that bringing so many strangers to his house would inevitably cause a mess even though the Ling family was a big family. However, Ling Yun's worries instantly disappeared once he entered the house. This was because he saw Ling Lai, Ling Xiao, and Ling Yu. The three of them were standing in the front yard with all the important figures of the Ling family, waiting for their return. Grandpa. Father. Ling Yun was very touched. Ling Yu, do you see that? That's my grandpa, that's my father, and that's my second uncle. Before getting off the bus, Ling Yun immediately started introducing his family to Ling Yu. Ling Yu had divine sense and had already seen these important figures of the Ling family. She listened to Ling Yun's introduction and nodded lightly. Very quickly, Ling Yun led everyone out of the car. Then, he pulled Ling Yu and ran directly to Ling Lai. Grandpa, father, why are you guys? Ling Yun greeted Ling Lai and Ling Xiao before asking excitedly at the same time. However, Ling Lai waved his hand and smiled benevolently. Yun, there's no need to say anything now. Hurry up and introduce these young people to us. Ling Yun clearly felt the changes in Ling Lai and Ling Xiao. Even though he was a little confused, he knew that this wasn't the time to ask such questions. Therefore, he started introducing both parties. Ling Yu, Tang Meng, Tai Xiaohu, Zhang Ling, Qi Xiaoqing. Ling Yun introduced these people to the elders of the Ling family. Finally, he said to Ling Lai, Grandpa, these are the 72 disciples that I picked in Xianxia city. Good. Ling Lai looked at these people and scanned them with his divine sense. His eyes immediately revealed a look of approval. He was very happy to have said good 3 times in a row. Ling Lai could tell with one look that these people had a strong foundation just by looking at their physical fitness and current cultivation. Once these people grew up, they would definitely become a powerful force in the Ling family, because there were too many people on both sides. Just getting to know each other took a lot of time. When everyone finally met each other, it was already close to noon. With so many people, just eating alone was a problem. Fortunately, Ling Yu had already made arrangements. He told Ling Yun that he had already booked the best hotel nearby and was waiting to receive these people. Therefore, everyone from the Ling family, including the people that Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu had brought from Xianxia city, went to the hotel. There was a big banquet as a welcome party. After lunch, it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Yun, what do you intend to do with these people? On the way back, Ling Yu specially sat together with Ling Yun and discussed with him. That's simple. Ling Yun smiled slightly. Second uncle, didn't you already buy a martial arts school? Send those 72 fellows directly to the school to report. It would be troublesome if there were too many people. However, these 72 people only looked troublesome, but it was actually not troublesome at all. Ling Yun would let them stay in the martial arts school first. As for the rest, Ling Yun had his own arrangements. Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu will temporarily stay in the Ling family's ancestral home. Of course, the same goes for Ling Yu. As for Zhang Ling and Qi Xiaoqing, I'll go back and ask them first. Ling Yun quickly stated his decision. Alright, then we'll do as you say. Therefore, this afternoon, Ling Yu let Ling Feng and Ling Li bring the 72 disciples of the immortal physician sect directly to the Ling family's martial arts school. As for Ning Lingyu, Qi Shaoqing, and Zhang Ling, they were dragged to her room by Ling Xiao the moment they got home. She said that she would make the arrangements. Tang Meng and Tai Xiao, who naturally went to the 7th courtyard of the Ling family. Just like Mo Wudao, they each stayed in a guest room. The 2 big black dogs were chained up in the 6th courtyard of the Ling family, and they stayed there from then on. Just like that, it only took half an afternoon for the Ling family to settle everything neatly. It was busy but not chaotic. Phew. They're all here. This feels so **king good. After Ling Yun settled them one by one, he didn't look for anyone for the time being. He returned to his room and sat on the sofa, letting out a long breath. Chao Shanshan brought him a glass of water and smiled. Drink some water first. Look at how busy you've been with so many people all of a sudden. After Ling Yun drank the water, Chao Shanshan smiled and asked, Ling Yun, there are still 3 to 4 days before school starts. What do you plan to do for the next few days? Ling Yun smiled. What else can I do? I asked them to come a few days earlier so that we can all go sightseeing in Beijing. Moreover, I've been in Beijing for so long, but I haven't been to the famous attractions in Beijing yet. Chao Shanshan's eyes were a little ambiguous as she asked faintly, then, what about Zhang Ling? Ling Yun couldn't help but scratch his head. Zhang Ling is your bestie. You can make the arrangements for the next few days. He pretended to be stupid and kicked the ball back at him. Pfft, Chao Shanshan laughed and said, if that's the case, we can't stay together for the next few days, right? Up to you. Ling Yun couldn't withstand Chao Shanshan's attack. He quickly got up and said, Tang Meng and Tai Xiao who have gone to Mo Wudao's room. I'll go take a look. He hurriedly ran away. To be continued. In Mo Wudao's room in the 7th courtyard of the Ling family's ancestral residence. I didn't expect Big Brother Yun's house to be so big. This courtyard has to be at least 1,000 square meters, right? This courtyard with 9 entrances is at least 10,000 square meters. How much do you think it would fetch if we were to sell it at Beijing's current prices? Tang Meng was sprawled out on the sofa, smoking a cigarette in his hand. His face was full of excitement, and his eyes were shining brightly. His saliva was flying everywhere as he spoke. Mo Wudao gave him a sidelong glance, the disdain in his eyes was obvious. Look at your inexperienced face. You've only just arrived and you're already thinking of selling the Ling family's ancestral residence? Hearing this, Tang Meng was taken aback. Who said anything about selling? I'm saying that this house is valuable. Valuable, do you understand? Mo Wudao couldn't be bothered with him. They weren't even talking about the same topic. The spiritual energy in this courtyard is very thick, at least 10 times thicker than in mansion number 1. If I could cultivate here. Tai Xiao, who hadn't said much since he entered the room, suddenly spoke excitedly. Che. Tai Xiaohu's words immediately caused the other 2 to roll their eyes. That was exactly what he was focused on, and he distanced himself from the other 2. However, after a moment of disdain, Mo Wudao's eyes suddenly lit up. Hu Zi, I think you're about to break through to the Xiantian realm, right? Do you want me to lend you a hand? With Ling Yan's help, Mo Wudao had already reached the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 4. He also possessed a true divine sense. With one look, he could tell that Tai Xiaohu's energy center was overflowing with true qi. There were signs of a breakthrough. That was indeed the case. When Ning Lingyu advanced to the qi cultivation realm, she caused the Qingshui River to flow backward. Tai Xiaohu reached the pinnacle of Hotian realm level 9 in one go. It had been 1.5 months since then. After that, Tai Xiaohu had been cultivating day and night. His realm had long been stabilized, and he only needed to clear his conception and governor meridians to advance to the Xiantian realm. Get lost. Who knew that Tai Xiaohu would roll his eyes at Mo Wudao's pretentious act? If he really wanted to break through to the Xiantian realm, Tai Xiaohu would have done so a long time ago. However, Ling Yun had already instructed him that if he wanted to break through, he would have to do it in the presence of Ling Yun. Why would he need Mo Wudao's help? F***ck, tiger, who's tiger? Call me Tai Xiaohu. Tai Xiaohu's eyes widened in anger. He stood up abruptly, clenched his fists, and roared at Mo Wudao. Of course, Tai Xiaohu told Mo Wudao to scram, not because Mo Wudao said he wanted to help him, but because Mo Wudao dared to call him Huzi. F***ck, you still want to fight? It just so happens that I feel uncomfortable holding it in. With Mo Wudao's current level of cultivation, the moment he saw that Tai Xiaohu dared to shout at him, his heart was filled with battle intent. In his eyes, with the difference of 4 levels, he didn't even need to move. He could easily crush Tai Xiaohu with just a finger. Brother, mother ***ker. Mo Wudao has only been with Big Brother Yun for less than a month, but look at how cocky he is. Tang Meng sat opposite him, still smoking calmly. However, he couldn't help but chuckle. He couldn't wait for the two of them to start fighting so that he could watch the show. Alright, stop fooling around. Aren't you guys embarrassed? At this moment, Ling Yun strode in. He couldn't help but find it a little funny that the 3 of them were quarreling the moment they met. He's the one who wants to fight me. Seeing Ling Yun enter, Mo Wudao immediately accused him. Big Brother Yun, he called me tiger. Tai Xiaohu retorted, not backing down at all. Mo Wudao glared at him and retorted, look at you, you look like a tiger, what's wrong with calling you tiger? Tai Xiaohu was speechless. A tiger's head? He was obviously tall and mighty. That was why he was angry. I won't stop you guys if you want to fight. There's a training room in the 8th courtyard. If you want to fight, go there. Ling Yun couldn't be bothered with the 2 of them. Then, he looked at Tang Meng, who was smoking as if no one else was around. Can't hold it in anymore? Tang Meng quickly extinguished the cigarette in his hand. Hee, Big Brother Yun, it's been a stressful day. Let me take a puff, haven't you seen the world, polluting spiritual energy? Tang Meng's explanation caused the other 2 to attack him together. Ling Yun chuckled. It's alright, smoke if you want to. Of course, the spirit-gathering formation had the effect of purifying spiritual energy. Otherwise, how could the Ling family's cooking, as well as the mess created by so many ordinary people, be eliminated? Oh, then I'll have another one. Tang Meng did not stand on ceremony. He chuckled as he lit up another cigarette and started smoking. Ling Yan's arrival finally put an end to the quarrel between the 3 bad friends. Of course, they wouldn't really fight. Why did you come to my house? Mo Wudao asked Ling Yan after he calmed down. Ling Yan sat down calmly and pointed to the front yard. Let's hide for a while, he said honestly. He. Tang Meng and Mo Wudao laughed ambiguously. Hide from what? Only Tai Xiaohu didn't react in time. Ling Yan sighed as he slapped his forehead. It seemed like Tang Meng was right. Tai Xiaohu had cultivated himself to the point of becoming an idiot. Then, the 4 brothers started chatting. Is Xianxia city still holding up? Ling Yan asked Tang Meng first. Of course, he was asking about the Heaven and Earth group. This time, it was Tang Meng's turn to be troubled. I can't handle it anymore from this week onwards. Well, there's no rush. Take it slow. Ling Yan didn't say much since Tang Meng had just arrived. He wanted Tang Meng to stay with Ling Yu for a while. With second uncle around, the Heaven and Earth group's problems wouldn't be a problem. The 4 of them chatted for more than an hour. It was almost time for dinner. I still have something to do. You 3 can have dinner together. Oh. Right, my big sister is entertaining Ling Yu and the rest. You guys can come over too. When it was close to 7 o'clock, Ling Yan casually left a few words before leaving. The other 3, Tang Meng, Tai Xiaohu, and Mo Wudao, looked at each other blankly. That was because Ling Yan was really just chatting. He didn't ask too much about Xianxia City's Heaven and Earth group or Tai Xiaohu's cultivation progress. It was just a casual conversation. Tang Meng scratched his head and touched his long hair. Why do I feel like Big Brother Yun has changed a lot? Have you guys noticed? Mo Wudao laughed. Tai Xiaohu thought about it seriously. Big Brother Yun, there's no hurry. Ling Yan did have something to do that night. After leaving Mo Wudao's room, he went straight to the 4th courtyard of the Ling family. He came to his father's courtyard. Father. When Ling Yun entered the house, Ling Xiao was sitting on the sofa. Piping hot dishes had just been served. Ling Yun could clearly see that every dish was exquisite. They looked, smelled, and tasted great. They were all Dong Rulan's handiwork. Oh? Yun you're here? Come and sit. We can eat together. Ling Zhao's body trembled slightly when he saw Ling Yun enter. He took the opportunity to stand up and ask Ling Yun to sit down. At the same time, he walked over to get Ling Yun a bowl and chopsticks. Aya, Ling Yun is here? Come and sit. Dong Rulan was still cooking in the kitchen. When she heard the commotion, she ran out immediately. When she saw that it was Ling Yun, she said excitedly, Big brother Xiao, there's a lot of smoke in the kitchen. You don't have to move. Just keep Ling Yun company. I'll get the bowl and chopsticks. Ling Xiao nodded slightly. He didn't say much and returned to his seat. Thank you, Auntie Dong. I'll get it myself. Ling Yun didn't sit down. He only greeted Dong Rulan politely. Then, he went into the kitchen in a flash and came back with a bowl and chopsticks. This child, Dong Rulan felt her vision blur. Ling Yun was still in the same place, but there was a bowl and chopsticks in his hands. She was dumbfounded. He had to use Qinggong to get a bowl and chopsticks in the room. This action was exactly the same as that last Ling Shui. You two eat first. I'll go make a few of my signature dishes. Dong Rulan said excitedly after a moment of shock. She immediately turned around and returned to the kitchen. Dong Rulan was, of course, excited. Even though they lived in the same big house, everyone had a tacit understanding of each other because of their complicated relationship. This was the first time Ling Yun came to Ling Zhao's courtyard since Ling Xiao returned to the Ling family's ancestral home. This was a pair of biological father and son. Ling Yan's visit this time was undoubtedly the first time the relationship between the father and son had broken the ice. If the three people in the house could use Ling Yan's visit to settle all the messy problems, what a beautiful and harmonious scene it would be. Ling Yan used his divine sense to scan Dong Rulan's nimble movements in the kitchen. He sighed in his heart as he sat opposite Ling Xiao. Father, where's little sister Ling Shui? Even though he already knew that Ling Shui was in the front yard with Ling Xiao and Ming Lingyu, he still used this as an opening remark. Oh, Shui went to the front yard. She's very happy that you brought so many friends over at once. She's going to join in the fun and get to know everyone. Ling Xiao casually explained as he watched Ling Yun sit down. He was very gratified at this moment. Ever since Ling Yun rescued him, this was the first time his son came to visit. One had to know that Ling Yun had gone to his second uncle's courtyard countless times. Moreover, Ling Yun took the initiative to bring the bowls and chopsticks the moment he arrived. This meant that Ling Yun didn't treat him as an outsider. The moment the father and son spoke, Dong Rulan, who was busy in the kitchen, pricked up her ears. She really wanted to hear what the father and son had to say behind her back this time. Oh, that's a good thing. Ling Yun replied casually. He could feel that even until today, Ling Shui's attitude towards him was still lukewarm. She was even purposely avoiding him. Now that Ling Yu and the rest were here, Ling Shui took the initiative to approach him. This was, of course, a good thing for Ling Yun. Ling Xiao nodded and smiled. Yun let's eat first. Have a taste of your Aunt Dong's cooking. Ling Yun, however, said, that's not right. Let's wait for Aunt Dong to come out and eat together. Ling Yun had purposely picked a time to eat. Of course, he could not eat outside with his father while Dong Rulan was busy. Of course, as a family habit, Ling Shui could do it, but Ling Yun could not. Just like he said, that was outrageous. If that's the case. Alright then, let's wait for Aunt Dong to finish cooking and eat together. Ling Xiao paused again when he saw that Ling Yun insisted on waiting for Dong Rulan to come out to eat together. After a moment of silence, he nodded in agreement. At the same time, he also realized that Ling Yan's visit this time was far more important than he had expected. Hey, you two can just eat. Don't wait for me, the food will get cold soon. Dong Rulan heard everything clearly in the kitchen. Her heart warmed up when she heard Ling Yan's words, and she immediately shouted for them to eat first. A person's heart was revealed in the subtleties. Ling Yan's respect for Dong Rulan was enough to touch her heart. Aunt Dong, there's no hurry to eat. I'll accompany father and wait for you. There's no need to cook too much, lest there are leftovers. Ling Yan was very relaxed now. He had already entered this door. Since he was here, he would treat this place as his home. It was his father's house, so it was not a problem for him to stay here. Why would he still treat him like an outsider? Moreover, this was the problem he was here to solve. Of course, it was not to stay here, but to come and eat whenever he wanted. No awkwardness, no scruples, and he could come and eat whenever he wanted. This was how a family should be. After Ling Yan shouted at Dong Rulan, he looked at Ling Xiao across the steaming hot food, smelling the aroma of the food. The father and son looked at each other in silence. Finally, it was Ling Xiao who broke the silence. Yun, it's just the two of us today. Just say what you want to say, there's no need to think too much. Yes. Ling Yan nodded and said directly, I've always thought that father's inner demon was Sikontu, so I captured him so that you could kill him with your own hands. Ling Xiao was shocked. Ling Yan's straightforwardness was a little too ruthless. He didn't give Ling Xiao any time to prepare himself mentally. But now I know that Sikontu is only one of father's inner demons. Your real inner demon is your big brother, Ling Zhen. Ling Xiao lowered his head and did not speak for a long time. Then, his eyes turned red. From the way Ling Yan addressed Ling Zhen, it was obvious that Ling Yan no longer considered Ling Zhen as his uncle. However, he still called Ling Xiao your big brother, Ling Zhen. Such a sharp stab really hurt Ling Xiao's heart. Even though he had buried this painful secret in his heart for 18 years and had secretly digested it for 18 years, even though he had been struggling in his heart for 6 days after Chen Jingtian revealed the secret. Father, you're kind and generous, you're righteous, and you value your brotherhood. I admire you for all these things. But even so, we can't use other people's mistakes to punish ourselves. Ling Yan's face was solemn. He pointed out Ling Zhao's hesitation and struggle in the face of the tragedy. This was the crux of the problem. It was very simple. Ling Yan's short words could be said to have hit the nail on the head. They couldn't use other people's mistakes to punish themselves. No matter how close their brotherhood was, it wasn't themselves, it was still others. After Ling Yan finished his sentence, he stared at the silent Ling Xiao and didn't say another word. Ling Xiao's eyes were red. He clenched his fists so tightly that his fingernails dug into his palms. His palms had long been pierced, but he did not feel the pain. His body began to tremble. Ling Yan's voice was not low. Dong Rulan, who was in the kitchen, heard it clearly. Her hand stopped moving and she quietly listened to what Ling Xiao had to say. They had lived together for 18 years. Even though Ling Xiao had never told her about the pain he had suffered, how could she not feel it? In the living room, father and son sat facing each other. Ling Zhao's 18 years of scar was mercilessly torn open by his own son. That kind of bloody pain was difficult to describe with words. Ling Yan and Dong Rulan were waiting. The whole room was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Sigh, Ling Xiao finally let out a long sigh. After a deep sigh, his trembling body gradually calmed down. His clenched fists were loosened, but there were traces of blood flowing from his palms. Yun, it's all my fault. I've let you and your mother down. Ling Xiao looked at Ling Yan again. His face was full of guilt as tears rolled down his cheeks. Is that so? I don't think so. I don't think you've let anyone down. Look at the sky and look at the ground. You're the biggest victim of everything that happened 18 years ago. Ling Yan did not let Ling Xiao continue. He directly interrupted Ling Zhao's words and calmly stated his point of view. Although he was calm, Ling Yan's words were very serious and serious. This was because he felt that Ling Zhao's way of thinking was wrong. In fact, it was completely the opposite. Whenever he encountered something, he would first think that he had let others down. To Ling Yan, this way of thinking was too stupid. If you were kind, others would think that you were easy to bully. If you were righteous, others would want to teach you a lesson. If you cherished your brotherhood, others would want to trample you into the abyss so that you would never be able to rise again, not even biological brothers. if it was Ling Yun, not to mention biological brothers, no one would be able to do it. What's wrong with you and mother being in love with each other? What's wrong with you and mother having me? In order to become the head of the Ling family, Ling Zhen did not hesitate to harm you. He did not care about the entire Ling family and exposed this matter. What's wrong with you? In order to protect our Ling family, you were forced to cripple your own martial arts. Not only did you swear a heavy oath to separate from mother, you also married Aunt Dong. What's wrong with that? When mother gave birth to me, she knew that the devil sect would not let me live. Hence, she did everything she could to get Aunt Green Bird to send me out of the devil sect. What's wrong with that? Since you've done nothing wrong, what's there to be sorry about? Ling Yan's tone was sonorous and forceful. Every word was like a huge hammer smashing into Ling Zhao's ears and heart. This was Ling Yan's logic. As the saying goes, one's personality determined one's fate. In Ling Yan's eyes, those things were all the fault of others. At this moment, all he wanted to do was to kill his enemies and take revenge. However, Ling Xiao wanted to take everything on himself. How could he not be in pain? You want to be a saint. Ling Yan smiled and said, but I can tell you right now that mother and I will not agree to it. Even if mother agreed to it, I wouldn't agree to it. No one is perfect. The most important thing for a person to be alive is to be happy, not sad. Ling Yan added another stab to his words. Ling Yun, you. How can you talk to your father like that? If you have something to say, you should talk about it. Unknowingly, Dong Rulin had already walked out of the kitchen. She saw that Ling Yan's words were like knives stabbing into Ling Zhao's heart. Her heart ached and she could not care less. Aunt Dong, without destruction, there can be no construction. My father has been in pain for 18 years. Isn't that enough? Today, as his son, I have offended him. Consider it unfilial for once. Ling Yan turned around and said to the anxious Dong Rulin. Dong Rulin was speechless. Even though Ling Yan's words were harsh, they were all right. This was the most normal way of thinking for an ordinary person. No one is perfect. Without destruction, there can be no construction. Without destruction, there can be no construction, Ling Xiao muttered to himself. Suddenly, he felt the blood in his body churning. The blood from his heart quickly rushed to his throat. He felt a sweetness in his throat and immediately turned his head. Pfft! A large mouthful of purplish-black blood sprayed onto the ground. Ah! Dong Rulin was greatly alarmed. When she saw Ling Xiao vomiting blood, she immediately disregarded everything and rushed forward. She arrived behind Ling Xiao and gently patted his back. Big brother Xiao, are you all right? Don't be angry. Even though Ling Yan's words were harsh, it was for your own good. Then, she turned her head and gave Ling Yan a look. It seemed like she wanted Ling Yan to apologize to his father. However, Ling Yan's face was full of smiles and a happy expression. Ling Xiao had endured humiliation for 18 years, and this was the blood that had accumulated in his heart. Spitting out this mouthful of blood meant that the demons in Ling Zhao's heart were all gone. Ling Yun, you, Dong Rulin was an ordinary person and naturally did not understand these things. She only saw Ling Xiao vomit blood and thought that it was because Ling Yan angered him. Therefore, when she saw Ling Yan's expression, her face turned ugly. I'm fine. Ling Xiao had completely relaxed at this moment. He stared at the purplish-black blood for a long time before he suddenly turned around and waved his hand. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and explained to Dong Rulin, Yun Er's words just now weren't to anger me, but to help me get rid of the demons in my heart. Ah! Dong Rulin exclaimed. She felt a little embarrassed, knowing that she had wronged Ling Yun. However, Ling Yun only winked at her and chuckled. Ling Yun was very touched by Auntie Dong's sincere and deep feelings for his father. Father, look at Auntie Dong. In order to protect you, she would disregard everything and blame me, even if I was your biological son. This is the right way to deal with things. With the counterexample right in front of him, Ling Yun half-jokingly used it. Dong Rulin's face instantly turned red. Hee, you rascal, are you done yet? After Ling Xiao spat out a mouthful of blood, he felt his entire body relax. His blood flow was unimpeded, and his spirit was completely different. His speech was also much more relaxed. Ling Yan chuckled and took out 2 healing talismans. He handed them to Ling Xiao, whose hands were still bleeding. Ling Xiao hesitated. Isn't it a waste? This kind of wound doesn't even need to be bandaged, just apply some medicine and it'll be fine. Just use it. Don't make Auntie Dong's heart ache, I have plenty here. Ling Yan's expression was relaxed as he teased. You rascal, Dong Rulan couldn't stay there any longer after being teased by Ling Yan. She wanted to escape to the kitchen immediately, but she hesitated when she saw the blood on the ground. Auntie Dong, you go ahead, I'll take care of this. Ling Yan immediately stood up and went to clean up the blood on the ground. He no longer looked like he had been provoking Ling Xiao. Now that Ling Xiao's demons were gone, the days of the Ling family on the right track had begun. With that thought in mind, Ling Yan used his supernatural power and quickly cleaned up the clotted blood. To be continued. With a soft lin, Ling Xiao's hands glowed with 2 balls of white light. The wounds on his palms healed instantly. Even the blood on his palms was washed clean. This Taoist technique is really magical. Ling Xiao opened his palms and looked at his hands. He could not help but exclaim. His eyes flashed with anticipation. He asked Ling Yan, is this Taoist technique? Ling Yan pondered for a moment before replying, cultivation techniques aren't necessarily Taoist, but talisman techniques can be considered Taoist. Ling Yan had nothing to hide from his own father. Big brother Xiao, rinse your mouth first. Dong Rulan went to fetch a cup of water and handed it to Ling Xiao so that he could rinse his mouth with it. Then, she walked to the door and took a clean basin. She held it with both hands and stood in front of Ling Xiao. Ling Yan saw this and laughed. Ahem, father, look at Aunt Dong. She is really taking good care of you. Dong Rulan was embarrassed when she heard this. Her face turned red and she quietly turned her body to cover her face so that Ling Yan could not see it. Ling Xiao's body trembled slightly. He looked up as he rinsed his mouth. From the corner of his eye, he saw that Dong Rulan's eyes were filled with wrinkles. Her expression was complicated. He sighed in his heart. Don't be impolite. Children shouldn't talk about adults' matters. Ling Xiao finished rinsing his mouth and glared at Ling Yan. It was obvious from his words that he was protecting Dong Rulan. Fine, you can't see it yourself, but you don't allow others to say it. Then I won't say it, alright? Ling Yan spread his hands and pretended to be helpless. Now that Ling Xiao had brought out his dignity as a senior and brought out such a powerful weapon, Ling Yan didn't dare to mess around. Dong Rulan looked at the father and son bickering for her. She looked embarrassed, but her heart was filled with joy. Of course, Dong Rulan understood that Ling Yan had repeatedly emphasized how good she was to Ling Xiao in order to matchmake her and Ling Xiao. Therefore, she was extremely grateful to Ling Yan. Ling Yan rarely comes to our house for a meal. Why are you scolding the child? Dong Rulan retorted to Ling Xiao in order to protect Ling Yan. This would have been impossible in the past. Ling Xiao was dumbfounded and didn't know what to say. Ling Yan, on the other hand, was laughing out loud. Dong Rulan went out to pour out Ling Xiao's mouthwash. When she returned, she looked at the table of dishes that had just been prepared and hesitated. You two can chat while I make another table for you. Even though Ling Xiao spat out that mouthful of blood from his heart onto the ground in time, who knew if any of the blood had splashed onto the food? Dong Rulan said that she would make a new table of food because she was afraid that Ling Yan would feel conflicted and be unwilling to eat again. No need, no need. Aunt Dong, don't worry. The dishes on the table are fine. There's no problem at all. I was there just now. Ling Yan hurriedly stopped him. He was already prepared before Ling Xiao vomited blood. He released his true qi and formed an invisible barrier in front of the table. Not even a drop of blood could land on the table. Dong Rulan was stunned. She looked at where Ling Yan was and asked, "You're blocking?" Hee, Aunt Dong doesn't believe me, right? You have to be careful. Stand firm. As he said that, Ling Yan released his true qi again. The yin-yang true qi formed an invisible wall in front of him. Then, he used his divine will to push the wall gently towards Dong Rulan's body. Dong Rulan felt a gentle force pushing her. She was immediately pushed back 3 steps. Just as she was in shock, she suddenly felt a strong force in front of her. How magical! Dong Rulan exclaimed. However, Dong Rulan suddenly remembered that her daughter, Ling Shui, had an additional platinum ring on her finger. Thinking about the magical power of the ring, she quickly understood. Ling Yan's ability was not something an ordinary person like her could imagine. Big brother Xiao, why don't you and Ling Yan eat first? The food won't taste good when it's cold. Ling Yan said that he would wait for me to eat together. I appreciate the child's kindness, but we are a family. There's no need for such things. Ling Xiao nodded. Yes. Ling Yan and Ling Shui, it's the same. You don't have to be so polite with me. Dong Rulan's face turned red again. She hesitated for a long time before squeezing these words out of her mouth. Then, she ran back to the kitchen as if she was escaping. This time, it was Ling Zhao's turn to be embarrassed. Ling Yun, on the other hand, had a completely indifferent attitude. Even though Dong Rulan did not say a few words, Ling Yun was smart enough to understand from Dong Rulan's last sentence that she meant that Ling Yun and Ling Shui were the same in Dong Rulan's eyes. There was no difference. She saw them as her own. Even though Ling Yun was not her biological son, her child was still her child. There would be no difference in treatment. Of course, with Ling Yan's current ability and status in the Ling family, Ling Yun did not care what Dong Rulan's attitude towards him was. However, Dong Rulan's words had undoubtedly removed the biggest awkwardness between Ling Xiao and his son. It only took Ling Yun half an hour to break the ice between him and Ling Xiao, between him and Dong Rulan, and even between Ling Xiao and Dong Rulan. All of the unspoken awkwardness between the three of them had been wiped clean. Ling Xiao had successfully removed the demons in his heart. From then on, Ling Xiao and Ling Yun had a seamless communication. Furthermore, due to Ling Yan's obvious goodwill towards Dong Rulan had completely acknowledged Ling Yun. This had also improved the relationship between Ling Xiao and Dong Rulan. At this point, Ling Yan's mission could be said to have been completed perfectly. In the past, Ling Yan did not come because he felt that the time was not right. Now that he felt that the time was right, he came without hesitation. Of course, his success in breaking the ice this time had a lot to do with his standpoint and attitude. However, another important point was that both Ling Xiao and Dong Rulan were good people. Good people that were hard to come by in this world. This family was silently thinking of each other and tolerating themselves. They would rather suffer in order to make each other happy. At the critical moment, they would disregard everything to protect each other. Ling Xiao was like that, and so was Dong Rulan. No matter how big the misunderstanding and awkwardness were, as long as there was someone to tear open the window paper on everyone's heart, they would instantly become a harmonious family. Let's eat. After hearing Dong Rulan's words, Ling Xiao was stunned for a long time. When he finally regained his senses, he said that it was time to eat. His tone was unquestionable. Are you really not going to wait for Auntie Dong? Since Dong Rulan had already said that, Ling Yun did not need to be polite anymore. However, he still asked one more question. He wanted to show that he was sensible. Your Auntie Dong is cooking for you. If she wants to eat with us, she can just get the kitchen to send it over. Wouldn't that save a lot of trouble? Ling Xiao had already picked up his chopsticks and said to Ling Yun with a smile. With the ice broken and the awkwardness gone, the conversation between the father and son was much more relaxed. Ling Yun was in the late stages of Qi Cultivation Stage 3, while Ling Xiao was at the pinnacle of Xianxia Realm Level 6. With their realms, it did not matter if they ate or not, so they still focused on talking. Moreover, Ling Yun was not here to eat. Ling Xiao acted as if nothing had happened. He picked up a few dishes and placed them in Ling Yun's bowl. Then, he took advantage of Ling Yun's moment of surprise to speak first. This morning, your second uncle came here and let me listen to the recording of your conversation with him. Ling Yun was surprised. Recording? Phones nowadays all have a recording function. Ling Xiao glanced at his son and smiled. You fought well in a life and death battle. Of course. Ling Yun was full of pride and arrogance after receiving his father's praise. Ling Xiao smiled lovingly. Your second uncle is a sensible person, and so are you. Both of you are right, but I was wrong in the past. I support all the ideas that you've mentioned. From now on, your second uncle and I will take care of the Ling family. You can go out and explore, but remember to take care of yourself. Don't let us worry about you. Father, this time, it was Ling Yan's turn to be stunned. He had never imagined that Ling Xiao's thoughts would be so straightforward and open-minded. Your grandfather has already thought things through, much earlier than I did. Ling Zhen deserves to be killed. Ling Xiao's tone was very calm. Even though he was talking about something that he had never wanted to face in the past, saying that Ling Zhen deserved to be killed was like saying that he should step on a cockroach. There was no agitation or anger, only calmness and indifference. You don't have to worry about Ling Yong. Leave it to me. He is a good and righteous child. He will definitely listen to what I say. Ling Yan was speechless. In the morning, I've already talked to your second uncle. After we buy the Ling family's side courtyard, father will build it for you. Ling Yan was completely shocked. A father building a house for his son was absolutely right and proper. All these years, because of me, your sister has some conflict with the Ling family and you. I know you can feel it, but you can't blame her. She is still young and stubborn. This time, Ling Yan had something to say. He scratched his head. How could I? Ling Shui is my biological sister. In the kitchen, Dong Rulin, who had been eavesdropping on the conversation between the father and son, couldn't help but burst into tears. However, the corners of her mouth curled up into a smile. I can see that the brothers and friends you brought from Qingshui City, as well as your classmates, are all very good. The Ling family will not mistreat them. Your sister, Ning Lingyu, is very talented. Everyone in the Ling family likes her very much. If she is willing, she can stay in the Ling family from now on. Ling Xiao said so much in one breath, and Ling Yin could only nod his head. At this moment, he deeply felt that it wasn't just Ling Yu. His biological father, Ling Xiao, was the one who truly cared for him. Thinking about the food that Ling Xiao personally put into his bowl, Ling Yin suddenly regretted waiting until today to break the ice. To be continued. Yun you've done well. Father is very pleased. Ling Xiao suddenly put down his chopsticks, stood up, and patted Ling Yan's shoulder before sitting down again. After saying all that needed to be said in one breath, Ling Xiao's simple action moved Ling Yan greatly. This was recognition from his father. Was there a need for words between father and son? There was no need at all. One action was enough. Ling Xiao and Ling Yan began to eat peacefully after a period of silence. Come, try the fish Auntie Dong stewed for you. Auntie Lu bought it today, it's very fresh. Dong Rulin walked out of the kitchen and carefully placed a pot of fish on the table. Her eyes were a little red, but she was beaming. Auntie Dong didn't know what flavor you liked, so I made it according to your father's usual taste. Thank you, Auntie Dong. I'm fine with any flavor, Ling Yin said. He picked up his chopsticks and picked up a big piece of fish. It's really fresh, and it's really fragrant. Ling Yin wasn't trying to suck up to Dong Rulin. Ling Yin was full of praise for Dong Rulin's culinary skills. Dong Rulin smiled. Then you two continue to eat. I'll make a mushroom chicken stew. She turned and left. Looking at Dong Rulin's busy appearance, Ling Yin couldn't bear it. He hurriedly said, Aunt Dong, there are so many dishes here. There's enough to eat. Don't be so busy. Sit down and eat with us. Auntie Dong is in a good mood today, so I'll take care of you. Hurry up and eat. Dong Rulin ran back to the kitchen like a gust of wind after saying that. The father and son in the living room looked at each other and began to eat silently. Father, Auntie Dong is really a good woman. Ling Yin suddenly put down his chopsticks after swallowing the food in his mouth. This time, he used telepathy to speak to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao nodded after a moment of silence. Yes, it's rare, but it's a pity. He used telepathy as well. My mother definitely won't blame you. Ling Yin couldn't help but say what he wanted to say. Why should I be a saint if I can't change my fate? Ling Xiao fell silent again. It was a long silence. Rascal, eat your food. So many dishes still can't shut your mouth? Ling Xiao did not reply. Instead, he displayed the dignity of a senior. Hee hee, Ling Yan grinned cheekily and said tentatively, why don't I go to Xingchen and ask my mother for help? Of course, this mother was Xianxia. Pa. Ling Xiao couldn't take it anymore. He put down his chopsticks and glared at Ling Yan. How dare you? Good, good, good. Ling Yan had to admit defeat. I won't say it anymore, okay? Let's change the subject. He changed the topic and said seriously, Father, you can't suppress your state anymore, can you? That's more like it. Ling Xiao picked up his chopsticks again. Indeed, I couldn't suppress it any longer. Ever since I broke through to the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 6, I listened to your advice and stopped cultivating the Ling family's Black-Yellow Sutra. After such a long period of recuperation, Ling Zhao's body had completely recovered, including his old ailments. He didn't dare to cultivate the Black-Yellow Sutra now because it was a cultivation technique. As long as he cultivated it, he would definitely break through to the later stages of the Xiantian realm. Shall we go to the dungeon to take a look after the meal? Ling Yan suggested cautiously. However, Ling Yan was undoubtedly overthinking this time. Ling Xiao didn't struggle or get agitated like he imagined. His expression was very calm as he nodded slightly. Yes, we should have done that long ago. After dinner, call your Auntie Green Bird and we'll go together. At this moment, Ling Yan wanted to scream in his heart. He was afraid that Ling Xiao would suddenly change his mind. Let's go, let's go. At 9 o'clock at night, Ling Xiao and Ling Yan walked out of the courtyard under Dong Ruolin's gaze and went straight to the 8th courtyard of the Ling family. Everyone from the Ling family, come to the backyard. On the way to the Ling family's dungeon, Ling Yan decisively ordered everyone to gather in the 8th courtyard. Big brother Ling, Yun Air. When they passed by the 7th courtyard, Green Bird was already waiting there. When she saw Ling Xiao and his son, she immediately smiled and greeted them. At this moment, everyone in the Ling family knew that Ling Xiao and his son were going to kill Sikong Tuesday. Auntie Green Bird, let's go. Thus, the three of them quickly arrived at the 8th courtyard and entered the dungeon of the Ling family. They went straight to the room where Sikong Tu was imprisoned. Paul, who was guarding the dungeon, came forward. Boss. He's not dead yet, is he? Ling Yan had decided to let Sikong Tu live for 10 more days because he wanted Ling Xiao to get rid of his inner demons. However, he had already lived for half a month. Paul nodded respectfully. Not dead yet. Sikong Tu was indeed not dead, but he was already on the verge of death from the torture. His whole body was nailed to the wall of the dungeon. His hair was disheveled and his body was covered in sores. He was hanging on by a thread, unable to live or die. As if sensing that someone had entered, Sikong Tu raised his lowered head with great effort. After seeing the three people in front of him, his eyes revealed a crazed look as his body struggled with all his might. Unfortunately, his chin was removed, so he couldn't speak at all. Ling Xiao entered the room and looked at Sikong Tu calmly. Sikong Tu, tonight, I, Ling Xiao, will personally kill you and send you on your way. Hearing this, Ling Yan turned to Paul and said, bring him out. At this point, there was no need to say anything more. Anything else would just be nonsense. Just like that, the three of them left the dungeon of the Ling family. Paul carried Sikong Tu and followed closely behind. After leaving the dungeon, the 8th courtyard of the Ling family was already filled with people. Other than Ling Yong, everyone from the Ling family was there. Even Tang Meng and Tai Xiao who appeared in the courtyard. Of course, such a scene was definitely not suitable for Zhang Ling and Qi Xiaoqing to watch. Ling Yan had already instructed Chao Shanshan to stay in the front courtyard with them. What the F***ck, what's this? Sure enough, even though Tang Meng had experienced the tragic battle at Mansion No. 1 in Qingshui City, he was still so scared that he closed his eyes and retreated behind Tai Xiaohu when he saw the ghost-like Sikong Tu being thrown out. Sikong Tu's current appearance was too horrifying. There wasn't a single part of his body that was whole. His skin was curled up, and it looked as disgusting as it could get. There was no way to describe it. Fortunately, Paul was a member of the Blood Clan, so he didn't care about this. This is the enemy of our Ling family, Sikong Tuesday. He is also Sikong Wuji's father. Ling Yan revealed Sikong Tu's identity calmly. Not only was he answering Tang Meng, but he was also informing everyone in the courtyard at the same time. As he spoke, he released his true qi and transformed it into a giant true qi hand. Then, he used his mind to activate it, and with a click, it fitted Si Kong-tu's chin back in place. Ling Lai walked out in big strides. He was tall and mighty, and his hair and beard were standing on end. He first nodded at Ling Xiao and Ling Yun before lowering his head and shouting at Si Kong-tu, "Si Kong-tu, did you ever think that this day would come when you provoked the underworld and bullied the Ling family?" Ha 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 ha. Hearing Ling Lai's shout, Si Kong-tu tried his best to adapt to the newly fitted chin. Then, he lay on the ground and laughed maniacally. At this point, Si Kong-tu only wished for a quick death. He knew that his time was up, so he had no more reservations. Ling Lai. Ling Xiao. You said that I provoked the underworld and the underworld? What a joke. I admit that I did instigate the people from the devil sect, but do you know who instigated the people from the righteous path? Today, I'll tell you. It's the head of the Ling family, Ling Lai's eldest son, and Ling Zhao's elder brother, Ling Zhen. Si Kong-tu took a deep breath and revealed this shocking secret. Then, he twisted his neck forcefully to observe the reaction of the Ling family. However, he was instantly disappointed. After the Ling family heard it, they were very calm. His words didn't cause any ripples in the Ling family. What? Are you all deaf? Si Kong-tu couldn't believe that the Ling family didn't react to him revealing such a huge secret before his death. I'm telling the truth. If you don't believe me, you can investigate. 18 years ago. Ling Yin stepped forward and looked down at Si Kong-tu's day. He sneered and interrupted him. Say no more, we already know this. What? Si Kong-tu was stunned. He didn't expect that his final attack on the Ling family would be completely ineffective. You've kept this secret in your heart for a long time, haven't you? It's a pity that you've wasted your efforts. Ling Yin smiled faintly. With a thought, he took out a long saber from his taishu ring and passed it to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao stepped forward with a knife and looked at the shocked Si Kong-tu on the ground. His eyes were calm. Si Kong-tu, my son will save me, but your son didn't come to save you. In a few days, my son and I will kill our way into the devil sect's headquarters and save Xianxia. Our family will be reunited. But all of this has nothing to do with you. So, go to hell. With that, Ling Xiao didn't give Si Kong-tu any chance to speak. He swung the knife calmly and cut Si Kong-tu into 8 pieces before finally chopping off his head. Ling Xiao had finally taken his revenge. After personally killing Si Kong-tu, Ling Xiao casually tossed the knife aside and turned his head to Ling Yun. Yun heir, immediately issue the family head's order to hunt down the traitor of the Ling family, Ling Zhen. If he's alive, I want to see him. The secret that Si Kong-tu revealed at the end was still useful. It further confirmed that the culprit behind the Ling family's tragedy 18 years ago was indeed Ling Zhen. Yes. Father. Ling Yun nodded without hesitation. At this moment, father and son were of one mind. On the other side, Ling Lai's mouth twitched, but he didn't say anything in the end. He only nodded silently. Recommended book, Campus Guru Zhang Juanbao's new work, Energetic Youth, released. 100% positive reviews, 100% exciting. Everyone should read it. To be continued. Ling Xiao and Yin Qingxuan's love for each other had caused the Ling family to be almost annihilated 18 years ago. One was Si Kong-tu, and the other was Ling Zhen. After Si Kong-tu was captured alive by Ling Yun, he was tortured to the point where he begged for a quick death. Now, he was chopped into 8 pieces by Ling Xiao, and his head was finally cut off. Ling Xiao killed Si Kong-tu without any hesitation or agitation. His expression was calm, and his eyes were indifferent. Even the hand that held the knife didn't tremble at all. He chopped Si Kong-tu into 8 pieces as if he was chopping up a chicken. Then, Ling Xiao immediately suggested to Ling Yun that Ling Zhen, who had already escaped from the Ling family, be killed. He wanted to see Ling Zhen if he was alive, and his corpse if he was dead. His entire person was calm and composed, and even his tone did not have the slightest fluctuation. There was even a kind of indifference. Ling Xiao had changed. That was how every member of the Ling family felt. Ling Xiao was no longer dispirited or hesitant. He had broken free from the heavy pain that had tormented him for 18 years, and he had reforged himself. He became confident and decisive. He stood there with his back straight, and he exuded a powerful aura. Before killing Si Kongtu, Ling Xiao even announced that he would go to the devil sect with Ling Yun to save Xianxia and reunite with his family. This was what Ling Xiao said to Si Kongtu, to everyone present, and even more so, to himself. Everyone could hear the determination in his words. Yes, Ling Xiao had once sworn a heavy oath that he would never meet Xianxia again in this life. However, what difference was there between such an oath and torture? From the moment he said those words and decided to break his oath, Ling Xiao had finally made his choice. He would no longer be a saint. Among everyone present, Ling Lai was the one who could feel the change in Ling Xiao the most. No one knew a son better than a father. He had seen Ling Xiao kill Si Kongtu and proposed to kill Ling Zhen. Just by looking at Ling Xiao's expression and actions, he was sure that the son he had before the incident 18 years ago, the one who made him feel the most at ease and proud, had returned. Of course, the person was always there. What came back was not the person, but the heart. Afraid of being exposed, Ling Zhen escaped. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, regained his confidence and returned. Ling Yin returned to the Ling family to acknowledge his ancestors, but Ling Hao was killed by Ling Yin himself. Ling Lai had worked so hard to find an outstanding grandson, but he had lost one because of that. His eldest son had escaped, but his third son had regained his faith and returned. It's all fate. Thinking about this, Ling Lai couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Plop, Ling Xiao suddenly knelt down in front of Ling Lai and said resolutely, "Father, your son has fallen into depravity for so many years. Today, I've woken up and decided to no longer endure. I swear to kill Ling Zhen and take revenge for those who died in the Ling family. I hope Father can fulfill my wish." Well said, Ling Zhen deserves to die. Ling Lai stepped forward and bent down to help Ling Xiao up. However, that unfilial son's whereabouts are unknown, and we can't track his whereabouts for the time being. We have to think about how to find him next. In just a few words, Ling Lai had clearly expressed his attitude. Of course, Ling Lai said these words for Ling Yun, who was beside him. Then, Ling Lai looked at the people in the courtyard and waved his hand. "All right, leave a few people here to deal with Si Kongtu's body. Everyone else, disperse. If there's anything else, we'll talk tomorrow." Since Grandpa Ling had spoken, the surrounding people naturally dispersed and returned to their own courtyards. In the end, only Ling Lai, Ling Xiao, Ling Yu, and Ling Yin were left. "The few of you, follow me back to the house." After everyone left, Ling Lai raised his hand and left behind a sentence. Then, he went back to his own courtyard. Ling Xiao, Ling Yu, and Ling Yin looked at each other and followed closely. "Yun Grandpa won't hide it from you anymore." Regarding Ling Zhen, before Chen Jingtian exposed him, Grandpa hesitated and didn't make it clear to him. This is Grandpa's selfishness. You won't blame Grandpa, right? The moment the four of them returned to the house, Ling Lai opened the skylight and couldn't wait to tell Ling Yin everything. Ling Yin understood immediately that Grandpa Ling was referring to the fact that his old injuries had been healed by Ling Yun. After he reached Xiantian Realm Level 8, he could completely crush Ling Zhen. However, he hesitated and struggled in his heart. In the end, he didn't interrogate Ling Zhen about this matter. "Grandpa, I can completely understand your feelings. We're a family, so let's not mention such a small matter in the future." As the saying went, even a vicious tiger wouldn't eat its cubs. This was human nature, so how could Ling Yin not understand? Ling Lai was stunned when he heard this. He had already opened his mouth and wanted to explain this matter to Ling Yun. However, he didn't expect Ling Yun to simply say that he completely understood. Then, he added that it was a small matter and that he didn't need to mention it in the future. That made him swallow all the words that he had prepared. He didn't care at all, that's right, whether it was Ling Lai or Ling Xiao, Ling Yun had never cared about their complicated thoughts. This was because Ling Yun was very clear that everyone had such selfish thoughts. He couldn't change them at all. Ling Yin only insisted on doing what he had to do. He had decided to kill Ling Zhen. No matter what other people thought, he had to kill him sooner or later. Ling Yin didn't return home for 5 days because he wanted to give his family enough time to digest and adjust to this matter in their own way. However, he wouldn't change his own decision. If it was an abscess, it had to be squeezed out. What Ling Yan wanted to do was to unite the Ling family as soon as possible and do what needed to be done. He didn't want to go back and forth on this matter and cause chaos in the Ling family. That way, the Ling family would really fall for Chen Jingtian's evil plan. Now that Ling Zhao's inner demons were gone and Ling Lai had made his decision, Ling Yong was the only one left in the Ling family. How could he be in the mood to waste time and energy on such a small matter? For Ling Zhen, the next step was simple. He just had to find him and kill him. So you mean that I don't need to explain these things to Grandpa? After being stunned for a while, Ling Lai felt a little indignant and couldn't help but ask. Ling Yin smiled. Explain? Grandpa, what do you want to explain to me? Explain that my father crippled you and you were seriously injured. That was why you had no choice but to hand over the position of the head of the Ling family to him even though you suspected that it was Ling Zhen's doing? Or explain that you didn't ask Ling Zhen about what happened that year because you didn't want the Ling family to be in chaos or because you didn't want to kill Ling Zhen after hearing the truth? What you've done is the most correct decision. It's human nature. No one could have done it better than you. What else is there to explain? Ling Lai was completely speechless. Finally, Ling Yin smiled and said, Grandpa, Father, Ling Zhen's matter has been bothering you and our Ling family for many years. Now that the truth has been revealed, we've also issued a kill order. Let's put this matter behind us. Speaking of which, we have to thank Shen Jingtian. He exposed Ling Zhen's matter, which is equivalent to removing the festering sore in our family. From today onwards, our Ling family will no longer have anything that others can use against us. This is a good thing. Yun Er is right. After we destroyed the Sunchen Alliance and resolved Ling Zhen's matter, our Ling family has no more internal and external troubles. It's a good thing that we can unite against the outside world. At this moment, Ling Yu, who had been silent all this while, finally spoke up. Sigh, Ling Lai shook his head and sighed. At the end of the day, I've thought too much. Since Yun Er can think things through so clearly, let's put this matter behind us. Ling Lai felt his heart lighten up after saying this. The haze in his heart dissipated by half. Then, the four of us should discuss what the Ling family should do next. Ling Lai didn't mention Ling Zhen's matter anymore. He changed the topic and began to focus on the future of the Ling family. Hee, Grandpa, I'll leave these matters to you and second uncle. I have more important things to do now. Ling Yin smiled. Ling Lai looked up. Oh? What's so important? Ling Yin pointed at Ling Xiao. My father is about to break through to the next realm. We can't wait any longer. I think we should do it tonight. Ling Xiao had gotten his revenge and regained his confidence. This was the best time for him to break through to the next realm. Ling Lai slapped his thigh when he heard this. Cough. Look at how muddle-headed I am. I didn't even care about Xiao Er breaking through to the next realm. Alright, then don't stay here. Hurry up and go to the training room. Do you need me to protect you? Haha, we don't need protection in our own home. You can just rest here. Ling Yin and Ling Xiao stood up at the same time and bade farewell to Ling Lai. The two of them went straight to the training room. Father, it doesn't matter which realm you're at. Just let nature take its course. The key is to open the hidden latch between your eyebrows and have divine sense. Ling Yin reminded Ling Xiao again and again when they arrived at the training room. Ling Xiao couldn't help but laugh. Silly child, your grandfather and Auntie Green Bird have told me about this many times. Don't worry. Then, shall we begin now? Let's begin. Ling Yin first used the marrow cleansing pill to cleanse Ling Zhao's meridians and marrow, forcing out the impurities in his body. Then, he used 2 water talismans to cleanse Ling Zhao's body. Ling Xiao naturally entered Xiantian Realm Level 7 and reached the pinnacle of Xiantian Realm Level 7 in one go. Then, Ling Yin took out the dragon saliva and the dragon tiger pill for Ling Xiao to consume. He also burned 100 drops of divine energy to help Ling Xiao open the hidden latch between his eyebrows. Finally, with Ling Yan's help, Ling Xiao easily advanced to Divine Power Level 1 and gained a powerful divine sense. To be continued. In the 8th courtyard of the Ling family, inside the training room. Ling Yun and Ling Xiao sat cross-legged facing each other, their palms facing each other as they channeled the Black-Yellow Sutra. Ling Yan didn't stop after helping Ling Xiao break through to the first level of the Divine Power Realm. He channeled the Black-Yellow True Qi in his body to help his father cleanse his meridians and consolidate his realm. The tyrannical Black-Yellow True Qi formed a closed and perfect cycle inside the dantian and meridians of the father and son's bodies. Then, it slowly circulated, neither too fast nor too slow, and continued to circulate for 36 cycles. This round of cultivation took another 2 hours. Only when Ling Yan was sure that there were no more problems did he retract the Black-Yellow True Qi and his palms before floating up. Ling Xiao didn't get up immediately. Instead, he kept his eyes closed and cultivated for another half an hour before opening his eyes. Yun, did you use up a lot of True Qi to help me raise my realm? Ling Xiao was cultivating alone and experiencing the new realm. He had long entered a state where he forgot about himself and his surroundings. He opened his eyes and saw that Ling Yun was still in the training room. He immediately asked with concern. Ling Yun shook his head. No, we're connected by blood. What we just cultivated was the Black-Yellow Sutra. Not only did I not use up any True Qi, I even benefited a lot from it. Ling Yun was speaking the truth. The father and son shared the same blood. Ling Zhao's body was filled with the Black-Yellow immortal spiritual energy from the ghost divine willow. When their palms met, the Black-Yellow immortal spiritual energy naturally circulated in Ling Yan's body. Not only did Ling Yan not use up any True Qi, he even advanced a little. At this moment, Ling Yan felt that the Black-Yellow True Qi in his body had become stronger. The Black-Yellow True Qi flowing through his meridians was almost as thick as his Yin-Yang True Qi. Of course, Ling Yan burned 100 drops of divine energy to ensure that Ling Xiao wouldn't have any problems breaking through. However, Ling Yan's sea of consciousness could condense a drop of divine energy in a minute. He didn't care about that at all. He had already replenished the divine energy that he had used up after cultivating for so long. I'm about to reach the pinnacle of Qi cultivation stage 3. This was Ling Yan's accurate judgment of his realm. Father, how big is the range of your divine sense now? Ling Yan asked. Ling Xiao was startled. He immediately released his divine sense to sense, then muttered, it's about 1,700 to 1,800 meters, less than 2,000 meters. Ling Yan was delighted and explained, from the perspective of cultivation, you should be at the peak of Qi cultivation level 1, close to Qi cultivation level 2. Yuner, what about you now? Ling Xiao asked immediately. The green shadow flying sword appeared. With a single thought, the green shadow flying sword transformed into a huge broadsword in front of him. He flew onto it and hovered motionlessly in the air. This, Ling Xiao was dumbfounded. Hee, Ling Yan chuckled as if he was showing off. Then, he used his will to control the green shadow flying sword. It shuttled back and forth in the training room, dazzling Ling Xiao. Shua, finally, Ling Yan arrived in front of Ling Xiao again. The green shadow flying sword was only a foot away from the ground, and it stopped just like that. He couldn't fly too high. He was facing Ling Yan's father. It would be disrespectful if he flew too high. Yuner, who was the one who taught you all these cultivation techniques? Ling Xiao asked curiously. He was gratified to see his son's abilities. The leader of the immortal physician sect, an invincible master. Ling Yan couldn't tell the truth, but he didn't want to lie to his father either. That was the only thing he could say. Ling Xiao was speechless. It was as good as not saying anything. However, he could tell that his son didn't really want to talk about his encounters, so he didn't pursue the matter. Father, how's your cultivation going with the combat techniques I left behind? Do you want to verify them here? As expected, Ling Yan immediately changed the topic. Ever since the night of the 14th of July, when the ghost god Willow mutated and Ling Xiao used the black-yellow immortal spiritual energy to reach the peak of Xiantian realm level 6, Ling Xiao couldn't cultivate the black-yellow sutra. He could only practice Ling Yan's combat techniques every day. If not for that, Ling Xiao wouldn't have been able to defeat the Qin family by himself. I've already reached the pinnacle of the first major realm of the stellar condensation technique, Ling Xiao's figure flashed as he spoke. He used the dragonfish phantom ability. Then, with a light shout, he punched the air in front of him. Bam! The air surged, and the sound of an explosion was heard from this punch. Then, as Ling Xiao moved quickly, his palms crisscrossed, drawing out many mysterious trajectories in front of him. This was the firmament nirvana palm. Ling Xiao finished the entire set of palm techniques very quickly. With a thought, a long sword appeared in his hand. Ling Xiao waved the sword continuously. This was the small formless sword technique. Nice. Ling Yan was shocked and couldn't help but cheer. Everyone in the family said that his father's aptitude was heaven-defying, and this was true. Be it his body or his perception, he was definitely far superior to the average genius. Battle techniques were only related to the circulation of true qi. Ling Yan's techniques were all nature-defying. Any one of them could go against the natural order and defeat the strong with a small number of opponents. However, the more powerful the technique, the harder it was to cultivate. For those who were slightly lacking in aptitude, it would be difficult for them to even get started. However, after Ling Xiao was rescued by Ling Yun, he was able to master all of these techniques in a short span of 20 days. Not only did he reach the next level, but he also had a clear understanding of him. Just as Ling Yun was thinking about this, Ling Xiao's murderous aura surged. At the same time, his sword technique changed. The 9th killing sword technique was displayed. I haven't practiced the Celestial Destroyer technique much. Father used to use a sword, so I've only practiced these 2 sword techniques. Ling Xiao said as he sheathed his sword after he finished executing the 9th killing sword art. Impressive, father is really impressive. Ling Yun was full of praise. With your current strength, you can easily crush a Divine Power Realm Level 2 expert. Even a Divine Power Realm Level 3 expert would be no problem. Ling Yun had already killed a Divine Power Realm Level 3 expert. Naturally, he could see Ling Xiao's true strength. As he spoke, Ling Yun took out 3 swords from his Taixi ring. He couldn't control these 3 swords, but he could use his true qi to make them hover in the air at the same time without any problems. These 3 swords originally belonged to Lai Hua Taoist, Purple Feather Taoist, and Diyu Tong. Ling Yan smiled and said, "Father, pick one that suits you, or all 3 of them. You can use them for self-defense for now." Since Ling Xiao was good with swords, Ling Yun, as his son, naturally had to consider for his father's sake. Thus, he took out all the spoils of war. What a good sword! Ling Xiao flew forward and took a closer look. He immediately used his true qi to grab Purple Feather Taoist's sword in his hand. He grabbed the hilt of the sword and waved it a few times. He felt that it was very comfortable, so he smiled and said, "I don't need that many, just this sword will do." "Alright, this one then." Ling Yan put away the other 2 swords and took out a bottle of Great Restore pills for Ling Xiao. "I got this pill from Zhikong from the Shaolin Temple. I took a look, and it's not bad. During a battle, you can use it to recover your true qi." Just like that, Ling Yan raised Ling Xiao's realm and equipped him in an instant. Of course, Ling Xiao wouldn't stand on ceremony with his son. He nodded with a smile and kept it in his spatial ring. Then, Ling Yan put away the green shadow flying sword. He landed on the ground and asked Ling Xiao, "Father, do you want to spar?" Ling Yan wanted to help Ling Xiao adapt to his new realm through actual combat. After all, Ling Xiao had gone from the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 6 to the Divine Power realm. That was equivalent to going from the pinnacle of the middle stages of the Xiantian realm to the pinnacle of the late stages of the Xiantian realm. Only through actual combat would he be able to adapt to his new realm. At the same time, he would be able to discover his shortcomings and learn from them. Only then would he be able to continue cultivating. Yunair, isn't it too late? Why don't you rest early so that you can spend time with your friends tomorrow? It was already past 1 in the morning. Ling Xiao naturally had to think about his son. Ling Yan scratched his head and said, "I'm close to the pinnacle of Qi cultivation stage 3. At this realm, not sleeping for 3 to 5 days won't affect me much." Ling Yan was going to his room to rest now? He had nowhere to hide tonight. "Why, father, are you tired?" I'm not tired. Ling Xiao recalled Dong Rulan's performance today, and his expression became even more awkward. He hurriedly said, "Since you're not tired, shall we spar?" Ling Yan snickered in his heart. Of course, he knew what Ling Xiao was avoiding. Hence, the father and son started sparring in the technique practicing room. From punches and kicks to swordsmanship, the two of them fought and stopped at times. In the process of sparring, Ling Yin would point out any mistakes Ling Xiao made without hesitation. He also didn't forget to explain some of the key points of cultivation to his father in order to improve Ling Xiao's understanding of cultivation. Ling Yin had to leave Beijing before the Mid-Autumn Festival to attend the devil-subduing conference at the Wind Thunder Valley of Mount Longhu. The Ling family naturally needed someone to hold down the fort when Ling Yun wasn't around. Ling Xiao had already advanced to Divine Power Realm Level 1. He wasn't even 40 years old yet, and he was at the prime of his life. Apart from Ling Yun, he was advancing the fastest. Without a doubt, Ling Xiao would become the cornerstone of the Ling family in the future. The stronger Ling Xiao was, the more at ease Ling Yun could be outside. Thus, he spared no effort in helping his father improve. The night passed just like that as the father and son repeatedly exchanged pointers with each other. At 5 in the morning, the father and son stopped sparring and left the training room to cultivate the stellar condensation technique. At around 7 in the morning, Ling Yun was the first to get up. He greeted Ling Xiao and went straight to the front yard. To be continued. Under Ling Yun's leadership, the Ling family had never seen such a scene before. There were definitely many people who stayed up all night to cultivate. Take last night for example. Other than Ling Yun and his son, all the direct descendants of the Ling family, from Ling Lai to Ling Shui, had been cultivating non-stop in order to increase their cultivation base. The Ling family's inheritance had been activated. Everyone had the black-yellow immortal spiritual energy from the ghost divine willow in their bodies. They hadn't fully digested it after that short night. Moreover, Ling Yan had set up a spirit gathering formation in the Ling family. The spiritual energy in the Ling family's ancestral home was incomparably dense. Even though it couldn't be compared to a real paradise, Ling Yan knew that the environment of the Ling family was comparable to the ordinary environment in the cultivation world. Of course, the ordinary environment here was just any place in the cultivation world. The spiritual energy released by the entire capital was only at this level after being absorbed by the spirit gathering formation. However, that was only when compared to the cultivation world. On Earth, where the spiritual energy was depleted, having such a cultivation environment would definitely make others envious. If the Ling family didn't grab hold of such an opportunity, it would really be a reckless waste of resources. Not only would they waste Ling Yan's efforts, but they would also be able to rise to the top of the world. One had to be strong to forge iron. If one didn't work hard, they would still be useless even if they soaked in spiritual liquid every day and ate elixirs for every meal. Not only did the Ling family cherish this hard-earned opportunity, but Green Bird also did the same. She had nothing to do every day, so all she did was cultivate day and night. She improved at lightning speed, and she was about to break through to the second tier of the divine power realm. Moreover, Ning Lingyu and Tai Xiaohu, who had just arrived at the Ling residence yesterday, had also noticed the dense spiritual energy in the Ling residence. They didn't need anyone to remind them to cultivate the entire night, and they didn't even have time to rest. After leaving the cultivation room, Ling Yan scanned the place with his divine sense out of habit. He couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. Of course, there were also those who didn't know how to cultivate, such as Dong Rulan, Zhang Ling, Qi Xiaoqing, and Tang Meng. Here you go. Ling Yan arrived at Tang Meng's room. Tang Meng hadn't slept in. He was already up. Big brother Yun, this is my ring? Tang Meng held his ring in his hand and looked at it for a long time. Suddenly, he recognized that it was the platinum ring that Ling Yan had asked for previously. Haven't you always wanted a spatial ring? Now, bite your fingertip and drip a few drops of blood on it. Ling Yan smiled and nodded his head. Then, he let Tang Meng drip his blood on it. Ah? Tang Meng was stunned. He held onto his ring with one hand and raised the other in midair. He stared blankly at his 5 fingers, unable to bring himself to bite them. How about I help you? With a thought, a sharp sword appeared in Ling Yan's hand. He asked with a murderous look on his face. No, no, no. Damn, are you crazy? Was it necessary? Are you trying to chop off my hand? Tang Meng was shocked. Without hesitation, he bit down hard on his index finger and cried out in pain. Then, he hurriedly dripped his blood onto the ring. Instantly, the entire ring was dyed red. However, the blood was quickly absorbed by the spatial ring. "Alright, put it on yourself." Ling Yan smiled and nodded. He had already sheathed his sword and asked Tang Meng, "Can you feel the connection between you and this ring?" After Tang Meng put it on, he could vaguely feel it. Then, he nodded his head unconfidently. Ling Yan smiled and said, "Use your thoughts to communicate with this ring and see if it works." Using telepathy to communicate? F***ck, Big Brother Yun, aren't you forcing a duck onto a perch? I can't do this. Ling Yan could only shrug. Tang Meng had never cultivated before. Other than the immortal spiritual energy from the Emperor Brush and the cleansing of his meridians and marrow, he was just an ordinary person. It was really difficult for him to communicate with Ling Yan through telepathy. This was the difference between a cultivator and an ordinary person. To cultivate, one had to meditate and feel the energy center and meridians in one's body, as well as the circulation of one's aura. All of these were actually within the scope of communication. Therefore, a cultivator could use a spatial ring directly after a drop of blood to bind it to its owner. However, Tang Meng could not do so. Like this, Ling Yan thought for a long time before saying, "Just think that this spatial ring is an empty box. Then, you have to reach your hand into it to take something. Think about it repeatedly and try a few more times." After the blood binding, the ring would establish a connection with Tang Meng. From then on, it would belong to Tang Meng. Ling Yan could only use this method to guide him. It was the stupidest method. Tang Meng frowned and gritted his teeth. He followed Ling Yan's method and tried more than 10 times. However, all of them ended in failure. His face was filled with frustration as if he was constipated. This was like returning empty-handed from a treasure mountain. How could Tang Meng not be frustrated? Relax. Do you really think you can reach into the box to take something? And gritting your teeth? Don't be in a hurry to try it. Practice more in the future. Perhaps you will be able to use it by accident. Alright. Tang Meng was unwilling to give up. After trying 7 or 8 times, he could only admit defeat and stop trying. There's a dimensional space inside. If you can use it, remember not to put any living things inside, especially live animals. Any animal. Also, you have to remember not to use it in front of anyone. Whether it's to put something in or take something out, you can't let anyone know. Otherwise, people might get greedy. Ling Yan was very serious about these 2 points. Of course, he had to warn Tang Meng with a serious face. But Big Brother Yun, weren't you? Tang Meng knew that Ling Yan had once done a show on Jiangnan TV station. He performed magic in front of many people and was even recorded. Hee, Ling Yan laughed coldly and said calmly, "I've killed all those who tried to steal from me." What else could Tang Meng say? He was speechless. Finally, he sighed and said, "Alright then. Remember everything?" "Yes." "That's good. Now that you've come into contact with people of a high enough level, Wang Feihu alone won't be able to protect you if they find out that you have a treasure on you. Even cultivators would fight to the death for a space ring. If Tang Meng, a mere mortal, were to use it, it would be akin to telling a bunch of robbers that he had a treasure and that they should come and rob him. He would be courting death. Why isn't Wang Feihu here?" However, when it came to Wang Feihu, Ling Yan asked another question. Tang Meng chuckled. Hee, Big Brother Yun, I brought over 100 people with me this time, and we're all coming to your place. Do I need his protection on the way? I've asked him to look after mansion number 1. Hee, your life is very valuable now. It's never wrong to be careful. Even though Tang Meng's words made sense, Ling Yan didn't forget to remind him seriously. Big Brother Yun, at this moment, Tai Xiaohu had finished his cultivation. He heard the conversation between Ling Yan and Tang Meng and ran over. Ling Yan replied with a smile, "Did you cultivate the whole night?" "Yes." Tai Xiaohu's eyes were filled with excitement. Big Brother Yun, this place is too suitable for cultivation. The spiritual energy here is more than 10 times that of mansion number 1. Cultivating here for a night is equivalent to cultivating for half a month in Qingshui City. Tang Meng was dumbfounded. Even though he didn't cultivate, he did feel refreshed when he came to the Ling family. He even slept soundly. However, he didn't expect the Ling family to be so helpful to Tai Xiaohu's cultivation. That's too little. It's at least 20 times. Ling Yan pointed out Tai Xiaohu's mistake and asked, "You can't suppress your realm anymore, right?" Ling Yan could tell that Tai Xiaohu's body would have broken through to the Xiantian realm in one night if it wasn't for the fact that he was a cultivation genius and cultivated the stellar condensation technique. Tai Xiaohu's body was able to contain enough spiritual energy to reach the Xiantian realm. "I can't suppress it anymore, Big Brother Yun. You can advance at any time. I can feel that my conception and governing meridians are about to open up." Tai Xiaohu cultivated the raging wave's internal skill, which made all the meridians in his body as big as a river. The true qi in his body surged violently. Once he channeled the skill, there would be a loud rumble, as if the waves were crashing against the shore. It was truly shocking. "Don't worry. Bear with it for another day. I'll help you break through tonight." Ling Yan took out a platinum ring as he spoke. Of course, this was custom-made for Tai Xiaohu. He couldn't have forgotten about Tai Xiaohu when he was mass-producing spatial rings. Tai Xiaohu's eyes lit up. "Big Brother Yun, this is spatial ring." Ling Yan smiled and tossed it to Tai Xiaohu. Then, he let Tai Xiaohu drip his blood on it and tried to communicate with the space inside. Wow! It's 3 square meters. Such a huge space. It's amazing. Tai Xiaohu was able to communicate with his spatial ring after a few tries. He was excited when he felt the space inside. Tang Meng wanted to cry. Other than trying to communicate with his spatial ring again, what else could he say? It was too shameful. Ling Yan glanced at Tang Meng and said, "Sigh, comparisons are odious, and goods have to be thrown away." Tang Meng wanted to die when he heard that. Swoosh, Ling Yan took out the 2 judges that he had made for Tai Xiaohu from the Taishi ring. "These are your weapons. Try them out." F***CK. Tai Xiaohu practically snatched the 2 adjudicators in his hands. He held them in his hands and felt that the weight was just right. Tai Xiaohu loved them so much that he couldn't bear to put them down. He instantly started laughing happily. Ling Yan watched as Tai Xiaohu wielded the judgment sticks with such vigor, and he couldn't help but feel a little excited. The judgment sticks weren't just made of purple gold and purple copper, they were also mixed with black iron. Each stick weighed more than 100 kilograms, but Tai Xiaohu held them as if they were chopsticks. "Thank you, Big Brother Yun. Keep them first. As for the staff techniques, I'll teach you a few more after you advance to the Xiantian realm." Tai Xiaohu obeyed and immediately stored the 2 judges into his spatial ring. "Let's go. Ling Yu and the rest are in the front yard. Let's go and have breakfast with them." Ling Yan reminded Ling Yan as well. Recommending one of Big Brother's new books, The Chronicles of Beauties, The Tide, The Official Road by Rui Zhen, Beacon Emperor. Historical fantasy genre. Rising from the wilderness, gaining fame on the battlefield, dominating the court. This book will give you a different fantasy experience. Everyone is welcome to try it out. To be continued. Hey, wait. Wait. Ling Yan, Tang Meng, and Tai Xiaohu hadn't even walked out of the courtyard when they saw Mo Wudao rushing out of the house. He looked flustered and exasperated as he shouted at Ling Yan, F***CK, "Why didn't you call me when you were going for breakfast? Aren't we brothers? Can't you be more loyal?" Ling Yan did not stop and continued to stride forward with his head held high. He smiled and said, "Oh? Since when did having breakfast have anything to do with loyalty?" Mo Wudao quickly caught up to Ling Yan. F***CK, of course having breakfast has nothing to do with loyalty. But didn't we agree yesterday that we would all go out and play after breakfast? Don't tell me you want to leave me alone at home?" The other 3 brothers laughed. Indeed, when they were chatting last night, they had already agreed that they wouldn't be doing anything but going out to play today. Now that the 3 of them were going to the front yard, but they didn't call Mo Wudao, he was naturally anxious. Ling Yan turned his head and glanced at Mo Wudao. "Who asked you to slack off last night and not cultivate properly?" Mo Wudao felt wronged. "Ling Yan, you've wronged me. I cultivated until 1 in the morning last night." Ling Yun finally stopped in his tracks. He stared at Mo Wudao for a long time before smiling. Then, I started surfing the internet until 5 in the morning. Am I right? Being caught red-handed, Mo Wudao was instantly embarrassed. His face turned red, and he scratched his head as he casually said, I was just concerned about national affairs. Ling Yun didn't say anything. He just stared at Mo Wudao, causing him to have goosebumps. Alright, I'll take some time to chat with the girls, help them study their horoscopes, read their fortunes, and so on. How many? Ling Yun suppressed his laughter. Mo Wudao finally panicked. F***CK. What's the point of peeping at others like that? 12, is that enough? He had no choice but to tell the truth. When Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu heard this, they immediately rolled their eyes and looked at Mo Wudao in disdain. Ling Yun chuckled. Oh? How would he have the time to care about national affairs? Mo Wudao's heart was filled with hatred as he looked at Ling Yun's unrelenting attitude. After a long while, he finally said, I'm observant and alert. Why don't you go and die? Tai Xiaohu, how shameless. How shameless. Look at how shameless you are. In the end, Ling Yun made the final decision. However, he couldn't be bothered to make things difficult for Mo Wudao anymore. With a casual smile, he waved his hand, and the few of them went straight to the front yard. Brother! Ning Lingyu, who was in the front yard, had long heard the quarrel between the four brothers. She was already standing at the entrance of Ling Xiu's courtyard, waiting for Ling Yun. Ning Lingyu immediately came forward to greet the four of them. At the same time, she didn't forget to greet the other three. However, when she looked at Mo Wudao, she couldn't help but laugh. Since Ning Lingyu was in the Ling family, she naturally wouldn't use her divine sense carelessly. However, her 5 senses were now very strong. When she heard the four of them talking, she naturally used her divine sense to pay attention. Therefore, she saw everything that happened in the 7th courtyard. Lingyu. Ling Yun took a big step forward and affectionately patted Ning Lingyu's head. With a smile on his face, he said, Are you hungry? Let's go for breakfast. Hey, Ling Yun, you guys wait outside for a while. We'll be ready soon. Ling Xiu's voice came from the room. Everyone was going out to play today. Of course, Ling Yun wasn't in a hurry. He smiled and responded. Then, he accompanied Ning Lingyu for a chat. Ling Yun and Ning Lingyu chatted about nothing but cultivation, whether they were used to living in Beijing, and some trivial matters of life. As for Ning Lingyu's situation with the Qin family, he didn't even ask. Let's go. There's a good restaurant near our house. I'll bring you guys there. As expected, Ling Xiu didn't let Ling Yun and the others wait for too long. Very quickly, she came out of the room. Accompanying her was Qi Xiaoqing. Ling Yun first greeted her as big sister. Then, he raised his hand and greeted Qi Xiaoqing with a smile. However, Qi Xiaoqing only nodded at Ling Yun. Ling Xiu came in front of Ling Yun and looked around. Immediately, she asked, Hey? Where are Xianxia and Zhongling? Why aren't they here? Are they not up yet? Ling Yun was slightly embarrassed. He scratched his head and said, I don't think we should wait for them. Anyway, it's just breakfast. It's the same for them to eat at home. Ling Xiu glared at him. Nonsense. What do you mean by eating at home is the same? We agreed yesterday that we would eat and play together today. Why are you changing your mind now? Everyone around them laughed. Especially Mo Wudao. He glanced sideways at Ling Yun and was indescribably pleased. He thought to himself, Are you stupid? You can only bully me. Alright. I'll call out to them. Ling Yun couldn't care less about Mo Wudao at this moment. Helpless, he could only use telepathy to ask Chao Shanshan and Zhang Ling to meet up with everyone. Last night, Zhang Ling and Chao Shanshan had slept together. Chao Shanshan had dragged Zhang Ling to Ling Yun's room without hesitation. The two best friends had been whispering to each other. This was the reason why Ling Yun had been cultivating the entire night and had not returned to her room even if she was beaten to death. Chao Shanshan and Zhang Ling had already woken up. When they heard Ling Yun calling for them, they tidied up a little and quickly came to the front yard to greet everyone. Seeing Chao Shanshan and Zhang Ling chatting happily, Ling Yan felt even more awkward. He could feel the subtle changes in the atmosphere, but he could only pretend not to notice. Are all the servants here? Let's go and eat. Ling Yan took the lead and was about to walk out as he spoke. Hey, wait for us. Ling Feng and Ling Li also ran out from their yard at this moment. These two brothers lived together. How could they not join in when so many people were going out to play? Humph, the two of you are not allowed to go anywhere today. Stay at home and cultivate. Without waiting for Ling Yan to speak, Ling Xiu acted like a big sister and rejected them on the spot. Hearing this, Ling Feng and Ling Li immediately burst into tears. They looked at Ling Yan at the same time, obviously wanting him to plead for them. Seeing their pitiful looks, Ling Yan couldn't bear to see them like this. Hence, he hurriedly pleaded for them. Big sister, let's go out and play. It's not easy for everyone to gather together. The more the merrier. Ling Yan had been fighting and killing during his 2 visits to Beijing. He had never experienced such a relaxing moment before. Since he had decided to have a good time for 2 days, the more the merrier. In any case, he was going all out this time. Ling Xiu was deep in thought. She didn't want Ling Feng and Ling Li to tag along because there were already enough people. After all, the main purpose of today's outing was to entertain Ming Lingyu and the rest. Ling Xiu was worried that the two of them would cause trouble for everyone. However, since Ling Yan had taken the initiative to speak up for them, it was obvious that he didn't mind. Hence, Ling Xiu had no choice but to relent. Alright, we have to buy quite a lot of things today and are lacking 2 people to carry our bags. I'll bring the 2 of you along. Alright. No problem. As long as we can get out, we'll do anything. Hearing this, Ling Feng and Ling Li felt as if they had been granted amnesty and hurriedly nodded in agreement. Ling Xiu smiled as she rolled her eyes at her 2 younger brothers. Good for nothing. However, since everyone is here, we have to invite Ling Shui as well. As she spoke, Ling Xiu glanced at Ling Yun. It seemed like she wanted Ling Yun to invite them. Even though Ling Xiu had a valiant and fiery personality, she was exceptionally intelligent. She was as clear as a mirror about the estrangement between Ling Yun and Ling Shui. Asking Ling Yun to invite Ling Shui was, of course, a chance for him to slowly improve his relationship with Ling Shui. Of course, Ling Yun did as he was told. Using telepathy, he decisively called Ling Shui over as well. Ling Shui was only 16 years old and was the youngest in the younger generation of the Ling family. She knew that everyone was going out to play today and couldn't wait any longer. Therefore, when Ling Yan called for her, she didn't hesitate and immediately used her qinggong to come over. Big sister Ling Yu. Ling Shui took the initiative to greet Ning Lingyu the moment she appeared. Hello, little sister Ling Shui. Ning Lingyu hurriedly responded with a smile and took the initiative to hold Ling Shui's small hand. In this way, all of these youngsters would be gathered together. Yup, we have 6 beauties, and the 6 of them can carry our bags. Not bad. Let's go. Ling Xiu waited for everyone to arrive. She looked around and realized that there were exactly 12 people, 6 men and 6 women. Hence, she teased them and announced their departure. When they arrived at the main entrance of the Ling family's driver knew that the head of the family was going out today and was already waiting on the bus. Ling Xiu called for everyone to get on the bus and take a seat. She then told the driver where to go, and the bus started moving. They went to a restaurant near the Ling family's ancestral home. After breakfast, they quickly returned to the bus. Everyone, listen to my arrangements today. Do you have any objections? Ling Xiu immediately became excited the moment she got on the bus and took the initiative to be the tour guide. Naturally, no one had any objections. Then we don't need to go home. Let's go out and play. Our first target, the Forbidden City. Ling Yun was dumbfounded when he heard that. He didn't expect that the first place big sister Ling Xiu would choose to go out and play would be the Forbidden City. The Forbidden City. Ling Yun couldn't help but turn his head and exchange glances with Mo Wudao, who was sitting behind him. However, he realized that the kid's eyes were filled with unconcealable excitement. At that moment, Ling Xiu was standing at the very front of the bus. She was only 2 seats away from Ling Yun. Of course, she noticed that Ling Yun was stunned for a moment. What's wrong? Is there a problem with going to the Forbidden City? Ling Yun quickly calmed down and smiled calmly. No problem at all. Che. Why did you make that expression if there's no problem? You scared me. Let's go. The bus driver received the order and nodded lightly. He immediately started the car and headed straight for the Forbidden City. We are organizing a book review competition. The preliminary round will be from September 5th to September 15th. There are many prizes, such as Chidian coins and Chidian High-V accounts. For more information, please refer to the pinned posts in Chidian's book review section. You can also enter our reader group to consult. Dragon Emperor Martial God VIP Group, Dragon Emperor Palace, 415-375-900. This group requires a full subscription to Dragon Emperor. Dragon Emperor Martial God General Group, Martial God Pavilion, 288-158-063. This group is open to readers. To be continued. The Ling family's bus was custom-made. Although it looked like an ordinary bus from the outside, the compartment was much wider, and the number of seats in the compartment was 1/3 less than that of an ordinary bus. Therefore, the compartment was very spacious, and every seat in the compartment was also very large. The distance between the front and back seats was very wide, and everyone sat in their own seat, which was very comfortable. As for the level of luxury in the cabin, there was no need to mention it. It could even be said that after removing the rows of seats, this luxurious bus was no different from a luxurious limousine. This was the standard equipment for all the big families in the capital. Oh, by the way, let me remind everyone that there is free Wi-Fi in the car. The internet speed is super fast. If you want to go online, you can use your phone. After Ling Xiao sat down, she took out her phone and suddenly turned around to remind everyone. Emma Wudao was overjoyed. He slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Wow, big sis, why didn't you say so earlier?" Then, he took out his phone and was about to go online. Ever since this little Taoist came down from Mount Mao, he didn't learn anything else. However, he learned how to surf the internet without a teacher. Right now, he was definitely a complete netizen. Ever since he bought a smartphone in Xianxia City, he quickly learned how to surf the internet. Compared to cultivation, surfing the internet was his greatest joy. Ling Shui was sitting right behind Emma Wudao. She quietly stood up and peeked in front before giggling. "Hey, brother Wudao, you're a Taoist, why are you always thinking about the internet?" Hearing Ling Shui call Emma Wudao big brother so naturally and intimately, Ling Yan instantly burst into tears. However, speaking of which, Emma Wudao was Ling Zhao's savior. Ling Xiao was not only Ling Yan's father, he was also Ling Shui's father. Furthermore, ever since Emma Wudao moved into the Ling family, he had spent far more time in the Ling family than Ling Yun. Thus, with this kid's intelligence and slick character, it was only natural that he could get along well with the younger generation of the Ling family. Concerned about national affairs. As expected, Emma Wudao casually waved his hand and sent Ling Shui away. Tisk. Ling Yun, Tang Meng, Tai Xiaohu, and the rest let out a disdainful snort at the same time. However, apart from Tai Xiaohu, Ling Yun, Tang Meng, and the rest also took out their phones and started surfing the internet. Damn, this internet speed is even faster than my 4G. Tang Meng took out his phone and swiped the screen. After testing the internet speed, he immediately expressed his opinion. Then, he quickly entered his busy work mode. Tang Meng was in charge of the Heaven and Earth Group, which was worth over 100 billion. How could he not be busy? After fiddling with his phone for a long time, Tang Meng suddenly raised his head and asked Ling Yun, "Big brother Yun, do you want me to add you into the group?" Ling Yun asked, "Join the group? What group?" After merging the dream of his past life into this life, Ling Yun could be said to be completely integrated with modern society. He was no stranger to things like chat groups. However, in the past 6 months, he had been training like a madman and had no time to play with these modern things. Of course, this was related to his identity. In his heart, he was actually somewhat resistant to these things. This was because Ling Yun was a cultivator. To him, this bustling city and technologically advanced modern society was just a temporary place to settle down. His real goal wasn't this. What Ling Yun wanted was spiritual energy. What he was pursuing was the realm that he once possessed. Everything he was doing now was a process that he had to go through, but it wasn't his goal. This was the biggest difference between Ling Yun and Mo Wudao. Mo Wudao grew up in Mao Mountain, but the moment he left the mountain, he only wanted to enter the world, to completely integrate into this bustling world. Ling Yun, on the other hand, wanted to find a quiet place to stay and cultivate. However, after using modern computers, televisions, refrigerators, and air conditioners, as well as seeing cars and airplanes, Ling Yun's mentality and views were gradually changing. The reason was simple. Since it was convenient, why not use it? It was the same logic as Ling Yun's spatial ring. He would use it no matter what. What other group could it be? It's the Heaven and Earth Group's management WeChat group. You're our boss. There are more than 100 people in there now. How about it? Are you interested in joining? Tang Meng obviously knew that Ling Yun didn't like to be involved in these things. His words were filled with temptation. Not interested. Do you think I'm not busy enough? Ling Yun was browsing through all kinds of information about the Forbidden City on his phone. He scanned the screen quickly and rejected Tang Meng's invitation mercilessly. F***ck. Tang Meng rolled his eyes and said helplessly, "You're really a boss who doesn't do anything." Everyone laughed. Right, tell Qin Jiantao that we have to change the name of the Heaven and Earth Group. Ling Yun suddenly said to Tang Meng. F***ck, boss, aren't you changing the topic a little too quickly? I'm asking you to join the group, and you're telling me to change the name of the Heaven and Earth Group? Tang Meng exploded when he heard this. Our Heaven and Earth Group has only been established for a month. Oh, no, we opened on August 8th. It's only been a month since tomorrow. You're changing the name in just a month? Times have changed, Ling Yun said faintly. In the future, the Heaven and Earth Group will be the Ling family's business. If we want to grow stronger, we have to hang the Ling family's name on it. Let's change it to the Ling family group. Oh, that's true. Tang Meng was speechless because Ling Yun's reason was too good to be true. However, at this moment, Ling Xiao suddenly said, "Brat, even though what you said makes sense, Xianxia City's Heaven and Earth Group is your own business. It can't suddenly become the Ling family's asset. Even though the Ling family is united, what belongs to the family belongs to the family, and what belongs to the individual belongs to the individual." Ling Xiao's expression and tone were unusually serious. Ling Yun smiled and said, "I'm the head of the family. Don't I have the final say?" Ling Xiao was furious when she heard this. "Brat, do you dare to put on airs in front of me again?" As she said that, she stood up, turned around, and raised her hand to pinch Ling Yun's ear. I don't dare. Big sis, I'm just joking with you." Ling Yun raised both his hands and begged for mercy. "That's more like it." Ling Xiao retracted her hand and got back to business. "Brat, I can tell you in advance that my grandfather, my dad, and my third uncle will definitely not agree to this decision of yours. If you don't believe me, you can ask those two guys. This is the rule." Ling Feng and Ling Li, who took the initiative to sit in the back row, immediately nodded their heads like chicks pecking at rice. Big sister is wise and domineering. Tang Meng didn't expect Ling Xiao to change Ling Yun's decision in an instant. He immediately seized the opportunity to suck up to her. Ling Xiao smiled at Tang Meng. During the few days that she was in Xianxia City, Tang Meng had taken good care of her. Even though it was under Ling Yun's instructions, Ling Xiao still remembered Tang Meng's efforts. Oh? Can't it be changed? Ling Yun couldn't be bothered with Tang Meng. Business is business, private is private. That's your personal property. Ling Xiao blocked Ling Yun's train of thought with one sentence. She continued, "Moreover, our Ling family has our own business group now. It's called the Ling Group." Then, she changed the topic. "However, if you want to change the name of your business, don't call it the Ling Family Group. Changing it to the Ling Yun Group isn't a bad idea either. That way, any business you do in the future will be smooth sailing." Agreed. Emma Wudao suddenly raised his head and took the initiative to express his support for Ling Xiao's idea. Tang Meng slapped his thigh again. This is good. I support this as well. Isn't the headquarters of the Heaven and Earth Group the Lingyan building now? Changing the name to the Lingyan Group is perfectly justifiable. Actually, this kid was thinking that if they changed the name to the Lingyan Group, it would be much more convenient for them to get loans from banks in the future, especially those in Beijing. The Lingyan Group had Ling Yan's name on it. Who would dare to obstruct it? Ling Yan thought for a while and turned to glance at Emma Wudao. Finally, he decided. Alright, we'll call it the Lingyan Group for now. F*CK, what do you mean by for now? It's the Lingyan Group, we won't change it in the future. Tang Meng cried. At this moment, he wanted to slap himself. Wasn't he asking for trouble? His original idea was to let Ling Yan join the group. How did it suddenly become the Heaven and Earth Group changing its name? Big Brother Yun, I also support the name change. Tai Xiaohu also chimed in. Then, he quickly said, why don't you join my group to play? When Tang Meng heard Tai Xiaohu's first sentence, he wanted to compliment him. However, when he heard the second sentence, he cried his eyes out in the toilet. F*CK, old Tai, why are you messing around when you have nothing better to do? Cultivate. Didn't you hear Big Brother Yun say that he won't join the group? Tai Xiaohu chuckled. My group is different from yours. My QQ group is filled with the 72 disciples of the Immortal Physician sect. While Ling Yun was away from Qingshui City, Tai Xiaohu had created a QQ group to facilitate communication while he was leading the group in their cultivation. Oh? That sounds good. Add me in then. Tang Meng was completely dumbfounded. Big Brother Yun, you can't do this. What's wrong with people who don't cultivate? Are you looking down on people who don't cultivate? Are you rejecting us because we don't cultivate? Everyone laughed at his rambling, but Ling Yun and Tai Xiaohu didn't pay attention to him. Brothers, what are you doing? Pay attention, I'm going to use my ultimate move. Before Tai Xiaohu added Ling Yun into the group, he excitedly sent a message in the group. Instantly, everyone responded. The next moment, Tai Xiaohu added Ling Yun into the group. The boss has arrived. Big Brother Yun has arrived. Everyone kneel and greet him. The group was instantly flooded with messages. To be continued. Wow. Big Brother Yun. It's really Big Brother Yun. Greetings, Big Brother Yun. Greetings, Big Brother Yun. Greetings, Big Brother, greetings, Big Brother. He really is the big boss. I'm so excited. I'm going crazy. I'm going crazy, I've been waiting for this day. Greetings, Master. I've been waiting for this day for so long. I've been dreaming for so long. Some people were so excited that they even used lyrics. Bro, you're awesome. You actually managed to drag Big Brother in. Other than Tai Xiaohu, all 72 people in the group popped up and spammed the screen. It was a spectacular scene. Spamming was spamming. Ling Yan looked down at the messages flashing past his phone. Luckily, he had divine sense. Otherwise, he would have been blinded. What's all this nonsense? After looking at the chat for a while, Ling Yan turned his head around and questioned Tai Xiaohu. Big Brother Yun, didn't you just come in? These guys are just too excited. Tai Xiaohu was a little embarrassed. He smiled sheepishly and said, I'll just ask them to keep quiet. Tai Xiaohu immediately sent a message in the group. All of you, quiet down. I won't care if you guys scare Big Brother Yun away with your ferocity. The group fell silent instantly. In the eyes of the 72 disciples of the Immortal Physician sect, Ling Yun was a godlike existence. They wouldn't even have a place to cry if he really left right after getting in. Listen to Big Brother Yun's instructions. Tai Xiaohu sent another message immediately after seeing the silence in the group. Not bad, Xiaohu. You're really dignified now. Ling Yan praised Tai Xiaohu with a smile. He felt a lot more peaceful after the spamming stopped. Then, Ling Yan typed his first sentence after entering the group. Everyone, train hard. I have a reward for the first person to reach the Xiantian realm. The people in the group only endured for 10 seconds after seeing Ling Yan's message. 10 seconds later, they started spamming again. Time to train. I'm excited. I'm going to train. 2. Those who are lagging behind have to work hard. I'm about to reach Hotian Realm Level 7. Hehe, I'm also at the pinnacle of Hotian Realm Level 6. Big Brother Yun, what rewards are you going to give out? Red packets? I want to steal Big Brother Yun's red packet. The topic was off. I want to snatch it too. By the way, shouldn't newcomers give out red packets when they enter the group? Some of the more amusing ones began to court death. As soon as this message came out, the group went silent. Tai Xiaohu had been keeping an eye on the group chat. When he saw that someone actually dared to ask Ling Yun for a red packet, and with such a tone at that, his face turned pale with fright. However, seeing this sentence, Ling Yun burst out laughing on the spot. This kid has character. I like it. After laughing, Ling Yun actually praised him. Ling Yun didn't care about such a small matter. He continued typing and sent another message. Sent by Tai Xiaohu. Wow. As soon as Ling Yun sent the second message, the group became a sea of joy. I think it's necessary for me to enter this group to reorganize them. These brats are really too disrespectful. At this moment, Tang Meng had already run to Tai Xiaohu's side. He was also staring at Tai Xiaohu's phone with a face full of envy. Get out of my way. Didn't we agree to mind our own business? Why are you in our group if you don't even cultivate? Tai Xiaohu rejected on the spot. F***ck. Heartless. Tang Meng was furious. I don't care, hurry up and drag me in. Xiaohu, drag me in. Emma Wudao requested to enter the group. As soon as he opened his mouth, the car instantly became lively. I'll enter. Big sister Ling Xiao was the first to express her opinion. Ling Feng, I'll enter too. Ling Li, sigh, I want to enter too. Haha, there are so many people, I can teach them how to cultivate. Big brother, can I enter? However, Ning Lingyu asked Ling Yun directly. These people wanted to enter the group, but it wasn't up to Tai Xiaohu to decide. He was a little helpless and could only look at Ling Yun and listen to him. Those who know martial arts can enter. Ling Yun thought for a while and finally made his decision. He didn't join Tang Meng's group chat but Tai Xiaohu's. Of course, he had his own reasons for joining Tai Xiaohu's group chat. Ling Yun had called the 72 disciples of the Immortal Physician sect to Beijing to give them pointers on their cultivation. Now that there was a tool like the chat group, it was indeed very convenient for them to communicate. As soon as Ling Yun entered the group, he immediately sensed it and confirmed this point. Moreover, there was another point. Ling Yun felt that the last sentence of the clown in the group was very interesting. Fun, with his current net worth, he naturally wouldn't care about traffic. Since it was convenient and fun, he would naturally use it. Therefore, everyone entered the group one after another, shocking the 72 people in the group. In the end, even Ling Shui was added to the group. Only Tang Meng, Zhang Ling, and Qi Xiaoqing had yet to enter. Among the 12 people, only these 3 did not know martial arts. As a result, there were originally 73 people including Tai Xiaohu in the group. Now, there were 8 more people in the group, making it 81 people. Zhang Ling and Qi Xiaoqing didn't have any special reactions, but Tang Meng was really anxious. Are you letting me in or not? If you don't let me in, I'll fall out with you. Tang Meng shouted at Tai Xiaohu. No way. Tai Xiaohu was very determined. Big Brother Yun said that people who know martial arts should enter the group. Do you know martial arts? Cut off all ties. Tang Meng immediately used his trump card. Ling Yun laughed. Tang Meng, I entered this group to impart martial arts to them. From now on, it's all about cultivation. Why are you joining the group? Big Brother Yun, I can choose not to enter this group, but you can't be biased. Tang Meng naturally understood the logic behind Ling Yun's words. However, seeing that Ling Yun had joined Tai Xiaohu's group but not his, he was very depressed. If I enter that group of yours, it will affect my cultivation. Ling Yun finally told Tang Meng the truth. Tang Meng understood instantly. The group that Tang Meng created was made up of the executives of Ling Yun Corporation's headquarters and various subsidiary companies. It was used to manage the company, maintain the normal operations of Ling Yun Corporation, and earn money. However, earning money was just a means to Ling Yun. wealth, companionship, skills, and land were all for cultivation. Ling Yan's ambition wasn't there. He was a big boss who didn't need to do anything. This logic was the same as Tang Meng's pointless entry into Tai Xiaohu's group. If Ling Yan didn't manage the company, why would he enter the group of executives? Ling Yu, on the other hand, would be more suitable. Similarly, if Tang Meng didn't cultivate, going to Tai Xiaohu's cultivation group would only be a waste of time and energy. Alright. Tang Meng had no choice but to accept it. Then when I start cultivating, you have to pull me in, right? However, he didn't give up and added one last sentence. Don't worry. Ling Yun chuckled. This matter was over. After Ling Yun, Mo Wudao, Ning Lingyu, Ling Xiu, Ling Shui, Ling Feng, and Ling Li entered the group. The group was in an uproar. Everyone was talking at once, one after another. It was very lively. However, after sending those two messages, Ling Yun didn't say anything else. He temporarily blocked the group chat and continued browsing information about the Forbidden City. There were 12 people in the car, but there were only 5 who hadn't been to the Forbidden City: Ling Yun, Ning Lingyu, Tai Xiaohu, Mo Wudao, and Qi Xiaoqing. Other than these 5, the rest, including Zhang Ling, who came from a relatively poor family, had been to the Forbidden City before. Today, Ling Xiu's first target was the Forbidden City. Of course, there was a reason. She mainly wanted to bring Ling Yun and Ning Lingyu there. After all, Ling Yun hadn't really visited the famous historical sites in Beijing during his 2 visits to Beijing. Ling Xiu, as his elder sister, had seen all of this. Now that the Sun family and the Chen family had been destroyed, the storm was gradually over. The situation in Beijing was relatively peaceful. If Ling Yun didn't go out now, he would have to leave Beijing again. Ling Xiu knew Ling Yun's plan. He was definitely going to participate in the Devil Subduing Conference at the Wind Thunder Valley on Mount Longhu. However, to Ning Lingyu, Tai Xiaohu, and Qi Xiaoqing, they were purely out to have fun. But to Ling Yun and Mo Wudao, it was a different story. That was because they were going to the Forbidden City. The Forbidden City was the imperial palace of Huaxia during the Ming and Qing dynasties. Formerly known as the Forbidden City, it was located in the center of Beijing's central axis. It was the essence of ancient Huaxia's imperial architecture. With 3 main halls as the center, the Forbidden City covered an area of 720,000 square meters. It had a construction area of about 150,000 square meters. There were more than 70 palaces of various sizes and more than 9,000 houses. It was one of the largest and most well-preserved ancient wooden structures in the world. The Forbidden City. The Imperial Palace, the home of the Emperor. Ling Yun knew that 10 days ago, when he and Chao Shanshan got engaged, the dragon bed released a huge amount of Emperor Dragon energy. It was just a dragon bed, but it was already so heaven-defying. What about the Forbidden City? Ling Yun was really looking forward to it. In fact, when Ling Yun stayed in the Ling family's ancestral home, he could also feel the weak absorption of the Dragon Emperor energy due to the effect of the Spirit Gathering formation. However, the amount was so small that it was almost negligible. That was because the entire Forbidden City was also a huge spell formation that specialized in gathering the Dragon Emperor's imperial aura. Moreover, the power of that spell formation was many times stronger than Ling Yan's spirit-gathering spell. The Forbidden City was within the 2nd ring. This was the main reason why Ling Yun was unwilling to step into the 3rd ring. Because Ling Yun felt that the time wasn't right. However, the more he couldn't enter, the more Ling Yun wanted to explore. It wasn't just because of the Forbidden City. He had a bigger reason, and that was the underground palace. Mo Wudao said that there was an underground palace beneath the Forbidden City, and Ling Yun agreed with him. Such a huge palace complex had more than 500 years of history. It was the residence of the emperors of 2 dynasties. How could there not be an underground palace after such a long time of operation? Ling Yun was a master of formations. He had long seen that the entire capital was in accordance with the formation. The Forbidden City was the center of the formation, but it wasn't the eye of the formation. The eye of the formation must be in the underground palace. So, what would be in the underground palace? Not only was Mo Wudao curious, but Ling Yun was even more curious. Amidst the bustle, the bus moved forward slowly. Fourth ring, third ring, second ring. Soon, the Ling family's bus arrived at the most famous street in capital city. 3,000 meters, 2,000 meters, 1,000 meters, 500 meters, Ling Yan's expression became more and more serious. This was because the closer they got to the Forbidden City, the smaller the range of Ling Yan's divine sense. Divine sense isolation. What a powerful formation. To be continued. We're not allowed to park in front. Let's alight here. Ling Xiu asked the driver to stop the car when the range of Ling Yan's divine sense was reduced to less than 10 meters. With Ling Yan in the lead, the 12 youngsters got out of the car. Ling Xiu gave the driver a few instructions before sending him off. What a great place. Amazing. After getting out of the car, Ling Yan turned his head and surveyed the surroundings. He couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. The range of his divine sense was reduced to 10 meters. He might as well use his eyes to look around. Fortunately, this place only isolated divine sense and didn't affect one's 5 senses. With Ling Yan's current eyesight, he was able to see much more than others even though he only took a glance. It's really a big deal. Once Mo Wudao got out of the car, he took the initiative to stick close to Ling Yan. He stood beside Ling Yan, his eyes darting around nonstop, full of excitement and excitement. Ling Yan, my divine sense is completely gone. What about you? Mo Wudao looked at the surroundings and asked via voice transmission. Only 10 meters left. It's better than nothing. Ling Yan replied telepathically. Then, he took a deep breath and said, let's go take a look. Let's go. Everyone cheered as they walked forward at the same time. The distance wasn't far. Very soon, they arrived at the most famous city in Xianxia. Above their heads was a bright national flag fluttering in the wind. So many people. Mo Wudao exclaimed. At the same time, he stopped in his tracks and looked around again. Finally, his gaze passed through the streets and landed on the huge square opposite the city gate tower. Ling Yan was looking too. However, he wasn't looking at the people. He was looking at the monument. He stared at the majestic monument for a long time in a daze. There must be a lot of people. Hearing Mo Wudao's exclamation, Ling Yan said this with a hint of emotion. That's right. There must be a lot of people. Mo Wudao was the only one present who could understand the meaning behind Ling Yan's words, so he emphasized again. What are the two of you talking about? This is the biggest city plaza in the world. What's so strange about there being a lot of people? Tang Meng, who was standing beside the two of them, could not help but ask in bewilderment when he saw the two of them sighing with emotion. You don't understand. Just follow Jing. Mo Wudao dismissed Tang Meng with a single sentence. Pfft, I've been here more than 10 times. Who doesn't know? Idiot. Tang Meng replied to Mo Wudao with disdain and could not be bothered with him anymore. What do you think? Mo Wudao was also staring at the majestic monument. He suddenly used telepathy to ask Ling Yan. Ling Yan smiled. The position is correct. Mo Wudao praised, an expert. Of course. Ling Yan wasn't humble at all. Then, he turned his head and said to Mo Wudao, I'm warning you, don't get any ideas. If you don't court death, you won't die. Mo Wudao sweated profusely. I wouldn't dare to do it even if I had 10,000 guts. Hey, are you two going to leave or not? If you're interested in this plaza, we can go there directly. We have plenty of time today anyway. Ling Xiu saw that the two of them were staring blankly at the plaza and seemed to be communicating secretly. She immediately laughed and said. Ling Yan immediately shook his head. I'm just taking a look. This isn't our goal today. Let's go to the Forbidden City. September was the golden autumn, and it was the peak season for tourists to visit the Forbidden City. The place was packed with tourists. There was no need for anyone to lead the way here. They just had to follow the tourists. They passed through the tower and walked along the central axis. Along the way, they chatted and laughed as they walked. Soon, they arrived at the south gate of the Forbidden City. This was also the main gate of the Forbidden City, the Meridian Gate, commonly known as the Five Phoenixes' House. Entering from the Meridian Gate and exiting from the Gate of Godly Marshal was the standard route to visit the Forbidden City. The Forbidden City. In front of them was the home of the emperor. After arriving here, Ling Yan's divine sense was further suppressed. The detection range of his divine sense was now less than 3 meters away. Hey, look at the shape of the Meridian Gate. Isn't it very similar to the Python Mountain that we went to 2 days ago? Ling Yan stopped in his tracks with a smile on his face. He couldn't help but remind everyone as he sized up the imposing Meridian Gate. The Meridian Gate faced south, and it was concave in shape. The east, west, and north sides were connected by a 12-meter-tall city tower, encircling a square plaza. In the middle of the building was a multi-storied building, a 9-room-wide main hall with double eaves and a hall roof. On both sides of the city wall, there were 4 pavilions with connected eaves and ridges, connected by bright corridors. On each of the 2 wings, there were 13 rooms extending to the south, and on each of the 4 corners were tall pavilions, supporting the main hall. This building was the tallest building in the Forbidden City. Ling Feng was dumbfounded. F***ck, third brother, now that you mention it, it really is. 2 days ago, Ling Yan had gone to the Python Mountain to choose a location for the Ling family's courtyard. At this moment, all 6 of them were present. After hearing Ling Yan's hint, they tried their best to fill in the blanks and were instantly excited. The phoenix spreads its wings, the dragon and phoenix bring prosperity. Mo Wudao didn't need Ling Yan's hint. He only needed one look at the Meridian Gate to see through it. And it's on the same line. North and south. Not only did Mo Wudao see through it, but he also took out his phone and opened the map on his phone. After a careful comparison, he came to a conclusion. Rascal, Ling Xiu was already in an indescribable state. Grandpa, you have to think of a way to buy the place that Ling Yan had his eyes on 2 days ago. On the other side, Xianxia had already taken out her phone and was urging Chao Juanxiong once again. Ling Feng, Ling Li, what are you 2 still standing there for? Hurry up and buy the tickets. Don't forget to find a tour guide. Visiting a historical site was different from sightseeing. More importantly, one had to listen. Without a tour guide's explanation, it would just be a cursory tour. Ling Feng and Ling Li immediately went to buy the tickets. Very quickly, they bought 12 tickets and even hired a female tour guide. Hello everyone, my name is Li Fei. I'm very happy to be able to. Wow, you guys, the female tour guide's name was Li Fei. Once she came over, she first introduced herself. Then, she was shocked by the appearance of Ling Yan's group. Needless to say, Ling Yan, Tang Meng, Tai Xiaohu, and Mo Wudao were all different in appearance. As for Ling Xiu, Ling Shui, Ning Lingyu, Chao Shanshan, and Qi Xiaoqing, they were all as beautiful as flowers. The average appearance of the 12 of them was heaven-defying. The men were handsome, and the women were beautiful. Just standing there was already a beautiful scenery, attracting the surrounding tourists to stop and become the focus of the tourists. Haha, can it be free? Ling Yan saw Li Fei staring at him in a daze. Instantly, the dimple on his left cheek trembled as he revealed his signature smile. No. No problem. Li Fei's face instantly turned red. Her usually eloquent tongue suddenly became stuttering. Haha, it's just a joke. Let's go. Feeling a few murderous gazes, Ling Yan hurriedly stopped joking. Giving a look to a few of his brothers, he took the lead and walked forward. Ling Feng and Ling Li had already handed the tickets to the tour guide. The group of 13 quickly passed through the ticket inspection and entered the Meridian Gate, beginning their tour of the Forbidden City. The Forbidden City is the imperial palace of China's Ming and Qing dynasties. It has a history of close to 600 years. After passing through the ticket inspection, Li Fei began her explanation with familiarity. The Forbidden City is also known as the Forbidden City. It was the imperial palace of the Ming and Qing dynasties. 24 emperors lived there. Walking into the world's largest ancient palace complex, you won't be able to tell what is legend, what is reality, and what is history. The ancient palace walls, the vicissitudes of life, even the bricks, the tiles, the grass, and the trees are like 500 years of wind and frost scattered on the ground. You will have the illusion that you have traveled through 100 years of time. In your infinite fascination, you will look back at the splendid works of the 2 dynasties. Li Fei was very skilled. She started from the history of the Forbidden City and soon reached the Meridian Gate. The place that we are walking through now is the southern starting point of the Forbidden City, the Meridian Gate. The Meridian Gate is the most suitable place for the emperor to display the majesty of the empire. In the Ming Dynasty, it was not only the place where the officials who were convicted of crimes were pushed out of the Meridian Gate to be beheaded, but it was also the place where the ceremony of offering prisoners of war was held. When the army returned in triumph, the emperor would receive the officials here. The generals and soldiers would present the prisoners of war to the emperor, and the emperor would symbolically pardon the prisoners of war to show his magnanimity. Ling Yan admired the surrounding environment and listened to Li Fei's explanation, nodding his head frequently. Even though Ling Yan had read a lot of information about the Forbidden City on his phone and memorized it all in his heart, he still listened more seriously. That was because the tour guide could always share some interesting and secret information that couldn't be found on the internet. However, he was just listening. That was all. Such a palace complex might be rare for the people of China, but to Ling Yan, it could be said to be everywhere in the cultivation world that he used to live in. Those majestic palaces, those towering palace walls, those curved eaves, those white stone steps, it seemed like déjà vu, but it felt like a lifetime ago. It's really similar. How can it be so similar? How could the ancient language and architecture of this world be so similar to that of the cultivation world, even though they were billions of miles apart, be it in a different time and space? However, this thought didn't linger in Ling Yan's heart for long. It was just a flash. That was because at this moment, Ling Yan's heart was already in turmoil. To others, entering the Meridian Gate was like entering the Forbidden City. However, to Ling Yan, entering the Meridian Gate was like entering a shocking array. After entering the Meridian Gate, Ling Yan's divine sense was completely suppressed. He couldn't release it at all. Furthermore, it wasn't just his divine sense that was being suppressed. Ling Yan's energy center and meridians were also being suppressed. After a while, Ling Yan used telepathy to ask Ning Lingyu, Chao Shanshan, Mo Wudao, Ling Xiu, and the others. He realized that regardless of their realms, their divine sense was completely suppressed, and the true qi in their bodies was extremely slow. All of them were suppressed to below the Xiantian realm. To be continued. Those who were above the Xiantian realm were all suppressed by the formation. Of course, Ling Yan had already expected this, so he didn't find it strange at all. He just looked on indifferently. What really excited Ling Yan wasn't the outside, but the inside of his body. Ling Yan's divine sense was suppressed, but it only prevented him from using it externally. It didn't affect his ability to see within himself. At this moment, the magical energy center in Ling Yan's body was rotating at an extremely slow speed. Similarly, his yin-yang true qi was circulating very slowly in his meridians, almost stagnant. However, Ling Yan's body didn't just contain the yin-yang true qi. The yin-yang harmony balance was only his main cultivation technique. His body also contained the Emperor Brush's golden immortal spiritual energy, the Earth Emperor's book's black-yellow immortal spiritual energy, and the golden dragon spiritual energy, especially the dragon spiritual energy in his energy center and meridians. Once he entered the Meridian Gate, Ling Yan started his internal vision. He saw that the dragon-shaped curve in his energy center was shining brightly like never before. The entire energy center was illuminated in a dazzling golden light, the home of the Emperor, the Dragon Emperor Qi. Why did Ling Yan come to the Forbidden City? Of course, it wasn't purely for fun. The Dragon Emperor Qi here was Ling Yan's main goal. In fact, the Forbidden City didn't disappoint Ling Yan. It was indeed worthy of being the palace of two dynasties. 24 emperors had once lived here. For 500 years, the Great Formation had never been broken. The Dragon Emperor Qi had always been condensed and never dissipated. Now, it all belonged to Ling Yan. The combination of Dragon Qi and Sovereign Qi was the Monarch Qi. The Son of Heaven's Qi was the Dragon Sovereign Qi. There was too much Dragon Emperor energy here, so much so that Ling Yan felt a little embarrassed. Ever since he entered the Meridian Gate, the thick Dragon Emperor Qi was like a torrential flood that found a breakthrough point. It rapidly gathered towards Ling Yan and poured into his body. Naturally, Ling Yan accepted it all. He had completely opened his pores and acupoints to absorb as much of the Dragon Emperor Qi as it came. The golden immortal spiritual energy was growing, so was the black-yellow immortal spiritual energy. The golden dragon spiritual energy in his meridians was rapidly becoming thicker. Within Ling Yan's magical energy center, the golden dragon-shaped curve became even more dazzling and vivid. After passing through the Meridian Gate, everyone's eyes widened. What appeared in front of everyone's eyes was an extraordinary and vast square. The square in front of the Gate of Supreme Harmony. The moment Ling Yun stepped onto the square, all the Dragon Emperor energy in the entire Forbidden Palace surged towards him, forming a strong wind. Is it windy? Some tourists walked past Ling Yun and felt the howling wind. They couldn't help but feel puzzled. However, Ling Yun did not care. He discreetly distanced himself from the surrounding tourists and walked straight ahead. As the Dragon Emperor energy in his body increased, Ling Yun subconsciously felt some kind of summoning. It was waiting for him somewhere in the palace complex in front of him. Supreme Harmony Hall. Walking past the plaza, he arrived at the tall and magnificent Hall of Supreme Harmony, also known as the Throne Room. Supreme Harmony Hall is the tallest and largest palace in the Forbidden City and even the entire country. It is 35 meters tall, 64 meters long from east to west, and 33 meters wide from north to south. It covers an area of 2,377 square meters, with 11 rooms wide and 5 rooms deep. It is the largest hall in the Forbidden City. Listening to the tour guide's explanation, Ling Yun walked up the stairs and entered the Hall of Supreme Harmony first. The floor of the hall was paved with golden bricks. In the middle of the hall was a golden lacquered throne carved with a dragon. Above it was a Xianxia mirror that hung upside down from the golden dragon algae. On both sides of the throne were 6 golden coiled dragon pillars, highlighting the incomparable nobility of the throne room. The Hall of Supreme Harmony could only be used when the emperor held a grand ceremony, such as the ascension of a new emperor, a wedding, an edict, or the appointment of a queen. Once in the hall, Ling Yun only took a few steps forward before stopping. He raised his head slightly and looked at the throne in front of him. There was no surprise in his eyes. Once upon a time, generations of emperors sat on the throne in the Hall of Supreme Harmony, overlooking the country and giving instructions. What a royal atmosphere. Do you want to go up and have a seat? Emma Wudao followed closely behind and stood shoulder to shoulder with Ling Yun. He couldn't help but tempt Ling Yun. Nope. Not interested. Ling Yun shook his head and said lightly. Emperor? In the end, he was just a pile of bones. However, Ling Yun could feel that the emperor's qi on the dragon throne was especially rich. It was one of the biggest sources of the Dragon Emperor's qi in the entire Forbidden City. Therefore, he stood still in the Hall of Supreme Harmony for a long time. Just when Ling Yun felt that he had absorbed enough of the Dragon Emperor's qi on the dragon throne, he suddenly felt a shadow in the shape of a dragon leave the golden coiled dragon pillar and rush into Ling Yun's body. It merged with the dragon-shaped curve in his magical energy center. Then, a second, a third, a total of 6. Ling Yun felt that he had really struck gold this time, because he didn't need to do anything. Ling Yun used his internal vision to observe the changes in his body. He noticed that as he absorbed more dragon energy and emperor's qi, his spine and the top 7 vertebrae had started to be dyed light gold. The color was getting more and more dazzling. As for the original 8 vertebrae, they had already become pure gold. The bone marrow inside had also started to be dyed gold. Now, it wasn't Ling Yun who was absorbing the Dragon Emperor's qi. Instead, it was the dragon-shaped curve in his energy center and his entire spine that was absorbing the dragon energy. That's right, it was just dragon energy. That was because the imperial aura that Ling Yun had absorbed had completely merged with the golden immortal spiritual energy and the black-yellow immortal spiritual energy. Following the circulation of these 2 auras, they rushed into Ling Yun's sea of consciousness and energy center respectively before being absorbed by the Emperor Brush and Earth Emperor's book respectively. Therefore, Ling Yun wasn't worried about his body exploding. After touring the Hall of Supreme Harmony, Ling Yun and the rest followed Li Fei's guide to the Hall of Central Harmony and Hall of Protection. After coming out from the 3 main halls, the Dragon Emperor's qi that Ling Yun had absorbed had reached a terrifying level in his body. The entire spine, all 26 vertebrae, from the surface of the bones to the bone marrow inside, have all been dyed gold. In 2 hours, Ling Yun had toured almost half of the Forbidden City. His entire spine had turned pure gold, and it was connected to the thicker golden dragon-shaped curve in his energy center. It was like a huge golden dragon, and it was incomparably shocking. It's really beautiful, but how can I use this? Is it to make the entire spine strong and firm? Ling Yun muttered to himself as he looked inside himself. We finished touring the 3 main halls. Shall we stop and take a break? Drink some water. Li Fei was very thoughtful and suggested that everyone take a break. She had talked for more than 2 hours in one go, and her mouth was really dry. Among the 12 people in Ling Yun's group, 9 of them were ancient martial arts practitioners. Of course, they didn't need to rest in just 2 hours. However, the other 3 did. Tang Meng, Zhang Ling, and Qi Shaoqing. Then you guys can take a break with the tour guide. I'm going to take a walk nearby. Is anyone with me? Ling Yun greeted everyone, then gave Ning Lingyu, Chao Shanshan, Mo Wudao, and the rest a look. Ling Yun wasn't the only one with a heaven-defying constitution. There was also Ning Lingyu with her immortal spiritual body. After she entered the Forbidden City, her body automatically absorbed all kinds of spiritual energy. She even successfully activated the immortal spiritual energy that was sealed in her body by Ling Yun previously. Thus, Ling Yun brought Ning Lingyu, Chao Shanshan, Mo Wudao, and Tai Xiaohu to continue their tour. The remaining 7 people randomly found a place to rest. Ling Xiu, Ling Shui, Ling Feng, and Ling Li grew up in Beijing. They had come to the Forbidden City countless times. This time, they were purely accompanying the Crown Prince to study. Of course, they weren't that interested. Hey, it's fine if you guys play by yourselves, but remember what I said. There are some places that are taboo, so don't barge in without permission. Li Fei shouted at Ling Yun after drinking half a bottle of mineral water in one go. Got it. Ling Yun waved his hand casually, indicating that he understood. Ling Yun, where are we going? After walking far away, Chao Shanshan took the initiative to ask Ling Yun. Among the 5 of them, Chao Shanshan was naturally the most familiar with the Forbidden City. After separating from the tour guide, she took the initiative to lead the way. Ling Yun and Mo Wudao looked at each other and immediately said at the same time, 9 Dragon Wall. Since the 5 of them were traveling alone, Ling Yun and Mo Wudao didn't need to hide anything. They directly stated the main purpose of this trip. After hearing this, Chao Shanshan couldn't help but laugh. She said coquettishly, I knew you 2 were up to no good. Ling Yun and Mo Wudao laughed at the same time. Let's go. The 9 Dragon Wall was a type of shadow wall. It was a wall used to block one's vision in traditional Chinese architecture. The 9 Dragon Wall of the Forbidden City was located outside the Huangji Gate in the Ningxiu Palace district of the Forbidden City. It was a one-sided glass shadow wall built against the palace wall. Of course, there were 9 dragons on the 9 Dragon Wall. Among the yang numbers, 9 was the extreme number, and 5 was the middle number. The 9-5 system was an important representation of the emperor's honor. The design of the entire shadow wall not only divided the 9 dragons into 5 different spaces, but the top of the wall was also decorated with 9 dragons. There was a dragon sitting in the middle, and 4 dragons on each side. Beautiful. Perfect. The 5 of them didn't linger around the other palaces. Very quickly, they arrived at the 9 Dragon Wall of the Forbidden City. From afar, Ling Yun and Mo Wudao exclaimed in admiration. Then, the 2 of them were the first to increase their speed. If I'm not mistaken, this 9 Dragon Wall should be one of the mechanisms to enter the underground palace. Ling Yun said to Mo Wudao telepathically. Boom. Before Ling Yun could finish his sentence, he heard an inexplicable explosion when he was less than 10 meters away from the 9 Dragon Wall. Then, the 9 lifelike dragon carvings on the 9 Dragon Wall seemed to come to life, shwa 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 shwa. A total of 9 dragon-shaped shadows separated from the 9 dragon carvings and rushed into Ling Yun's body at the same time. 9 dragons, 9 shocking streams of dragon energy rushed into Ling Yun's body, but they didn't enter his energy center. Instead, they rushed into Ling Yun's meridians. They were connected from head to tail, and they quickly passed through his meridians. This time, the Dragon Emperor energy in Ling Yun's body suddenly increased. Not good. Ling Yun was shocked because he felt that the sudden increase in Dragon Emperor energy was about to make his body explode. However, just as Ling Yun couldn't take it anymore, the Emperor Brush Immortal Spiritual Energy, Earth Emperor's Book Immortal Spiritual Energy, And dragon spiritual energy in his body actually combined into a real dragon emperor energy under the effect of the 9 streams of dragon energy. This indescribably powerful aura of the dragon emperor only circulated one full cycle. In Ling Yan's body, a small portion of it remained in Ling Yan's energy center and integrated into the dragon-shaped curve. The majority of it rushed into Ling Yan's sea of consciousness between his eyebrows. They rushed into the sea of consciousness between his eyebrows, continuously compressed, condensed, and finally turned into a small golden sword. This was the Dragon Emperor sword, and Olbu has been waiting for this chapter for a long time. The title of the book is Martial God Dragon Emperor. Chapter 1318 can be considered the main topic. Have you thought of those shameless people who plagiarized the Martial God Dragon Emperor? To be continued. Human Emperor Fuxi and Earth Emperor Shenong were 2 of the 3 ancient emperors. Since they were the 3 ancient emperors, they were, of course, the ancient emperors. The immortal spiritual energy released by the Emperor's brush and the Earth Emperor's book naturally contained the majesty of the ancient emperors. At this moment, the immortal spiritual energy from the Emperor's brush and the Earth Emperor's book, as well as the dragon spiritual energy that Ling Yan absorbed, combined perfectly with the 9 dragon-shaped auras that rushed into Ling Yan's body. It transformed into the true Dragon Emperor energy and rushed into Ling Yan's sea of consciousness. Finally, it automatically condensed into a small golden sword. The sword condensed from the Dragon Emperor energy was, of course, the Dragon Emperor sword. What was the Emperor? Only the person who had truly gone through the sacrificial ceremony and ascended the throne to become the Emperor was the true Emperor. The words of a golden mouth and jade, once spoken, the law will be enforced. It was the Dragon Emperor sword. The Dragon King sword was condensed in the sea of consciousness between Ling Yan's eyebrows. He immediately felt the Supreme Emperor's aura on the sword. The entire sword was emitting a blazing gold color, and the sea of consciousness between Ling Yan's eyebrows was reflected in a golden light. Even though the body of the sword was small, there were 9 living dragons entrenched on the body of the sword. They were vivid and lifelike, and their heads and tails were connected in the dazzling golden light. They circled and danced in the air, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, releasing a powerful dragon aura. The Emperor aura from the Dragon Emperor sword, coupled with the powerful dragon aura it released, made Ling Yan feel that this sword was the true sword of the Emperor. Ling Yan exclaimed in his heart, "The Dragon Emperor sword has the true aura of the Emperor. This is a quasi-Dao weapon. And a supreme grade one at that." The treasures used by cultivators were generally divided into 5 types. They were divided into dermic weapons, spiritual weapons, treasured weapons, Dao weapons, and immortal weapons from low to high. Ling Yan was a blacksmith grandmaster, and he knew that the sword was already a Dharma treasure of the Dao weapon level just by sensing the aura emitted by the Dragon Emperor sword. However, Ling Yan said that the Dragon Emperor sword was only a quasi-Dao weapon because it was condensed from the Dragon Emperor energy. It didn't have a real sword body, so it could only be called a quasi-Dao weapon. It actually condensed into a supreme-grade sword. This is the combined will of the Emperor brush and Earth Emperor's book. The immense Emperor dragon energy almost caused Ling Yan's body to explode. Of course, Ling Yan had no way of controlling it. Hence, the Emperor dragon energy condensed into the shape of a sword. It wasn't formed by Ling Yan's willpower, but by the combined willpower of the Emperor brush and the Earth Emperor's book. We've earned big. We've really earned big. Just based on the Dragon Emperor's chi that I absorbed, this trip to the Forbidden City was not in vain. Who knew that I would actually obtain this Dragon Emperor's magic sword by chance? At this moment, even though the Emperor brush immortal spiritual energy, the Earth Emperor's book immortal spiritual energy, and all the dragon spiritual energy in Ling Yan's body had been sucked dry, leaving only the yin-yang true chi in his meridians. This caused his originally full energy center and meridians to become much emptier. However, Ling Yan didn't care at all. That was because Ling Yan clearly understood the value of a quasi-Dao treasure. One had to know that in Ling Yan's magical energy center, the yin-yang true chi sword that was condensed from the yin-yang true chi could only be considered a supreme-grade spiritual weapon. Ling Yan was overjoyed to see the Dragon Emperor's dermic sword in the middle of his sea of consciousness, emitting a dazzling golden light. Even the Emperor brush had to be pushed out of position. It wasn't easy, however, the Dragon Emperor's magic sword wasn't over yet. Boom! In an instant, the Forbidden City, which had been peaceful for centuries, shook violently. At this moment, everyone in the Forbidden City experienced an earthquake-like shaking, and the entire Forbidden City was shaking, swoosh, 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 swoosh. In the Forbidden City, all the big and small palaces, pavilions, eaves, and the surface of the pillars, as long as there were dragons carved on them, there would be dragon-shaped shadows flying out. They were of different sizes and shapes, but they were all flying towards the same direction. Tens of thousands of dragon-shaped auras flew towards Ling Yun. Following that, a heaven-defying scene appeared, outside the Extreme Emperor Gate, in front of the Nine-Dragon Wall. Tens of thousands of dragons soared into the sky, with Ling Yun as the center, countless dragon-shaped shadows danced around Ling Yun as if they were on a pilgrimage. Finally, these dragon-shaped shadows entered Ling Yun's body and split into three parts. One part entered Ling Yun's sea of consciousness and was absorbed by the Dragon Emperor's magic sword. It continued to strengthen the Dragon Emperor's magic sword. The other part entered Ling Yun's magical energy center and was absorbed by the golden dragon-shaped curve. That dragon-shaped curve changed again. On its left and right sides, there were four curved golden forks, like a main river with four additional tributaries. However, it was more like the four claws of a dragon. What's going on? Ling Yun was completely shocked. He wasn't stupid, and he didn't lack imagination. He immediately thought of a dragon-shaped body with four limbs. Wasn't this a dragon? His energy center was already magical enough, but now it was completely heaven-defying. The Dragon Emperor's magic sword was condensed in his sea of consciousness, and a golden dragon was being nurtured in his energy center? Whoosh! The moment Ling Yun realized that the dragon-shaped curve had four additional limbs, the power of thunder and lightning surrounding the surface of his energy center began to move. The power of thunder and lightning, those silver and silver electric snakes, seemed to be summoned and actually began to fuse with the dragon-shaped curve. At this moment, Ling Yun's energy center was still rotating slowly. The massive amount of yin-yang true qi in his energy center had mixed together and turned into a gray airflow. It was like the chaotic state before the creation of the world, deep and ethereal. The dragon-shaped curve that had four limbs was like a golden dragon. It penetrated the entire energy center and was slowly absorbing the power of thunder and lightning. Yin-yang, chaotic, golden dragon, thunder and lightning. This was the form of the original universe. As much as Ling Yun didn't want to admit it, his energy center had indeed become like this after looking at it with his own eyes and imagining it. As for the smallest portion of dragon energy, it drilled directly into Ling Yun's body, dispersing into his bones, flesh, meridians, and organs. Of course, the golden spine on Ling Yun's back received the most dragon energy. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Ling Yun had obtained great benefits from this trip to the Forbidden City. It was truly a great benefit. Even Ling Yun himself was inexplicably shocked. He had never imagined that once he entered the Forbidden City, he would feel the summons of this place and personally rush over to receive such a heaven-defying opportunity. Was it the Nine-Dragon Wall that was summoning Ling Yun, the artifact spirits of the Emperor Brush and Earth Emperor's book that were hinting and urging him, or was it Ling Yun's own subconscious? At this point, he couldn't differentiate at all. Oh my god, what happened just now? Was there an earthquake? Hey, don't press down on me, get up. It hurts. Due to the violent shaking just now, many tourists fell to the ground, and the entire Forbidden City was now in chaos. Exclamations and screams could be heard from every corner of the Forbidden City. However, that violent shaking only lasted for 2 to 3 seconds. Furthermore, the Forbidden City was protected by a large formation, so no one was injured. The Forbidden City was also very sturdy, and not a single tile fell. Everything that happened just now, from the moment the 9 dragon-shaped shadows separated from the 9-dragon wall to the moment the 10,000 dragons pilgrimage entered Ling Yun's body, the entire process added up to only 10 seconds. In 10 seconds, Ling Yun's body had undergone earth-shattering changes. F***ck, what happened just now? Why is there an earthquake? Could it be that our luck is heaven-defying, and we stepped on the mechanism that opened the underground palace? Emma Wudao was caught off guard and almost fell to the ground just now. He was a little exasperated, but in an instant, his face was filled with infinite joy. Those dragon-shaped shadows, whether it was from the 9-dragon wall or the 10,000 dragons pilgrimage, could not be seen by anyone other than Ling Yun. Even Ning Lingyu, Emma Wudao, and the rest were no exception. What everyone truly felt was just that violent shaking. Hence, Emma Wudao asked Ling Yan anxiously after he calmed down. My luck is indeed heaven-defying. I did receive some benefits just now, but it wasn't the opening of the underground palace. Ling Yan quickly walked forward and helped a few tourists who had fallen to the ground, but he was speaking to Emma Wudao through telepathy. Thank you. Not bad, young man. After being helped up by Ling Yan, the tourists expressed their gratitude one after another. However, they did not know that they had fallen because of Ling Yan. You're welcome, it's my duty. Ling Yan did not say much as he was busy saving people. Very quickly, he helped many people up. Of course, other than him, Ning Lingyu, Chao Shanshan, Tai Xiaohu, and the rest also rushed forward and helped the tourists in front of the 9-dragon wall up one by one. The tremor just now had shocked many tourists. After standing up, they did not dare to stay any longer and left in a hurry. Finally, Ling Yun, Emma Wudao, Ning Lingyu, and the rest stood in front of the 9-dragon wall. On the 9-dragon wall, the 9-dragon carvings were still there. They were still vivid and lifelike. In the eyes of ordinary tourists, there was no difference from the original. However, in Ling Yan's eyes, these carvings had become real sculptures. This was because the dragon qi on the 9-dragon wall had completely disappeared. Moreover, it was not only the 9-dragon wall. The Dragon Emperor qi in the entire Forbidden Palace had completely disappeared at this moment. Did you find the mechanism? Emma Wudao walked around the huge 9-dragon wall a few times. His eyes were wide open, but he could not find any mechanism. He was anxious and could not help but ask Ling Yun. I didn't find it. Ling Yun did not find it either. However, he had already gained a lot of benefits, so he was not as anxious as Emma Wudao. He was very calm now. Moreover, unlike Emma Wudao, Ling Yun was looking for the mechanism in the underground palace. This was because at this moment, there was one more thing in Ling Yun's hand. The green dragon jade pendant, the key to the underground palace. To be continued. The green dragon jade pendant. When Long Kuan handed the green dragon jade pendant to Ling Yun, he told him that there was a huge secret hidden in the jade pendant. He even said that when Ling Yun was strong enough, he would tell Ling Yun the secret. Before coming to Beijing, Ling Yun finally found out that the Long family had been trying to open an underground palace for the past 18 years through the surveillance footage in Long Kuan's house. The green dragon jade pendant in his hand was the key to opening that underground palace. This green dragon jade pendant is definitely the key to the underground palace, but which underground palace is it? However, Ling Yun had no idea about this. There were many underground palaces in the world, and this one was not the only one in the Forbidden City. However, this green dragon jade pendant was a hollowed-out ornament. Furthermore, the craftsmanship was extremely high. It was not an ordinary item. The jade pendant also contained a strong dragon spiritual energy. It was the same as the dragon energy released by the Forbidden City. Therefore, Ling Yun took it out now to try his luck. Emma Wudao was there, feeling around the 9-dragon wall. At times, he would use the back of his hand to knock on the 9-dragon wall, listening to the sounds coming from inside. At other times, he would slide his hand on the surface of the 9-dragon wall, trying to find a hidden button. To Ling Yun, it was purely a blind search. If the entrance to the underground palace could be opened like this, then the underground palace under the Forbidden City would have been discovered long ago. Ling Yun's goal was clear. At this moment, he had already retreated more than 10 meters away. From a relatively far distance, he observed the entire 9-dragon wall, trying to find a pattern that matched the green dragon jade pendant. Since this azure dragon jade pendant was hollowed out, it should have been dug out from a certain door or a certain wall. As long as he found the pattern that matched this jade pendant and placed the azure dragon jade pendant inside, the underground palace would definitely be able to open. However, Ling Yun was quickly disappointed. This 9-dragon wall was too big, and all the dragon carvings were large and complete. Moreover, they were all embossed, and there was no hollow space at all. Even if there were many dents on the wall, it did not match the shape of the green dragon jade pendant. Moreover, the materials of the two were worlds apart. The green dragon jade pendant was an excellent jade, and the 9-dragon wall was completely different from it. After understanding this, Ling Yun immediately gave up on searching. With a thought, he kept the green dragon jade pendant. Don't waste your energy, it's not here. Ling Yan said to Mo Wu Dao through telepathy. Ah? Mo Wu Dao turned his head, his voice clearly filled with unwillingness. You've been knocking for so long. Haven't you realized that the entire Nine-Dragon Wall is solid? It's not hollow at all. Sigh, Mo Wu Dao sighed regretfully. That's right, this entire Nine-Dragon Wall is a solid whole. Hee, that's why, even if this Nine-Dragon Wall is a mechanism, then it's a whole mechanism. If we want to use it as a breakthrough point, we have to move the entire Nine-Dragon Wall. Ling Yan smiled nonchalantly. As he spoke, Ling Yan looked around. His meaning was obvious. With so many tourists around, it was impossible to do so under the watchful eyes of so many people. Hiss, Mo Wu Dao sucked in a breath of cold air. He looked at the huge Nine-Dragon Wall and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The entire Nine-Dragon Wall was nearly 30 meters long, 3.5 meters tall, and half a meter thick. How could a human possibly move such a huge thing? I was just saying, did you really take it seriously? Ling Yan looked at Mo Wu Dao and found it a little funny. Not to mention that he couldn't move it, even if he could move it, he couldn't do it now. Wouldn't that be asking for trouble? Let's go and take a look elsewhere. If it really doesn't work, we'll use the stupid method. What stupid method? Mo Wu Dao also understood that it was impossible, but he still asked curiously. Ling Yan smiled. Do you still need to ask? We're looking for the underground palace, so of course we have to look underground. We came here today just to try it out. Since this path doesn't work, we'll go underground. How do we go underground? Through the sewers. Ling Yan already had an idea. For such a huge palace to be able to stand for hundreds of years, the underground drainage system must be perfect. It shouldn't be too difficult to get a map of the underground drainage system. It's indeed a stupid method. Mo Wu Dao thought about it and said frankly. Why don't you think of a better method? Ling Yan asked. Mo Wu Dao didn't say anything. Ling Yan and Mo Wu Dao came with the purpose of finding the entrance to the underground palace, but Ning Lingyu and Tai Xiaohu didn't. It was their first time coming to the Forbidden Palace. When they saw such a huge Nine-Dragon Wall, they were all shocked and excited. Therefore, Ling Yan didn't want to spoil his sister's mood. He waited for them to finish admiring the Nine-Dragon Wall before suggesting that they leave this place to explore other places. If they continued forward, they would reach the Gate of Divine Might. Therefore, Ling Yan and the rest returned the way they came. I finally found you guys. Why did you guys come here in such a short time? Not long after, Ling Yan and the rest bumped into Ling Xiao and the others, who had been looking for them along the way. Oh, we came to look at the Nine-Dragon Wall. Ling Yan answered casually. Then, he asked, Big sis, weren't you guys resting? Why did you come here? What happened to this beautiful tour guide? Li Fei, the tour guide, was being supported by Ling Shui and Qi Xiaoqing. Her eyebrows were tightly knitted, and she looked like she was in pain. Don't mention it. I was so unlucky. There was an earthquake just now, and I accidentally fell and sprained my ankle. Li Fei gritted her teeth in pain. Ling Yan turned to Tang Meng and Zhang Ling and said, So you're here to seek treatment from me? Tang Meng laughed. We're only halfway through the Forbidden City and the tour guide is already injured. How can that be? Big brother Yun, aren't you a divine doctor? Why don't you treat her? Yes, of course. Ling Yan nodded immediately and called for someone to help Li Fei to sit on a bench by the roadside. Then, he squatted down to observe her sprain. You really know how to treat it? Li Fei sat there, looking at the serious face of Ling Yun. Her expression was a little suspicious. Don't worry, the illness will be cured soon. Ling Yan gave her a reassuring smile before reaching out and lifting Li Fei's sprained foot. Li Fei had sprained her ankle, and now there was a huge lump on it. It looked very scary. Luckily, it didn't hurt the bone. Ling Yan said as he placed his other hand on Li Fei's ankle. Then, he started massaging it gently, and at the same time, he transferred a stream of spiritual energy into it. Then, the red and swollen area of Li Fei's sprained ankle disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than a minute, it had returned to normal. Try standing up and see if it still hurts. Ling Yan smiled as he put down Li Fei's foot and stood up. Li Fei tried using a little force to step on the ground. Realizing that it was no longer painful, she boldly stood up. Then, she was dumbfounded. Haha, how is it? I didn't lie to you, did I? No plaster, no hospital, nothing can compare to Big Brother Yan's divine doctor skills. It seemed like Tang Meng had been doubted by Li Fei on the way here. Now, it was finally his turn to boast. The way Li Fei looked at Ling Yan had changed. Ahem, it's just a small matter. You don't have to be so touched that you want to marry me, Ling Yan cracked a joke. F***CKU. Li Fei laughed as well. She was the tour guide, so she naturally had good eyesight. She had long noticed that other than Ling Xiao and Ling Shui, the other beauties beside Ling Yun had a close relationship with Ling Yun. Marry him? Li Fei knew that it would never be her turn. I really didn't expect that. Thank you. Li Fei said seriously. Ling Yun didn't say anything this time. He only nodded his head and said to everyone, let's rest for a while and eat something. We'll finish touring the Forbidden City in the afternoon. Even though they didn't find the mechanism to enter the Forbidden City, Ling Yun didn't really give up. Since he had decided to bring everyone out to play, he didn't want to give up halfway. Therefore, Li Fei brought everyone to the resting area of the Forbidden City for lunch. At around 1 in the afternoon, they returned to the Hall of Baohe under the tour guide's guidance. They started from there and continued touring the entire Forbidden City. Because of the inexplicable earthquake, many tourists left the Forbidden City early under the guidance of the staff. Therefore, there were fewer tourists in the afternoon. This actually made Ling Yun and his group more relaxed. The Grand Council, Yongxin Palace, Yongshou Palace, Chongqun Palace, Imperial Garden, Palace of Heavenly Purity, Qingqian Palace, Jingyang Palace, etc. Along the way, everyone listened to Li Fei's detailed explanations. In 3 hours, Ling Yun and the rest had basically visited all the famous attractions in the Forbidden Palace that were open to the public. After receiving Ling Yun's treatment, Li Fei regarded Ling Yun as a celestial being. Her explanations in the afternoon were obviously not as rigid as before. They toured the 3 palaces and 6 courtyards. There was an endless stream of secret imperial history. The group listened attentively. 3 palaces and 6 courtyards. Seems like there are still benefits to being an emperor. At 4:30 in the afternoon, Ling Yun couldn't help but shake his head and sigh when they arrived at the Ultimate Emperor Gate again. Everyone around him laughed. The Forbidden City starts to clear at 4 in the afternoon. We're almost at the gate of Xinwu. Let's walk out slowly? Can we really not come at night? In the end, Ling Yun and Mo Wudao still hadn't found the key to the underground palace. Mo Wudao was especially dissatisfied, so he asked. Li Fei shook her head repeatedly. We really can't come. Didn't I tell you many times today? Some places in the Forbidden City are very strange. At night, even all the staff in the Forbidden City have to leave, not to mention the tourists. Actually, Mo Wudao really wanted to say that he was here for the strange place. Unfortunately, he held back in the end. 20 minutes later, the gate of Xinwu was in sight. Everyone stopped and admired the gate of Xinwu under Li Fei's explanation. Finally, Ling Yun smiled and said, this trip to the Forbidden City was really beneficial. Thank you, beautiful tour guide, for your wonderful explanation. Li Fei blushed and smiled. That's my job. I should be thanking you. As they chatted and laughed, Ling Yun and his group walked out of the gate of Xinwu and left the Forbidden City. Ling Yun didn't spout nonsense. This trip to the Forbidden City had really benefited him a lot. To be continued. These people are really, outside the gate of godly force. The tour guide, Li Fei, held a bundle of red $100 bills in her hand as she watched Ling Yun and the rest leave. She felt like she was in a dream. A total of 10,000 yuan was stuffed into her hands by Ling Yun before they parted. This was the easiest and the most money she had ever earned since she started working as a tour guide. But that guy is really handsome, and so magical. Li Fei blushed as she thought about it. As Li Fei thought about it, she unconsciously blushed again. She stomped her foot hard. The foot that she had sprained was already completely healed. After exiting the Forbidden City, Tang Meng held onto his phone and continued to deal with the affairs of Qingshui City's Lingyun group. In fact, during the tour, he didn't really have a moment of rest. Emma Wudao, on the other hand, was dispirited. He kept shaking his head and sighing. He didn't look like someone who had just come out of the Forbidden City. Instead, he looked like someone who had just lost an extremely precious item. He came here in high spirits but couldn't find the mechanism to enter the underground palace. It was equivalent to entering a treasure mountain and returning empty-handed. Tai Xiaohu was the same as usual. He was the same when he came and the same when he left. To him, the most exciting thing was to accompany Ling Yun for an entire day. Nothing else mattered. As for the rest, they naturally gained something from the tour. They chatted and laughed along the way. It was relaxing and enjoyable. They had already started to discuss where to go next. Only Ling Yun, who had gained too much from this trip, was carefully feeling the huge changes in his body. Boom boom boom. As they got further and further away from the Forbidden City, the range of Ling Yun's divine sense started to gradually expand. The restrictive spells around the Forbidden City were naturally still there. However, after coming out, the invisible suppression seemed to have decreased a lot. The most obvious feeling that Ling Yun had was that his divine sense was more condensed and powerful than before. As long as it was within the range of his divine sense, there was no longer any difference in distance. Wherever his divine sense could reach, it was equally clear and powerful. Even the edge of the divine sense's range was the same as the surroundings of his body. Wherever his divine sense could reach, it felt like everything was within an arm's length. This is such a wonderful feeling. Ling Yun was secretly delighted. However, once he released his divine sense, Ling Yun immediately confirmed that even though he had absorbed so much Dragon Emperor energy, there was no substantial improvement in his realm. He was still in the late stages of Qi Cultivation Stage 3. This was because most of the Dragon Emperor energy that he had absorbed was used to condense the Dragon Emperor sword. The other portion was absorbed by the Emperor Brush, Earth Emperor's book, and the dragon-shaped curve in his energy center. This time, he had absorbed all the Dragon Emperor energy that had been accumulated in the Forbidden City for 600 years. However, it didn't have any substantial help to his cultivation realm. To Ling Yun, that huge amount of Dragon Emperor energy had the greatest effect on his body tempering. In fact, in order to condense the Dragon Emperor sword, the Emperor Brush's immortal spiritual energy, the Earth Emperor's book's black-yellow immortal spiritual energy, and the Dragon spiritual energy in Ling Yun's energy center and meridians were all depleted. There was only pure Yin-Yang true Qi left in his meridians. The golden dragon in his energy center was still devouring the power of thunder and lightning in Ling Yun's body. This caused the power of thunder and lightning in the walls of Ling Yun's energy center to visibly decrease. Correspondingly, the body of the golden dragon began to be surrounded by the power of thunder and lightning. Occasionally, it would collide, and from time to time, there would be flashes of lightning that dazzled the eyes of Ling Yun's energy center. Because the other three types of energy in his meridians were depleted, Ling Yun's energy center rotated even faster. In the Yin-Yang fish eye, the speed of the Yin-Yang true Qi erupting increased by several times. It filled his energy center and entered his meridians, rapidly filling up the space that the other three types of energy had vacated. The 4-9 Minor Heavens Tribulation. I don't have to worry anymore, right? Ling Yun muttered to himself as he calculated the power of the 4-9 Minor Heavens Tribulation. He then felt the strength of his body. When a cultivator entered Qi Cultivation Stage 4, he had to undergo the test of the 4-9 Minor Heavens Tribulation. No one could avoid it. Now, the dragon spiritual Qi in Ling Yun's meridians was gone. However, there was 100 times more dragon spiritual Qi scattered into his bones, flesh, and organs. This made his body 10 times stronger than before, especially the entire spine on Ling Yun's back. Now, all 26 vertebrae were golden in color from top to bottom. They were as hard and sturdy as gold. Such a skeleton could already withstand ordinary thunder and lightning, condensing the Dragon King sword, forging the golden spine, transforming the dragon-shaped curve in my energy center into 4 limbs, and spreading the dragon spiritual Qi into my limbs and bones. This is all I have gained from this trip to the Forbidden City. Of course, Ling Yun had regrets too. Just like Emma Wudao, he didn't find the mechanism to enter the underground palace. However, since there wasn't one in the Forbidden City, he could only think of other ways. Big brother, I feel like I'm about to break through again. As they walked, Ning Lingyu suddenly spoke to Ling Yun through telepathy. What? When Ling Yun heard this, he wasn't happy. Instead, he was shocked. He knew that Ning Lingyu had long reached the peak of Qi Cultivation Stage 3. She had the immortal physique. As she gradually absorbed the surrounding spiritual qi and accumulated it to a certain extent, Ning Lingyu would be able to break through and enter the middle stage of qi cultivation. Lingyu, how far is the detection range of your divine sense now? Other than the speed of condensing divine energy, the detection range of the divine sense was one of the criteria for dividing the qi cultivation stage. It's already more than 3,000 meters. It's still expanding. Ning Lingyu frowned slightly as she carefully sensed and replied. At this time, they were already more than 1,000 meters away from the Forbidden City. The suppression of the Forbidden City's formation was already minimal. Ling Yan released his divine sense to the fullest, just enough to cover about 3,000 meters. That was his limit. However, Ning Lingyu's divine sense was still expanding. As long as Ning Lingyu's divine sense could reach 4,000 meters, she could break through at any time and enter Qi Cultivation Stage 4, and the 4-9 Lesser Heavens tribulations would definitely descend on time. Lingyu, you have to control yourself. Now isn't the time to break through. Ling Yan couldn't care less. In a flash, he appeared beside Ning Lingyu and grabbed her hand. With Ning Lingyu's strength, Ling Yun naturally wouldn't be worried about her 4-9 Lesser Heavens tribulations. However, they were now within the second ring road of Beijing. If the lightning tribulation descended, it would be a huge joke. Big brother, don't worry. I can control myself. The current Ning Lingyu was no longer the rookie who knew nothing about cultivation. She could already control her own realm very well. Breaking through to Qi Cultivation Stage 4 would cause the tribulations to descend. This was not the first time Ning Lingyu had heard Ling Yun mention this, so she was well aware of it. That's good. From now on, keep me updated on your speed of condensing divine energy, as well as the detection range of your divine sense. When everything is ready, then break through the tribulations. Ling Yun held Ning Lingyu's hand and felt that the true qi in her body was still very stable. He instantly felt more at ease and reminded her. At the same time, he was also shocked by the heaven-defying nature of the immortal physique. When Ning Lingyu cultivated, there were almost no barriers. As long as her cultivation reached a certain level, it was very normal for her to break through in her sleep. Rascal, why haven't you said anything for so long? Where are we going to play next? Everyone is waiting for you. At this time, Ling Xiu had already discussed a few places with everyone, but she didn't hear Ling Yun say anything. She was a little puzzled and turned her head to ask. Big sister, anywhere is fine. You can decide. Ling Yun instantly smiled when he heard Ling Xiu's question. Why didn't you say so earlier? Ling Xiu rolled her eyes at Ling Yun before waving her hand. Let's go shopping at Wangfujing. Ling Xiu finally couldn't help but open up her shopping mode. They arrived at Wangfujing Street. Not far from the east of the Forbidden City, Wangfujing Street was the most famous commercial street in Beijing. It was a themed commercial center with many famous domestic and foreign brands. It was a true shopping paradise. Sisters, let's go from north to south. We can buy whatever we want and let Ling Yun pay for everything. What do you guys think? Alright, Ling Xiu really didn't treat Ling Yun as an outsider. As soon as she said this, Ning Lingyu, Chao Shanshan, Zhang Ling, Qi Shaoqing and the rest all laughed, but no one objected. Ling Yun wanted to vomit blood when he heard this. Why? You tipped the tour guide 10,000 yuan just now, and now you're feeling sorry for him? Ling Xiu saw that Ling Yun still wanted to retort, so she immediately put her hands on her waist and lectured him. Hee, I'm just afraid that you guys will buy too many things and won't be able to carry them. Ling Yun hurriedly smiled apologetically and corrected himself. It's none of your business. Ling Xiu sniggered before leading a large group of people to start shopping. In the blink of an eye, they entered a commercial building. Even though they could buy whatever they wanted, what did the Ling family lack? He didn't lack anything that he should have. Therefore, Ling Xiao brought everyone shopping mainly to buy clothes, shoes, and hats, as well as cosmetics for women. However, when the six beauties really entered the shopping mall, their strong spending power still left the six men dumbfounded. After more than an hour, when they came out of the shopping mall, Ling Yun, Tang Meng, Tai Xiaohu, and the rest of the boys were already full of bags of various sizes. They had turned into human shelves. Let's go to the next store. Ling Yun and the rest almost vomited blood when they heard this. Just like that, as they strolled through the various shopping malls, the goods that the six beauties bought piled up like a mountain. It was a dazzling lineup, and they had everything they needed. However, this wasn't a problem for Ling Yun and the rest, as most of them had spatial rings. Ling Yun, Tai Xiaohu, Mo Wudao, Ling Feng, Ling Li, Ling Xiao, Ling Shui, and Chao Shanshan all had spatial rings. They didn't need to leave the shopping mall. After they were done shopping, they just needed to find a secluded corner and store the items in their spatial rings. It was extremely convenient. They shopped in Wangfujing for close to 5 hours. It wasn't until around 10 at night that Ling Xiao announced the end of the shopping. Let's go home. Ling Xiao announced contentedly after leaving the last shopping mall. To be continued. Ling Yan's group of 12 exited Wangfujing Street and headed east for a short distance before arriving at the place where they had alighted in the morning. Due to Ling Xiao's arrangements, the Ling family's luxurious bus arrived in no time. Everyone boarded the bus and headed towards the Ling family. This time, Ling Xiao took the initiative to sit beside Ling Yun. Why, are you feeling heartache? Ling Xiao asked Ling Yun softly, obviously a little timid. Ling Yun only smiled faintly. We're buying things, not throwing money away. What's there to feel heartache about? This trip to the Forbidden City wasn't expensive at all. One ticket only cost 1 to 200 yuan. Including the tour guide, their average spending didn't exceed 300 yuan. Of course, Ling Yan's 10,000 yuan tip to the tour guide definitely didn't count. However, Ling Yun definitely spent a lot of money on shopping for 5 hours. He was definitely a super nouveau riche who bought everything he saw without blinking an eye. Ling Yun didn't even calculate the exact amount of money he spent after visiting 4 to 5 high-end shopping malls, but it was at least 200 million yuan. He was completely sweeping through the world's famous stores. The entire Wangfujing Street was shaken. The owners and managers of the shopping malls on Wangfujing Street all knew that a super nouveau riche had arrived today. No, it should be a super nouveau riche. Ling Yun bought more than 100 pieces of clothing that cost tens of thousands of yuan each. Of course, he bought them mainly for Ning Lingyu and the other beauties. Naturally, Ling Yun couldn't spend more than 200 million yuan in a few hours even if he was willing to spend money on clothes, shoes, and hats. His biggest spending was at the Patek Philippe watch store, where he bought 12 watches in one go, and each watch was worth about 10 million yuan. One watch for each of them. Qi Xiaoqing, Zhang Ling, Tai Xiaohu, and the others had expressed their firm rejection of the watches because of the shocking price. However, Ling Yan's simple words made them speechless. It's only 10 million yuan. This amount of money is nothing in your eyes in the future. Ling Yan had spent more than 100 million yuan on these 12 luxury watches. In addition, he had bought wine for his family member, Ling Lai, tea leaves for Ling Xiao and Ling Yu, and other things that he had his eye on. It was almost the Mid-Autumn Festival. Taking advantage of this shopping trip, Ling Yun bought gifts to show his filial piety to the elderly at home in advance as a token of his filial piety. Ling Yun was going to the Wind Thunder Valley of Mount Longhu to participate in the Devil Subduing Conference on the night of the mid-autumn full moon. He wouldn't be able to reunite with his family then, so he settled it all in one go. No one had much to say about Ling Yun's actions. The reason was simple. Ling Yun was rich. Look at what he said to Ling Xiao next. Sister, who owns all these commercial buildings on Wangfujing Street? Ling Xiao was stunned when she heard this. She couldn't help but scratch her head and ask, a commercial building? Whose house? What do you mean? What else can it mean? Go back and tell second uncle to get someone to find out who the boss behind these commercial buildings is. Let's buy them. Buy it, Ling Xiao, this, Ling Feng, holy sh*t. Mo Wu said, awesome. Ling Li was speechless. Third brother is so domineering. Ling Xiu was flabbergasted. She raised her hand and placed it on Ling Yun's forehead. I don't have a fever. Tang Meng, who was sitting behind Ling Yun, shook his head and chuckled. Hee, I knew it. Tang Meng was the one who understood Ling Yun the most. It was indeed difficult for others to keep up with Ling Yun's condescending way of thinking. Therefore, it was inevitable that they would be shocked. After a long time, Ling Xiu finally removed her hand from Ling Yun's forehead. She was still immersed in shock as she mumbled, You're really buying them? Ling Yun laughed. Sister, do I look like I'm joking? My dear brother, do you know that this is the place where the emperor lives? Every inch of land is worth its weight in gold. Ling Xiu replied. Why would I buy them if not for the fact that every inch of land is worth its weight in gold? Ling Yun asked. Ling Xiu was once again speechless. After a long silence, she said, This is a place where gold grows on the land. The people who can own these commercial buildings must be very powerful. Even if we're willing to buy them, are we afraid that they won't sell? Ling Yun laughed coldly. Sister, is the power of our Ling family that weak? If I want to buy them, do I have a choice? Ling Xiu was speechless. This was the first time she had witnessed Ling Yun's arrogance. However, Ling Yun wasn't done yet. It's not just here. In the future, every prosperous street in Beijing and every place that can generate money must have our Ling family's property. I fully support that. Tang Meng knew that Ling Yun had activated his domineering mode, so he directly expressed his support. Lunatic. Emma Wudao only cursed. Compared to Ling Yun's current thoughts, spending 200 to 300 million yuan on the streets was nothing. After spending half a day in someone else's commercial building, he wanted to buy the entire commercial building. How domineering was that? Alright. I'll discuss it with my dad and the rest when I get home. Ling Xiu's mind raced as she finally managed to raise her thoughts to the same level as Ling Yun. She stopped looking for all sorts of useless reasons. She stretched out her jade-like hand and poked Ling Yun's forehead. Rascal, don't run out of money when the time comes. Hee, if you don't have enough money, you can earn it slowly. There's no hurry. Ling Yun finally softened his stance. It couldn't be helped. Right now, the Ling family was buying that piece of land in the north for him to build the Ling family's courtyard. At the very most, it would cost 100 billion. Just that sum of money alone might not even be enough even if the entire Ling family and Ling Yun emptied out all the available funds in their hands. However, Ling Yun wasn't bluffing. Apart from his own money, he still had the 5 major blood clans. Edward, Pierce, Els, Paul, and Chester, these 5 members of the blood clan had lived for a long time, and any one of them had at least a few $1 billion in assets. This was especially true for Paul. His assets were spread all over the world. His movable and immovable assets were worth no less than 10 billion USD. This was what he had told Ling Yun personally. The only problem was how to get such a huge amount of money into China. Therefore, Ling Yun was not worried about money at all. Actually, even if Ling Yun had such thoughts, he was already thinking too much. Because at this moment, Xianxia was sitting at the back and laughing softly. That was because he had obviously underestimated the Chao family's financial resources. There was also the Qin family, the Shui family, the Sun and Chen families that had just been destroyed, and the Li family that had a huge amount of money but still hadn't found a way to send it to the Ling family. Don't worry about money, we have plenty of it. Xianxia laughed softly and suddenly spoke to Ling Yun and Ling Xiu. Her voice wasn't loud, and it was light and breezy. However, the domineering tone in her words moved Ling Yun. Ling Yun spread out his hands and turned to smile at Ling Xiu. Look, Ling Xiu rolled her eyes, stood up, and sat at the back. As the eldest daughter of the Ling family, at this moment, she finally confirmed that the Ling family was really different from before. The car drove very quickly. Half an hour later, the luxurious bus entered the Ling family's main gate. After alighting, Ling Yun didn't wait for them to enter the house. He casually walked a few steps forward and found an empty space. With just a thought, he poured all the things he had bought today onto the ground. Big sis, these are all the things I bought today. I've already taken them out, so I'm not going to bother with them anymore. You guys can do whatever you want with them. Ling Yan didn't have the time to deal with so many things. Since almost everyone here had a spatial ring, it was very convenient for him to store things. You're really straightforward. Ling Xiao rolled her eyes when she saw Ling Yan's shameless method. Ah, I have some here too. Seeing Ling Yan's method, Tai Xiaohu and Mo Wudao followed suit. Other than their own things, they poured out everything else. In that empty space, all kinds of exquisite packaging piled up like a mountain. You too, I dare you to pour them all out. Ling Feng and Ling Li also wanted to do the same. However, before they could get there, they were glared at by Ling Xiao. Everyone else laughed. Once again, Ling Xiao, Ling Shui, Ling Feng, and Ling Li stayed behind to tidy up the things. Zhang Ling, Qi Xiaoqing, Chao Shanshan, and the rest naturally helped. As for Ling Yun, Tang Meng, Tai Xiaohu, and Mo Wudao, the four of them found an excuse to leave. Where are the four of you going? Ling Xiao asked curiously when she saw that Ling Yun and the rest were about to leave again. Ling Yun chuckled. We're going to ask for money, and we're also going to settle Big Sis's marriage. No matter how tough Ling Xiao's personality was, she couldn't help but blush when she heard about marriage. She immediately flipped out. Brat, what nonsense are you spouting? What money? What marriage? Yi Tianshui still owes me 15 billion yuan. How can I expect him to hand over such a large sum of money to me if I don't ask for it? Ling Yun didn't keep her in suspense. He explained casually and winked at Ling Xiao. Big sis, you know, scram. Ling Xiao lost her composure when she heard Yi Tianshui's name. She was very clear about the promise Ling Hao made to Yi Tianshui in order to borrow money from him. She scolded him before turning to Ling Yun. Brat, listen carefully. If that fat pig, Yi Tianshui, dares to hit on me again, I don't care what you do, I'll make him lose 100 kilograms on the spot. Isn't it just chopping off his legs? That's easy. Ling Yan laughed. After saying that, he turned around and was about to leave. Third brother, I want to go too. Ling Li begged pitifully when he saw that there was a show to watch. Ling Feng was naturally the same. You too, don't go anywhere tonight. Help me distribute these things at home. Ling Xiao shouted again. Let's go. Ling Yan and the other three got into a black MPV and drove off. The Mid-Autumn Festival was approaching, and the plot in the book was also nearing. Therefore, Old Bu wrote it in a more cheerful manner. At the same time, Old Bu wishes my dear readers a happy Mid-Autumn Festival reunion, a happy family, and the best of luck. To be continued. Late at night, the black MPV sped east on the wide road. Tai Xiaohu was the driver this time, and Mo Wudao was in the passenger seat. Ling Yan and Tang Meng sat in the back row. The four of them left the Ling family's ancestral home without the suppression of Ling Xiao, Chao Shanshan, and the other beauties. They were like wild horses that had escaped their reins. Ahem, I say, Big Sis is really tough. She wants to cripple Yi Tianshui's legs right off the bat. What kind of grudge does she have? Mo Wudao was still holding his phone and surfing the internet. He was typing and chatting with others from time to time. Suddenly, he stopped and turned back to speak to Ling Yun and Tang Meng. Ling Yun smiled. Please, I was the one who said to cripple Yi Tianshui's legs. Big Sis only said to make him lose 50 kilograms on the spot if he still dares to have any ideas about her. Lose 50 kilograms on the spot. Mo Wudao scratched his head in confusion. Upper body? Left body? Right body? F*CK, we still have to break his legs. Tang Meng was still studying the divine spatial ring on his hand. Unfortunately, he couldn't understand it. He couldn't help but interrupt when he heard their conversation. Little Taoist, you pig brain. With Big Brother Yan's ability, we don't need to cripple his legs to make him lose 50 kilograms without dying. We just need to peel off a layer of his skin. We need to peel off his flesh and really lose weight. Tai Xiaohu, who was originally focused on driving, chimed in. Won't that waste the healing talismans? There was silence in the car. Ha 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 ha, the four unscrupulous youths couldn't help but burst into laughter at the same time. Yi Tianshui is from the Yi family in Beijing. The Yi family has a deep history and isn't to be trifled with. Moreover, as far as I know, Yi Tianshui is a direct descendant of the Yi family. The current head of the Yi family, Yi Qingfeng, is his uncle. Ling Yin was now the head of the Ling family. Of course, he could look up the Ling family's top-secret files at any time. Ling Yin already had the basic information on the 7 big families in Beijing. Therefore, he wasn't at a loss and could speak freely. Otherwise, he had never been to Yi Tianshui's private clubhouse. How would he know the exact route after leaving? Tang Meng asked excitedly, "Big brother Yun, what's with this 15 billion? As long as it was something related to money, Tang Meng could not help but be curious. Ling Yin chuckled and said casually, "It's a gambling debt. I destroyed both the Sun and Chen families." Tang Meng was known as the little gambling god. His eyes lit up when he heard that. Gambling debt? Mo Wu Dao turned around and explained, "Haha, you don't understand, right? Let me tell you." Thus, Mo Wu Dao turned his head around and explained the entire story word by word. Very quickly, he finished explaining everything that had happened. Holy F***ck, he earned 15 billion so easily. How much blood will Yi Tianshui vomit? Tang Meng was dumbfounded. Tang Meng wasn't surprised that Ling Yin could win. Using 1 billion to win 15 billion, the stakes were too shocking and the winning margin was a little too much. Ling Yin turned his head and glanced at Tang Meng. Intentionally or otherwise, he said, "Hee, how can someone who wants to use me as a stake not lose everything?" Tang Meng hurriedly covered his face and turned his head to the side. "Big brother Yun, can we talk properly?" The reason why Tang Meng could become Ling Yun's sworn brother was also because of a bet. How could Tang Meng forget about that? The Yi family is different from the Chen and Sun families. Money isn't the main reason we're going to meet Yi Tianshui. My main purpose is to test the Yi family's attitude and see what they think of our Ling family. Tang Meng's eyes lit up when he heard Ling Yun's words. That's right. Tang Meng nodded in agreement. That makes sense. Ling Yun came to Beijing twice at the end of June and the beginning of August. Actually, other than his covert activities, he spent most of his time in the Ling family, hiding in the shadows. He had the upper hand. Other than the fierce battle with the Chen family at the Sun family's imperial kitchen during his first visit to Beijing, as well as the fact that he slapped the faces of both the Sun and Chen family in broad daylight on the 15th day of the 7th month, he had almost no direct contact with any of the big shots in Beijing. Therefore, even though it was night time, Ling Yin took the initiative to walk out of his house to find Yi Tianshui. Even though it was to ask for money, it was also to show his face in public as a member of the Ling family and the head of the Ling family. Moreover, he chose Yi Tianshui from the Yi family as the first person he wanted to fight. This person was actually suitable for Ling Yun. Because even though Ling Yun was not even 19 years old, his identity was there for all to see. He was the head of the Ling family. If the other party's identity was too low, Ling Yun would appear inferior. Moreover, Ling Yun did not have to deal with those people personally. Otherwise, what was the use of the Ling family's loyalists, if the other party's identity was too high, such as the head of the Long family, Long Haren, or the head of the Yi family, Yi Qingfeng, for example? Even though they were both heads of the 5 big families, Ling Yun was new and had just become the head of the family. If they met abruptly, it might lead to unexpected situations. If that happened, even though Ling Yun was not afraid, it would be disadvantageous to the Ling family. Therefore, Ling Yun chose to look for Yi Tianshui first. He was neither too big nor too small, neither too high nor too low. It was just right. Moreover, it was already the night of the 7th. One day later, on the 9th, Ling Yun would be attending the ancient martial arts auction held by the Yi family. He came to look for Yi Tianshui now as a prelude for what would happen the day after tomorrow. This was Ling Yun. Even though he was domineering, he was never blind. Just like that, the 4 brothers chatted and laughed in the car. Tai Xiaohu drove the car quickly and arrived at Beijing's East 3rd Ring Road in no time. Yi Tianshui's private clubhouse was on this road. Continue south. Once they arrived at the East 3rd Ring Road, Ling Yun released his divine sense to cover a radius of 3,000 meters. They came from the north, so he asked Tai Xiaohu to continue driving south. The car drove south for another 5 minutes or so. Ling Yun suddenly said, "Stop the car." Therefore, Tai Xiaohu found a secluded place and stopped the car. The 4 brothers got out one after another. After Tai Xiaohu locked the car door, Ling Yun pointed to an inconspicuous small door not far away. It's there. Tang Meng looked up and was instantly disappointed. F***ck, this is the shabby place? Isn't it too lame? Ling Yun smiled mysteriously and said, don't look at the surface. There's a whole other world inside. This was the typical style of Beijing. One must not judge blindly from the surface. Otherwise, one would be slapped in the face. Tai Xiaohu lifted his chin and said to Tang Meng, hey, don't just look at the door. Look at the cars parked at the entrance, F***ck me. Tang Meng's eyes followed the direction of the voice and he was left speechless. Maybach, Ferrari, Rolls-Royce Phantom, Porsche sports car. They were lined up all the way to the south, and there was no end in sight. Compared to these luxury cars, the Mercedes-Benz that Ling Yun and the rest drove was so low-key that it was a little embarrassing. Vroom vroom vroom, the four brothers had just parked the car and were still admiring the lineup of luxury cars in front of them when they heard the roar of a lion from afar. The dazzling headlights were so bright that Tang Meng could not open his eyes. Screech, soon, the car came to a stop in front of the four of them. It was a Maybach, but it was a pity that Ling Yun and Mo Wudao didn't recognize cars, so they didn't care what kind of car it was. However, even though they did not recognize cars, they were not blinded by the dazzling headlights. They had already seen clearly that there was a man and a woman in the car. Once the Maybach stopped, the man in the car glanced at Ling Yun and the rest through the car window. Then, his eyes revealed a thick sense of disdain. As for the woman, she had shoulder-length hair and heavy makeup. Even though she was dressed fashionably, it could not hide the scent of a prostitute on her body. She did not even bother to look at the four people by the roadside. The car window slowly rolled down. The man in the luxury car pointed at the car that Ling Yun and the rest had just parked and asked impatiently, whose broken car is this? Ling Yun and Tang Meng heard this and instantly laughed. Even Tai Xiaohu could not help but laugh out loud. He turned back to look at Mo Wudao and saw that the guy was beaming with joy. Mo Wudao thought to himself that it was indeed fun to come out. Ling Yun laughed and said, this broken car is ours. Hurry up and drive this broken car away, this parking space is mine. The man in the luxury car became even more impatient. He had been losing money these few days and was anxious to win back his losses. Now that he saw that his parking space had been taken by someone else, his temper flared up. When Ling Yun heard this, he only smiled faintly. He even deliberately turned back to look and asked curiously, is this parking space yours? I don't see your name on it. Nonsense, everyone who comes here every day knows that this parking space belongs to me, young Master Yang. Hurry up and drive it away. Yang Tsong was the young master of a large corporation in Beijing. He was a typical nouveau riche, rich and powerful. He was very popular among the rich and powerful in Beijing and was very famous. He thought that once he mentioned his name, the four arrogant people in front of him would obediently drive away. Who knew that after he said that, he realized that the four people in front of him were completely indifferent. I'm sorry, but we won't be moving our car. Ling Yun still smiled faintly. So unlucky. At this moment, Ling Yun and the rest heard the flirtatious woman in the car speak. Her face was full of disdain. Yang Tsong was instantly enraged. You guys are not going to drive away? Then if I crash your car, don't regret it. So arrogant? Brother Ling Yun and the rest looked at each other and laughed at the same time. Ling Yun said again, it's really not a problem if you crash it, but I'm afraid you won't be able to afford it. After Ling Yun finished speaking, he even took the initiative to take a few steps to the side and leave the parking spot. Tang Meng, Tai Xiaohu, and Mo Wudao naturally followed suit and moved away from the spot. Yang Tsong was stunned when he saw how calm the four of them were. He did not know how to react. Afraid that I can't afford it, F***ck, did I kick an iron plate? This was Yang Tsong's first reaction. This was Beijing, right under the emperor's nose. Acting cool was not a problem, but it depended on who you were dealing with. Yang Tsong could be said to have been born with a golden spoon in his mouth. He grew up in Beijing, and it was not as if he had never seen someone acting cool. Therefore, even though he was strong, he was knowledgeable and not stupid. Therefore, Yang Tsong lowered his head and tried his best to poke his head out of the car window. He carefully looked at the faces of the four of them. At the same time, he started to rack his brain, trying to distinguish if he had seen or heard of these four people before. In the end, Yang Tsung racked his brain and thought of all the invisible people he knew or heard of. However, none of them matched the image of the four people in front of him. Immediately, he was relieved. F***ck, it's not me acting cool, it's these four guys who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth who are acting cool in front of me. After confirming this, Yang Tsung immediately had a plan. If you don't move away, I'm really going to hit you. Yang Tsung glared at the four of them, then threatened them with a playful look. Vroom vroom vroom. At the same time, he continuously stepped on the accelerator. He wanted to use this threat to observe their behavior again. He wanted to find a hint of panic on their faces, then he would look on with satisfaction as they obediently drove away. However, he was disappointed once again. Not to mention panicking, the four of them just stood there calmly with all sorts of provocative smiles on their faces. Not to mention panicking, they didn't even show the slightest bit of unnatural behavior. Moreover, the guy in the flashy Taoist robe even added fuel to the fire to provoke him. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Hurry up and hit me. I'm waiting here to record a video for you. As he said this, Mo Wudao really raised his phone and aimed it at Yang Tsung's Maybach. Not only did Yang Tsung fail to intimidate the other party, but he was also outmaneuvered by the other party. His heart immediately started beating like a drum. Of course, he wasn't afraid of crashing into the other party's car. Even if the other party recorded it, he wouldn't care. But frankly speaking, he still felt his heart ache to crash his newly bought Maybach just for a parking space. The other real reason why his heart was beating like a drum was that the other party had been too calm from the beginning to the end. It could be said that other than the car that the other party drove was not as good as his, everything else, whether it was the way he dressed or the aura he exuded, was not inferior to his. Having lived in the capital for many years, Yang Tsung certainly knew that this kind of person was not to be trifled with. It was the easiest to kick a real iron plate. He had offended a powerful person just to show off in the parking lot. The price he had to pay was too high. It was not worth it. The most important thing was that the four guys obviously didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. If he really crashed someone's car, even if he rolled up his sleeves and fought, he wouldn't be able to beat the four of them. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. F***ck, you guys are ruthless. Just don't regret it later. Yang Tsung said. Ruthlessly. Then, he impatiently shouted at the woman beside him, can't you see that I want to stop the car? What are you still doing in the car? Get out now. Yang Tsung's anger soared. This time, he only brought an internet celebrity with him. Of course, he wouldn't be polite. Oh, seeing that Yang Tsung was also angry at her, the woman didn't dare to refute. She immediately gave up and obediently got out of the car. Then, she walked a few steps away. After Ling Yan said that he was afraid that Yang Tsung wouldn't be able to afford it, he didn't say another word. He just quietly looked at Yang Tsung, waiting to see if he would dare to crash his car. After waiting for the internet celebrity to get out of the car, Yang Tsung turned the car around. First, he reversed the car. Then, he stepped on the accelerator and suddenly accelerated. The Maybach elegantly stopped in front of Ling Yan's parking space, blocking his business car completely. Then, Yang Tsung smiled proudly and walked out of the car. He waved his hand and called the coquettish woman over. Then, he put his arm around her waist and raised his chin at Ling Yan and the others. Then, he smiled proudly and said provocatively, don't you like this parking space? Tonight, I will spend the night in the club. Also, tomorrow, I will send another car to pick me up. You guys can park here for a few more days. Yang Tsung was secretly pleased. Even though he didn't dare to crash the other party's car, it was still a success. So that's how it is, Ling Yan smiled faintly. The brothers looked at each other again. Then, he turned to Yang Tsung who was about to leave and said, but if that's the case, it might be your car that will be hit. Hit my car? Yang Tsung was stunned once again. He thought to himself, how big is the hole in the other party's brain to dare to hit my car? Look carefully, it's a limited edition Maybach. If you think you can afford it, just go ahead and do it. Yes. Ling Yan nodded and then asked, what if I want to drive it away now? Can I do it now? Yang Tsung was dumbfounded. He had threatened the other party for so long that he could do whatever he wanted. In the end, he didn't have the guts to do so. All he did was block the other party's car. Now, the other party was the one threatening him. Yang Tsung was going crazy. What the F***ck is going on? At this time, Ling Yin had already given Tai Xiaohu a look. Tai Xiaohu was already walking towards the Mercedes-Benz. It looked like he was really going to crash it now. At this time, Tang Mei was no longer just watching the show. He slowly lit a cigarette and said with a smile, "Bro, I'll only give you 20 seconds. If you don't drive away now, your car will become a pile of scrap metal. Do you believe me?" Tai Xiaohu didn't say anything. He took big strides and arrived next to the Maybach. Yang Tsung's driving skills were not bad. He parked in a good spot, almost blocking the entire parking space. Tai Xiaohu couldn't even walk in. Hee, if you have the guts, then do it. Let's see how he's going to get in. Yang Tsung crossed his arms and looked at everything in front of him coldly. However, his expression started to become unnatural. Then, he saw Tai Xiaohu leap into the air. Boom! Tai Xiaohu, a burly man over 1.9 meters tall, was like an iron tower. His 200-pound body landed solidly on the roof of the Maybach. Tai Xiaohu used his hidden strength and used 1,000 pounds falling. As his body landed, Yang Tsung saw the roof of his car sink in. At the same time, the entire car shook. F***ck. Yang Tsung's heart ached. He immediately shook off the female internet celebrity beside him and rushed over to inspect his newly bought car. Well, other than the 2 deep and clear footprints on the roof, there was no other damage. Tang Meng spread his hands and sighed. "See, I already warned you, didn't I?" At this time, Tai Xiaohu had already jumped off the roof and entered Ling Yan's MPV to start the engine. He had already stepped on it. Why would he be afraid of crashing? Yang Tsung's pretense was more or less due to his guilty conscience. However, Ling Yan and the rest were serious pretenders. If they said they would crash, they would definitely crash. Vroom! Tai Xiaohu had already stepped on the accelerator. The engine roared and made quite a bit of noise. Yang Tsung's expression had already changed. These changes happened too quickly. He did not even have time to react. At this moment, he was both heartbroken and angry. He shouted loudly, "You guys really dared to crash?" Tang Meng blew out a smoke ring and said leisurely, "I was kind enough to let you drive away, but you refused. Now, let me remind you to stay away from your car so that you don't get hurt by accident." At this time, the luxury MPV had already started moving. It first rushed forward for more than a meter, almost hitting the wall. Then, Tai Xiaohu reversed and suddenly accelerated. Bang! The rear of the MPV collided with the right side of the Maybach. The right side of the Maybach was completely dented. It was no longer the same as before. At the same time, the right side of the Maybach's glass was completely shattered. The entire car was sent flying more than a meter away. Yang Tsung did not expect the other party to crash so suddenly. He tried his best to avoid it. Fortunately, he did not get hurt. His face was pale and he was completely stunned. The Maybach was heavily damaged. Naturally, the MPV was not any better. The rear window was completely shattered. However, Tai Xiaohu did not care. He continued driving forward and hit the wall again. Then, he suddenly accelerated and reversed. Bang! Once again, the 2 cars collided violently. This time, they really increased their speed. It was even more violent than the first time. The Maybach was sent flying more than 3 meters away. Bang! 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 Then, the 3rd, 4th, 5th. The collision continued until the Maybach crashed into the middle of the road. Only then did Tai Xiaohu drive the MPV back and park it in the same spot. At this moment, the dazzling Maybach had indeed become a pile of scrap metal. It was parked miserably in the middle of the road. Yang Tsung was completely dumbfounded. His head and eardrums were filled with the sound of the collision. The female internet celebrity was already dumbfounded. She could even be said to be scared out of her wits. Her mouth was open to the limit. Her long and sharp chin was almost poking her chest. Her whole body was trembling. Stop recording. Ling Yan raised his hand and patted Mo Wudao, who was recording beside him. Then, he raised his hand and pointed up. There are cameras everywhere. What do you think you're recording? Mo Wudao chuckled happily. This is fun. Ling Yan could not be bothered with him. Then, he slowly walked in front of Yang Tsung and waved at him. Hey, wake up, wake up. It's all your fault. You'll have to pay for it. When the time comes, you might not be able to afford it. He reminded him kindly. Yang Tsung only regained his senses after a long time. He wanted to cry but no tears came out. To be continued. The money Yang Tsung lost at Yi Tianshui's private club in the past 2 weeks was more than enough to buy 20 of these Maybachs. However, he had never felt such a heartache before. The impact of watching his beloved Maybach being smashed into a pile of scrap metal was something that even a rich kid with a net worth of tens of billions of dollars couldn't bear. Moreover, the heartache was not the most important thing. The most important thing was the pain in his face. This was a slap in the face that was extremely painful. Furthermore, it was recorded by the surrounding surveillance cameras. If this were to spread, how would he be able to live in the future? It had always been him, young Master Yang, who pretended to be a pig to eat the tiger, slapping others in the face. Who knew that he, Yang Tsung, would be slapped in the face by 4 youngsters who came out of nowhere just for a parking space? A Maybach was a small matter, but losing face was a big deal. I think you guys must be crazy, right? Do you want to die? Do you know the consequences of your actions? Yang Tsung's face was red, and the veins on his forehead were bulging. He gritted his teeth as he glared at Ling Yun. You crashed my beloved car right in front of me, and you're still saying that it's my fault, he roared. Ling Yun chuckled. Yeah, you parked your car in the wrong place. I asked you to move it, but you didn't. As he spoke, he pointed at his car. Look, my car is in such a state. How do you think we should settle this? Public or private? Yang Tsung was about to lose his mind because of Ling Yun. You guys were the one who crashed into my car, and now you're asking me for public or private? Yang Tsung raised his hand angrily, wanting to point at Ling Yun's face and scold him. However, Tai Xiaohu appeared out of nowhere and grabbed Yang Tsung's wrist. Hiss, Yang Tsung sucked in a breath of cold air from the pain. He felt as if his wrist was being clamped by a pair of metal pliers. His entire right arm could not move at all. Tai Xiaohu let go, and Yang Tsung's right arm drooped. He could no longer lift it. Usually, Yang Tsung would point at someone's nose and scold them. However, he did not even have the chance to lift a finger today. Iron plate, it must be iron plate. The other party completely disregarded his car, his people, and all the glory and influence he might have behind him. You, who the hell are you? Now, Yang Tsung finally asked the most important question. In his opinion, it shouldn't be too late. After all, although he had been arrogant for a while, he had always been the one at a disadvantage. Ling Yin chuckled as he pointed at the entrance of Yi Tianshui's private club. Just like you, I'm here to have fun and collect some money, but I was delayed by you for half a day. When Yang Tsung saw that the other party didn't answer his question, the anger in his heart almost flared up again. However, he was now under the eaves, so he really didn't dare to show it. He could only force himself to say, do you know that this is young Master Ye's territory? You caused trouble at his door and offended his guest. Young Master Yi won't let you off. Yang Tsung confirmed that the other party did not take him seriously at all. In order to protect himself, he quickly brought up Yi Tianshui. Oh? Really? It's our first time here, so we really don't know these rules. Ling Yan scratched his head and asked seriously, what should we do now? What should we do? Once young Master Yi finds out about this, you'll know what to do very quickly. Yang Tsung was burning with anger. So these 4 guys were really hotheads from out of town. They didn't expect to bump into them and be so unlucky. Hearing you say that, I'm really looking forward to it. Ling Yan rubbed his chin as though he was deep in thought. Then, he raised his hand and patted Yang Tsung's shoulder. Then we'll go in first. Don't run away. We're still waiting for your compensation for the damage to our car. With that, Ling Yun smiled and waved at the three of them. He directly left the stunned Yang Tsung behind and went straight to the entrance of the private club. Yang Tsung once again fell into a state of confusion as he looked at the backs of the four of them. He thought to himself, I'm about to go in and complain to young Master Yi, but these four guys still dare to go in? At this moment, Yang Tsung was completely at a loss. He wanted to call the traffic police and get the authorities to help him resolve this matter, but he didn't dare to. He also wanted to immediately call someone to beat up these four arrogant guys until they begged for mercy, but he quickly dispelled that thought. In Yi Tianshui's territory, who else other than Yi Tianshui would be more capable than him? I still have to figure out the identities of these four people first. Otherwise, if I suffer a huge loss, even my father won't forgive me. This was also the style of Beijing. When encountering something that one couldn't handle, the first thing one had to do was consider the other party's background. Otherwise, the more one offended the other party, the more one's entire family might be dragged into it, unless one was truly of the highest level, for example, one of the 7 big families. Otherwise, there was no need to even talk about it. Thinking of this, Yang Tsung couldn't care less. He first made a call to get someone to deal with his wrecked car. Then, he hurriedly chased after Ling Yun and the others, heading straight to the entrance of Yi Tianshui's private club. The female internet celebrity was stunned for a moment. She didn't understand what was going on. After hesitating for a long time, she gritted her teeth and immediately chased after Yang Kong Not Bad. In front, Ling Yun grinned as he turned his head and praised Tai Xiaohu. Professional car crash for 20 years. Tai Xiaohu chuckled. After a pause, he scratched his head and asked Ling Yun, Big brother Yun, I thought you would protect our car just now, but it ended up like that. If Ling Yun had used the yin-yang astral energy shield to protect the business car during the crash, his car would definitely be unscathed. Tai Xiaohu couldn't understand why Ling Yun didn't care about this. Anyway, someone will compensate us with a better car. Ling Yun's face was full of indifference. As he spoke, he casually pointed behind him with his thumb. Look, isn't that person following us? He. Tang Meng and Mo Wudao didn't need to turn their heads. A sly smile appeared on their faces at the same time. The four of them quickly arrived at the entrance of the private clubhouse. Yi Tianshui's private clubhouse wasn't directly facing the East Third Ring Road. Instead, it was located in an alley beside the East Third Ring Road. It was located in the north and faced the south. The courtyard walls were high, and the front door was 5 meters wide. However, it was just an ordinary electric door. If one looked in from the door, they could see the 5 floors inside. From the windows of each floor, a brilliant light shone through. However, from the outside, it was still very inconspicuous. Buildings like this could be found everywhere in Beijing. From the outside, in terms of luxury, it couldn't even be compared to a 4-star hotel. However, Ling Yun and Mo Wudao had divine senses, so they had already seen everything in the 5-story building. Of course, they knew that the inside of the building was actually luxurious. The various decorations and facilities in the building were far more luxurious than any 5-star hotel. It was truly a low-key extravagance. However, even though the front door of the private clubhouse was inconspicuous, the 2 Pai Xiu on both sides of the door held their heads high. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws majestically as they glared at all the guests. It was as if they wanted to swallow them into their stomachs. Pai Xiu gathers wealth and swallows gold while sitting on the ground. This city sure knows how to have fun. Mo Wudao's persistence in surfing the internet for so many days wasn't for nothing. He was very familiar with some of the current trending words on the internet. After seeing that the private clubhouse was a completely different world, he couldn't help but comment. F***ck, you brat, you even know how to use this phrase? Tang Meng couldn't help but look at Mo Wudao in a different light. Ling Yun, on the other hand, remained silent. He was currently using his divine sense to carefully observe the incomparably fat man in a huge and luxurious room on the 5th floor of the building. The man was wearing a pair of baggy pants and sitting on a luxurious sofa while smoking a cigar. According to the information on the Ling family's dossier, this fat fellow was Yi Tianshui. Ling Yun naturally recognized him at a glance. However, he was puzzled that he couldn't see through Yi Tianshui's realm. This made Ling Yan's heart skip a beat. Ling Yan thought to himself, F***ck, is he pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? When it came to pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, Ling Yan was definitely at the level of a grandmaster. However, seeing Yi Tianshui's current state, Ling Yan almost wanted to give up his position. That was because even though Yi Tianshui was smoking a cigar, Ling Yan could tell that he wasn't actually smoking a cigar. Instead, he was using the puffs of the cigar to cultivate his qi. I actually bumped into an acquaintance. Interesting. Ling Yan scanned again with his divine sense and couldn't help but chuckle. Then, he took a step forward and quickly arrived at the side door. Then, he gave Tang Meng a look. Tang Meng immediately stepped forward. Open the door. The main door of the private clubhouse was, of course, closed. There was only a side door at the side. Of course, there was a guard inside. The guard peeked through the door and realized that the 4 people standing at the door were all unfamiliar faces. He instantly sneered. What are you doing? Do you know where this place is? He asked impatiently. Tang Meng chuckled. Of course I do. This is Yi Tianshui's private clubhouse. What do you think we're here for? Hiss. When the guard heard Ling Yan say Yi Tianshui's name directly, he instantly sucked in a breath of cold air. He shuddered and quickly changed his tone. For young masters, I'm sorry. I've never seen you before. May I know who introduced you here? No one introduced us. We came here on our own. Tang Meng smiled. When the guard heard that, he was extremely shocked. This was a private clubhouse. How could they find this place without any introduction? How was that possible? At this moment, Ling Yan slowly added, Yi Tianshui invited us here. If you don't believe me, you can ask him now. When the guard heard that, he instantly fell into a dilemma. This was because Ling Yan said that Yi Tianshui invited them here. This was too much of an honor. If he really asked Yi Tianshui about this, it would be an offense. If he let them in without asking, it would be a dereliction of duty. I suggest that you ask him. Ling Yan understood the other party's difficulty with one look and immediately smiled as he spoke. There was no need for him to make things difficult for a guard. The guard was also a smart person. When he heard that, he immediately picked up the phone and called the manager of the clubhouse. Oh? Young master, Yi didn't say that he invited anyone here. Take the surveillance video over. After listening to the guard's explanation, the manager of the clubhouse immediately asked him to take the surveillance video. Very quickly, Yi Tianshui, who was sitting on the 5th floor, received the news. He was sitting alone in his room smoking a cigar. In a flash, his figure flashed and he appeared in front of a large screen. Then, he saw Ling Yan and the other 3 waiting at the door. Clatter. The cigar in Yi Tianshui's hand suddenly fell to the ground. Damn it, the fiend is here. To be continued. Was Ling Yan a jinx? The answer was one word, yes. Not only that, but to Yi Tianshui, Ling Yan was the jinx of all jinxes. Today was the 7th of September. It had been 8 days since Ling 1 and Ling 7 came to his private clubhouse on the night of the 30th of August and bet $1 billion on the Ling family's victory. In these 8 days, Yi Tianshui could be said to be unable to eat or sleep in peace. He was afraid that this day would come. The Ling family had really won, even though Yi Tianshui knew that this would be the result. That was 15 billion. That was definitely not a small amount. If Ling Yan really took that 15 billion, Yi Tianshui's efforts would have been in vain. It would be equivalent to working for Ling Yan. Yi Tianshui's heart ached. Every time he thought of the 15 billion, he would want to slap himself. The fat meat that was right in front of his eyes was taken away by Ling Yan so easily. Moreover, ever since the 1st of September, the real higher-ups in Beijing knew the outcome of the death match between the Ling family and the Chen family. Yi Tianshui had been living in an abyss of conflict. He hoped that Ling Yan would come as soon as possible so that this matter would be over. At the same time, he hoped that Ling Yan wouldn't come so that the 15 billion would remain in his wallet for as long as possible. It would be best if Ling Yan would forget about this matter and never come again. Of course, Yi Tianshui knew that it was only a dream. Of course, Ling Yan would come. But now, Ling Yan was finally here. He really was here. Yi Tianxue looked down at the big screen in front of him and stared at that ridiculously handsome face. The more he looked at it, the more annoyed he felt. In the end, he shouted angrily, "Let them wait at the door for a while." Then, his plump figure flashed, and he sat back on the spacious sofa. Yi Tianxue had made up his mind. No matter what, he couldn't let Ling Yun take away such a huge sum of money. At the very least, he had to give him the cold shoulder first. Yi Tianxue sat back on the sofa. He raised his hand, and the cigar that had fallen to the ground suddenly flew up into the air and flew back between his index and middle fingers. Coincidentally, the cigarette butt was on the outside, and the cigarette holder was in it. What a wonderful trick! Yi Tianxue didn't care that the cigar had fallen to the ground. He put the cigar in his mouth and took a deep breath, then suddenly spat it out. Then, he looked at the hazy smoke in front of his eyes and pondered for a while. At the same time, he heard the guard's voice coming from the monitor, "For young masters, I'm sorry. Our young master Yi asked you to wait at the door for a while." Yi Tianxue's ears twitched. He wanted to hear how Ling Yun would answer. In the end, he heard Ling Yun's voice, but it wasn't directed at the guard. Instead, it was directed at him. "Fatty, if you don't open the door, do you believe that I won't smash the door? F***ck. Yi Tianxue burst into tears. Fatty? No one in the entire capital dared to call him that. However, based on Yi Tianxue's understanding of Ling Yun, he was more certain than anyone that Ling Yun would do what he said. Therefore, Yi Tianxue had no choice but to fly back to the front of the big screen. Open the main door and invite them in. At the door, the guard had just asked Ling Yun and the rest to wait a little longer. He was also wondering if the 4 people in front of him were his boss's friends. Who knew that in less than half a minute, he would receive the order to open the door. Moreover, this wasn't the main point. The main point was to open the main door and invite them in? What kind of people would be worthy of Yi Tianxue's special instruction? Young masters, please wait a moment. I'll open the door now. The guard panicked. Without hesitation, he no longer called Ling Yun and the rest young masters. Instead, he called them young masters. After saying this, the guard immediately pressed the button for the electric door. The electric door began to open slowly. At this time, Yang Tsung was already not far from the entrance. He was secretly gloating when he saw that Ling Yun and the rest couldn't even enter. However, before he could truly feel happy, he saw the main door of the clubhouse open for the first time. He was instantly dumbfounded. This was because Yang Tsung knew that there was no one in the entire circle of Beijing who could make Yi Tianxue open the main door of a private clubhouse. Then, who were the 4 people in front of him? Thinking of this, Yang Tsung's face broke out in cold sweat. At this moment, he was completely sure that he had not kicked a fake iron plate, but a real iron plate. Go in and complain to Yi Tianxue. What a joke. Yang Tsung even had the intention to turn around and escape. However, he knew that this definitely wouldn't do. This was because he had already caused trouble. Since the 4 people in front of him did not further make things difficult for him, he still wanted to understand their identities and further remedy the situation. At the same time, Yang Tsung felt a lingering fear in his heart. Fortunately, he did not act tough all the way. Otherwise, not only would he not be able to bear the loss today, it was highly likely that his family would be implicated as well. Young Master Yang, what's wrong? Are you not feeling well? The female internet celebrity could not help but ask when she saw Yang Tsung's pale face and trembling body. Shut up, no one will treat you as a mute if you don't speak. At this moment, Yang Tsung was thoroughly annoyed by this woman beside him. The main door was completely opened. Ling Yan took the lead and walked into the courtyard. He strode in with his head held high, not bothering to be polite. However, he heard the voice of the doorman beside him. Hey, sirs, Ling Yan stopped in his tracks. What is it? According to the rules, sirs still have to go through the doorman said timidly. Capital verification was still required. Everyone who came to Yi Tianxue's private clubhouse had to go through a capital verification to prove that they had a net worth of more than 100 million yuan before they could enter. However, the doorman swallowed the last few words when he thought that these people in front of him might really be Yi Tianxue's friends. I just wanted to remind you that our boss should be on the 5th floor now. Thank you very much. Ling Yun was amused. After saying that, he did not stop and walked into the building in front of him. The four of them quickly arrived at the living room on the 1st floor. Good evening, sirs. May I know if you would like to go to the hall on the 2nd floor or the VIP lounge on the 3rd floor? Of course, it was different inside the clubhouse. Inside the clubhouse, there were specialized receptionists. All of them were tall, well-dressed, and graceful. They had standard smiles on their faces as they welcomed Ling Yun's group of four. Damn, this figure, this smile, it's way better than the air stewardesses. When Tang Meng saw the two beauties walking towards him, he couldn't help but let out a sigh of admiration. At the same time, Tang Meng thought to himself, this clubhouse is indeed a whole new world. However, Ling Yun only smiled indifferently. He first glanced at Tang Meng and said, "Can't you be more mature?" Then, he smiled at the two beauties and waved his hand. "There's no need for that, we'll just sit in the hall for a while." As he said that, Ling Yun took the lead and sat down on the sofa in the living room. He was waiting for Yi Tianshui to come down. Tang Meng, Tai Xiaohu, and Mo Wudao also took their seats. Soon, the two beautiful receptionists returned and served tea to the four of them respectfully. Tang Meng lit up a cigarette and enjoyed the service of the beautiful lady. He could not help but praise, "I really didn't expect the service here to be so good. The guests feel at home. It's definitely comparable to the places in Macau." "Thank you, sirs. Please enjoy." Towards Tang Meng's slightly teasing praise, the two beautiful receptionists were neither shy nor angry. They smiled naturally and expressed their gratitude. Then, they retreated to the side and waited respectfully. Ling Yun secretly nodded his head. As expected of a money-squandering den, rich people would naturally be reluctant to leave a place like this. However, to Ling Yun, these things were not important. He was waiting for Yi Tianshui to come down. In his divine sense, Yi Tianshui was putting on his clothes. This time, Yi Tianshui didn't dare to let Ling Yun wait too long. He quickly put on his clothes and took the elevator downstairs. Soon, he walked out of the elevator alone and came to the hall. Ha 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 ha, I didn't expect the head of the Ling family and CEO Tang of the Heaven and Earth Group to come at the same time. It's really an honor for me, Yi Tianshui, ha ha ha. Yi Tianshui appeared with a face full of smiles. The fats on his face were all piled together. As he walked, the fats on his body jiggled. He even took the initiative to extend his hand to Ling Yun. Who would have thought that he was a smiling tiger? Ling Yun sneered in his heart. He stood up calmly and extended his hand to shake Yi Tianshui's. "You've done well here." Ling Yun smiled and told Yi Tianshui a half-truth and half-lie. Yi Tianshui didn't do anything to Ling Yun. He shook Ling Yun's hand a few times before going to find Tang Meng. After greeting Tang Meng, Yi Tianshui looked at Tai Xiaohu and Mo Wudao. He said with a smile, "If I'm not wrong, these two should be Qingshui City's Tai Xiaohu and Mao Mountain's successor, Taoist Master Mo Wudao, right?" Ling Yun sighed in his heart. The Yi family's intelligence was really good. Even though they hadn't seen him before, they had already investigated everything about Ling Yun. Moreover, Yi Tianshui didn't hide anything. But what about himself? Other than knowing that this person was Yi Tianshui from the Yi family, he knew nothing else. Foundation, that's right, Tang Meng, Tai Xiaohu, Mo Wudao. That was what Ling Yun thought, but he didn't show it on his face. Instead, he smiled and introduced the three brothers to Yi Tianshui. Ling Yun knew that this kind of smiling tiger was the hardest to deal with. As the saying went, one shouldn't hit a smiling person. Yi Tianshui was smiling so brightly at this moment. No matter how angry Ling Yun was, he wouldn't be able to act on it immediately. Now that both parties had met, the next step was naturally to deal with each other's moves. Indeed, before Ling Yun could speak, Yi Tianshui took the initiative to speak. "Young Master Ling, President Tang, look, this 1st floor isn't a good place to talk. Why don't we talk somewhere else?" Yi Tianshui invited Ling Yun politely. To be continued. There would be no less than 3 tonight. He would fight for the rankings in October and ask for guaranteed monthly votes from everyone. Ling Yun was here to collect his debt today. Moreover, because of the incident with Ling Xiao, he more or less wanted to pick a fight with Yi Tianshui. He was prepared to teach Yi Tianshui a lesson. Of course, this was also the main purpose of Ling Yan's visit this time. He wanted to test Yi Tianshui's strength and the Yi family's attitude towards the Ling family. Otherwise, he wouldn't have called Yi Tianshui a fatty when he was outside the door just now. He wouldn't have said that he would smash the door, collect his debt, pick a fight, and stir up some trouble. However, Yi Tianshui opened the main door and invited Ling Yun and the others in. This way, Ling Yan's plan was easily resolved. After entering the door, they arrived at the hall on the first floor. However, Ling Yun didn't go upstairs. He intentionally waited for Yi Tianshui to come down to welcome them personally. Yi Tianshui didn't put on any airs and really came down quickly. This way, Ling Yun and the others couldn't find any fault with him. Just these 2 points alone made Ling Yun look at Yi Tianshui in a different light. He felt that this smiling and inconspicuous fatty in front of him was actually unfathomable. Therefore, Yi Tianshui invited Ling Yun upstairs. He agreed immediately because this wasn't the place to talk. Ling Yun smiled faintly. Then let's go somewhere else. Ha 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 ha, young Master Ling is indeed straightforward. Come, let's go to the 5th floor and sit in my room for a while. Seeing that Ling Yun agreed, Yi Tianshui immediately laughed out loud. Then, he went forward and put his arm around Ling Yun's shoulder. The two of them looked very friendly. Feeling the fat on his body, Ling Yun's heart was filled with repulsion. However, he didn't have a reason to push him away. Therefore, he could only force a smile and go straight to the elevator with Yi Tianshui. Tang Meng, Tai Xiaohu, and Mo Wudao naturally followed immediately. Fortunately, the elevator wasn't far. When they reached the elevator, Yi Tianshui took the initiative to let go of Ling Yun. Because he was really too fat, he was more than a meter wide. If he didn't let go, Ling Yun wouldn't be able to enter. The beautiful receptionist had already opened the elevator. The 5 of them entered and went straight to the 5th floor. At this time, at the entrance of the private club. After the 4 of them entered through the main entrance, Yang Tsung and the internet celebrity wanted to follow them through the main entrance. However, they were mercilessly stopped by the security guard. Young Master Yang, I'm sorry. The front door is specially opened for the boss's friends. Please use the side door. Yang Tsung immediately stopped and looked at the slowly closing door with an awkward expression. Lil Wang, I've always treated you well. Yang Tsung knew that he couldn't go through the front door. In order to save his face in front of the internet celebrity, he immediately changed his expression and said to the guard sincerely. Even though he had been slapped in the face by Ling Yun and the rest, Yang Tsung still had no problem showing off in front of a security guard. Hee, young Master Yang, I understand. However, you also know that I'm just a gatekeeper. How could I dare to change the rules set by the boss? Don't you agree? I'm not talking about that. Yang Tsung quickly changed the topic. Then, he raised his chin and whispered, Little Wang, I want to ask you, who are the 4 people who just went in? Are they friends of young Master Yi? As he spoke, Yang Tsung opened his handbag, grabbed a stack of cash, and stuffed it into the hands of the gatekeeper, Little Wang. Unexpectedly, the gatekeeper, Little Wang, refused to accept it this time. He was so frightened that he waved his hands repeatedly. Yang Tsung's face darkened. Why? Are you looking down on me? Young Master Yang, how could I dare to look down on you? I really don't know who they are. The gatekeeper, Little Wang, said hurriedly. Then, he carefully glanced at the hall on the first floor before saying, to tell you the truth, it's the first time those people are here. Moreover, you heard them just now. They called our boss that way, and even said that they wanted to smash the door. Then, the gatekeeper, Little Wang, stopped talking. He looked at Yang Tsung with his eyes, which meant that he should think about the rest himself. Hiss, Yang Tsung sucked in a breath of cold air. He suddenly felt a toothache. It was very painful. In Beijing, among the circles that Yang Tsung came into contact with, there was no one who dared to call Yi Tianshui fat to his face, not to mention to his face. He had never seen anyone who dared to call Yi Tianshui fat behind his back. As for the people who said that they wanted to smash the door of Yi Tianshui's club, that was a first. The most important thing was that after they showed off and scolded Yi Tianshui, not only were their limbs not broken, but they were also not thrown out. Instead, they were welcomed in politely. What kind of logic was that? Why would such a person give up his parking space for Yang Tsung? Young Master Yang, do you want to go in and play for a while? If not, I'm going to close the door. The main door was already closed. Naturally, the gatekeeper, Little Wang, was referring to the side door. Go in, of course I'm going in. Yang Tsung quickly expressed his stance. At the same time, he took out a business card and handed it to the gatekeeper, Little Wang. Then, without any explanation, he stuffed the stack of cash into Little Wang's hands. Finally, he said in a low voice, "Brother, do me a favor. When those people come out later, just give me a call and let me know. Is that all right?" At this moment, Yang Tsung didn't even dare to think about taking revenge on Ling Yun. The only thing he could think of now was how to salvage the situation. That was because based on the other party's complete disregard for him, he knew that it was not too late to salvage the situation now. The gatekeeper, Little Wang, had never enjoyed such treatment before. He held Yang Tsung's golden business card and nodded happily. "I'll try my best. You have to be quick when the time comes." "Thank you, brother." Yang Tsung patted Little Wang's shoulder and turned to the snake spirit. "Aren't you going to come in? What are you waiting for?" On the 5th floor, in Yi Tianshui's personal room. At this moment, Ling Yun and the other three had already taken their seats. They watched as Yi Tianshui ordered the servants to pour tea and water. "Young Master Ling, since you're coming to my place, you should at least let me know in advance. Look at how unprepared I am, isn't it?" Yi Tianshui didn't forget to complain to Ling Yun as he made arrangements. However, this was a passionate complaint. Ling Yun smiled faintly. He didn't give Yi Tianshui any face at all. "I'm afraid you'll hide again." The fats on Yi Tianshui's body jiggled again. In the end, he could only laugh dryly and say, "Young Master Ling sure knows how to joke." At the same time, he was cursing Ling Yun in his heart. How stubborn. After everything was arranged and the tea was served, Yi Tianshui sent the servants out. He then sat on the sofa with a face full of smiles. "How is it, young Master Ling, CEO Tang, look at my place. Is it passable?" Yi Tianshui started to open the conversation. However, Ling Yun didn't continue. Instead, he said, "Since I'm here, I think you know why I'm here. Let's cut the crap and get down to business." Hearing Ling Yun's words, Yi Tianshui's heart skipped a beat. Don't even mention the heartache he felt. However, Yi Tianshui was still smiling. He took a few cigars from the coffee table in front of him and took the initiative to distribute them to Ling Yun, Tang Meng, Tai Xiaohu, and Mo Wudao. At the same time, he said, "Young Master Ling, look at you guys. It wasn't easy for you guys to come all the way here. You've just sat down and you're already talking about money. Isn't this going to hurt our relationship?" In the end, among the four of them, only Tang Meng took Yi Tianshui's cigar and lit it up nonchalantly. However, Ling Yun only waved his hand and smiled. "I'm afraid that talking too much with you will hurt my money, ha 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 ha." When Yi Tianshui heard this, he was stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter. He first sat down, then slowly lit his cigar. When the cigar was completely lit, he took a deep puff and swallowed it all. Finally, he leisurely exhaled a mouthful of smoke. This series of movements was coherent, steady, and incomparably skilled. Coupled with his 300-pound body, he was the living embodiment of a big shot. Compared to Tang Meng, Tai Xiaohu, and Mo Wudao, the aura that Yi Tianshui displayed at this moment was much more shrewd and ruthless. Only Ling Yun was unaffected by Yi Tianshui's aura. "Young Master Ling, seems like you're in a hurry?" Yi Tianshui said slowly. Ling Yun smiled and nodded. "I can't help it. I'm not as rich as you. I'm very poor now and I'm in a hurry to use the money." Yi Tianshui's eyes narrowed. "It seems like you're going to take the money today? What do you think?" Ling Yun asked bluntly. "What if I don't give it to you?" Yi Tianshui asked. Ling Yun smiled and leaned forward slightly. "You won't not give it to me?" "Ha ha ha ha." Yi Tianshui suddenly burst into laughter again. "I was just joking." Sigh, I've never been in the habit of owing others money since I was young. A win is a win, a loss is a loss. How can I go back on my word after losing? Actually, I've already prepared the money for young Master Ling. It's just that the amount this time is a little bigger and I don't want it to go through other people's hands. As he spoke, Xianxia took out a black bank card and extended his hand to Ling Yun. Not more, not less. 15 billion, no password. Ling Yun took the black card and threw it to Tang Meng without even looking at it. Then, he smiled at Xianxia and said, "That's straightforward." Xianxia cursed in his heart. I want to F***king be straightforward, but can I? Of course not. Ling Yun looked like he would start a fight at any moment. Xianxia had only tested him a little and he could feel it. However, he was still smiling and smoking his cigar. Like a Maitreya Buddha, he said brightly, "Then, can we have a good chat now?" Ling Yun laughed. Yes, it's time to have a good chat. Ling Yun was actually very shocked by Xianxia's performance. Because after this short interaction, he suddenly realized that this big fatty opposite him was actually a person with no weaknesses. To be continued. Thank you for your monthly votes. The third watch would be around 5 in the morning. Continue asking for guaranteed monthly votes. Not only was Xianxia's performance impeccable, but Ling Yun was also certain that he was pretending to be weak. That was because Ling Yun still couldn't see through Xianxia's cultivation level. However, Ling Yun knew that Xianxia definitely knew martial arts. Furthermore, his cultivation level was very high, perhaps even unfathomable. Ling Yun couldn't see through Xianxia's cultivation level. There was no other explanation other than Xianxia's extremely high cultivation level. If that was the case, then why was he so fat? Moreover, he was ridiculously fat. Xianxia was shorter than Ling Yun, but he weighed more than 300 kilograms. He was sitting on the sofa, but the pile of fat on his body was about to overflow. Every movement of Xianxia's would cause the fat on his body to jiggle. What a genius, interesting, Ling Yun thought to himself. Hence, his gaze towards Xianxia had an additional tinge of playfulness. Just as Xianxia said that he wanted to have a good chat, he suddenly pressed a button on the sofa. Not long after, someone knocked on the door from outside. "Come in," Xianxia said in a low voice. A man dressed in a suit and leather shoes walked in. This was Xianxia's right-hand man, Wang Feng, the general manager of this private club. On the eve of the battle between the Ling family and the Chen family, Xianxia started a bet on the outcome of the battle and then asked for a higher payout. "Boss." After Wang Feng came in, he greeted Xianxia respectfully. Then, he smiled at Ling Yun and the rest. "Good evening, gentlemen." Neither servile nor overbearing. Ling Yun knew that Xianxia definitely had something to arrange, but he didn't say anything. He only smiled and nodded at Wang Feng. "Manager Wang, bring my friends to the VIP lounge on the 3rd floor to play a few rounds and try your luck." Xianxia didn't turn back. He only raised his hand and pointed at Tang Meng, Tai Xiaohu, and Mo Wudao. Ling Yun understood immediately. Xianxia said that he wanted to have a good chat with Ling Yun. That was why he found such an excuse to send the other 3 away. "Yes, boss. This way please." Wang Feng naturally understood Xianxia's intentions immediately. He didn't waste any time and immediately made an inviting gesture towards Tang Meng and the rest. "Big brother Yun?" Tang Meng turned to look at Ling Yun. Ling Yun smiled faintly. "I'm here to play anyway. You guys go ahead and play. However, there are many experts here. Don't lose too much. You all. Hee, let's go, go. Tang Meng was smart. He could tell that Xianxia and Ling Yun didn't want others to hear what they were going to say next. Therefore, after getting Ling Yun's approval, he stood up and walked out. Actually, Tang Meng was very excited. Looking at the decoration style of Xianxia's private clubhouse, it did not lose to the big casinos in Macau. Since he was the self-proclaimed little gambling god, he naturally wanted to spar with the masters here. As for winning or losing, to Tang Meng, who was currently the head of the Ling Yun group, he didn't care too much about it. He just wanted to have some fun. After Tang Meng stood up, Mo Wudao, who had not spoken a word since entering the room, also stood up. However, he did not move immediately. Instead, he clasped his hands behind his back and looked around. Then, he casually said, "Boss, yes, skills are extraordinary. This room's layout is really ingenious. It's a big move, and good feng shui." Then, Mo Wu Dao glanced at Ling Yun as if nothing had happened before walking out of the room. Soon, Wang Feng brought the three of them out of Yi Tianshui's room and went to the VIP lounge on the third floor to play around. Only Ling Yun and Yi Tianshui were left in the room. "Young Master Ling, please have some tea." After everyone left, Yi Tianshui took another puff of his cigar and extended his hand to invite Ling Yun for tea. Ling Yun smiled, picked up the teacup, and drained it in one gulp. Actually, there was no need for Mo Wu Dao's reminder. After entering the room, he had already seen the layout of the room clearly. Mo Wu Dao was naturally not lying when he said that the room's feng shui was good. However, that wasn't what he meant. Because this room was a qi gathering formation. Good feng shui was a place that contained wind and gathered qi. Yi Tianshui's room was specially used to gather qi. It seems like young Master Ling's rise in Qingshui City wasn't due to luck. Just look at the brothers you brought along. Each of them is extraordinary, and they are all rare talents. Yi Tianshui spoke, and the first thing he did was praise him without holding anything back. Ling Yun smiled faintly. "Now that only the two of us are left in the room, just say what you want to say. There's no need to beat around the bush." "It bothers me." Yi Tianshui didn't smile this time. Instead, he nodded his head seriously and said, "I've already paid you 15 billion. Since I've already paid such a high price, I think I can at least listen to the details of the deathmatch. That shouldn't be a problem, right?" Yi Tianshui no longer squinted his eyes. Instead, he stared intently at Ling Yun, waiting to see what he had to say. Ling Yun thought to himself, "Alright, I haven't even started to test Yi Tianshui, and the other party has already found me first." Ling Yun smiled again and glanced at Yi Tianshui disdainfully. Then, he said leisurely, "There's no harm in telling you the details of the deathmatch. However, you don't know martial arts, so what's the point of listening to all this fighting and killing?" Ling Yun was purposely provoking him. "Ha ha ha ha," Yi Tianshui burst into laughter as soon as he said that. The fats on his face and body jiggled continuously, dazzling Ling Yun's eyes. Suddenly, Yi Tianshui retracted his smile and said seriously, "Young Master Ling, even if you're joking, you shouldn't be joking like that. I can hide my martial arts skills from others, but I know that I definitely can't hide it from you." With that, Yi Tianshui took another puff of his cigar, swallowed it completely, and then spat it out. This time, what Yi Tianshui spat out were smoke rings. Every smoke ring was the same size and didn't dissipate. The distance between each smoke ring was the same as well. Without any deviation, they headed straight for Ling Yun, who was on the other side of the coffee table. "Good kung fu." Seeing Yi Tianshui's sudden move, Ling Yun couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. However, he neither blocked nor dodged. Instead, he allowed the smoke rings to attack him. Very quickly, the first smoke ring arrived in front of Ling Yun. That smoke ring was completely natural, but it carried a kind of arrogant sword intent. When it was only 5 centimeters away from Ling Yun's face, it suddenly stopped moving. Then, it was the second, the third. A total of dozens of smoke rings appeared between Ling Yun and Yi Tianshui. It was as if the white smoke rings were used to build a chain bridge. Good concentration. Yi Tianshui saw that Ling Yun didn't dodge, nor did he wave his hand to block. While using his aura to control the smoke rings, he was actually able to speak. Ling Yun smiled faintly. He didn't say anything, but raised his hand, extended his index finger, and pointed at the dozens of smoke rings that were arranged side by side. Instantly, a sword energy shot out, piercing through the dozens of smoke rings and reaching Yi Tianshui's face. It almost pierced into his mouth, and the dozens of smoke rings formed a string. "You too, aren't you afraid that I'll kill you?" Ling Yun's finger didn't move, but his face still had a bright smile. "Hee, there's no enmity between us, why would you want to kill me?" Yi Tianshui said casually, as if he was rather bored. Thus, he retracted his power, and the smoke rings between them gradually became indistinct and began to dissipate into the air. Naturally, Ling Yun also retracted his sword energy. In this exchange, neither of them had any murderous intent, and both of them seemed to be equally matched. It could be considered an even match. The smoke rings drifted away, and the sword energy was retracted. The magical scene of swords drawn and bows drawn just now disappeared instantly. Ling Yin said, "Now, do you know how I won the life and death duel? Do I still need to explain the specific process?" Haha, Yi Tianxue looked up to the sky and laughed. He simply didn't mention it again. A connoisseur only needed to stretch out his hand to know whether there was a connoisseur or not. Saying more would just be nonsense. After such a fight, the rest of the conversation was naturally much more casual. Ling Yin lay back and chose the most comfortable position. Then, he said, "How did you know that I would win before the life and death duel?" "Our Yi family's intelligence network is barely passable," Yi Tianxue said indifferently. Ling Yin nodded his head to show that he understood. Then, he said, "So, you were certain that I would win, and so you opened this bet with no losses?" Yi Tianxue rolled his eyes when he heard that. F***ck. What do you mean by no losses? Didn't you take it all away? Ling Yin naturally heard Yi Tianxue's displeasure, but he didn't take it to heart. He had taken 15 billion from the other party for nothing. It would be his fault if he didn't allow the other party to be unhappy. However, the problem of money wasn't important to the two people in front of him. Yi Tianxue immediately asked something else. "Ling Yin, what realm are you in? Is it convenient for you to tell me?" Qi Cultivation Stage 3, Advanced Stage. At this moment, Ling Yin already knew that if he didn't show enough trump cards, it would be very difficult to win against the guy in front of him. Since the other party was being honest, he couldn't be bothered to hide it. That was because the other party had already investigated him thoroughly, and Ling Yin knew almost nothing about Yi Tianxue and the Yi family. Therefore, if they were to be honest, Ling Yin would be the one benefiting. After finishing his sentence, Ling Yin immediately asked curiously, "Then why are you so fat? Is it convenient for you to tell me?" Yi Tianxue sighed and lowered his head to look at his fat body. Then, he said, "Nurturing qi, nurturing my sword, I have no choice." "Oh, I see." Ling Yin understood instantly. Yi Tianxue must have reached the qi cultivation realm a long time ago. Ling Yin knew from the move he made just now that Yi Tianxue's qi cultivation technique focused on the word gather. Moreover, it was used in conjunction with nurturing his sword. That explained his fat body. The advanced stage of qi cultivation stage 3. That's what cultivators call it. How big is the range of your divine sense now? Yi Tianxue suddenly asked seriously after some thought. To be continued. The third chapter was completed on the 30th, and the third chapter would continue on the 1st of October. Seeking monthly votes, the range of my divine sense is only about 3,000 meters. At this point, both parties were starting to be open with each other. Ling Yin naturally didn't need to hide such insignificant matters, so he might as well get straight to the point. "What about you? I don't think I've sensed you using your divine sense." Ling Yin could sense other people's divine sense because he had the light assimilation technique. Therefore, he knew that Yi Tianxue hadn't used his divine sense since he first met him. Yi Tianxue lowered his head and glanced at himself. Then, he smiled bitterly. "My divine sense is all in this body of fat. It's all used to nurture the sword. However, if I release it outside," he looked up at Ling Yin with a smug expression. "Then it's a little further than you, about 5,000 meters? What? Divine sense range of 5,000 meters. That was the 5th level of Qi disciple. Even Ling Yin couldn't help but be moved by Yi Tianxue's realm. He couldn't hide the shock on his face. Ling Yin asked in disbelief, "Then, have you passed the 4-9 minor tribulation?" Unexpectedly, Yi Tianxue shook his head. "I've been nurturing my sword and haven't passed the tribulation yet. However, the true genius of the Yi family, Yi Tiandu, passed the tribulation successfully at the beginning of this year." Yi Tiandu? This was the first time Ling Yin had heard of this name after Yi Xingchen mentioned it. Yi Tianxue chuckled when he saw Ling Yin's expression. "Yes, Yi Tiandu. You must have heard of this name a long time ago, right?" Ling Yin smiled. "Yes, I have." Yi Tianxue continued, "Yi Tiandu is my second uncle, the only son of the head of the Yi family. He's a true genius. He's only 20 years old this year, but he can already use sword kinesis flight. I'm far inferior to him. Ling Yan laughed coldly. Alright, is there any point in pretending in front of me? What's so great about sword kinesis flight? You're not inferior to him at all. Yi Tianxue only looked up to the sky and laughed, but did not reply. Since we're talking about Yi Tiandu, let me ask you something. On the night of August 31st, was he the one who used the purple flying sword to assassinate Qin Jingtian? With that, Ling Yan stared into Yi Tianxue's eyes. Yi Tianxue pretended to block it with his hand and smiled. You don't have to look at me like that. Since I'm willing to tell you so much, I have no intention of hiding anything from you. That's right, Yi Tiandu was the one who tried to assassinate Qin Jingtian that night. He admitted it so easily? Before Ling Yan asked about that matter, he thought that Yi Tianxue would cover it up. Who knew that Yi Tianxue would admit it without even trying to hide it? Yi Tianxue continued, initially, my family wanted to send me, but I didn't want to go against you, so I found an excuse to refuse. Therefore, they could only send Yi Tiandu to kill Qin Jingtian. Ling Yan was surprised, you don't want to fight me? Yi Tianxue smiled. That's right. In this half a year, you've never lost a single battle. No matter what kind of opponent you face, you've always won. Are you willing to provoke such an opponent? F***ck. Ling Yan looked down on Yi Tianxue for such an answer. He buried his head in thought for a while before getting straight to the point. But aren't we enemies? We're just opponents. Yi Tianxue corrected him immediately. In my eyes, opponents and enemies are two completely different things. After a pause, he smiled and said, to be precise, our Yi clan and your Ling clan can only be considered opponents, but we are far from being enemies. Don't bring your personal actions of killing to the level of a family battle. Yi Tianxue started talking. The Sun family was annihilated by you. To put it bluntly, it was just a brainless hedonist from their family, Sun Xing. He provoked you in Qingshui City, and he was stubborn enough to fight you to the death. In the end, his family was annihilated, and he deserved it. Yi Tianxue started talking. As for the Chen family, I can't even be bothered to talk about them. Qin Jingxian and Qin Jingtian, those two brothers, think that they can climb to the top after so many years of training their troops. That's even more brainless. Even if the Chen family struggles for another 20 years, they still won't be enough in the eyes of the Long family and the Yi family. Ling Yan was speechless. In Yi Tianxue's eyes, the Sun family deserved to be destroyed and the Chen family wanting to rise to power was nonsense. No wonder Yi Tianxue bet on the Sun-Chen alliance without hesitation. It could be said that Yi Tianxue's words were very arrogant. His disdain towards the Sun family and the Chen family was vividly reflected in his words. However, Ling Yan didn't feel that anything was amiss. That was because what Yi Tianxue said was the truth. Ling Yan could destroy both the Sun family and the Chen family alone. He was sure that the outcome wouldn't change if Yi Tianxue were to make a move. F***ck, we've gone off topic. Yi Tianxue suddenly felt that he had deviated from the main topic, so he quickly pulled it back. Ling Yan, what I mean is that there are only 4 big families left in Beijing, and even in Xianxia. My Yi family, your Ling family, the Long family, and the Qin family. Family fights aren't like personal vendettas. You are you, and your family is your family. Next, no matter how the family fights, I hope you can understand this point. It's not that only fighting and killing can solve all problems. Actually, there are many things that everyone can sit down and talk about, just like the two of us today. Ling Yan found it a little funny. He couldn't help but interrupt. Are you teaching me a lesson? Yi Tianxue immediately shut his mouth and rolled his eyes. F***ck, this is a conversation, alright? Ling Yan laughed. I understand what you mean. Even though he had confirmed that the person who killed him was Yi Tiandu of the Yi family, Ling Yan didn't have any thoughts at the moment. That was because Yi Tianxue's view coincided with Ling Yan's. Family fights weren't as simple as destroying the opponent's family. If that was the case, there were many big and small families in Xianxia. No matter how capable Ling Yun was, he wouldn't be able to destroy all of them. Let's talk about the enemy. This time, Ling Yan took the initiative to bring them back to the main topic. Ling Yan said seriously, I want to know what the Yi family's attitude is toward the Ling family. Yi Tianxue spread his hands. What else can it be? Aren't you letting them develop on their own? Ling Yan asked again, unwilling to give up. Not suppressing them? Yi Tianxue chuckled. My aunt doesn't agree. My second uncle can only stare at her, hee hee. Your aunt? Yi Qingxin, you won't know even if I tell you now, but you'll see her in the future. Ling Yan could only nod again. Understood. At this point, Ling Yan was actually a little grateful to Yi Tianxue. No matter what he asked, Yi Tianxue would always tell him everything he knew. How could the two of them fight like this? It was impossible, however, he still frowned and asked, why are you telling me all these things so readily? Yi Tianxue smiled. I want to hide it from you, but I have to. You'll find out about these things sooner or later anyway. I might as well do you a favor tonight so you don't have to figure it out yourself. What a good plan. Ling Yan couldn't help but praise Yi Tianxue's plan and foresight. It was indeed extraordinary. Thank you. However, there's something very important that I still want to make clear to you here. Yi Tianxue looked at Ling Yan with a faint smile and waited quietly for him to continue. The reason why you're willing to tell me this so readily isn't just to do me a favor, right? I heard that you seem to like my elder sister, Ling Xiao? About that, Yi Tianxue didn't expect Ling Yan to bring up this topic. No matter how shrewd he was, he couldn't help but blush. Be a man. Ling Yan laughed. That's right. Yi Tianxue nodded immediately. Ling Yan smiled and said, forget about it, my elder sister doesn't like you at all. Forget about it? Not a chance. Yi Tianxue rejected on the spot and said, what's wrong with liking someone? Isn't liking someone enough? I haven't done anything overboard. Ling Yan sneered. You haven't done anything overboard? Please look at who you're lying to, I just killed Ling Hao not long ago. Yi Tianxue suddenly stood up, he looked at Ling Yan and suddenly smiled. I understand, you're actually talking about the thing that I asked Ling Hao to do. Ling Yan looked up and said frankly, that's right. Do you dare to say that you did the right thing? Yi Tianxue didn't speak for a long time. He stood there with his head down and pondered for a long time, as if deliberating his words. Finally, he said, damn it, Ling Hao tricked me before he died. Ling Yan, when Ling Hao borrowed 500 million yuan from me to buy an assassin, I already knew that he wanted to deal with you. I didn't want to lend him that sum of money, so I came up with an excuse that he wouldn't agree to it. That's because I knew that he wouldn't be able to kill you, and if this matter were to be exposed, I would definitely be the one in trouble. At this point, Yi Tianxue glanced at Ling Yan and continued, who knew that Ling Hao had already lost his mind and agreed to all my unreasonable requests. I had no choice but to lend him the 500 million. As he spoke, Yi Tianxue turned around and walked into the bedroom. Very quickly, he took out a piece of paper. Then, he raised his hand and that piece of paper flew straight towards Ling Yan. Ling Yan caught it and scanned the paper. It was the IOU written by Ling Hao himself. What do you mean? Yi Tianxue said sincerely, since Ling Hao is already dead, I don't want this money anymore. How about we forget about everything between us? The first update was delivered. As usual, there were still 2 more updates after midnight. Double monthly votes during National Day. Today was the first day, and the monthly votes were too crazy. Please get monthly votes, forget it all? Ling Yan frowned slightly. He glanced at the IOU again and gave it some thought. Suddenly, he smiled evilly. How can I forget it so easily? Wouldn't that be too easy on you? F***ck. Yi Tianxue was furious. Ling Yan, I gave you all 15 billion without hesitation when you came to ask for money. Ling Hao took 500 million from me, and I didn't take a single cent from the IOU that he personally wrote. What more do you want from me today? Yi Tianxue began to roll up his sleeves as he spoke. It seemed like he had reached his limit. If Ling Yan continued to force him, he would fight Ling Yan. Ling Yan snickered when he saw Yi Tianxue's exasperated look. Unless you promise me that you won't have any improper thoughts about my big sister. TSK, I told you just now. That's impossible. Yi Tianxue rejected him without hesitation. He began to roll up his other sleeve, but he stopped before he could do so. You said indecent thoughts? What does that mean? Ling Yan looked at him with a faint smile and said casually, it's literally what it means. Yi Tianxue was stunned. Then, I like Ling Xiu. That's not improper, right? Ling Yan stared at Yi Tianxue's jiggling fats with disdain. Look at your fat and think about my big sister. Do you think you have any chance? Hee, that's none of your business. That's my business. Yi Tianxue understood what Ling Yan meant instantly. As long as he didn't provoke Ling Xiu, Ling Yan wouldn't find trouble with him. As for liking her, Ling Yan wouldn't interfere. Who didn't have a crush in this day and age? Moreover, Ling Xiu was one of the top 10 beauties in Beijing. She was the target of many outstanding men in the upper-class circle of China. According to Ling Yan's knowledge, Yi Tianxue had never done anything out of line with Ling Xiu. Seeing that Yi Tianxue had calmed down, Ling Yan finally smiled and said, all right, then it's settled. Since that's the case, we'll write off everything that happened between us in the past. He had no choice but to write it off. Ling Yan was the least afraid of being arrogant. If the other party dared to be arrogant in front of him, Ling Yan would definitely be 10 times or even 100 times stronger than the other party. He would crush the other party until they couldn't even lift their heads. However, facing Yi Tianxue, Ling Yan really couldn't muster up any energy. This was because ever since he came, Yi Tianxue had indeed been tolerant and had always been showing weakness to Ling Yan. 1 was 1, 2 was 2. Everything he did was done so that Ling Yan could not find fault with him. Even if Ling Yan really wanted to wreak havoc at Yi Tianxue's private club tonight, he could not find a suitable reason to do so. On this trip, Ling Yan easily obtained 15 billion yuan. He also found out that the culprit was Yi Tiandu, understood Yi Tianxue's strength, and understood the Yi family's attitude towards the Ling family. Along the way, he also solved the problem left behind by Ling Hao and helped the Ling family save 500 million yuan. This trip could be said to be fruitful. However, all of this was built on the foundation of Yi Tianxue's full cooperation. If Yi Tianxue didn't cooperate, Ling Yan wouldn't be able to accomplish anything other than wreak havoc here and destroy Yi Tianxue's private club. That was because Yi Tianxue's strength wasn't below Ling Yan's. If they really fought, it was likely that neither of them would be able to do anything to the other. Moreover, Yi Tianxue had already said everything that needed to be said. If Ling Yan was still unwilling to let it go, then he really didn't know what was good for him. Logic wouldn't be on his side anymore. Ling Yan wouldn't do such a thing. Ling Yan knew better than anyone that it was time to stop. So, was the current Yi Tianxue an enemy, a rival, or a friend to Ling Yan? Ling Yan couldn't figure it out in such a short period of time. He could only take it one step at a time. Pour the tea. Ling Yan first put away the 500 million IOU and then said to Yi Tianxue, who was sitting opposite him. F***ck, you're addicted to drinking. Yi Tianxue finally regained his cheerful appearance. Even though he expressed his dissatisfaction, he still bent his fat body and swiftly poured tea for Ling Yan. But after we've written it off, what reason can I use to find trouble with you in the future? Ling Yan didn't forget to tease Yi Tianxue as he drank the tea. F***ck. Yi Tianxue's body trembled as he hurriedly raised the back of his hand to wipe his sweat. At the same time, he said with a bitter smile, I knew you definitely didn't come here with good intentions. You're indeed here to find trouble. Hee. At least you're smart. Ling Yan was very frank. Yi Tianxue's face was full of worry. Ling Yan, can you have some integrity? Let's all sit down and have some tea and chat. Isn't that good? If your hands are itchy and you want to find someone to fight, I can find a few people for you. You can go find them. Ling Yan's eyes flashed as he asked immediately, who? Yi Tianxue laughed. Yi Tiandu, Long Tianxing, Long Tianfeng. I guarantee that any one of them will be enough to give you a hard time. Ling Yan laughed and suddenly said, but I think you're a good opponent. Why give up what's near at hand and seek what's far away? Yi Tianxue's mood relaxed as he lit another cigar and puffed hard. Then, he smiled and said to Ling Yan, you can fight me if you want, but you have to wait until I've nurtured my sword. When that time comes, we can find a place and fight 2,000 rounds with you. What's wrong with that? This time, it was Ling Yan's turn to roll his eyes. Tisk, if you wait until you've nurtured your sword, then I won't be able to fight you. That's why I'm taking advantage of this opportunity to bully you. Ha 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 ha, Yi Tianshui laughed and pointed at Ling Yun with a finger as thick as a carrot. I thought you weren't afraid of anything. So there are times when you're afraid too? Idiot. Ling Yun scolded jokingly. I'll fight if I can win. If I can't, of course I have to run. Do you think I'm stupid? Yi Tianshui's expression froze as he muttered, I was right, you're indeed the kind of person who has no morals. People like you are the hardest to deal with. Ling Yun chuckled. That's why I said that your performance tonight far exceeded my expectations. You deserve full marks. Just like that, the two of them laughed for a while. Suddenly, Ling Yan's expression turned serious as he asked Yi Tianshui, do you lock yourself in here all day to cultivate? Seeing that Ling Yun was asking about serious matters, Yi Tianshui immediately became serious as well. He looked left and right before replying, that's not it. I actually hate fighting and killing. A few years ago, I opened this place. In order not to have to run around, I found someone to make this chi gathering formation. I'll gather chi and nurture my sword in this room every day. Who knew that my cultivation wouldn't be slow? Ling Yun nodded and asked again, what kind of sword are you nurturing? Can you tell me? Now, it was naturally the two young experts discussing cultivation. Yi Tianshui's attitude was still the same, completely unguarded against Ling Yun. Of course, I can tell you. I cultivate the Tai Chi sword, which uses blood and chi to nourish the sword intent. Once the blood and chi are transformed into swords, the sword body will condense into a physical body. Then, the sword will be able to move according to my will. Every part of my body can be used as a sword. Impressive, impressive. Ling Yan couldn't help but applaud after hearing that. Then, he asked, what's the name of this sword technique? Yi Tianshui answered truthfully, it's hard to calm down. After hearing that, Ling Yun was a little dumbfounded. He pondered for a long time but couldn't think of a more fitting and suitable name for the sword technique. It's indeed hard to calm down. Good name. What realm have you cultivated to now? Yi Tianshui said, the sword body has been developed, but I can't move according to my will. Ling Yun immediately spread his hands and said regretfully, then you've missed a good opportunity tonight. What Ling Yun meant was that if Yi Tianshui were to fight for real tonight, he might be able to force out Yi Tianshui's potential. That would be the most advantageous for Yi Tianshui. That's right. Yi Tianshui naturally understood what Ling Yun meant. He also added regretfully, but he quickly said, but I'd rather miss this battle with you. Because provoking you is equivalent to making things difficult for myself. I'm not as stupid as others. Yi Tianshui's attitude made Ling Yun laugh. Finally, he asked, I heard that the Yi family is holding an ancient martial arts auction the night after. Tomorrow? When Yi Tianshui heard that, he immediately sat up straight. What do you want? Ling Yun laughed. Why are you so nervous? Since the Yi family is holding an ancient martial arts auction, can't I go buy something? Yi Tianshui was still very nervous. He asked with his body still tense, are you really going to buy something? Are you sure you won't cause trouble? Ling Yun nodded in confirmation. I'm really going to buy something. As long as no one provokes me, I definitely won't take the initiative to cause trouble. That's good. Yi Tianshui instantly felt relieved. Then, he said, then why are you mentioning this to me? Ling Yun laughed. What else can it be? I'm asking for the address. Up until now, I don't even know where the main door of the ancient martial arts auction is. Actually, Ling Yun didn't need to ask because Yi Xingchen definitely knew the address. However, he naturally asked in front of Yi Tianshui. East of Beijing, Tongzhou District, near the East 6th Ring Road, there's a place called Longwang Village. When you get there, just find the tallest building and go in. After confirming that Ling Yun wasn't looking for trouble, Yi Tianshui very happily told him the specific address. Longwang Village, right? Got it, thank you. With that, Ling Yun stood up slowly. He stretched his back before saying with a smile, we're done talking. Let's go play a few rounds. Ah? Yi Tianshui was instantly dumbfounded. To be continued. Hey, wait up. Yi Tianshui panicked when he heard that Ling Yun wanted to play a few rounds downstairs. He stood up instantly and blocked Ling Yun's way. I say, you have divine sense, but you went down to play cards with those ordinary people. It's obvious that you're trying to win their money. Aren't you embarrassed? Ling Yun replied innocently, yeah, I'm just going down to win money. Who said that I can't play cards with divine sense? Yi Tianshui glared at him. I did. He paused for a moment before continuing, you're not playing cards anymore, you're robbing. Not just me, any other place would blacklist you if they found out about you. They wouldn't let you gamble at all. One couldn't blame Yi Tianshui for being anxious. Gambling in a casino was a gamble of uncertainty. However, Ling Yun had a strong divine sense. No matter what kind of card it was, he would be able to see through it. It was indeed robbery. No matter how generous Yi Tianshui was, he wouldn't allow Ling Yun to do as he pleased. If Ling Yun really went down to play, it would be the biggest bug in the game. It would completely destroy the balance of the game. Ling Yun was helpless. He pointed at the floor beneath his feet and smiled. But Emma Wudao has divine sense. Moreover, I just noticed that there are quite a few gambling experts playing in your place. Ling Yun was speechless when he heard that. Yi Tianshui said angrily, F***ck, isn't that giving you face by letting Emma Wudao go down to play? Moreover, I don't care if they win tens of millions of yuan. It's just a small bet. I'll just take it as a good start. As for the gambling masters you saw, they were basically hired by me to help me look after the place in secret. You can also directly think of them as shills. My business is at least a few billion every night. Moreover, there are gambling experts from other places coming over every few days. How can I not find a few people to watch over me? In order to stop Ling Yun from playing cards, Yi Tianshui decided to confess everything. Ling Yun chuckled. So that's how it is. Then what would you do if you met someone who could crush the entire field with just gambling skills? Yi Tianshui said, gambling experts of this level are usually famous in the circle. They won't come to me at all. Even if they do come, they won't dare to go all out. Instead, they'll deliberately keep winning more and lose less. When they feel that they've won enough, they'll leave. Ling Yun asked again, what if we meet someone who really doesn't know any better? Yi Tianshui rolled his eyes. In my opinion, you're the most ignorant one. If we really encounter such a person, our people will have a way to remind him and let him stop when it's about time. If he still doesn't know what's good for him, then I'll have no choice but to be impolite. Ling Yun smiled and asked, how so? Yi Tianshui grumpily said, if it's light, it'll result in losing your hand. If it's heavy, you'll lose your life. Since you can't chop off my hand, you can't kill me either, so why don't you just stop me from gambling? Yi Tianshui admitted, that's right. Ling Yun spread his hands. Since I'm here, you can't not let me play a few rounds, right? A few rounds is definitely not a problem, but let's make it clear in advance. You can't win more than 100 million. Once you win 100 million, you have to stop. Only 100 million? So petty? It's not like I'm winning money from you. Nonsense. If you win all my customers, how are they going to come and play in the future? How am I going to run my business then? Alright, 100 million it is. Do you want to go down and play? It's not suitable for me to go down, so I won't accompany you. Go straight to the third floor, I'll arrange for someone to bring you the chips. We agreed on 100 million. Yi Tianshui's face was full of anxiety as he repeatedly emphasized that Ling Yun could only win 100 million. Haha, look at how nervous you are. I got it. With that, Ling Yun appeared at the door in a flash. He opened the door and quickly left Yi Tianshui's room, heading straight to the VIP lounge on the third floor. After Ling Yun left, Yi Tianshui sat back on the sofa and lit a new cigar. He took a deep puff, swallowed the smoke, and exhaled it all as if he was letting out a long breath. Damn it, he still asked for 100 million from me before he left. How shameless. Yi Tianshui muttered to himself. He didn't care if Ling Yun could hear him. Then, Yi Tianshui took out his phone and gave instructions to Wang Feng, who had been waiting downstairs. Yes, he's already gone down. Give him as many chips as he wants, but you have to make sure to keep a close eye on him. He can't win more than 100 million, got it? Yi Tianshui was practically gritting his teeth at the end of his sentence. After making the arrangements, Yi Tianshui threw his phone on the coffee table and recalled his encounter with Ling Yun. After a long time, he shook his head and said with a bitter smile, "What a difficult opponent. There's nothing I can do about it." It was the first time Ling Yun and Yi Tianshui met, but both of them had the same evaluation of each other. Yi Tianshui's private clubhouse was actually a 5-story building. From the outside, the building looked very inconspicuous. Apart from the lights shining through the windows at night, which made it look magnificent and colorful, people who didn't know what was going on wouldn't even take a second look when they walked past the door during the day. However, once they entered, they would know that there was a whole new world inside. The interior design and decorations far exceeded that of a 5-star hotel. Even the standard of service far exceeded that of a 5-star hotel in Beijing. Yi Tianshui stayed alone on the 5th floor. The 4th floor was mainly a surveillance room used to monitor the movements on the 2nd and 3rd floors. Surveillance was, of course, a necessity in a casino. The 3rd floor was the VIP lounge. Those who came here to play and could exchange tens of millions of chips would basically play on this floor. The 2nd floor was the hall. All the decorations in the hall were no different from the casinos in Macau. There were blackjack, baccarat, and all kinds of games. There was a croupier at each gambling table who was responsible for dealing cards. The 1st floor was, of course, a place for the guests to relax and chat. Tang Meng, Tai Xiaohu, and Mo Wudao were naturally on the 3rd floor. However, they weren't in the main hall. They were directly brought to a luxurious room by Wang Feng. There were no other gamblers here, only the 3 of them. They were playing baccarat. It was the simplest yet most exciting game of gambling against the dealer. Because the 3 of them were specially brought in by manager Wang Feng, the dealer naturally understood. Therefore, when the cards were handed out, they didn't do anything. It was a normal deal. Among the 3 of them, even though Mo Wudao had divine sense, he didn't use it to help Tang Meng because he knew the purpose of today's visit. Playing like this, winning or losing would naturally depend on luck. Therefore, when it came to gambling, it was very exciting. And this was exactly the feeling that Tang Meng wanted. Tens of millions? To Tang Meng, his earnings in an hour during the day far exceeded this amount. Fortunately, Tang Meng's luck was really good tonight. When he first came down, he asked for 5 million chips. Now, it had doubled to 15 million. At this time, Ling Yan also came to the 3rd floor. However, he didn't look for Tang Meng and the other 2. Instead, he locked onto his target. After receiving the 10 million chips from Wang Feng, he directly went to another room in the VIP lounge. Ling Yan said that he would come down to play. Even though this made Yi Tianshui very nervous, of course, he wasn't here to win money. It wasn't because Yi Tianshui didn't allow it, but because he was the head of the Ling family now. He had to be mindful of his identity. Otherwise, even if Ling Yan won a few billion in one night, if word got out that the head of the Ling family relied on gambling to earn money, it would make many people laugh their heads off. Then, it wouldn't be worth it. Ling Yan came down to play because he discovered an old friend through his divine sense. At this moment, she was in a room in the VIP lounge on the 3rd floor, gambling enthusiastically. Xing Yingying, the daughter of the god of gambling of Huaxia, Asia's #1 gambler, Xing Liuji. As the daughter of the god of gambling, Xing Yingying was naturally very accomplished in various gambling techniques. Of course, Ling Yan wasn't surprised to see her here. However, since they met by chance, Ling Yan was still very interested in teasing her. "Sir, please come in. Please take a seat here." In the VIP lounge on the 3rd floor, there were beautiful receptionists in charge of everything. The service was very attentive, and the guests didn't need to worry at all. Once Ling Yan walked to the door, a beautiful receptionist welcomed him in. This room was playing poker. There was only one gambling table, and a beautiful dealer was in charge of dealing cards. At this moment, there were already 8 people sitting at the table playing cards. Yang Tsung, who had been repeatedly slapped in the face by Ling Yan tonight, was also here. His luck tonight was really bad. In less than half an hour, he had already lost more than 20 million. Seeing a newcomer enter, the 8 guests naturally raised their heads subconsciously and observed Ling Yun at the same time. Among the 8 of them, 6 of them only glanced at Ling Yun before immediately looking at their own cards. However, there were 2 who didn't. Yang Tsong raised his head subconsciously. When he saw that it was Ling Yun, he was so shocked that he immediately lowered his head. However, very quickly, he raised his head again and smiled awkwardly at Ling Yun. That smile was as ugly as it could be. And of course, the other person who wasn't calm was Ling Yun's old friend, Xing Yingying. Xing Yingying wasn't just not calm, she was extremely shocked. She looked at Ling Yun as if she had seen a living ghost. Her pretty face alternated between red and white. She didn't even know that the dealer had taken away the cards in front of her after asking her 3 times whether she wanted to bet or not. It's you. Xing Yingying looked at Ling Yun, who had just sat down, and asked in shock. It couldn't be helped. At Gong Hongguang's place in Xianxia City, Ling Yun had completely humiliated Xing Yingying with a big 4 and a poker. It left a deep impression on her. Coincidentally, Ling Yun sat on the right side of Yang Tsong, at the number 9 seat of the gambling table. He placed the 10 million chips in his hand lightly in front of him and smiled brightly at Xing Yingying. Beauty, it's been a while. Xing Yingying was indeed a beauty. In Ling Yun's eyes, if Yi Xingchen, Ning Lingyu, and Bai Xianer were all great beauties, he would give Xing Yingying at least 9 out of 10. In terms of looks and figure, Xing Yingying didn't lose out to the other beauties around Ling Yun. Moreover, after their duel in Xianxia City, Ling Yun knew that this girl had a ruthless streak in her. Yes, that's right, it was a wild streak of ruthlessness. A woman who was willing to tattoo a seductive rose on her right breast. How could such a woman not have a sense of ruthlessness? However, Xing Yingying's long hair was draped over her shoulders today. She wore a tight-fitting, off-the-shoulder t-shirt with a slightly low neckline, allowing the 2 lumps of her breasts to stretch out the t-shirt. It was very eye-catching. She wore a pair of blue, tight-fitting jeans that accentuated her long and slender legs. Overall, she looked capable and sexy. Xing Yingying wasn't a member of Yi Tianshui's club. She just liked to come here to play. She belonged to the type of gambling expert that Yi Tianshui had described. Because of the warning from her father, Xing Liuji, Xing Yingying knew that this place wasn't ordinary. She never cheated or won the banker's money when she came here. Although she relied on her gambling skills, she mainly played with skills. Moreover, she wouldn't win too much each time. She would leave after she had won enough. Therefore, although the gambling experts in Yi Tianshui's private clubhouse knew Xing Yingying's identity, they didn't make things difficult for her. Instead, they welcomed her. After all, it would be beneficial for Yi Tianshui's private clubhouse if such a beauty was willing to play cards in their clubhouse. For example, there were at least 2 rich hedonists at this table. They came here just to catch a glimpse of Xing Yingying, this beautiful gambling master. Moreover, they were hoping to get lucky. What if this beauty took a fancy to them? However, when they went to the gambling table and played with this beauty for more than 3 hours, each of them lost tens of millions of dollars, but Xing Yingying didn't even bother to look at them. This beauty was still immersed in playing cards. Because of her family background, Xing Yingying only liked gambling and enjoyed the excitement and process of playing cards. As for winning or losing, she really didn't care too much. However, who knew that Ling Yun would successfully attract the attention of this beauty the moment he entered? Moreover, through the conversation between the 2 of them, the others instantly understood that they knew each other. At the side, the 2 nouveau riches who were originally competitors couldn't help but look at each other. Then, they both glanced at Ling Yun and cursed in their hearts, "Damn, what's so great about being handsome? Long time no see." Xing Yingying happened to be sitting at the number 1 seat, right beside the dealer. She and Ling Yun happened to be diagonally opposite each other, so it was very convenient for the 2 of them to talk without turning their heads. At this moment, Xing Yingying's heart could be said to be filled with mixed feelings. After she lost to Ling Yun and returned to Beijing dejectedly, a few of her seniors told Xing Liuji about it. In the end, Xing Liuji flew into a rage and gave his precious daughter a good scolding. Xing Yingying lost money and was scolded by her father. She remembered Ling Yun from the bottom of her heart. More than once, she thought of going to Qingshui City to seek revenge on Ling Yun. However, who knew that her father would keep a close eye on her and wouldn't give her any chance at all? Until one day, her father threw a newspaper in front of her. The headline was the opening ceremony of Ling Yun's Heaven and Earth group. That was when Xing Yingying finally understood what kind of opponent she had met. At that time, she gave up on the idea of seeking revenge on Ling Yun. That was because at that time, Xing Liuji said something that Xing Yingying could still vividly remember. Yingying, remember, it's definitely not a coincidence for a person to succeed to this stage in such a short period of time. Gamblers like us who make a living from gambling can never afford to offend such a person. Therefore, Xing Yingying completely admitted defeat. She knew that she would never be able to seek revenge in this lifetime after losing this round. She sorted out her emotions and returned to the track of her life. Every day, she would practice her gambling skills diligently and go to the casino to play every few days. Not only did she earn money, but she could also spar with experts. Her days were very comfortable. Tonight, she came alone again. She had already played for 4 hours and won quite a lot of money. The chips in front of her were already piled high. She was originally planning to leave, but who knew that a big fish would appear on the table at this time? Yang Tsung, with Xing Yingying's eyesight, the moment Yang Tsung entered, she could see that he was like a frosted eggplant. He had a dejected look on his face. In the eyes of an expert gambler, this kind of person could only be described in one word: he was here to give away money. Therefore, Xing Yingying played for a while longer. Indeed, she won money. More than half of the 20 million yuan that Yang Tsung had lost was placed in front of her. However, who knew that after playing for a while, a person that she would never have dreamed of suddenly appeared in front of her. Seeing that Ling Yun took the initiative to greet her, Xing Yingying's anger rose. At the same time, she was secretly delighted. The other party won 1 billion yuan from her, took 200 million yuan from her, and even forced her to write an IOU of 300 million yuan. The opportunity for revenge was here. Moreover, this time, she wasn't the one who took the initiative to provoke Ling Yun. Instead, it was the other party who took the initiative to sit at the table. Hence, she couldn't be blamed. Another point was that this time, they were playing Texas Hold'em. It was a competition of skills and probability calculation. It had nothing to do with eyesight, memory, or hand speed. Moreover, at this moment, the chips in front of Xing Yingying were more than 40 million yuan, while Ling Yun only had 10 million yuan. Therefore, Xing Yingying was secretly laughing in her heart. She didn't want to leave anymore. Instead, she looked at Ling Yun charmingly. "I didn't expect you to appear here." Ling Yun chuckled. Yes. I heard that this place isn't bad. I came to try my luck." Hearing that, Xing Yingying giggled. "Yo, this is Texas Hold'em. Do you know how to play?" Ling Yun shook his head decisively. "I've never played before. I really don't know how to play." "Why don't you tell me how to play?" "Sorry, that's not my responsibility. If you want to know more, you can ask the pretty lady behind you," Xing Yingying giggled. Ling Yun didn't mind. He turned his head and said, "Pretty lady, can you come over and tell me how to play?" Therefore, the pretty lady immediately came forward and started explaining to Ling Yun how to play Texas Hold'em. Actually, the way to play was very simple and easy to understand. Ling Yun only needed to listen to the pretty lady's explanation once to understand it. Then, he waved his hand to dismiss the pretty lady and started playing. "Yo, you asked the pretty lady how to play, but don't you know how to tip her?" Xing Yingying's beautiful eyes didn't even blink. She looked at Ling Yun and provoked him. Ling Yun spread out his hands. "I don't have change for now. It won't be too late to give it to her after I win all the chips in front of you." Pfft. Xing Yingying smiled coquettishly. Then, she looked up at Ling Yun and said, "Sure, but that depends on whether you have the ability." "I'll give it a try." Ling Yun smiled slightly. He didn't mind at all. Next, the game began. Half an hour later, Ling Yun seized the opportunity to clear the 2 people on the table with a 5-card stud. The chips in front of him increased abruptly, reaching more than 30 million yuan in an instant. Another half an hour later, Ling Yun consecutively cleared another 3 people on the table. The chips in front of him had accumulated to more than 80 million yuan. However, the interesting thing was that even though Ling Yun consecutively cleared 5 people on the table, he still didn't start a match with Xing Yingying. This was because when he had cards, Xing Yingying just happened to have bad cards. When Xing Yingying got good cards to bet, Ling Yun knew that he wouldn't win with his cards, so he chose to fold. Moreover, within this hour, Xing Yingying also cleared one person and won all his chips. The chips in front of her had already piled up to 60 million yuan. At this time only Ling Yun, Xing Yingying, and Yang Tsong were left on the table. Yang Tsong had already stopped playing. He was just accompanying them and making blind bets. "Look, pretty lady. Now, the chips in front of me have surpassed yours," Ling Yun said to Xing Yingying with a million yuan chip in his hand. He gently knocked on the table and looked at her with a relaxed expression. "You're pretending to be weak again." Xing Yingying gritted her teeth. Just now, she consecutively played 3 good cards and performed all kinds of Oscar-worthy performances in an attempt to trick Ling Yun. Who knew that Ling Yun would dodge all of them? "I don't have any cards. I can't just give you money for free," Ling Yun said with a smile. Then, he paused and waited for the dealer to shuffle the cards. Suddenly, he said, "I know you're unhappy with me and want to win big, right?" "That's right," Xing Yingying admitted very frankly. "But if it's just the two of us playing like this, we won't be able to determine the winner even if we play until tomorrow morning. Why don't we just rely on luck and decide the winner in the next round?" Xing Yingying was a little hesitant. Ling Yun hurriedly said, "Look, I have more than 80 million yuan in chips now. You only have about 60 million yuan. If I lose, all my chips will belong to you. Really relying on luck?" After hesitating for a long time, Xing Yingying suddenly asked as she glanced at the dealer. Ling Yun sighed in his heart. He already knew what Xing Yingying was going to say next. However, he still nodded and said, "That's right." Xing Yingying smiled happily. "Then, I want to reshuffle the cards. Moreover, it can't be the dealer, it has to be him," Xing Yingying said as she pointed at Yang Kong. "As expected." "Sure." Ling Yun agreed without hesitation. Then, he said to Yang Tsong who was beside him, "Since you refuse to leave, then help us deal a round of cards." Yang Tsong was instantly overwhelmed by the favor. He nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking on rice. After confirming that both of them agreed, the dealer passed the cards to Yang Kong. Yang Tsong reshuffled and dealt again. Both of them were really gambling on luck. This time, they dealt the open cards. After the 2 hidden cards were dealt and the 5 public cards were dealt, the result was out. In the end, both of them had high cards. Ling Yun used a king to win against Xing Yingying's queen. "Look, even if it's purely luck, you still lose." Ling Yun stood up and looked at the great beauty opposite him, whose mood had sunk to the bottom of the valley. In Xing Yingying's eyes, that harmless expression was simply asking for a beating. To be continued. Although luck was an illusory thing, everyone had to admit that it did exist. Moreover, it was actually affecting people and affecting everyone. Without a doubt, Ling Yun's luck was better in the previous round. He had won in 1 round. Depression, embarrassment, and an indescribable sense of defeat were clearly reflected on Xing Yingying's face. The bitterness in her heart was indescribable. At this moment, her father, Xing Liuji, said, "People like us who rely on gambling for a living should never think about relying on luck. That's because we have won too much money through gambling. If we suddenly want to compete with others based on luck, God will not be on our side." Xing Yingying hesitated when Ling Yun said that he wanted to bet purely on luck. However, in the end, she still couldn't resist Ling Yun's temptation, or rather, provocation. That was because Xing Yingying knew that it was too difficult to beat Ling Yun with just her poker skills. She had no chance at all. How could it not be difficult? Ling Yun had divine sense. Before the dealer dealt the cards, he would already know the final combination of cards that would be dealt to each player. That was equivalent to playing an open hand. How could he lose, unless Ling Yun deliberately wanted to lose for the sake of a performance? He could even use the method of entering and exiting the game at any time to avoid the big and small blind bets that he was supposed to place. This is impossible. Xing Yingying's body stiffened as she watched the dealer sweep away more than 60 million worth of chips in front of her and send them to Ling Yun. She bit her lips and said unwillingly, "But this is the truth. There's no way to change it." Xing Yingying's body stiffened as she watched the dealer sweep away more than 60 million worth of chips in front of her and send them to Ling Yun. She bit her lip and said unwillingly, "But this is the truth. There's no way to change it. Annoying, 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 annoying. I'm so angry." Xing Yingying was so angry that she said annoying 4 times in a row. At the same time, she stood up and glared at Yang Tsung, who was shuffling and dealing the cards. "Yang, what kind of crappy cards did you deal? You purposely delayed until now. Are the two of you in cahoots?" Xing Yingying also came to the table with 10 million chips. Not counting the 50 million chips that she had painstakingly won in the past 5 hours, she had lost all her capital. Feeling ashamed and annoyed, she simply vented all her anger on Yang Kong. It wasn't that Xing Yingying couldn't afford to lose 10 million yuan, but it was too much of a coincidence that Ling Yun used AK to win her queue. Even though Ling Yun didn't understand, Xing Yingying knew that in poker, the king represented the king, and the queue represented the queen. To ordinary people, a card was just a symbol or a number. But to people who made a living from gambling, every card had its own unique meaning. Looking at the glaring K and the even more glaring Q on the table, Xing Yingying's brain was filled with blood, and she was momentarily dazed. No, I have something else to do." When Yang Tsung was dealing the cards just now, his back was already covered in cold sweat. He was really afraid that he would kill Ling Yun and cause Ling Yun to lose 80 million yuan. That would be really bad for him. Fortunately, Ling Yun won in the end. His heart that was in his throat finally fell back to his stomach. However, even though he didn't kill Ling Yun, he made the beautiful Xing Yingying lose 60 million yuan in one go. Now that the beauty was angry at him, even if he was a spoiled brat, he could only bear with it obediently. That was because it was obvious that Xing Yingying was an old acquaintance of Ling Yun. Due to his relationship with Yi Tianshui, Ling Yun was now in existence that Yang Tsung couldn't afford to offend. Therefore, anyone who was related to Ling Yun, be it Ling Yun's friend or opponent, Yang Tsung felt that he couldn't afford to offend them. If it was any other ordinary person, would they have the right to play with Ling Yun to decide the winner in one round? You don't have to doubt this at all." Ling Yun spoke again. He glanced at Yang Kong. "Even though he and I came together, I can guarantee that we are definitely not in cahoots. The reason why he refused to leave is because he has something else to do." After explaining to Xing Yingying, Ling Yun turned around and confirmed with Yang Kong, "You have something else to talk to me about, right?" Yang Tsung was so shocked that she nodded vigorously. Yes. That is indeed the case." Ling Yun spread his hands and smiled at Xing Yingying. "Look, boss, your chips have been counted. After deducting the drawdown, you are left with a total of 148.6 million yuan. May I know if you would like a check or a bank transfer?" The dealer had already counted Ling Yun's chips and was asking Ling Yun how to handle them. "Just write me a check." Ling Yun snapped his fingers and smiled. "Beautiful lady, thank you so much for tonight. I'll give you 500,000 as a tip. As for the other 100,000, I'll give it to the beautiful lady over there," Ling Yun said with a snap of his fingers. The other beauty that Ling Yun was referring to was naturally the beautiful receptionist who had told him how to play Texas poker at the beginning. "Thank you, boss. Congratulations. You're welcome to come again." The beautiful dealer was overjoyed when she saw that there was actually a tip of 500,000 yuan. Her pair of bright eyes kept glancing at Ling Yun. Her gaze was as ambiguous as it could be. It couldn't be helped. It was the first time that this beautiful dealer had seen such a handsome man who played cards so well and was such a generous customer. Ling Yun blinked at the beautiful dealer's seductive gaze. "I will if I have the chance." Xing Yingying looked at the two of them flirting with each other and suddenly felt angry. She suddenly left her seat and came to Ling Yun's side. She said fiercely to Ling Yun, "Hey, I'm hungry now. You have to treat me to a meal." Ling Yun saw that Xing Yingying finally couldn't hold back. He was secretly pleased, but his face was serious as he said, "Why should I treat you to a meal? Give me a reason first." Xing Yingying said angrily, "Hey, you won more than 60 million yuan from me in one go. Even tips are hundreds of thousands. What's wrong with me asking you to treat me to a meal?" Ling Yun chuckled. "He dealt cards for us all night, and I even won money. It's only right for me to tip him. However, I don't owe you anything. Why should I treat you to a meal?" Xing Yingying quickly put on a pitiful expression. "But I'm hungry. Now that I've lost all my money, you can't just stand by and do nothing." "Well, that's more like it." Ling Yun finally stopped being arrogant. He smiled and said, "Since you're so pitiful, I'll treat you to a meal. Let's go." With that, Ling Yun turned around and walked out. Xing Yingying stood behind Ling Yun and shouted, "Hey! Your chips." Ling Yun didn't even bother to turn his head. "It's none of our business." This was Yi Tianshui's territory. Ling Yun didn't need to collect the chips himself. Ling Yun left the room and didn't look for Tang Meng and the other two. Instead, he used telepathy to ask them to come out immediately. Tang Meng and the other two were almost done. They had won a total of more than 20 million yuan. Hearing Ling Yun's call, they quickly came out of the room. "Big brother Yun, this place is not bad. I won more than 2,000 yuan. Tang Meng had won a lot of money. And the night was exciting." He was holding a box full of chips. Now, his face was glowing and full of energy. He looked like he wanted to continue. This, isn't this. Before Tang Meng could finish his sentence, he noticed Xing Yingying standing beside Ling Yun. Back in Xianxia City, Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu were both present when Ling Yun fought with Xing Liuji's 5 disciples. Of course, they had seen Xing Yingying. "Hello, I'm Xing Yingying." Xing Yingying naturally remembered Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu. She didn't expect them to be here. Moreover, the newspaper that Xing Liuji gave her introduced Tang Meng more than Ling Yun. Therefore, she had a deep impression of Tang Meng. As for Tai Xiaohu, needless to say, Tai Xiaohu was the one who held a knife and almost chopped off her hand. However, other than Ling Yun, Xing Yingying didn't have much hatred for Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu. Therefore, when she saw them, she took the initiative to introduce herself. "Ha ha ha ha. Beautiful lady, I didn't expect to see you here again." Tang Meng didn't know what happened with Ling Yun just now. However, in his impression, the conflict between them and Xing Yingying was already over. Therefore, when he regained his senses, Tang Meng was very enthusiastic. All of this, of course, was because he knew that this beautiful lady in front of him was the precious daughter of China's gambling god, Xing Liuji. As for Tai Xiaohu, alright, that guy had been too engrossed in cultivation recently. He had almost forgotten who this woman was. Only Mo Wudao noticed another beautiful lady beside Ling Yun the moment he came out of his room. There was no need to mention the envy in his eyes. "That's awesome. Another one," Emma Wudao said to Ling Yun through telepathy. "It's nothing much, just a chance encounter," Ling Yun replied. Hence, Tang Meng handed the box of chips over to Wang Feng, who was walking over. Soon, he received the check from Wang Feng. It was exactly $160 million. "Let's go." Before Ling Yun left, he didn't forget to send a message to Yi Tianshui, who was on the 5th floor. "Damn it, we agreed to only win 100 million yuan. Yi Tianshui replied from the 5th floor. "Haha, it's not like I won your money. Moreover, you don't lack these tens of millions." Ling Yun chuckled. "Do you need me to send you off?" Yi Tianshui asked. "No need, I can walk by myself," Ling Yun replied. "It's best not to come back in the future," Yi Tianshui replied. "We'll see," Ling Yun replied. Just like that, the 5 of them walked out of Yi Tianshui's private clubhouse at around 1:30 am full of rewards. To be continued. Big brother Yun, what did that guy say about big sister? After leaving Yi Tianshui's private clubhouse, the 5 of them walked towards the main road outside. Tang Meng asked Ling Yun impatiently after taking a few steps. Ling Yun couldn't help but stare at Tang Meng for a long time. "Not bad, you haven't forgotten about business after playing for so long." Ling Yun praised Tang Meng in his heart. Tang Meng loved money and gambling. Winning more than 20 million in 2 hours was something he had never experienced before. However, Tang Meng had just left Yi Tianshui's clubhouse and taken the initiative to ask about business. Ling Yun had a whole new level of respect for Tang Meng. Of course, Tang Meng knew what Ling Yun was thinking. He chuckled. It's just 20 million. What's my status now? Ling Yun was growing rapidly, and so was Tang Meng. No matter what, Tang Meng was the CEO of Ling Yun Group, a company with assets of hundreds of billions. That was a fact. In the pure business circle, Tang Meng's status was no less than that of the head of any large state-owned enterprise. Most importantly, he was too young. He was only a little over 18 years old. Moreover, he was tall and strong. In the eyes of the people of Xianxia, Tang Meng definitely had all sorts of halos. It could be said that he was extremely dazzling. Of course, Ling Yun Group didn't belong to Tang Meng. It belonged to Ling Yun. However, Tang Meng was the manager and had real power. He wasn't just a decoration or a puppet. The documents and contracts that he had to personally sign or make decisions on every day were all worth more than 100 million. Of course, Tang Meng wouldn't get excited over a few million or tens of millions. He wouldn't get carried away by it. He now truly understood that business was more important than money. It didn't matter how much money he earned. It was what he did that mattered. The current Tang Meng had gradually developed the aura of a leader. Not bad. Ling Yan praised Tang Meng generously when he felt the change in him. He then retracted his gaze and said casually, Yi Tianshui didn't agree. What? Tang Meng was stunned. Didn't agree? F***ck, so arrogant. Did you break his legs? Break his legs? Ling Yan smiled and stopped in his tracks. He turned around and looked at the building that they had just walked out of. After a moment of silence, he said, with our current strength, we won't be able to break Yi Tianshui's legs even if we tear down this building. Upon hearing this, Tang Meng, Tai Xiaohu, and Mo Wudao were dumbfounded. Disbelief was written all over their faces. Ling Yan suddenly sighed. Yi Tianshui's realm is above mine, and his strength is not inferior to mine. If we were to fight one-on-one, it's hard to say who would win. He's that strong? After recovering from his shock, Mo Wudao finally opened his mouth and stammered. If we were to fight to the death, I might be able to defeat him. Ling Yun nodded. However, I don't know how many rounds of battle it will take. At most, it will be a Pyrrhic victory. After saying that, Ling Yun started to walk forward again. He shook his head and said, he has such a high cultivation base, but he hid it well and kept a low profile. The Yi clan's foundation is really terrifying. After hearing this, Tang Meng and the other two fell silent. However, even so, if he doesn't give me a perfect answer tonight, I will still beat him up. Ling Yan finished talking about his opponent's strength before saying, he said that there's nothing wrong with liking someone. Such a strong reason really makes it hard for me to fight. Hey, what are you guys talking about? There's a beauty here, did you guys see her? After following Ling Yun and the other three out of the clubhouse, Xing Ying realized that she had been completely ignored. Looking at the four guys in front of her walking and talking as if there was no one else around, she finally couldn't help but explode. Ling Yun immediately turned his head and looked at the exploding Xing Ying. He scratched his head and said, we were just summarizing some things and didn't expect to forget about you. I'm really sorry, who would have thought that explaining would be worse than not explaining at all? Seeing that Ling Yun had really forgotten about her and even dared to admit it, Xing Ying became even angrier. I say, do you have any humanity left? Don't you know how to write the word respect? Even if you want to talk about your own matters, you should at least consider other people's feelings, right? What big sister, what broken leg, what realm, what strength, what Yi family, what heritage, none of these had anything to do with Xing Ying. She naturally heard the conversation between Ling Yun and Tang Meng as if there was no one else around. However, she couldn't understand what they were talking about. After all, Xing Ying was just a beautiful 18-year-old girl. Other than the intense curiosity that Ling Yun and the others were talking about, what provoked her the most was their complete disregard for her. Moreover, it was complete disregard. They weren't afraid that she would hear all of their secrets. In the eyes of these four guys, her Existence was actually non-existent. This was something that Xing Yingying couldn't stand. Alright. Seeing that Xing Yingying was really going crazy, Ling Yun felt like laughing. His gaze finally landed on Xing Yingying's face. His eyes seemed to be filled with affection and his gaze was as gentle as water. Are you crazy? Why are you looking at me like that? This huge change in Ling Yun was something that the knowledgeable Xing Yingying couldn't stand. She was about to go crazy and used her outburst to cover up her panic. You are really beautiful, Ling Yun smiled and praised Xing Yingying from the bottom of his heart. However, you see, if I act very passionately towards you, I'm afraid you will think too much. Seeing that it was useless to reason with her, Ling Yun decided to use his trump card to save himself in a roundabout way. This move was indeed effective. It was a fact that Ling Yun's current appearance was definitely attractive to any girl, especially his pair of phoenix eyes. When he stared at a girl affectionately, it was definitely lethal to girls. It wasn't inferior to his Thunder Fiend Fire Blade at all. Otherwise, why would Xing Yingying take the initiative to ask him to treat her to a meal after losing 60 million yuan to him in a single round? Why would Xing Yingying be mad at being ignored by Ling Yun? Ling Yun's arrogance and confidence, as well as the strength that supported his confidence, coupled with his 2 victories over Xing Yingying at the gambling table, had stimulated her strong curiosity and competitiveness, causing Xing Yingying to have a fatal attraction towards him. You are really beautiful, Xing Yingying had heard similar praises countless times. However, it was different when it came from Ling Yun's mouth. Idiot. Only a ghost would think too much. Xing Yingying was stunned, but she was still stubborn. She turned her head and avoided Ling Yun's gaze. She then asked, Tell me, where do you plan to bring me for dinner? You can pick the place. Ling Yun quickly took the opportunity to walk forward. It's my first time in Beijing and I'm not familiar with it. It's already so late, I really don't know where to go for dinner. Then, let's go to Sanlitun. Xing Yingying pondered and thought of a place. Alright. Ling Yun had seen the detailed map of Beijing many times. He had divine sense and a godlike memory, so he had already memorized the entire Beijing. Therefore, even though he had never been to Sanlitun, he had a rough idea of where it was. That's more like it. Xing Yingying finally calmed down after seeing Ling Yun agree so readily. Seeing this, Tang Meng and Mo Wudao suddenly looked at each other and saw the envy and jealousy in each other's eyes. Sigh, comparisons are odious indeed, that's right, comparisons are odious. Ling Yun only smiled faintly. Actually, he did not have any feelings for Xing Yingying. The reason he was willing to spend time with Xing Yingying was because he had something important to ask her. About Qingyun Productions. Others might have forgotten that Qingyun Productions had dealt with Ling Yun before, but Ling Yun had not. Since they dared to deal with Ling Yun, they had to pay the price. Previously, Ling Yun did not mention this matter because he had not had the time. However, now, he had the time. This time, Ling Yun was going to collect everything together with interest. Since Qingyun Productions had used Xing Yingying to cause trouble for him, Ling Yun naturally had to start with Xing Yingying. The distance was not far. The few of them quickly arrived at the side of the road and arrived at the place where they parked their car. Please don't tell me that this is your car. Seeing Tai Xiaohu stride forward and walk to the side of the Mercedes-Benz that had its rear end smashed beyond recognition, Xing Yingying asked in shock. No one answered, but Xing Yingying soon had an answer because Tai Xiaohu pressed the key and opened the door. Xing Yingying turned her head stiffly and looked at Ling Yun. What exactly happened? Do you still need to ask? It was a collision. Ling Yun answered honestly, then smiled and said, That's why we still have to wait. Wait? Ling Yun nodded. Yes. Sigh, my 4 friends, wait. Just as Ling Yun finished his sentence, a person rushed out from the alley behind him, panting heavily from running. Yang Tsung. Xing Yingying immediately recognized the person who was chasing them. It was Yang Tsung who had purposely refused to leave. Huff. Friends, it's all my fault. I have eyes but failed to recognize you. Please forgive me this time. Yang Tsung came in front of Ling Yun, panting heavily. He did not even bother to catch his breath as he lowered his head and pleaded to Ling Yun. Facing Ling Yun now, he really did not dare to raise his head. Ling Yan only smiled and did not speak. Xing Ying looked at Yang Song and then at Ling Yun, thinking that they really were not together. She was exceptionally intelligent. Seeing how Ling Yun's car was smashed and how Yang Song rushed over to apologize, she basically understood what had happened. Of course, Tang Meng had to be the one to deal with such matters. Cut the crap, tell me how you're going to compensate me. Yang Song placed both his hands on his knees to hide the fear in his heart. Whether it's the car or the money, I'll do it. 3 minutes later, 30 million was added to Tang Meng's account. Yang Song's act of not being struck by lightning cost him 30 million. You guys are robbing me. Robbing me. Xing Ying watched as the once arrogant nouveau riche, Yang Song, obediently transferred 30 million yuan into Tang Meng's account. Xing Ying's worldview that she had built up over the years crumbled in an instant. How much is your car worth? At most, it's 2 million, alright. You guys. Xing Ying couldn't say anything else. The guy in front of her got his money too easily and too fast. It made her hair stand on end. Ling Yun had just won 160 million from Yi Tianshui's private club. Now, he had another 30 million. It was almost 200 million. Of course, if Xing Ying knew that Tang Meng had 15 billion in his black card, she would go crazy. I don't know how much this car is worth, but it's mine. Ling Yun remained calm. He looked at Yang Song's back as he left with his tail between his legs. Suddenly, the corners of his mouth lifted into a smile. Speaking of which, he's pretty smart. What? Xing Ying was infuriated. She yelled at Ling Yun, 30 million, 30 million. To buy a car like yours, even 15 cars would be enough, and you still say that he made a profit? He looked at the hysterical Xing Ying and reminded her, think about yourself. Xing Ying felt as if she was struck by lightning. Let's go to Sanlitun. I'm really hungry. What else could she say? Back then, she agreed to Qingyun Productions' conditions and went to Qingshui City to wreak havoc in Green Dragon's underground casino. She won 80 million yuan first. After that, Ling Yun made his move. Not only did he win all of the 1 billion yuan that Qingyun Productions provided, but he also made her pay an additional 500 million yuan. If she did not pay, he would chop off her hands. Xing Ying could imagine what would happen to Yang Song and his family business if he did not agree to Tang Meng's demands. See, didn't I say that he earned a lot? Ling Yan could not help but laugh when he saw Xing Ying change the topic. Please get in the car. F***ck, I say, old Tai, you should have been more careful when you bumped into his car just now. The back seat is deformed. Tai Xiaohu was still the driver, while Emma Wudao sat in the front passenger seat. Ling Yun and Xing Ying sat in the second row, squeezing Tang Meng to the last row. It was very uncomfortable for him to sit there, so he started complaining to Tai Xiaohu the moment he got into the car. Not only was the back seat deformed, but the rear windows of the MPV were also shattered. If not for Ling Yun clearing away the glass shards with his palm, Tang Meng would not even have been able to sit in the MPV. Of course, the one who suffered the most was Tang Meng. The first 2 rows were basically unscathed. Of course, Xing Ying had her own car. She had also driven here. However, she didn't know why, but she always felt that it would be especially cool to sit in this car tonight, so she selectively forgot the fact that she had a car. How is it? Don't you feel good sitting in such a car to Sanlitun? Ling Yan asked Xing Ying, who was beside him, as the car started to move and there was air leaking from the windows. Xing Ying turned her head and combed her hair, which had been messed up by the wind. She smiled at Ling Yun and said, Ling Yun, have you ever heard that when a woman is really angry, she will bite? Ugh, Ling Yun felt that he had gone overboard, so he quickly changed the topic. What's so fun about Sanlitun? Why aren't you closing the door at this hour? Pfft. Xing Ying couldn't help but burst into laughter. Yi Tianshui's private clubhouse. After confirming that Ling Yun had left, Yi Tianshui went downstairs and got into a large black car. The door of the private clubhouse opened slowly. Back to the Yi family. Yi Tianshui said to the driver in a black suit in a deep voice. The black car left the private clubhouse and rushed out of the alley to the main road. Then, it headed east. 15 minutes later, the black car arrived at the 5th Ring Road and continued to drive east. When it was approaching the 6th Ring Road, it turned south and drove straight along the main road for another 7 or 8 minutes. Then, it turned into a quiet alley. The driver sped up, and 10 minutes later, it finally stopped in front of a huge house. This huge house was located in the southeast of Beijing, close to the 6th Ring Road. It faced the south, with mountains and water behind it. Behind it was a lush forest, and in front of it was a vast land with excellent feng shui. Different from the Ling family's ancestral home, this house didn't have any modern feel. It was completely antique. Inside, there were pavilions, terraces, and eaves everywhere. It was built in the style of a Suzhou garden. It looked like an ancient palace. However, even though the door was tall, there weren't any stone lions on either side of the door. It was just 2 ordinary old doors. This was the Yi family. Low profile, deep, secluded, and unfathomable. Young master is back. An old man heard the noise and quickly opened the door from the inside. His face was filled with deep wrinkles. He walked out with a pipe in his mouth and his back hunched. "Hello, Grandpa Lei. Sorry to disturb you again so late at night." Yi Tianshui had already gotten out of the car. He didn't show any disrespect to the old man in front of him. He actually took the initiative to bend his fat body and greet the old man. Even though he was just an old man guarding the door, he didn't feel anything wrong with Yi Tianshui's respectful greeting. He accepted it calmly and grinned, revealing a mouth full of yellow teeth. He said, "Go in quickly. The master is waiting for you inside." "Yes." Yi Tianshui nodded and then grumbled, "Grandpa Lei, why are you smoking again? You have to take care of your health." While he was speaking, Old Man Lei took another drag of his cigarette. Cough cough. After coughing twice, he raised his turbid eyes and seemed to be observing Yi Tianshui's body. He said with a gratified smile, "I know my own body. But you, young master, have already formed your sword body. You just need to put in a little more effort and you'll be able to control it as you please." After praising Yi Tianshui, Old Man Lei patted his shoulder and said, "Go in quickly. Don't let the master wait too long." Yi Tianshui nodded silently and said no more. He entered the courtyard in a flash. His fat figure flashed again and disappeared. After Yi Tianshui went in, Old Man Lei didn't go back. He actually sat on the doorsill with a pipe in his mouth, guarding the Yi family's door just like that. His name was Lei Quangfeng. He had been guarding the Yi family's door for more than 60 years. After Yi Tianshui entered the house, he went straight to the backyard. He was familiar with the route and soon arrived outside a quiet house. "Tianshui is here? Come in quickly." A clear and bright voice immediately sounded from within the small courtyard. The voice was very light and indifferent, but it carried a sense of elegance and warmth, making one feel as if they were bathing in the spring breeze. Yi Tianshui pushed the door open and entered. Seeing the person sitting in the courtyard, he called out, "Second uncle." The master of the Yi family, Yi Qingfeng. Yi Qingfeng was about 50 years old this year. He was tall and slender, dressed in a green robe. His face was simple and delicate, with slanted eyebrows and a straight nose. Although his eyes were slightly long and narrow, they didn't have the slightest hint of malice. Instead, they exuded an extremely dignified aura. He sat upright on a bamboo chair with an indifferent expression. He was serious in speech and manner as he drank tea by himself. One look at Yi Qingfeng's appearance and eyes was enough to tell that he was a person who paid attention to the rules. Not only did he discipline himself, but he also disciplined others. Yi Tianshui came before Yi Qingfeng and lowered his head slightly. He stood obediently just like that. His super fat figure looked slightly comical. "Your movement technique has improved." Yi Tianshui hurriedly bowed and said, "Thank you for the compliment, second uncle." Yi Qingfeng slowly raised his hand and said, "Sit down and talk." "Yes." Yi Tianshui knew that Yi Qingfeng was a man of his word. He didn't decline and immediately sat down. "Have you seen Ling Yun?" "Yes." "What do you think of him?" "Invulnerable." Yi Qingfeng's hand that was holding the teacup paused slightly. "What's his realm like?" "Late stage of Qi cultivation stage 3. But we both know that that's not important. If we were to use all our trump cards, I definitely wouldn't be his match. Yi Qingfeng heard this and frowned slightly. Of course, he knew Yi Tianshui's strength. But if even Yi Tianshui gave Ling Yan such an evaluation, it was inevitable that Yi Qingfeng would feel a little troubled. How did you do it? I didn't provoke him. I let him take advantage of me and leave. Yi Qingfeng couldn't help but squint at Yi Tianshui. Tell me the details. Hence, Yi Tianshui began to narrate everything from the moment Ling Yan appeared at the entrance of his clubhouse to the moment Ling Yan left. He recounted everything without missing a single word. After listening, Yi Qingfeng pondered for a long time and suddenly said, "He wants to fight you tonight." I know, I could feel it. If I didn't respond in the slightest, he would have torn down my building. Yi Tianshui nodded his head like a peck on rice. This was a test. Yi Qingfeng immediately waved his hand to stop Yi Tianshui's ridicule and expressed his own opinion. He was testing the strength of the Yi family and our attitude towards the Ling family and him. Yi Qingfeng smiled meaningfully. This time, the Yi family didn't intervene in the life and death battle between the Ling family and Sun Chen alliance. He was a little confused. Ling Yan dared to mess with Long Hauran and the Yi family before the life and death battle. The younger generation will surpass us in time. Yi Tianshui scratched his head and asked in confusion, "Second uncle, I don't understand. With his current strength, it's impossible for him to challenge the Sun Chen alliance, the Yi family, and the Long family at the same time. Why is he still so arrogant?" "That's just what you think." Yi Qingfeng smiled faintly, but what he said next shocked Yi Tianshui. Because he still has a real trump card. Because he came from Qingshui City, and because the legendary Emperor Brush and Earth Emperor's book might very well be in his hands. What? Yi Tianshui couldn't sit still after hearing that. His fat body jumped up. To be continued. Why are you so agitated? It's not like you haven't considered it before. Yi Qingfeng didn't even bother to lift his head as he watched Yi Tianshui soar into the sky. Instead, he drank his tea calmly until his fat figure landed on the ground. Yi Tianshui had long since released a shock from his previous actions. After he stood still, he said with a smile, "Second uncle, that's just a guess of mine. I've never really dared to make a judgment." "I'm guessing as well." Yi Qingfeng continued drinking his tea. Qingshui City is too sensitive in the eyes of the ancient martial arts world and even the cultivation world. The human emperor and earth emperor come out of Qingshui City, and the world depends on one person. Almost all cultivators with sects and legacies have heard of this saying. Ling Yan has been hiding it well, but there's one thing he can't hide: his rise is too fast. So second uncle deduces that the Emperor Brush and Earth Emperor's book are with Ling Yan? Yi Tianshui asked. Yi Qingfeng nodded before shaking his head. Not necessarily, but I'm at least 60% sure. Yi Tianshui was finally moved. He understood his second uncle. Due to Yi Qingfeng's cautious style, when he said he was 60% sure of something, it meant that it was a sure thing. Then, what should the Yi family do? Should we think of a way to snatch it? Why didn't you snatch it tonight? Yi Qingfeng smiled. Second uncle, I really can't beat him now. Yi Tianshui's shoulders slumped. You did the right thing tonight, especially when you admitted that I sent Tiandu to assassinate Qin Jingtian. Yi Qingfeng chuckled and nodded at his nephew. This matter can't be hidden, and there's no need to hide it from him. That's because the Yi family needs to know Ling Yan's attitude, especially after he finds out the truth. We need to observe his reaction. Yi Tianshui chuckled, causing all the fat on his face to pile together. To outsiders, he looked very silly, but if anyone really thought so, that person would be fooled. Treasures like the Emperor Brush and the Earth Emperor's book all have artifact spirits. If they aren't willing to come out, we won't be able to find them even if we dig 3 feet into the ground. There are some things that have their own masters and are destined not to belong to our Yi clan. Even if we snatch it, it will be useless. Instead, it will harm our clan. Yi Qingfeng drank another cup of tea, and Yi Tianshui quickly refilled it. Then, Yi Qingfeng put down the teacup and said, "Why do you think Ling Yan wants to destroy the Sun family? Could it be because of Sun Xing and Shuang Meifeng, who was forcefully taken away by the Tranquil sect? Did he just exterminate the entire Sun family without mercy?" Or is it because the Sun family played a bunch of ridiculous tricks, such as making him score 0 in the college entrance examination? None of them. From a cultivator's point of view, Ling Yan's way of doing things can be considered to be rather law-abiding. He might seem a little ruthless, but he never crossed the line. That's why Ling Yan insisted on eliminating the Sun family, a conflict that could have been easily resolved. The main reason was that the Sun family had once sent a large number of people to Xianxia city to express their strong desire for the Emperor Brush and Earth Emperor's book. Yi Tianxue was speechless. Even if Ling Yan was present, he would applaud Yi Qingfeng's analysis. Of course, Ling Yan might not have realized this himself. He might just be following his instincts. Yi Tianxue couldn't help but ask, "Second uncle, since you have already made your judgment, what do you intend to do next?" Yi Qingfeng drank his tea calmly and smiled without saying a word. Seeing that Yi Qingfeng was keeping them in suspense, Yi Tianxue panicked. "Second uncle? Let's wait and see." Yi Qingfeng finally said, "We don't have to be anxious because we still have the Long family. We still need to observe the Long family's attitude before we can come up with a countermeasure. Whether the Emperor Brush and Earth Emperor's book appear or not, it won't have much of an impact on the Yi family. However, it will have a huge impact on the Long family. There are many races of dragons. For example, the dragons in Western legends are completely different from the dragons in Huaxia legends. The true dragon of Huaxia has always been linked to the Emperor and the Son of Heaven. Look at the places that the Long family has firmly occupied. They covet Emperor Qin's mausoleum, which the Qin family has guarded for generations. They want to take care of the Great Wall, the Kunlun Dragon Vein, and protect this capital city. Since ancient times, the Long family has taken care of almost all the Emperor's mausoleum. Also, the Long family would send people to the main dragon veins of Huaxia, especially the places where the dragon energy gathers. What are the Emperor Brush and Earth Emperor's book? They are the inheritances of the 3 ancient emperors. Whoever obtains them will be recognized by the 3 ancient emperors. Hence, they are the tribulation takers of Huaxia. At this point, Yi Qingfeng smiled and looked at Yi Tianxue. "Tianxue, if Ling Yan really has the Emperor Brush and Earth Emperor's book, do you think the Yi family or the Long family should be anxious?" Yi Tianxue could only nod and answer honestly, "Of course it's the Long family." "But, second uncle, why, are you suddenly telling me about these things?" As the young master of the Yi family, he naturally knew about the legends of the Emperor Brush and Earth Emperor's book. However, he had only heard about them from time to time. The elders in the family had never told him about them seriously, but this time, Yi Qingfeng actually told him everything. There must be a deeper meaning behind it. Yi Qingfeng smiled. "Didn't I say it just now? It's because you performed well tonight. Tonight, when Ling Yan went to find trouble with you, you tolerated him and dealt with him flawlessly. Second uncle is very gratified. This means that you are truly capable of taking on great responsibilities." Yi Tianxue scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. "Second uncle, I'm a little embarrassed by your praise. That guy is really too difficult to deal with. Actually, I almost couldn't control myself. It's not easy for you to endure it." Yi Qingfeng nodded. "Second uncle told you so much tonight because Huaxia is going to change." Huaxia was going to change. This time, it was said personally by the head of the Yi family, Yi Qingfeng. "Then, second uncle, what should I do next?" Yi Tianxue finally asked about the second reason for his return. He would first report and then ask for instructions. What happened in the past will happen in the future. However, you have to make use of your time to cultivate and master the sword nurturing technique. You have to be able to control it as you please so that our Yi family can remain invincible in this unprecedented turmoil. Yi Tianxue's eyes finally revealed a look of determination. "I understand, second uncle. I will work hard to cultivate." Yi Qingfeng smiled. "After you pass the 4-9 minor tribulations, I will pass my position as the head of the family to you." "Ah." Yi Tianxue was completely dumbfounded this time. After a long while, Yi Tianxue waved his hands hurriedly. "Second uncle, don't joke around. You are still so young. Why are you considering not being the head of the family?" Yi Tianxue was a little incoherent. After a pause, he sorted out his thoughts and said, "Besides, even if you want to pass on the position of patriarch, you should pass it on to Tiandu and Tianqing. They are much stronger than me." Yi Qingfeng remained calm and observed Yi Tianshui carefully. After confirming that Yi Tianshui really didn't want to accept the position of patriarch, Yi Qingfeng smiled in relief. It seems that our Yi family's tradition can't be changed. No one in every generation is willing to be the patriarch. Yi Tianshui thought to himself, how tiring is that? Only a ghost would want to be the head of the family. Of course, he would not dare to say such words in front of Yi Qingfeng. At this moment, Yi Qingfeng appeared to be a little dispirited. He said helplessly, "But there's no other way. Right now, the situation in Beijing has already been formed. The current head of the Ling family is that brat Ling Yun. If you don't become the head of the family, do you expect me to personally face that brat during the annual family meeting?" Yi Tianshui was speechless. So that was what second uncle was thinking. He was worried about his seniority and did not want to face Ling Yun directly. However, it is still too early to talk about this. We will talk about it when the time comes. Fortunately, Yi Qingfeng did not say too much on this topic. He only told Yi Tianshui in advance so that he could be mentally prepared. Yi Tianshui finally heaved a sigh of relief. He asked respectfully, "So, second uncle, what is our attitude towards the Ling family in the future?" Yi Qingfeng sighed and said, "If we don't want to fight with the Ling family to a lose-lose situation, we can only wait and see for now." "Are we not even going to test the Ling family?" Yi Tianshui asked. Yi Qingfeng smiled bitterly. "I have this intention, but your aunt is firmly against it. What do you think I can do?" The sister-in-law Yi Qingfeng mentioned was, of course, his biological sister, Yi Qingxin. He was also one of the two people who watched the entire battle from the sky on the night of the life-and-death battle between Ling Yun and Sun Chen. "My aunt?" Yi Tianshui was a little surprised. "Second uncle, there's something I don't understand. Why is my aunt so nice to the Ling family?" Actually, this brat was cunning. He asked this question with the intention of feigning ignorance, but he needed to immediately clarify some facts. Was Yi Tianshui really afraid of Ling Yun given the Yi family's background and his own strength? No, he tolerated Ling Yun mainly because of his aunt's attitude towards the Ling family and because he really liked Ling Xiu. That was because Yi Tianshui really liked Ling Xiu. He was the leader of the younger generation of the Yi family, and Ling Xiu was the eldest sister of the younger generation of the Ling family. It would be fine if he failed to pursue Ling Xiu, but what if he succeeded? That would mean that the Yi family and the Ling family would form an alliance. That was why Yi Tianshui refused to relent and refused to give up on liking Ling Xiu. Only after obtaining Ling Yun's tacit approval did he rush home to confirm with Yi Qingfeng the Yi family's strategic attitude towards the Ling family. However, after Yi Qingfeng analyzed the situation for a long time, he finally expressed that he would wait and see how the Ling family would react. Actually, this was the attitude of the Yi family before the life-and-death battle between the Ling family and Sun Chen. Moreover, this had been the attitude of the Yi family towards the Ling family for the past 20 years. Yi Qingfeng's style was to operate in the dark and rarely confront the Ling family head-on. What use was that to Yi Tianshui? Therefore, when he heard that Yi Qingfeng finally mentioned Yi Qingxin, he immediately seized the opportunity. This time, he had to get something useful out of him. "You juniors shouldn't pry into the affairs of the adults." Yi Qingfeng glared at Yi Tianshui and rebuffed the question with a single sentence. "Oh." Yi Tianshui was unwilling, but Yi Qingfeng didn't want to talk about it. He also knew that he wouldn't get an answer, so he could only agree honestly. However, Yi Tianshui quickly threw out another question. "Second uncle, on the night of the death match, Auntie went to watch the battle. What kind of strength did she see?" "Very strong." Yi Qingfeng raised his eyebrows slightly. "The current Ling Yun is already a threat to most of the Yi family. Of course, it's the same for the Long family. However, your aunt was a little secretive about the battle that night. There were many parts that she didn't elaborate on. She only described Ling Yun's general strength and said that his true strength was enough to kill an expert in the 5th tier of divine power realm, which is the middle stage of Qi cultivation. TSK, Yi Tianxue couldn't help but ask, so the first thing my aunt did when she came back was to warn us not to provoke Ling Yun and not to go against him head-on? This is for your own good, said Yi Qingfeng helplessly. If you go looking for trouble with Ling Yun because of your competitiveness, and if there are any casualties, there will be no room for reconciliation between us and the Ling family. Little aunt still favors our family. Yi Tianxue sighed. Then, he lowered his voice and asked, second uncle, the Long family's patriarch personally went to the Long family's side for the death match that night. Why didn't you go and take a look yourself? Yi Qingfeng was a little annoyed. Nonsense, why are you still asking when you already know the answer? How can I go if your aunt wants to go? Don't tell me I have to fight with your sister-in-law first? Of course not. Yi Tianxue laughed inwardly. Of course, he knew that Yi Qingfeng was at a disadvantage when it came to who was going to watch the battle. Alright, you don't have to test me anymore, kid. Yi Qingfeng immediately revealed Yi Tianxue's purpose with a smile. I heard that you have a thing for that girl, Ling Xiao, right? Yi Tianxue's chubby face turned a little red when Yi Qingfeng exposed him. However, he still nodded firmly even though he was embarrassed. Ling Xiao is indeed a good girl. Yi Qingfeng smiled. Unlike the Sun and Chen families, the Yi family and the Ling family don't have an irreconcilable enmity like others think. There must be a reason for what happened back then. There are too many inside stories, and I can't explain them to you right now. If you really like Ling Xiao, second uncle won't stop you, and the Yi family won't stop you, you can go after her. However, Yi Tianxue was overjoyed when he heard that Yi Qingfeng actually wanted him to go after Ling Xiao. However, his heart turned cold when he heard Yi Qingfeng's change of topic. He immediately asked, however what? Yi Qingfeng sized up Yi Tianxue's chubby figure. However, you've developed such a fat body because you've been nurturing your sword for a long time. I'm afraid it'll be very difficult for you to succeed if you go after her like this. Yi Tianxue wanted to cry. Second uncle, you're too much of a blow to me. Haha. Yi Qingfeng chuckled and said happily, fortunately, you've already mastered nurturing your sword. Once you pass the 4-9 minor heavenly tribulation, you'll be able to get rid of this burden. You might really have a chance then. Thank you for your encouragement, second uncle. Yi Tianxue naturally knew how his fat body came about. He actually didn't mind being mocked for being fat. Of course, it also depended on who the other party was. Come, spar with second uncle. Let me see exactly what realm you're at now. Yi Qingfeng picked up his teacup and took a sip, but he didn't put it down. Then second uncle has to be careful. Yi Tianxue also sat motionless. After he responded, in the next moment, his fat body that was like a mountain of flesh suddenly released a powerful sword essence. In an instant, the entire courtyard was affected by this powerful sword intent. It became sharp and murderous, and the sword intent soared into the sky. Countless green leaves fell from the lush trees in the courtyard even though there was no wind. However, Yi Qingfeng wasn't affected by this powerful sword intent at all. He was still calmly drinking his tea. At the same time, he smiled and praised, yes, this sword intent is enough. Not bad. Whoosh, whoosh. Before Yi Qingfeng finished speaking, 2 beams of sword qi suddenly emerged from Yi Tianxue's fat body. They were like tangible sharp swords that pierced through the night sky. They were as fast as lightning and stabbed toward Yi Qingfeng. Ding. Ding, Yi Qingfeng only raised his hand slightly. The teacup in his hand swayed slightly and blocked the 2 beams of sword qi with a crisp sound, whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh. For even more powerful beams of sword qi rushed out of Yi Tianxue's body and stabbed at Yi Qingfeng from tricky angles. Ding. 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 Ding, Yi Qingfeng smiled and continued to block with the teacup in his hand. None of them missed and he easily blocked all 4 beams of sword qi. The 4 beams of sword qi were all dispersed. What was even more terrifying was that Yi Qingfeng didn't spill a single drop of tea despite his swift movements. Yi Tianxue had clearly experienced this many times. He wasn't shocked at all. Instead, he got up in a flash and his fat body suddenly closed in on Yi Qingfeng. At the same time, 9 beams of sword qi emerged from his body. Whoosh! 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 Whoosh, 9 powerful beams of sword chi attacked Yi Qingfeng at the same time. Ding. 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 8 consecutive crisp sounds were heard. Yi Qingfeng had to wave his left hand and casually disperse Yi Tianshui's final beam of sword chi. Good lad. You can actually release 9 beams of sword chi at the same time. Take this move from me too. Yi Qingfeng was full of praise. His right hand was still holding the teacup. With a thought, the tea in the teacup spilled out at the same time and instantly turned into 12 water swords that were as thick as hair in the air. All of them were pointed at Yi Tianshui. Whoosh, in the blink of an eye, the 12 water swords stabbed at Yi Tianshui's body at the same time. Yi Tianshui's fat body suddenly retreated. At the same time, a violent beam of sword chi rushed out of his body and instantly turned into a broadsword that blocked in front of him like a wide door. Hee, can you block it? Yi Qingfeng smiled casually. He suddenly extended his left hand and made a grabbing motion in front of him. In an instant, 5 water swords were controlled by him and retreated rapidly in the air. Then, Yi Qingfeng suddenly opened his palm. Chi. 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 7 of the 12 water swords stabbed the broadsword in front of Yi Tianshui. The other 5 water swords bypassed the broadsword and rapidly stabbed at Yi Tianshui's body from 5 different directions. Bang, 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 Yi Tianshui couldn't dodge at all. He could only wave his palms wildly and dissipate the 5 incoming sword chi. Yi Qingfeng didn't attack again. At this time, he had already poured himself another cup of tea and continued to drink it calmly. Not bad. Both your sword intent and control of sword chi have improved greatly. Yi Qingfeng took another sip of tea before he began to comment. Then, he raised his head and looked at Yi Tianshui. Look around. Yi Tianshui looked around and realized that the ground around the courtyard was already covered in a layer of green leaves. However, almost none of them were intact. Every leaf had traces of being cut by a sword. It's hard to calm down. I still can't control it as I wish. Yi Tianshui sighed with a bitter smile. Sword intent can cut down leaves and sword chi can be shot out from all parts of the body. It's already very good. Yi Qingfeng was very satisfied with Yi Tianshui's performance. However, second uncle would still like to see you use your 12 strands of sword chi to block my 12 water swords. Yi Tianshui clicked his tongue inwardly. Second uncle's expectations were too high. Yi Qingfeng put down his teacup and willed. Whoosh, all the fallen leaves on the ground rose at the same time and spun in the air, quickly condensing into a green broadsword. Yi Qingfeng smiled. He reached out to form a sword seal and gently guided the green broadsword that had just condensed. The huge sword formed from countless leaves shot straight up into the night sky, and then turned in a different direction, flying off to some unknown place. The ground in the courtyard was clean, as if nothing had happened. Yi Qingfeng had displayed the strength of the peak of divine power realm. Tianshui, I heard you say that Ling Yin wants to participate in our Yi family's ancient martial arts auction? The Yi family and the Long family had officially appeared. They had passed the bottleneck period. The climax had begun. Late at night, the Forbidden City. After clearing the area at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, all the tourists had left. Even all the staff had left before nightfall. It was hard to imagine that such a huge Forbidden City would not have a single night watchman at night. At that moment, although the lights outside the main palaces of the Forbidden City were all turned on, making it look dazzling, and although the colorful spotlights on the 4 corner towers shone a colorful light, because the Forbidden City was too big, the effect of these lights on the entire palace compound was really a drop in the bucket. Therefore, in the places where the colorful lights couldn't reach, there were more palaces and buildings in the Forbidden City. They stood tall in the dark, making the place seem even more quiet and serene. This was the case every day and every night. However, today was not an ordinary day. Outside the Extreme Emperor Gate, in front of the 9-Dragon Wall, all the lights here had been turned on, illuminating the surroundings as if it were daytime. Under the bright lights, 3 people stood silently in a triangular formation, motionless. Long Haoran, Long Tianqing, and Long Tianfeng. At this time, the green light that enveloped Long Haoran's body had long disappeared, finally revealing his true appearance. He was wearing a dark green robe. His figure was tall and slender, and the contours of his face were sharp. 2 strands of long hair fell naturally in front of his chest. He was actually dressed in an ancient costume. Long Hauren was about 50 years old, but he looked less than 40. His eyes flashed, and he displayed a powerful aura without being angry. Behind Long Hauren stood Long Tianxing and Long Tianfeng on his left and right. Long Tianxing was also wearing a green robe. He was only in his 20s this year, and his figure was slender and elegant. He had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, and he was extraordinarily handsome. He held a folding fan in his hand and looked like an elegant scholar. Long Tianfeng, on the other hand, was dressed in pure black clothes. Although he was less than 20 years old, his figure looked even more majestic. Because of his broad shoulders and broad body, thick eyebrows, and big eyes, he looked a little rough, like the kind of Jianghu hero who was born in the wilderness. If Ling Yin had been there, he would have been able to tell that the place where Long Hauren was standing was the place where he had inadvertently triggered the dragon chi from the 9 dragon-shaped carvings on the 9-dragon wall earlier in the day. He did not know when the Long father and son trio had arrived, nor did he know how long they had been standing there. I didn't expect the true dragon energy that the Long family has accumulated for 600 years to be sucked dry by Ling Yin. Looking at the 9-dragon wall, Long Hauren finally opened his mouth. His usually clear and resonant voice was very dry and hoarse at this moment. His face was filled with deep annoyance and unwillingness, and his eyes were filled with flames of anger. On the last night of August, Ling Yun and Sun Chen formed an alliance to fight to the death. After Long Hauren watched the entire process of the battle, he immediately passed down an order to prevent any conflict between the Long family and the Ling family in the short term. Indeed, after the battle, Ling Yun disappeared without a trace for a few days, and the Ling family was busy harvesting the fruits of victory from the battle to the death. The Ling family and the Long family lived in harmony. Who knew that something would happen to the Forbidden Palace guarded by the Long family after a few days of peace? At noon that day, the Forbidden Palace shook violently, almost causing serious injuries. However, at that time, Long Hauren, Long Tianxing, and Long Tianfeng were not in Beijing. Moreover, the Long family had been very confident in the Forbidden Palace for so many years. They didn't believe that anything would happen to the Forbidden Palace. It was only when they got off work at night that the Long family arranged for the people guarding the Forbidden Palace to report the abnormal situation that happened in the afternoon. This alerted the Long family. Other than the shocked tourists, no one would think too much about the inexplicable shaking of the Forbidden Palace. However, the Long family was different. That was because the Forbidden Palace meant a lot to the Long family. The Long family knew that the Forbidden Palace was protected by 2 large formations. One was the Dragon Formation, and the other was the Demon Stunning Formation. With the protection of these 2 large formations, the Forbidden Palace didn't even shake when the earthquake happened that shocked the world. Why would there be an inexplicable shaking on such a normal day? Therefore, after the Long family received the news, they immediately sent people to the Forbidden Palace to investigate the reason. At the same time, they reported it directly to the head of the family, Long Hauren. Who knew that the usually calm head of the Long family would react in a way that exceeded the expectations of the Long family? Long Hauren asked the core masters of the family to immediately rush to the Forbidden Palace to investigate the reason. He also asked them to investigate the surveillance during the day to see which tourists entered the Forbidden Palace during the day. He also said that he would rush back to Beijing immediately. At the same time, Long Hauren also informed his 2 most outstanding sons to put down everything they were doing and return to Beijing immediately. After Long Hauren reached home, he immediately knew the results of the investigation. One was that the dragon energy in the Forbidden Palace, which was the most important to the Long family, was gone. The other was that according to the surveillance, Ling Yin from the Ling family brought more than 10 young people to visit the Forbidden Palace during the day. When the Forbidden Palace shook, they were all inside the Forbidden Palace. When Long Haokuan, who was in charge of the investigation, reported the results of the investigation to Long Hauren with a bitter face, Long Hauren's heart first turned cold, then he flew into a rage. However, he couldn't care less about his anger. Instead, he rushed to the Forbidden Palace personally. First, he watched the surveillance. Then, in front of the stunned eyes of all the family members, he used his movement technique. From the Meridian Gate to the Hall of Supreme Harmony, Hall of Bauha. With the fastest speed, he went to every corner of the Forbidden Palace. The dragon energy in the entire Forbidden Palace was gone. After personally confirming this, Long Haren almost couldn't stand. He couldn't accept it at all. Finally, he arrived in front of the 9-dragon wall. He stood at the place where Ling Yan had been and didn't move again. As for Long Tianqing and Long Tianfeng, they rushed over later. Father, since it has already happened, it's useless even if we are angry. Why don't we think about how to solve this matter? Long Tianqing was relatively indifferent. He was the first to calm down. At this time, when he saw that Long Haren finally spoke, he immediately spoke. Long Haren stared at the 9-dragon wall and didn't speak. Long Tianqing continued, Father, I have a few doubts. I don't know if I should ask. Speak. Long Haren said in a deep voice. This 9-dragon wall is the eye of the dragon cultivation formation. Originally, only the Long family knew about it. I wonder how Ling Yan found out about it. Long Tianqing had naturally seen the surveillance footage. Moreover, he had arrived relatively late. The surveillance footage of Ling Yan's tour route had been specially edited. Therefore, he could see that Ling Yan and Mo Wudao specially came to the 9-dragon wall during the day. Ling Yan's attainments in array formations are very profound. He can form an array with a wave of his hand. Moreover, he relied on an array formation that even I don't understand to separate and kill the 5 experts from the heavenly group. In fact, even though Long Haren's analysis was reasonable, he was wrong this time. He never thought that Ling Yan would accidentally come to the 9-dragon wall just to find the entrance to the underground palace and follow some kind of guidance from the unseen world. Long Tianqing was silent for a while before asking, but this dragon energy is only useful for the bloodline of the Long family. Why can Ling Yan absorb it? Long Haren sighed and said, Ling Yan has the dragon saliva. As long as he drinks the dragon saliva during his cultivation, the dragon spiritual energy released by the dragon saliva can slowly change his physique, but it's just dragon saliva. How can it have such a strong effect on his physique? Long Haren turned his head and looked at his son. He said in a deep voice, the dragon saliva is only one of the reasons. It can even be said that it's insignificant to Ling Yan. Ling Yan has the devil's blade, right? The reason why that blade is so powerful is because it locks the soul of an underworld blood demonic dragon. On the day of the life and death battle, I saw the underworld blood demonic dragon appear with my own eyes. Moreover, looking at the situation at that time, that demonic dragon had already recognized him as its master. Hiss, hearing Long Haren's words, Long Tianqing couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He frowned and said, Ling Yan has actually obtained the underworld blood demonic dragon's recognition. Long Haren nodded silently. This was a question that most people couldn't figure out no matter how hard they tried. In the eyes of an extremely small number of people, it was actually not much different from 1 + 1 = 2. Long Tianqing was puzzled. Even so, with his realm, how could he absorb all the dragon energy in the entire Forbidden Palace by himself? Moreover, he didn't explode and die? Isn't this too unbelievable? I've been thinking about this question just now. Long Haren said gloomily, even if all the cultivators of the Long family came here to cultivate and absorb the dragon energy in the entire Forbidden Palace, we wouldn't even be able to absorb 1/10 of the dragon energy in a year and a half. However, Ling Yan actually absorbed all of it. It could be said that after watching that life and death battle, Long Haren had a more comprehensive understanding of Ling Yan. What happened in the Forbidden Palace was definitely not due to Long Haren's carelessness. This was because he knew that even if Ling Yan's physique was heaven-defying, he had drunk the dragon's saliva, and he was recognized by the underworld blood demonic dragon as its master. It was impossible for him to absorb that much dragon energy. Beijing was so big, and there were countless dragon veins around it. The Forbidden Palace relied on the spirit dragon nurturing formation to absorb the dragon energy that gathered from the dragon veins all year round. It had accumulated it for a whole 600 years. How much dragon energy was that? Even though most of the dragon energy gathered by the dragon nourishing formation went elsewhere, the small portion that was left outside could only be described as massive. Even if Ling Yan walked around the Forbidden City every day or stayed in the Forbidden City to cultivate, he wouldn't be able to consume much of it. The reason was very simple. Ling Yan hadn't reached the middle stage of qi cultivation. His realm was too low, and his body couldn't contain it at all. therefore, even though Long Hauran thought that Ling Yun might have a heaven-defying physique and some talents, and that he might come to the Forbidden Palace to take advantage of it, he didn't put up any defenses. Moreover, there was no way to guard against it. The Forbidden Palace was the most famous tourist attraction. If Ling Yun wanted to travel, would the Long family dare to stop him from entering? That was impossible, unless they killed Ling Yun directly. Long Tianqing and his father looked at each other. His eyes flickered, and he said hesitantly, "There's only one possibility. Unless he's carrying an immortal artifact." Long Hauran's eyes widened. Emperor Brush. Earth Emperor's Book. At this moment, Long Tianfeng, who had been standing silently at the side, spoke. "Father, big brother, can you confirm it? If you can confirm it, I'll snatch it over now." Snatch it over. Long Tianfeng's way of doing things had always been this simple and violent. Long Hauran finally turned his head to look at his son. He knew that this unreasonably fierce son of his had long wanted to fight with Ling Yun. He looked at Long Tianfeng plainly and hesitated for a moment before saying, "Tianfeng, it's still too early to fight with Ling Yun." After a pause, Long Hauran said angrily, "However, since Ling Yun dares to snatch the Long family's fate, he has to bear the wrath of the Long family." The Long family was really angry that the dragon energy that they had accumulated for 600 years was sucked dry by Ling Yun in one go. To be continued. Thank you for your monthly votes. The exciting plot is about to unfold. Brothers and sisters who have paid, please come to Qidian Chinese Network to read the original version. It's the cheapest here. At this time, Long Tianqing came to the front of the 9-dragon wall alone. He stretched out his palm and gently slid it across the lifelike dragon-shaped relief. At the same time, he secretly used the Long family's dragon control art in an attempt to feel the dragon chi contained in the dragon-shaped relief. The entire Forbidden Palace had stood for nearly 600 years and accumulated such a huge amount of dragon chi. Yet, it was absorbed by Ling Yun in one night. Not only Long Hauran, but Long Tianqing, Long Tianfeng, and everyone else in the Long family were also indignant. This was like a family that had painstakingly accumulated a huge amount of dragon chi for dozens of generations. Suddenly, it was all taken away by someone else. It was the same logic, or even worse, the entire 9-dragon wall was empty. Even though Long Tianqing had cultivated the dragon control spell to the peak of the 4th level and had the power of the peak of the 4th level of chi refinement, he couldn't feel a trace of dragon chi coming from the dragon-shaped carving. "Tianqing, don't bother. The dragon chi in the entire Forbidden Palace has been absorbed by him." Seeing this, Long Hauran knew that his son was indignant, so he sighed. "Father, I don't understand. This Forbidden Palace has the protection of the stunning demon array. Why did Ling Yun absorb all the dragon chi in the Forbidden Palace?" Long Hauran explained in a deep voice, "Although this demon-subduing god-stunning array is a top-notch killing array, its function is to subdue demons and shock gods. Of course, the purpose of subduing demons is to prevent those demons and evil spirits from invading this place. The range of effect of this great array can even cover the entire capital city. As for shock gods, it is to suppress the divine sense and realm of the cultivators. Anyone who is below the gold core stage can forget about using their divine sense here, let alone flying in the air or fighting. Otherwise, this place used to be the residence of the true dragon son of heaven. But Ling Yun isn't a demonic demon, and he isn't fighting here. He's just using his special body constitution, an ineffable cultivation technique, and the immortal Dharma treasure in his body to absorb the dragon chi. How can this demon-conquering god-stunning formation do anything to him?" Long Hauran quickly explained the function of the demon-stunning formation and why this killing formation did not work on Ling Yun. Then, he said in a deep voice, "Fortunately, the spirit storage dragon-raising formation was not destroyed. It is still working and absorbing the dragon chi of the dragon veins around the capital. Otherwise, our Long family will really become the biggest joke in the world." As he spoke, Long Hauran gently extended his index finger and casually pointed at the ground beneath his feet. Long Tianqing wanted to say something, but he saw Long Hauran gently shaking his head, so he could only stop. Long Hauran suddenly raised his head and looked in the northwest direction. He said sternly, "But it seems that on the night of the 14th of July, the dragon-locking formation at Yanjing University was almost destroyed by someone. It must have been Ling Yun's doing." Long Tianqing said in shock, but Uncle said that after he rushed there that night, he had already used his divine sense to the limit, but he didn't find any traces of the enemy. Moreover, the enemy's goal wasn't that dragon? Long Haren thought for a long time and said slowly, your uncle said that he was after the Xianxia there. I didn't expect that he would hit the mark by a fluke and alert that dragon. Long Tianfeng was furious when he heard that. He scolded loudly, is that guy crazy? Why does he want to snatch everything? Isn't he afraid that he won't be able to eat it all and die? The person he scolded was, of course, Ling Yun. He's doing it for cultivation. Long Haren turned his head and suddenly raised his hand to press on Long Tianfeng's shoulder. Tianfeng, although you are the most powerful person in this generation of the Long family, if you meet Ling Yun, you have to be extra careful. That kid has too many trump cards. Long Tianfeng rolled his eyes. Against me, what's the use of having so many trump cards? Long Haren knew his son's strength and character. He didn't say anything more and just smiled faintly. It seemed that he wasn't too worried about his son. Long Tianxing flashed back from the nine-dragon wall. He glanced at his father and asked in a low voice, Father, then what do we do next? Long Haren pondered for a while and finally used telepathy. Of course, we don't have to care about the Forbidden Palace in the short term, but our Long family has to focus on protecting three places. The Dragon Locking Formation at Yanjing University, the Dragon Locking Well at New North Bridge, and the bottom of the Forbidden Palace. The current situation is already very clear. The things that Ling Yin needs in his cultivation process are too similar to what our Long family needs. If we continue to let him develop and cultivate like this, it will be equivalent to letting him step on our Long family to rise. Of course, that won't do. So, our Long family can't wait for that old fox Xi Qingfeng's attitude anymore. We have to start now and fight for all kinds of resources from Ling Yun. Long Haren was worthy of being the head of the Long family. Through his observation of Ling Yun during the life and death duel, as well as the incident at the Forbidden Palace, he had already seen through the matter very thoroughly. After a pause, Long Haren frowned and said, Do you know that 2 days before the battle, some strange ordinary people appeared near the Dragon Locking Well? Their behavior was very abnormal. Now that I think about it, that should be a method that Ling Yun prepared in advance to prevent our Long family from interfering in the life and death duel. He wanted to destroy the Dragon Locking Well to create trouble for our Long family and make us unable to take care of ourselves. At this point of analysis, even Long Haren revealed a look of shock. This kid really has a good plan. Long Tianxing was completely shocked. Father, could it be that Ling Yun also saw through the secret of the Dragon Locking Well? How is that possible? Long Haren said hatefully, the Dragon Locking Well is one of the most important hubs of the entire formation in Beijing. With Ling Yun's attainments in formations, he only needs to take a look at the map to find some important formation eyes, not to mention such an important place like the Dragon Locking Well. Long Tianxing's expression became as ugly as it could be. He asked in shock, Father, if that's really the case, then won't our Long family be under his control in the future? Long Haren smiled faintly. Fortunately, our Long family has a strong foundation and enough manpower. We can only guard a few places in Beijing. At most, Ling Yun will create some small trouble for us. Long Tianxing suddenly shook his wrist and opened the folding fan in his hand. He fanned himself. But as far as I know, Ling Yun will be reporting to Yanjing University in 2 days. When that time comes, how are we going to guard the Dragon Locking Formation? Long Haren smiled. You don't have to worry about that. Ling Yun chose clinical medicine. If he wants to go to school, he will go to Yanjing University's medical school, not to Weiming Lake. Moreover, the Dragon Locking Formation is there. If Ling Yun really wants to investigate or destroy it, we can't stop him even if we want to. The current solution is to let your uncle spend more energy. Moreover, although your uncle didn't discover him the last time, he deliberately displayed his strength. I guess that at that time, he was deterred. Ling Yun won't dare to cause trouble for our Long family for the time being. Long Tianxing nodded and then asked, Father, how do we deal with Ling Yun next? Long Haren narrowed his eyes and said, Long Kuan and Long Wu are in our Long family now. Just this point alone will make Ling Yun not dare to act rashly. Tianxing. You'll head to Qingshui City tomorrow morning. Previously, I arranged for Long Tianjiao to investigate Ling Yun. Who knew that this idiot would only find out about the surface of Ling Yun? He didn't find out anything about Ling Yun's trump card. This time, you'll go personally. You have to be reliable. You have to investigate Ling Yun in secret and report back to me. Since he is stirring up trouble in Beijing, then we will go to Qingshui City and touch his nest. Pa. Long Tianqing closed the folding fan in his hand and said proudly, "Rest assured, father." Tianfeng. I heard that someone found a black water dragon near Xianxia in the northern Hubei province. You will rush to Xianxia tomorrow morning and see if this is true. If it is true, you will bring that water dragon back to me. Long Tianfeng laughed excitedly. He rubbed his hands and said, "Hee, if it is really a water dragon, then I won't have to worry for 3 to 5 years." Long Howren glared at Long Tianfeng and frowned. "If you catch this water dragon, you must bring it back to the family. Do you understand?" When Long Tianfeng heard this, he immediately became listless like a frosted eggplant. According to the secret report, I know that Ling Yun's next schedule should be on the night of the mid-autumn full moon. He will attend the Devil Subduing Conference at the Wind Thunder Valley on Mount Longhu. That place isn't far from Xianxia. You can meet him there. Really? Alright, I will go then. As soon as Long Tianfeng heard that he could challenge Ling Yun to a duel, he became excited again. Long Tianqing knew his brother's character and couldn't help but remind him, "Tianfeng, don't just focus on fighting Ling Yun. Don't forget about the important matter." Long Tianfeng simply turned a deaf ear to this warning. After Long Howren finished explaining, he suddenly turned around and left the 9-dragon wall in large strides, heading outside the Forbidden City. Long Tianqing and Long Tianfeng followed closely behind. "Tianqing, before you leave Beijing, make a trip to the Heavenly Team and tell them that not all of them are dead. One of them was captured alive by Ling Yun." "Who?" "Heavenly Mountain Heavenly Sword Sect, Diyutong." "Father, what do you mean?" Long Howren said as he walked. Since Ling Yun has begun to appear in Beijing, he probably thinks that everything in Beijing will be peaceful for the time being. In fact, that is indeed the case. However, whether it was intentional or not, we have to find some trouble for him since he provoked the Long family. Let the Heavenly Team make a move and interrogate the Ling family. At the same time, ask Ling Yun for the person. Moreover, I will immediately inform the Heavenly Sword Sect of this matter. Hearing this, Long Tianfeng finally smiled. Hee, this is what makes it exciting. I want to see how Ling Yun handles it. The imperial chi of the Forbidden Palace might be gone, but it wouldn't hurt the Long family. That was because there was more than one ancient capital in Huaxia. It was the same in Luoyang and Chang'an. There were many more. Moreover, apart from the ancient capital, Huaxia had countless dragon veins and imperial tombs. However, it was also because of this that the real conflict between Ling Yun and the Long family was finally brought to the surface. To be continued. It was 2 in the morning. Gongdi North Road, Sanlitun. Sanlitun got its name from the distance of 3 kilometers from the inner city. It was now famous for its bar street. Sanlitun Bar Street was one of the busiest entertainment streets in Beijing. It was frequented by foreigners living in Beijing as well as local celebrities. Sanlitun was still as lively as ever even though it was already 2 in the morning. The streets were filled with bright lights and vibrant colors, showcasing the hustle and bustle of Beijing. Look at that car. Haha, I'm dying of laughter. What the F***ck, this car is amazing. It's still here in Sanlitun after the crash? It's one of a kind. The owner of this car must have a strong heart. Ling Yun's scrapped car had successfully attracted everyone's attention before it could even find a place to park. There were people everywhere, and all the cars had to slow down when they arrived here. They had to find a place to park in the surging crowd. Ling Yun ignored the gossips around him with a smile. He released his powerful divine sense. His divine sense covered a radius of 3,000 meters. Ling Yun could see the layout of the bar street as well as the interior of the hundreds of bars around him. Neon lights flashed everywhere. And the sounds of various sound systems and musical instruments drilled into Ling Yun's eardrums at the same time. Inside the bars, there were people drinking, dancing, singing, and beautiful women in revealing, low-cut, and long legs. All of them were reflected in Ling Yan's divine sense. It was a place of debauchery and luxury. That was Ling Yan's definition of Sanlitun Bar Street after observing for a while. Let's park over there. Let's go to Lan Kwai Fong. Xing Yingying's eyes lit up as soon as they arrived at the bar street. She was familiar with the area and was obviously a frequent visitor. Soon, Tai Xiaohu found a parking space and parked the car. All 5 of them got out. Wow, what a familiar feeling. Xing Yingying couldn't help but open her arms as soon as she got out of the car. It was as if she wanted to embrace the sky. Ling Yan was also intoxicated because he was standing beside Xing Yingying. Because of her movements, the 2 lumps on her chest appeared even more perky. Ling Yan looked at them seriously. Pervert. Xing Yingying noticed Ling Yan's gaze and immediately retracted her arms. She crossed her arms and glared at Ling Yan. I'm not looking at you. You're just blocking my view. Ling Yan smiled in response and turned his head. Sophistry. Xing Yingying rolled her eyes again before turning back to look at the flashy broken car. She asked, is it okay to park the car here? Ling Yan smiled and said, I'm just afraid that nothing will happen. If anything happens, we'll earn it. Forget it. Thinking of the bandit's style, Xing Yingying knew that she was worrying for nothing. Without saying a word, she walked directly toward Lan Kwai Fong. When the 5 of them arrived at the entrance, there was naturally a waiter in charge of serving them. After they entered, Xing Yingying asked for a booth with a good position and sat down. What kind of wine would you like to order? As soon as the 5 of them sat down, a waiter came over and asked. Without hesitation, Xing Yingying answered, 1982 Lafite. 5 bottles first. Tang Meng's heart skipped a beat. This girl was really ruthless. A bottle of 1982 Lafite cost 20,000 yuan in a hotel. Of course, it would be even more expensive in a bar. However, Ling Yun was completely indifferent. He only glanced at Xing Yingying and smiled. Hey, even if you want to take revenge, you have to take it easy. Alcohol can mess up your mind. His words were too direct. Xing Yingying's face turned red as she bit her lips and said, none of your business. While the 2 of them were joking, the waiter knew that he had met his sugar daddy. Instantly, he beamed with joy and became respectful from the bottom of his heart. Under the waiter's attentive service, Xing Yingying skillfully ordered a plate of fruits and some snacks. Then, Tang Meng took care of the bill. Are you satisfied now? After the waiter turned and left, Ling Yan smiled and asked Xing Yingying. Don't be noisy. Listen to some music and relax. Xing Yingying did not answer Ling Yun. Instead, she crossed her arms above her head and stretched. Then, she suddenly leaned back and laid down on the comfortable sofa. Playing cards to win money was actually a boring and exhausting task. After playing for more than 5 hours, Xing Yingying was naturally tired. The music at Lan Kwai Fong was relaxing, but Ling Yun could not understand it at all. He only smiled and waited for the wine to arrive. So many foreigners, Ling Yan looked around and realized that most of the booths were foreigners. He smiled and said, I should call Paul and Chester over tonight. They will definitely like this place. Pfft, Xing Yingying giggled. You don't understand? This street is adjacent to the embassies of 79 countries and many foreign organizations in China. There is no lack of foreigners here. Oh. Ling Yan turned his head and glanced at Xing Yingying. He suddenly remembered that the Ling family was in charge of a very important department in Xianxia, the Ministry of Commerce. The original Ling family controlled the Ministry of Water Resources and the Ministry of Commerce from behind the scenes. They had nothing to do with resources and could only be regarded as a small government. However, after Ling Yun destroyed the Sunchen alliance, those important departments were naturally taken over by the Ling family. Therefore, the Ling family now had a few departments such as education, health, and transportation. Of course, this kind of transfer of power meant that there would be a huge change of personnel in the upper echelons of Xianxia. It was not something that could be settled in a short period of time. Ling Yun had no intention of participating in such matters. He had already made it clear that everything would be handled by his second uncle, Ling Yu. However, Ling Yun was the head of the Ling family now. Even if he did not participate, it did not mean that Ling Yun did not know anything. Tang Meng, when everything in our country is on the right track, we have to consider dealing with these foreigners. You have to be prepared. Ling Yan recalled the incident with the Ling family and immediately turned his head to Tang Meng. I understand, Big Brother Yun. Tang Meng, of course, knew what Ling Yan was thinking. He smiled and agreed. Okay. Ling Yan nodded and said, I didn't ask you to come this time to play. I mainly want you to follow my second uncle for a period of time. There are many things that my second uncle will teach you personally, including many of the Ling family's businesses. You have to figure out how to deal with Xianxia City in the future. Tang Meng was dumbfounded. Isn't that too much? However, Tang Meng still had not figured out the situation in Xianxia City. Now that Ling Yun wanted him to deal with the Ling family's affairs, he was afraid that he would not be able to handle it. Ling Yun leaned back and said with a smile, if you say no, I can find someone else. Sure. Sure. Definitely. Tang Meng said hurriedly. Hey. I say, who exactly are you people? Xing Yingying was confused by their unrestrained conversation. She couldn't help but sit up straight and ask, don't tell me, people in your line of work also have to step out of the country and into the world? Alright, until now, Xing Yingying's impression of Ling Yun and Tang Meng was still the same as a few months ago. Green Dragon, Underground Casino, smashing up Qingyun Productions. As for the Heaven and Earth Group's opening newspaper that Xing Liuji showed Xing Yingying, she had already selectively forgotten about it. Yes, we must go out of the country and step into the international arena. Ling Yan suppressed his laughter and repeated Xing Yingying's words seriously. F***ck, that's not the main point. Xing Yingying glared at Ling Yan angrily when he did not answer her question. She then turned to look at Tang Meng. Big Brother Yun is right. Tang Meng shrugged and said. Xing Yingying was furious. Hey, look, there are so many beauties nearby. Emma Wu Dao also had divine sense, so he quickly scanned the entire Lan Kuai Fong. Then, he played with his phone and used WeChat to search for people nearby. You are dressed so flashily, there will be beauties coming to hit on you soon. Xing Yingying said to Emma Wu Dao angrily before Ling Yun and the rest could speak. She could not help but laugh after saying that. Have you seen anyone wearing a Daoist robe to a bar in Lan Kuai Fong? Moreover, he could still play with his phone so calmly after arriving. Before long, a few waiters came over with wine, fruit plates, and snacks. They greeted them and poured wine for them. A bar was a place to drink, relax, and chat. Lan Kuai Fong was very professional, so the customers did not have to worry at all. Of course, the premise was that they could afford it. Hence, the five of them started clinking glasses. Amidst the music, the five of them drank and chatted. Soon, they finished 3 bottles of Lafite. Xing Yingying's alcohol tolerance was amazing. After a few full glasses, her face was only slightly red. Under the twinkling lights, she looked even more charming. However, Ling Yun did not forget about business. Hey, can we get down to business now? Ling Yun smiled and asked Xing Yingying after drinking a glass of wine. What business? Xing Yingying was caught off guard and immediately became alert. Ling Yun swirled the wine glass and said unhurriedly, I think, between us, the only official matter that can be discussed now should be Qingyun Productions, right? Qingyun Productions? Xing Yingying's heart skipped a beat. She suddenly understood the reason why Ling Yun was willing to take the initiative to treat her to a meal. What else could it be? That was a louse on a bald man's head. It was obvious that he was going to settle the score later. Xing Yingying was dumbfounded. You still want to find trouble with Qingyun Productions? Ling Yun laughed. What do you think? Xing Yingying put down her wine glass and thought for a long time. Suddenly, she looked at Ling Yun and said, I can tell you about Qingyun Productions, but you have to tell me your real identity. Ling Yun smiled and said casually, that's easy. I am the boss of Xianxia City's Ling Yun Group. Then, he pointed his wine glass at Tang Meng. He's the CEO of the Ling Yun Group. Frankly speaking, Ling Yun didn't need to reveal his identity to others at all. Those who knew would naturally know. Those who didn't know wouldn't have much meaning even if they told them. For example, the Long family and the Yi family. Ling Yun didn't need to say anything. They knew him like the back of their hand and investigated him in secret. They couldn't wait to dissect him and put him under a microscope. Other than that, most people could not figure out Ling Yan's identity no matter how hard they racked their brains. For example, Yang Tsung, who acted tough in front of Ling Yan. Including the money he lost in cards, he paid a total of 50 million yuan. However, in the end, he did not dare to ask for Ling Yan's name and his background. They had different identities and different social levels. In short, their social circles were different. If it wasn't necessary, Ling Yan didn't need to reveal his identity to others at all. That would only add to his troubles. However, Xing Yingying was different. She didn't need any other reason because she was a great beauty. That alone was enough. Ling Yan Group? Isn't it? Heaven and Earth Group? Xing Yingying was a little confused when Ling Yan revealed his identity so casually. At this moment, she suddenly remembered the newspaper that Xing Liuji threw at her. Ling Yan put down the empty glass and smiled casually. Name changed. Name changed? Xing Yingying was dumbfounded. She blinked her big eyes and looked at Ling Yan. If I remember correctly, it hasn't been a month since the Heaven and Earth Group officially opened, right? Yes. Ling Yan couldn't help but take another look at Xing Yingying. As of today, it's been a month. It was already past midnight. It was already the 8th of September. It's only been a month, why did you change the name? When did you change it? Xing Yingying was obviously very interested in Ling Yan's affairs. Because that was all she knew about Ling Yan, she asked whatever she could. After all, they were just drinking and chatting. It was changed yesterday. As for the reason, it's because my name is Ling Yan. Our group wants to build a century-old brand. Of course, Ling Yan wouldn't tell her the real reason he changed the name of the Heaven and Earth Group to Ling Yan Group. Alright. Xing Yingying took a sip of wine and smiled at Ling Yan. I'm really listening. Ling Yan poured himself a glass of wine and said casually, now, can you tell me what's going on with Qingyun Productions? Actually, Qingyun Productions was still operating as usual. Moreover, in the entertainment industry, Qingyun Productions had quite a reputation. If Ling Yan himself had sent someone to investigate, he could have gotten rid of the other party. However, since he had met Xing Yingying today, of course, he could not be bothered. Pour some for me too. Xing Yingying took the initiative to ask for a glass of wine. Then, she started chatting. As it turned out, the real boss of Qingyun Movies was called Wang Jingjun. This person was very wealthy and had established Qingyun Movies in the 90s. He had also filmed some very popular movies and television dramas. After almost 20 years of continuous development, he had finally achieved his current position in the entertainment industry. He was definitely at the level of a big shot. In the past 2 years, with the popularity of the movie market, Qingyun Movies saw the opportunity and opened many branch offices all over the country. At the same time, they signed famous directors and big stars everywhere, recruited employees, and carried out crazy expansion. They were planning to go public, and now they were at the most crucial moment. As for the Qingyun Movies branch office in Qingshui City, it was the most important first step in Wang Jingjuan's plan. The reason was very simple. Qingshui City was the capital of Jiangnan Province. The most famous film city in China was in Jiangnan, not far from Qingshui City. The status of Qingyun Movies branch office in Qingshui City could even be compared to the headquarters in Beijing. However, such an important chess piece was destroyed by Ling Yan and the other two just as Wang Jingjun was about to make it look good. Moreover, not only did Ling Yan and the other two destroy Qingyun Movies branch office, they even injured more than 10 of them and extorted 30 million yuan. The general manager of Qingyun Movies branch office, Huang Feiyang, still did not dare to take a step into Qingshui City after he suffered a huge loss at the hands of Ling Yan. Wang Jingjun was planning to go public this year, but he did not expect to suffer such a huge loss in Qingshui City. This was simply embarrassing, and naturally, he could not tolerate it. At that time, Ling Yan's cultivation and strength were improving by leaps and bounds. After Wang Jingjun sent people to investigate, he found out that Ling Yan's background was not small. Out of caution, he did not dare to confront Ling Yan head-on. Instead, he wanted to go to Qingshui City and wrestle with Ling Yan through the underworld's means. One of Wang Jingjuan's hobbies was to gamble. It was also because of this that he was able to get to know Xing Yingying and a few of her senior brothers. At that time, Xing Yingying was also thinking of developing herself into the film industry and becoming a big star. In the end, the two of them chatted happily during a game of mahjong and finally hit it off. Wang Xingjun provided the money, and Xing Yingying provided the manpower. First, they would go to Xianxia City and ruin Green Dragon's underground casino. They would first win back the money they lost, then proceed to the next step. In the end, the first time Xing Yingying made a move, she returned triumphantly. With her extraordinary gambling skills, she won more than 80 million yuan in Xianxia City, earning back all the money she lost in one go. This gave Wang Xingjun a taste of sweetness. That was why there was the story of him going to Jiangnan with 1 billion yuan to completely ruin Green Dragon's underground casino. The ending of the story, of course, was that Xing Yingying and her senior brothers and sisters were ruthlessly slapped in the face by Ling Yun. In one night, they lost a total of 1.5 billion yuan in Xianxia City and fled back to Beijing with their faces covered in dirt. The price that Wang Xingjun paid was 1 billion yuan, and Xing Yingying's was 500 million yuan. That's what happened. Xing Yingying spent half an hour recounting the entire story. Then, she gave Ling Yun a look that said, "You can do whatever you want." As someone who had been immersed in gambling for a long time, she was naturally good at reading people's expressions. Xing Yingying wasn't stupid. By now, she naturally understood that Ling Yun was someone she couldn't afford to offend. Not mentioning Ling Yun's identity, he could easily control Yang Kong. Ling Yun was treated as a VIP in Yi Tianshui's private clubhouse. Yi Tianshui gave him chips for free to gamble, and he casually won 160 million yuan. Moreover, Xing Yingying knew that both of their chips were at most a little over 150 million yuan. However, Yi Tianshui gave her a check of 160 million yuan. In that clubhouse, Xing Yingying had seen with her own eyes that the hands of a gambling expert who wanted to cheat to win money were chopped off with a knife. Such a powerful clubhouse was willing to let him win money casually, and in the end, they even gave him 10 million yuan for free. Why? Background. Ling Yun's background wasn't inferior to that of the person who opened the clubhouse. Xing Yingying took the initiative to ask Ling Yun to treat her to dinner. That wasn't because she was really hungry, but because she had her own plans. A handsome, rich man with a mysterious and powerful background. He even used a king to win a queen from her. If she could befriend such a person, it would be better than countless people in the world. Xing Yingying and Wang Xingjun didn't have much of a relationship to begin with. To put it bluntly, what happened back then was just a kind of exchange. If Ling Yun wanted to investigate, he could do it himself. She didn't have to risk offending Ling Yun to help Wang Xingjun hide the truth. After listening to Xing Yingying's story, Ling Yun only smiled. Then why didn't they do anything after that? They wouldn't dare to do it again. Xing Yingying took a sip of wine and said helplessly, after losing that 1 billion yuan, Wang Xingjun was indeed anxious. That was because his company's capital chain was almost broken. This also caused a blockbuster movie that he wanted to invest in to be snatched away by another film company. But precisely because of this, Wang Xingjun seems to have sent people to investigate you in detail. I don't know what he found, but he didn't mention it again after that. Tisk tisk, Ling Yun shook his head and sighed. He actually knows how to rein in at the brink of a precipice. Really, that's called stopping losses. Xing Yingying immediately interrupted. After investigating you seriously, he should know that even if he used all his strength, he still wouldn't be able to win against you. He would only sink deeper and deeper, so he might as well admit defeat. After a pause, Xing Yingying added, Beijing isn't like other places. To be able to stand firm in Beijing and still be able to do well, it's impossible without foresight. Everyone has to open their eyes wide and weigh their own weight before doing things. Otherwise, they wouldn't even know how they died. That's true. Ling Yun looked at Xing Yingying approvingly. Ling Yun had been in Beijing for quite some time. From the day before the battle of life and death, when the 12 families went to the Ling family to beg for mercy, to the nouveau riche Xianxia and the boss of Qingyun Productions, Wang Xingjun, all of them were the same. They all knew how to judge the situation. Once they realized that they couldn't afford to offend the other party, they would immediately admit defeat. They were the kind of people who could not find a reason to kill them even if they wanted to. this was the way of life in Beijing. As long as one wasn't really powerful, no one would think that they were invincible. There would always be someone who could crush you to the point where you couldn't even lift your head, not to mention these people. Even Yi Tianshui had to admit defeat and obediently agree to all of Ling Yun's requests when he knew that Ling Yun was looking for trouble. He chose to keep the peace. Of course, there were many reasons why Yi Tianshui was willing to give in. He wasn't really afraid of Ling Yun. Ling Yan's heart was as clear as a mirror. Then, Ling Yun picked up his wine glass again and swirled the red wine in it. The corners of his mouth curled up into a charming smile. Where is the headquarters of Qingyun Productions? Hey, he's already admitted defeat. Are you still not going to let him off? Xing Yingying asked with widened eyes. She couldn't stand it anymore. No matter what, the 1 billion that Wang Xingjun lost was from her, Xing Yingying. I'm not targeting him, Ling Yun said decisively. It's just that there are still some things between us that haven't been resolved. Ling Yun naturally placed the blame for Lin Minghan's loss on Qingyun Productions. Even though Lin Minghan had gone to the faraway North America, Ling Yun had come to Beijing. Tell me, where is the company? Xing Yingying said angrily, go find out yourself. Ling Yun smiled, completely unconcerned. He looked at Tang Meng and said, I'll leave the matter of Qingyun Productions to you. Tang Meng rubbed his hands together excitedly and chuckled. To be continued. What do you guys want to do to Qingyun Productions? Xing Yingying couldn't help but worry for Qingyun Productions as she thought about their shameless behavior. Ling Yun smiled as he turned his head and said meaningfully, you don't have to worry about others. Xing Yingying felt her body tense up. She felt as if she was being stared at by a king cobra. Under such a sharp gaze, she was like an egg that had its shell peeled, completely transparent. However, she had already drunk almost an entire bottle of Lafite. With the help of the alcohol, Xing Yingying didn't avoid Ling Yun's gaze. Instead, she sat up straight and stared at Ling Yun fiercely. What else do you want? Although it was a bar with bright lights and soothing music, Xing Yingying felt a kind of solemn and stirring chill at the moment, as if the wind was blowing and the water was cold, and the hero would never return. Xing Yingying had lost all of Wang Xingjuan's 1 billion yuan in Qingshui City, as well as the 200 million yuan that the five of them had pooled together. She had also written an IOU of 300 million yuan. That 300 million yuan had been transferred to Green Dragon's account the moment they returned to Beijing. Xing Yingying lost 60 million yuan in one go after meeting Ling Yun tonight. If Ling Yun was still not satisfied, then she really had no other way, unless, Xing Yingying thought of a possibility. At this moment, Ling Yan's gaze moved down and landed on Xing Yingying's full chest. He said with a faint smile, why don't you pay with your body? Hearing this, Xing Yingying's first thought was to pick up the wine glass in front of her and pour the whole glass of red wine on this shameless B*****''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''*. Xing Yingying turned her head to look at the other three guys in the room. Mo Wudao stopped playing with his phone, Tang Meng swirled the wine glass in his hand, Tai Xiaohu was indifferent, and the other three guys were all staring at Xing Yingying, waiting to see how she would react. They had no intention of saving the damsel in distress. Xing Yingying's heart sank. She could only rely on herself. She blinked her beautiful eyes and suddenly smiled coquettishly. She rolled her eyes at Ling Yun. Sure, do you want to go to your house or mine? As she spoke, her body went limp, and she actually fell into Ling Yun's arms, throwing herself into his embrace. Ling Yun quickly reached out and pressed on Xing Yingying's shoulder, pushing her back to her original position. You win. Ling Yun took the initiative to admit defeat and said awkwardly, from now on, everything that happened between us will be written off. Ha 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 ha. Seeing this, Tang Meng, Tai Xiaohu, and Mo Wudao couldn't help but burst into laughter. They laughed so hard that they were rocking back and forth. Xing Yingying didn't smile. At that moment, she could still feel the gentle push from Ling Yun on her shoulder. That push was gentle but firm. It's written off? She was a little touched, but for some reason, an indescribable sense of loss rose in her heart. Why are girls nowadays so fierce? Ling Yun rubbed his nose, shook his head, and sighed as he looked at his three brothers who couldn't stop laughing. Is it really written off? Xing Yingying brushed her hair back and asked in disbelief. It's really written off, Ling Yun said with a straight face. As the saying goes, no discord, no concord. If it wasn't for you, how would I have earned that 1.5 billion, right? Xing Ying rolled her eyes at him in response. Tang Meng finally stopped laughing and interrupted, Big Brother Yun, and I thought that you guys would definitely make a comeback after losing so badly. We wanted to earn even more money, but who knew that you guys wouldn't come? What a pity. Xing Ying was so angry that her chest was heaving up and down. Ever since she met Ling Yun, Xing Ying had been won money, ignored, shocked, and threatened. Now, she was even humiliated by the two of them. Who did she offend? However, the other party's strength was there for all to see, and they were talking about something they were proud of. She had no way to retaliate. Hence, Xing Ying could only raise her glass and finish it in one gulp. You drink too. Xing Ying glared at Ling Yun fiercely after finishing the wine. Then, she asked Ling Yun to drink with her. At the same time, she stared at Tang Meng. Ling Yun and Tang Meng looked at each other and smiled. They also finished their wine in one gulp. Just like that, the conflict between them and Xing Ying was completely over. Seems like the two of you still have a bottom line? Xing Ying's tone changed completely. She didn't have to be so tense when communicating with the two of them. It was much more natural. Ling Yun said seriously, of course, we are all decent people. When we were in high school, we were all good students. Pfft, Xing Ying couldn't help but laugh out loud. Tai Xiaohu picked up the last bottle of wine and poured it for everyone. Xing Ying thanked him and looked at Ling Yun. There's something I'm curious about. How did you catch the big four fellows and the asterisk 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 asterisk? To a gambling expert, Ling Yun's performance on the gambling table was a miracle. Hence, now that both parties were familiar with each other, this was the first thing she asked. Ling Yun glanced at Xing Ying and asked mysteriously, you really want to know? Xing Ying nodded her head like a chick pecking on rice. Ling Yun said with a smile, it's actually very simple. It's just a matter of having sharp eyes and quick hands. Xing Ying put on an expression that said only a ghost would believe you. You don't believe me? Ling Yun looked at her calmly and said, look carefully at my wine glass and your wine glass. Xing Ying immediately lowered her head and used her eyesight to stare at the two wine glasses on the table without blinking. Ling Yun smiled and made his move. Swoosh 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 swoosh, in the blink of an eye, the two wine glasses started to change positions. In an instant, they changed positions more than 10 times. Xing Ying was dumbfounded. In that 1 second, she didn't see Ling Yun's hand or the two wine glasses on the table. She only saw a bridge, that was the afterimage of the two wine glasses moving at high speed, forming a bridge in the air. Moreover, everything happened silently. The two wine glasses didn't collide, and not a single drop of wine was spilled. This showed how fast and stable Ling Yun's hands were. Until Ling Yun stopped, the two wine glasses didn't seem to have moved at all. Everything was normal. However, the scene just now was forever imprinted in Xing Ying's heart. Oh my God! Xing Ying couldn't help but exclaim. She stared at Ling Yun's hands in disbelief. Quick hands, right? Ling Yun smiled proudly. If the current Ling Yun wielded the devil's blade, he could make 9 slashes in the blink of an eye. Moreover, the strength of the 9 slashes would be the same, and they would all hit the same spot. This? How did he train? Xing Ying couldn't help but look at Ling Yun with admiration. She knew that even her father, the gambling god of Huaxia, Xing Liuji, couldn't achieve this kind of hand speed. However, Ling Yun pretended to be profound as he drank his wine. Xing Ying thought that her question was a little overboard. She immediately changed to another question. Then, what about your eyesight? With such a fast hand speed, how did you see the cards clearly? Well, Ling Yun smiled evilly. Then, his lips seemed to move. Ah. Xing Ying transmitted a sentence from Ling Yun. That sentence revealed an embarrassing truth. She couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The next moment, her face turned red. That was because Ling Yun was right. She was indeed wearing black today. You bastard. Xing Ying stood up abruptly with a red face. However, she immediately remembered Ling Yun's words and sat down hurriedly. Then, she hugged her chest tightly. Her face was full of anxiety as if she was facing a formidable enemy. Hee hee, since you have to ask, I can only prove it to you. Ling Yun put on a very innocent look. Annoying. Can't you use other methods to prove it? If I use other methods, I'm afraid you won't believe me. You. What else did you see? I suggest that you don't speak so loudly. Look, so many people are looking over here. Xing Ying immediately shut up. Then, she looked at Ling Yun with an expression of disbelief. It was as if she was looking at a monster. X-ray vision. Could it be that X-ray vision really existed in this world? The truth was right in front of her. Xing Ying had no choice but to believe it. Today, she finally believed that there was always someone better than her. Cough cough, Tang Meng suddenly coughed and asked softly, Big Brother Yun, the three of us are almost done drinking. We would like to leave for a while. Do you want to continue? Tang Meng was very observant. Seeing that Ling Yun and Xing Ying had suddenly entered the stage of flirting, he immediately suggested to leave. Even though Xing Ying was still extremely shy and shocked, she still couldn't help but give Tang Meng a grateful look. Let's leave together after finishing this bottle of wine. Who knew that Ling Yun would reject her casually? He had already done what he needed to do today. He had no intention of furthering his relationship with Xing Ying. Xing Ying's pretty face changed from shyness to rage. Why are you leaving? Ling Yun, you have to take responsibility. This roar was like a lion's roar, startling everyone in the bar. Many people looked over, and all of them had a tacit look in their eyes, as if they were watching a good show. Take responsibility? Ling Yun was stunned and asked, what kind of responsibility? Xing Ying bit her lip. She ignored Ling Yun and gestured for Tai Xiaohu to pass the last bottle of wine to her. Tai Xiaohu naturally did as he was told. Xing Ying took the initiative to pour wine. Starting from Ling Yun, she filled everyone's glasses. Then, she raised her glass and smiled sweetly at the other three people besides that bastard. It's nice to meet you all. Let me give you a toast. Xing Ying finished the glass in front of her. In one gulp. Of course, Tang Meng, Tai Xiaohu, and Mo Wudao also finished their glasses in one gulp. President Tang, can you guys wait for us outside for a while? I'll be right behind with this jerk. No problem, Tang Meng replied. He stood up and pulled Mo Wudao, who was still waiting to watch the show. Shut up. Tang Meng pushed Mo Wudao, Tai Xiaohu, and the other two out of the booth and walked out of Lan Kuai Fong. Hey, you guys were bought over by a glass of wine. Do you still have any brotherhood? Ling Yun stretched his neck and shouted at the back of the three people. Tang Meng did not even turn his head. With his back facing Ling Yun, he raised his right middle finger and poked his head. Shut up. Xing Ying shouted at Ling Yun fiercely when she saw the three of them walking out of the bar. Ling Yun was alone at the moment, so he could only shut his mouth obediently. This woman was fierce. A good man does not fight with a woman. Xing Ying turned her head to look at Ling Yun and put on a negotiating posture. Speak. You've seen me naked. You have to give me an explanation, right? You're slandering me. Ling Yun rolled his eyes. He did not want to admit to anything. Xing Ying stood up slightly and moved to Ling Yun's side. Then, she sat down again. Even though I don't know your identity in Beijing, I think you won't be able to hide it for long. I'll find your house sooner or later, he continued to negotiate. Beauty, we only met by chance today. Then, I'll settle our grudge. That's all. I've already said that we're even. Ling Yun patiently explained, if you want to do this, aren't you going too far? Xing Ying replied calmly, you bastard, shameless. I admit it. Ling Yun smiled and shrugged. That's why you better stay away from me. Before he could finish his sentence, Xing Ying hugged Ling Yun's arm. If you don't give me an explanation, don't even think about leaving today. Xing Ying whispered into his ear. Feeling the two bouncy lumps on his right arm, Ling Yun felt that he had really gone too far. This beauty beside him was obviously drunk. Thus, he chuckled and lowered his voice to scare her. You really want to pay with your body? As long as you have the guts. I'm a coward. Ling Yun smiled and finished the glass in front of him in one gulp. He reached out to hold Xing Ying's soft body and started to walk out of the bar. Hey, your brother has already gone out. Can't you spend more time with him? Xing Yingying staggered and murmured. You drank too much, I'll send you home. The way Xing Yingying drank tonight could only be described as heroic. There were 5 bottles of Lafite in total, and she drank almost 2 bottles. With her mood fluctuating, it would be a lie to say that she didn't drink too much. Tang Meng was dumbfounded when he saw Ling Yun walking out with Xing Yingying in his arms. This was illogical. She's drunk. Ling Yun smiled faintly and said, it's almost 4 in the morning. Hurry up and send her home. We still have to cultivate when we get back. With that, he lifted Xing Yingying off the ground and strode towards the parking lot. Damn, he's still thinking about cultivation at this time. He's really inhumane. Tang Meng shook his head and sighed as he chased after them. I'm impressed. Emma Wudao was extremely wretched. Even though he came out just now, he had released his divine sense. Naturally, he knew everything that happened in the bar. The beauty threw herself into Ling Yun's arms under the pretext of being drunk. Big brother Yun. Tai Xiaohu, on the other hand, went straight to the parking lot and waited. Get in, let's go. The 5 of them quickly got in the car. Then, Tai Xiaohu started the flashy Mercedes-Benz and left Sanlitun in no time. Hey, hey, hey. Wake up, wake up. Ling Yun patted Xing Yingying's shoulder and tried to wake her up. Since he was going to send her home, he had to at least ask for the address. Unfortunately, Xing Yingying didn't wake up. Instead, she buried her head in Ling Yun's arms, causing her hair to fall messily on Ling Yun's body. It was close to the Mid-Autumn Festival. At 4 in the morning, it was the coldest time of the day. The windows were broken, and strong winds blew into the car. Afraid that the woman in his arms would catch a cold, Ling Yun had no choice but to take out a brand new trench coat from his tai chi ring. He gently wrapped the trench coat around Xing Yingying's body. Big brother Yun, why don't you just take her to a room? Tang Meng sat behind Ling Yun, winking at him as he tried to instigate Ling Yun. What awaited him was Ling Yun's scram. Emma Wudao turned around and smiled. Hey, Tang Meng, do you believe that I can repeat what you just said to her? Tang Meng didn't feel any pressure. F***ck, if you're not afraid of death, go ahead. I'll be the scapegoat anyway. The scapegoat was, of course, Ling Yun. Ling Yun smiled at Emma Wudao. I was just joking. Emma Wudao smiled awkwardly and hurriedly turned his head away. Ling Yun frowned. Xing Yingying was a drunken mess now. It was impossible to bring her back to the Ling family's ancestral home. However, it would be troublesome to send her home without knowing the address. Was it really as Tang Meng suggested, to find a hotel and book a room for Xing Yingying so that she could rest alone for the night? However, Ling Yun wasn't at ease if that was the case. Suddenly, Ling Yun had an idea. Tang Meng, if I remember correctly, you should have seen your brother Xing Yingying's contact details, right? During the battle, Xing Yingying had written an IOU of 300 million to Ling Yun. With such a large sum of money, they naturally had to leave their contact details to show their sincerity. Tang Meng rubbed his forehead. F***ck, you even thought of that. I'm really impressed. He finally confirmed that Ling Yun had no intentions of touching the girl in his arms. Tang Meng didn't waste any more time. He took out his phone and started searching for a number. Finally, he made a call. I got the address. It's in this Chaoyang district, not far to the east. After Tang Meng asked for the address, he opened the map on his phone and keyed in the address. Following the navigation, they soon arrived at an extremely high-class district. They stopped at the entrance of the district. Without the owner's permission, outsiders wouldn't be able to enter such a high-class district. Furthermore, it was 4 in the morning. Fortunately, there was someone standing at the entrance. It was a man in his 50s. He had a medium build and ordinary looks. However, his eyes were as sharp as a falcon's. They were bright and piercing. Seeing that Ling Yun's car had stopped, he immediately walked over with his hands behind his back. Huaxia's gambling god, Xing Liuji. Tang Meng exclaimed. Xing Liuji was the Huaxia's gambling god and Tang Meng's idol. Tang Meng had seen some of his videos, so he naturally recognized him immediately. Ling Yun didn't need Tang Meng's introduction because he was too easy to recognize. Through his divine sense, he had already seen that the man had an extra finger on his right hand, which was different from the usual 6 fingers. Not only was the extra finger not short and ugly, but it grew on the same hand as the other 5 fingers. It looked very natural and flexible, incomparably harmonious. Ling Yun was amazed, but he didn't forget to pull Xing Ying out of the car. Tang Meng and the other 2 got out immediately. As for Tang Meng, he directly jumped out of the car. "I'm Xing Liuji." Xing Liuji walked forward. He didn't seem to see the shabby car that Ling Yun and the others drove over. He only glanced at his daughter first. After seeing the brand-new trench coat that his daughter was wearing, his stern expression relaxed, and he directly introduced himself. "Wow." Before Ling Yun could say anything, Tang Meng had already rushed in front of Xing Liuji. He directly extended his hands to shake hands with his idol. He didn't forget to introduce himself excitedly. "Hello, Senior. I'm Tang Meng, nicknamed Little Gambling God. Why, you're my idol." Seeing Tang Meng's behavior, Ling Yun and the other 2 looked at him with disdain. They acted as if they didn't know him at all. The famous CEO of the Heaven and Earth Group. "You don't seem to live up to your name," Xing Liuji laughed but didn't embarrass Tang Meng. Instead, he extended his right hand and shook hands with Tang Meng. Xing Liuji had a photographic memory. He had seen the news of the opening of the Heaven and Earth Group, so he naturally recognized Tang Meng. Moreover, he had already received a call from his disciple. Seeing that Xing Liuji extended his right hand with 6 fingers, Tang Meng became even more excited. "Senior Zhang, it's our first time meeting. You must give me an autograph." This fellow had completely forgotten that he was just encouraging Ling Yun to book a room with Xing Liuji's precious daughter. "There's no need for an autograph. If there's a chance in the future, let's play cards together." Xing Liuji smiled casually and withdrew his hand without batting an eyelid. "Ah." Tang Meng felt like he was struck by lightning. Xing Liuji actually said that he wanted to play cards with him when he was free? That was giving him a lot of face. Tang Meng was so excited that he was dumbfounded. "Sigh, what an embarrassment." Ling Yan shook his head and sighed. Holding on to Xing Ying's shoulder, he took 2 steps forward and took the initiative to hand her over to Xing Liuji. "Senior, I met your daughter by chance tonight. We played a few rounds of cards together, then went to Sanlitun for some drinks. She got drunk." Ling Yan briefly recounted what happened. At the same time, he didn't forget to inject spiritual energy into Xing Ying's body to force out most of the alcohol in her body. Xing Liuji took over his daughter and held her gently. Then, he stared at Ling Yun and said, "Ling Yun." Ling Yun nodded his head. "Thank you so much," said Xing Liuji. "Ying has been spoiled by me. She's a little wild. Sorry for the trouble." Ling Yun smiled. "It's no trouble. Senior, you're too kind. We're all friends." Xing Liuji looked straight at Ling Yun and smiled. "Oh? Friends?" Xing Liuji asked. "Now." Ling Yun smiled. "If that's the case, do you want to come over for a chat?" Xing Liuji asked. Ling Yun shook his head. "There's no need for that. I still have many things to do at home today, so I won't disturb your rest." "Then, I won't keep you guys. Come over for tea when you're free." "No problem." Both of them replied briefly. They didn't mention anything about the past. "Senior, I'll take my leave first." Ling Yan nodded at Xing Liuji and kicked Tang Meng, who was still in a daze. "Let's go." Under Xing Liuji's watchful eyes, the 4 brothers got into the car and left. She's indeed a dragon among men. Xing Liuji suddenly let go of Xing Ying's hand after Ling Yan's car disappeared from sight. Then, he glared fiercely at his precious daughter who was standing on her tiptoes. "Sober up? He's gone. What's there to look at? Come home with me." Xing Liuji had every reason to believe that his daughter was pretending to be drunk. "What's wrong with looking at me?" Xing Ying said angrily. At the same time, she smiled sweetly and put on the brand new black windbreaker. To be continued. Xing Ying followed her father home and was about to sneak into her room. "Stop." Her father's low voice came from behind her. Xing Ying stopped helplessly. She curled her lips and turned around to complain, Dad. I played cards for the whole night and drank so much. I'm exhausted now. Can't we talk tomorrow? Xing Liuji was already sitting on the sofa. He stared at his daughter's face with unconcealable love in his sharp eyes. Go take a shower first. I prepared some hangover soup for you. Drink it before you sleep. Okay. Xing Yingying made a face at her father and went straight to the bedroom. Xing Liuji shook his head with a bitter smile as he looked at his daughter's lithe figure. He then stood up and went to the kitchen to get the hangover soup. 15 minutes later, Xing Yingying finished washing up. She used a white towel to dry her wet hair and came to the living room in her pajamas. After she sat down, Xing Liuji personally picked up a bowl of soup for his daughter and handed it to her. Drink it. Xing Yingying drank 3 bowls in one go. Xing Liuji smiled and filled 3 bowls. Drink this glass of water too. I'm full. I'll drink it later. Xing Yingying took the glass of water from her father and put it aside. Xing Liuji had been carefully taking care of his daughter and secretly observing her. He was relieved to find that his daughter didn't feel uncomfortable after getting drunk. However, as a father who doted on his daughter to the extreme and was extremely responsible, Xing Liuji began to interrogate his daughter. Why did you pretend to be drunk? Pretend to be drunk? Xing Yingying immediately cried out. My dear father, 2 bottles of 1982 Lafite. Who wouldn't get drunk after drinking that? Do you think your daughter is a wine immortal? What? 2 bottles? Are you crazy? Xing Liuji was shocked. He knew his daughter's alcohol tolerance. 1 bottle of 1982 Lafite was fine, but 2 bottles would definitely make her drunk. Why did you drink so much? Xing Yingying's reaction was a little lonely. Nothing. I just suddenly felt like getting drunk. Then, Xing Yingying suddenly said doubtfully, until I got off the car just now, I didn't even know how I got off, let alone where I was, but after that guy handed me over to you, he immediately sobered up. It's really inexplicable. Xing Liuji raised his eyebrows slightly. However, he didn't ask too much. He just asked with concern, then, you don't feel uncomfortable now, right? I'll be fine when I get upstairs. That's good. Xing Liuji nodded, then stared at his daughter and sternly asked, Daughter, tell me the truth. Have you fallen in love with that kid? Xing Yingying blushed and played dumb. Who is it? Xing Liuji chuckled. Would you be willing if I said it was Tang Ming? Dad, Xing Yingying refused to comply. She hugged Xing Liuji's arm and began to act coquettishly. However, Xing Liuji said firmly, Daughter, I can listen to you if it's anything else, but if you like Ling Yun, I advise you to give up on this idea as soon as possible. Xing Yingying felt like she was struck by lightning. Why? He's out of our league. Xing Liuji sighed and shook his head. If it's just an ordinary person, even if he's the son of a billionaire in Beijing, I wouldn't lose to him even if he's the son of a billionaire. But Ling Yun. Xing Liuji sighed and shook his head. So what if he's Ling Yun? Xing Yingying wasn't convinced, but she didn't have much confidence when she recalled the scene before she got drunk. Xing Liuji looked up at the luxurious lighting in the house. Ling Yun's background is too deep. He's too influential. His future achievements will be unimaginable. Xing Yingying was speechless for a long time. Dad, how did you know all this? That Tang Meng, Xing Liuji suddenly mentioned Tang Meng. Tang Meng was just a high school student in Qingshui High in Jiangnam province half a year ago. At that time, he was only the son of the deputy director of Qingshui City's Public Security Bureau. Of course, a mere son of the deputy director of the Public Security Bureau wouldn't enter the eyes of the gambling god of China. But look at him now. He's the CEO of Qingshui City's Heaven and Earth Group. You saw the grand opening of the Heaven and Earth Group from the news. How many big shots were there? Xing Yingying couldn't help but remind him. Dad, that Heaven and Earth Group has now changed its name to Lingyun Group. Oh, it doesn't matter what it's called. Xing Liuji replied casually before changing the topic. But do you know how Tang Meng behaved in front of me when we met just now? He said that I'm his idol and even asked for my autograph. Pfft, Xing Yingying couldn't help but laugh at the thought of Tang Meng. Those guys are very interesting. Xing Liuji sighed. They might be interesting in your eyes, but in my eyes, they're too smart. With Tang Meng's current status, it's ridiculous for him to take the initiative to ask for my autograph even though he's from the younger generation. The only reason he did that was because you guys have a grudge against Ling Yun. This is the first time I've met them, so he wanted to lighten the atmosphere so that my interaction with Ling Yun would not be too awkward. Xing Yingying was shocked. Why would he do that? Xing Liuji smiled. Of course, Ling Yun carried you out of the car. Tell me, as his father, how would I feel if I saw that? Xing Yingying was pleasantly surprised. He really carried me down? Xing Liuji glared at his daughter. You were so drunk. Did he push you down if he didn't carry you? You silly girl, you have no idea how many times he has taken advantage of you. Xing Yingying was shy, but she giggled foolishly. She had a carefree look on her face as she said, he won't. He won't. Otherwise, you wouldn't be wearing a trench coat. Xing Liuji said. Speaking of which, they're not even 20 years old, but they've been on a rampage for the past 6 months. They've killed all the gods and Buddhas they've encountered. They have hundreds of billions of assets. Hundreds of billions of assets. Do you know how many storms we have to go through to obtain such a huge amount of assets in Huaxia? Moreover, they only used less than half a year to achieve all of this. No one dares to touch Xianxia City now. This means that they have a firm foothold in Xianxia City. That's why they came to Beijing together. Dad, you're amazing. Xing Yingying said after a long while. Even with Tang Meng's status, he is still willing to do such unseemly things for Ling Yun. Moreover, he does it without leaving a trace. Tang Meng sighed. How do you think we can get close to someone like Ling Yun? Xing Liuji asked his daughter directly. Xing Yingying was silent. She picked up the glass of water in front of her and drank more than half of it in one go. Let me tell you 2 more things, Xing Liuji said. Do you know who suppressed the incident between Ling Yun and Qingyun Productions? Who? It was naturally Li Yifeng and Tang Tianhao who took action in Xianxia City. However, it was the military who took action in Beijing. It was settled with a phone call. What's the other thing? Daughter, there's another matter. If I were to say it out loud, it would really be a blow to you. Then don't say it now. Xing Yingying was very straightforward. Why? You don't dare to hear it? Xing Liuji smiled. I'm not afraid. Xing Liuji laughed. Don't you think that Ling Yun is quite handsome? He's rich, right? He has a strong background and power, right? Do you think he lacks women around him? Xing Yingying lowered her head and said, Dad, there's no point in saying that. I'm just speaking the truth. Xing Liuji said it casually. However, his sharp eyes flashed with incomparable heartache when his daughter lowered her head. That was because he had a wide circle of friends. Of course, it was mainly those who liked to gamble. However, there were countless outstanding men around his daughter. However, Xing Yingying's standards were too high. None of them caught her eye. Who knew that one would appear now? No matter how they compared themselves, they couldn't match up to him. How could a father not feel heartache? Daughter, did you play cards with Ling Yun again tonight? Xing Yingying's mood had hit rock bottom, and as a father, he had to be responsible for bringing his daughter's mood back. Sure enough, Xing Yingying said gloomily, yes. You lost again? Xing Yingying nodded. You lost without any temper. Why don't you tell Dad the details? Xing Yingying became excited again at the mention of playing cards. She quickly recounted the entire process after Ling Yun appeared on the table. Finally, she said, in the end, we agreed that it was purely a game of luck. He won with a king and I won with a queen. Xing Liuji listened with great interest and couldn't stop nodding. Finally, he smiled and commented, this is quite interesting. Xing Yingying's eyes widened. Dad, it's your precious daughter who lost. Xing Liuji glanced at her and smiled. Of course you lost. Why? Xing Yingying blinked her beautiful eyes and suddenly felt a little annoyed. Did he really play tricks? Xing Liuji shook his head. No, but I saw Ling Yun's physiognomy just now. His luck was at its peak for the whole day. You chose to gamble with him at that time. Who else would lose but you? Xing was stunned. Of course, she knew that her father's reputation as the Huaxia god of gambling wasn't just based on his skills. Xing Liuji also had extraordinary attainments in feng shui and physiognomy. Ling Yun has the appearance of a dragon. He will definitely roar the 9 continents. Xing Liuji concluded. To be continued. At this moment, the man with the dragon form that Xing Liuji mentioned was returning to the Ling family's ancestral home in that shabby car. Big brother Yun, we're going to climb the Great Wall today, right? I've climbed the Great Wall many times, so I won't be going this time. I'm going to sleep until I wake up naturally. Tang Meng said to Ling Yun as soon as he got out of the car. Tang Meng was not a martial artist. Yesterday, he had accompanied Ling Yun and the rest to play for the entire day. At night, he had pulled an all-nighter and drank quite a bit of alcohol. Now that the excitement had passed, he was already exhausted and on the verge of collapsing. Alright, go and rest. When you wake up, go and find my second uncle. Ling Yun smiled. On the 7th, 8th, and 9th of the month, Ling Yun's main plan was to bring Ling Yu, Zhong Ling, and the others around Beijing. He didn't really care whether the others went or not. After all, it was just a sightseeing trip. The scenic spots in Beijing wouldn't be lost. It didn't matter when they went. The main reason why Tang Meng wanted to join the tour yesterday was because he had just arrived in Beijing and had just reunited with Ling Yun. The warmth of their reunion was still fresh in his mind, so he decided to tag along. However, after an entire day, he was exhausted. Knowing that he still had to climb the Great Wall today, he naturally wouldn't go. I'm drunk. I'm going to sleep too. Mo Wudao informed Ling Yun and flew towards the backyard. He was even faster than Tang Meng. Ling Yun smiled and didn't stop him this time. That was because he understood Mo Wudao's physique and knew that he had a spiritual body. Sleeping was actually beneficial for his cultivation. Another point was that Mo Wudao wouldn't be able to make another breakthrough in a short period of time after reaching the pinnacle of Xianxia realm level 4. Moreover, he had divine sense, so sleeping was beneficial to his mental state. Therefore, Ling Yun watched as he slipped away and let him be. Big brother Yun, I'm going to cultivate. Tai Xiaohu got out of the car after parking it. He didn't say much and told Ling Yun that he was going to cultivate. It was already 4:30 in the morning. To Ling Yun and Tai Xiaohu, it was the best time to cultivate the stellar condensation technique. Xiaohu, do you want to climb the Great Wall? Ling Yun asked. Tai Xiaohu scratched his head and smiled. Big brother Yun, I still want to cultivate. That's good too. You can cultivate at home today and prepare everything. Tonight, I will help you break through to the Xiantian realm. Hee, thank you, brother Yun. Breaking through to the Xiantian stage was the dream of Tai Xiaohu, the martial arts fanatic. He could not wait any longer. Little tiger, go to the courtyard on the 6th floor and cultivate under that willow tree. That's the eye of the Ling family's spirit gathering formation. It's the place with the most spirit chi and will be the fastest to cultivate there. Tai Xiaohu's face was full of joy. He agreed and immediately rushed towards the 6th courtyard. After Tai Xiaohu disappeared, Ling Yun muttered to himself, Xiaohu has already mastered the raging wave's internal skill. The true chi in his body surges like raging waves crashing against the shore, rolling like thunder. With such a strong foundation, I wonder what realm he can reach tonight with my help. Ling Yun had high expectations for Tai Xiaohu. This was because Tai Xiaohu was nurtured by Ling Yun not long after he started cultivating. Ling Yun had cleansed Tai Xiaohu's tendons and marrow more than twice. From the beginning to the end, Ling Yun purposely did not let Tai Xiaohu consume any elixirs. With Tai Xiaohu's strong physique, with the help of those elixirs tonight, what realm would he reach in one go? Ling Yun did not dare to say anything else, but at least he would be stronger than Mo Wudao. That was for sure. Caw. Before Ling Yun could move, in the 6th floor of the Ling family's courtyard, a huge black bird flew into the sky from the crown of the willow tree. It flapped its wings and made a turn in the air, heading straight for the front yard. The golden striped crow. This huge bird's flying speed was very fast. It arrived above Ling Yun's head in a flash and started cawing. It glided in circles 5 meters above Ling Yun's head. Ling Yan looked up at the golden striped crow and smiled. I forgot about you. Are you hungry? As he spoke, Ling Yan extended his hand and used the divine yang cultivation technique to force the yang qi out of his body. It turned into a dazzling white ball of light in his palm and flung it into the air. The golden striped crow's eyes shone brightly. It landed suddenly, opened its sharp mouth, and swallowed the ball of light. Then, it cawed happily and excitedly. Hey! Ling Yan, can you control your crow? How can you caw like that so early in the morning? Are you going to let people cultivate? Ling Xiao suddenly flew out and landed in front of Ling Yan. Because her early cultivation was interrupted, she was so angry that she put her hands on her hips. Ling Yan's expression was awkward in the face of his angry big sister. He immediately waved to the sky. The golden striped crow already knew that the Ling family wouldn't hurt it. Therefore, when it saw Ling Yan's action, it immediately swooped down from the sky and landed on Ling Yan's arm. Big Gold, your caw is really too special. Look, you're staying in my house now. If you caw like that too often, it will definitely affect my family. Why don't we discuss this? Can you just bear with it and stop cawing? Ling Yan used a negotiating tone in the face of this huge bird that would definitely grow into a golden crow in the future. Since Meow Xiao Meow's golden silkworm was called Little Gold, Ling Yan might as well call this golden striped crow Big Gold. Big Gold didn't move an inch on Ling Yan's arm. It turned its head to look at Ling Yan, its two golden eyes unblinking. It was very demonic. However, it was intelligent and could understand human speech. Very quickly, it nodded its beak and agreed to Ling Yan's request. Seeing this, Ling Yan smiled happily. That's great. Now that you're full, go and play by yourself. With that, he raised his arm. Big Gold flapped its wings and flew straight into the sky. Big sister, you've reached the peak of Xianxia level 5. Congratulations. After sending the golden striped crow away, Ling Yan hurriedly congratulated Ling Xiao to appease her anger. Currently, among the younger generation of the Ling family, the one with the lowest realm was Ling Shui. After gradually digesting the black-yellow immortal spiritual energy that she had absorbed, she had reached the peak of Xiantian level 3 and was about to break through to the middle stage of the Xiantian realm. All the cultivators in the Ling family were still digesting the gift from the ghost divine willow. Among the younger generation, Ling Xiao was still far ahead of Ling Yun. There was no other reason but because when Ling Yan first came to Beijing and helped Ling Lai break through, she absorbed the huge amount of spiritual energy that Ling Lai couldn't digest. That was why she was the first to reach Xiantian level 9. That was why she was always one step ahead of the others. Now, even Ling Yong had reached the peak of Xiantian realm level 4. What's more, Ling Xiao's level of comprehension was even higher than Ling Yong's. Of course, Ling Yong, Ling Feng, and Ling Li were able to break through to the middle stage of the Xiantian realm because Ling Yun had helped them with the marrow cleansing. However, it wasn't the case for Ling Xiao. Ling Shui and Ling Xiao had a different gender, so Ling Yun didn't personally perform the marrow cleansing. He left it to Qin Yao. Even without the actual marrow cleansing, Ling Xiao was still the first to reach the peak of Xiantian realm level 5. From Ling Yan's point of view, Ling Xiao would definitely be the first to enter the late stage of the Xiantian realm after Qin Yao performed the marrow cleansing on her. Moreover, it wouldn't take too long. Humph. Ling Xiao's expression became a little better after receiving Ling Yan's compliment. However, she only snorted coldly before pulling Ling Yan's hand and running to her courtyard. Why are you only back now? Ling Xiao asked as she walked. I played cards at Yi Tianshui's place for a while and met an acquaintance. Then, we went to the bar in Sanlitun for some drinks. Ling Yan told her the truth. Tisk, tisk, Ling Xiao turned her head to look at him. Not bad, kid. You even met an acquaintance when you went to that fat pig's place. Did you really get acquainted after a fight? Big sis, you should know Xing Yingying, the daughter of the Huaxia gambling god, Xing Liuji. We met in Qingshui City. Ah. It's her. Ling Xiao stopped in her tracks and looked at Ling Yan a few more times. Her eyes were ambiguous and full of suspicion. What is it? Ling Yan laughed. She's one of the top 10 beauties in Beijing. I didn't expect you to know her already. Ling Yan was speechless. So, Xing Yingying was one of the top 10 beauties in Beijing? However, Xing Yingying's beauty made her worthy of the title. Rascal, it seems like there are many things that I don't know about you in Xianxia City. Tell Big Sis more about them later. Ling Xiu giggled. But I'm warning you, that lady is very wild. You won't be able to get rid of her if you get close to her, Big Sis, it's really not what you think. Ling Yan had no choice but to vaguely brush it off with a single sentence. Fortunately, Ling Xiu didn't pester him too much. She pulled Ling Yan over because she had more important things to ask. Did you do what I asked you to do? What did that fat pig say? Ling Xiu couldn't be bothered to ask about the outcome of Ling Yan asking for the money. She could tell from Ling Yan's expression that he had definitely gotten back the 15 billion. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in the mood to play cards and drink at Yi Tianshui's place. Big Sis, even though that guy is indeed ridiculously fat, you shouldn't keep calling him a fat pig. Ling Xiu glared at him. You already said that he's so fat. What else should I call him if not a fat pig? Ling Yan's expression turned serious as he said seriously, Big Sis, there's something you don't know. Yi Tianshui's fatness is actually due to a sword technique he cultivates. The sword technique he cultivates is called unquenchable intent. Furthermore, his true strength isn't much weaker than mine. What? Ling Xiu was shocked after hearing that. She originally thought that Yi Tianshui was just a good-for-nothing from the Yi family. She didn't expect him to be so secretive. Ling Yan winked and said, hee hee, Big Sis, are you moved now? Bullsh *T. Ling Xiu's beautiful eyes widened. Even if Yi Tiando and Yi Tianxing were standing in front of me, I wouldn't be moved. Ling Yan laughed. Big Sis, Yi Tianshui really loves you. Last night, I threatened him in every possible way and he agreed to all my unreasonable requests except for the one where I wanted him to give up on you. He refused to budge no matter what. Ouch. Ling Yan laughed. Rascal, if you dare to say that about Big Sis again, do you believe that I won't strangle you to death? Ling Xiu pinched Ling Yan's arm and said angrily, you're really the death of me. You can't even do such a simple thing properly. Ling Yan could only laugh bitterly. Big Sis, it's not that I can't do it, but the reason he gave me was too strong. What reason? There's nothing wrong with liking someone. Ling Yan said this sentence with a straight face. You're still going on? Ling Xiu pretended to pinch him again. Alright. I won't say it anymore, alright? However, those were indeed Yi Tianshui's words. Ling Yan first begged for mercy, then hurriedly added another sentence. At this point, the two of them had already arrived at Ling Xiu's house. Ling Xiu dragged Ling Yan to sit down and asked, tell Big Sis, what exactly happened last night? But it's never wrong to like someone. Just as Ling Yan said this to Ling Xiu, in another part of the same city, a daughter said the same thing to her father. Xing Yingying's expression was calm, but her tone was firm. Liking someone didn't require two people to spend all day and night together to slowly develop feelings for each other. Usually, just one look was enough. Xing Liuji sighed deeply in his heart. However, this time, he didn't directly attack Xing Yingying. He understood his daughter. As long as she set her mind on something, even 10 bulls wouldn't be able to pull her back. He raised his head to look at the bright and resplendent lights. I'm afraid it'll be very difficult. I'm not afraid. Xing Yingying smiled sweetly. Then, she stood up and walked straight to the bedroom. Halfway through, she suddenly stopped and turned around. Dad, you said that there are people with special abilities in this world. Actually, I didn't believe it in the past, but now, I do. Xing Liuji was stunned. Before he could react, Xing Yingying had already returned to her room. Special abilities? I'm afraid it's not that simple. Xing Liuji muttered to himself as he looked at the empty living room. September 8, 9 a.m., Badaling Great Wall Scenic Area. Ling Yun, Mo Wudao, Ning Lingyu, Qi Shaoqing, Ling Xiu, and Ling Shui walked out of the Ling family's luxurious bus. There were a total of 12 people when they visited the Forbidden City yesterday. Today, the group was reduced by half. At this time, Tang Meng was still sleeping soundly. Tai Xiaohu was cultivating with all his might. Ling Feng and Ling Li were dragged by their father, Ling Yu, to the martial arts school that the Ling family had just bought to visit the 72 disciples of the immortal physician sect. As for Chao Shanshan and Zhang Ling, the two best friends, they had agreed to return to the Chao family today after staying together for 2 nights. Originally, Ling Yan thought that Mo Wudao would sleep until the sky turned dark. Unexpectedly, he woke up at 7:30 a.m. and insisted on climbing the Great Wall. He was even more enthusiastic than when they visited the Forbidden City yesterday. The autumn weather was refreshing, and the sun was shining brightly. It really feels a little cold here. Ling Yan could feel the coldness in the air as soon as he got out of the car. Ling Yan was now in the late stages of Qi cultivation stage 3. His cultivation of the stellar condensation technique had already reached the pinnacle of the second major realm. His body was no longer afraid of fire and water. However, being unafraid of fire and water didn't mean that he couldn't feel hot or cold. On the contrary, his 5 senses and 6 senses were now so powerful that he could instantly detect even the slightest change in the temperature of the surrounding air. Nonsense. This is a mountainous area. Of course, the temperature is lower than in the city. Ling Xiao was busy bickering with Ling Yun, but she didn't forget to ask Qi Shaoqing to put on her jacket. Of the 6 people in the group, the cultivation of the other 5 was no longer afraid of the 4 seasons. However, Qi Shaoqing was an exception. She was still an ordinary person. Qi Shaoqing thanked Ling Xiao and put on her jacket. Ever since she came to the capital, she had rarely spoken. She only watched and listened silently, and was very attentively absorbing and digesting everything around her. Ling Yan also didn't express any special care for Qi Shaoqing. He would always take her into consideration during group activities. However, he didn't force her and let her do whatever she wanted. That's strange. Didn't the internet say that this season is the peak tourist season for the Great Wall? Why aren't there any other tourists? Mo Wudao was still wearing his trendy Daoist robe with a horsetail whisk in his hand. After he got out of the car, he looked at the surrounding feng shui seriously. When he came back to his senses, he realized that there were no other tourists other than them in the huge parking lot of the Badaling scenic area. Did we come to the wrong place? Very quickly, Mo Wudao discovered that the people around him were all looking at him with a strange expression. Especially Ling Yun, who looked at him as if he was an idiot. What's going on? Mo Wudao asked. An important leader came to inspect the Badaling Great Wall scenic area this morning, so it's temporarily closed to tourists. Ling Yun smiled. Mo Wudao immediately asked, what important leader? Where is he? F*ck, then didn't we come here for nothing? Ling Yun rolled his eyes and said helplessly, idiot, we are important leaders. The 4 beauties beside him couldn't help but laugh. F*ck, so awesome? Mo Wudao finally reacted. He shouted excitedly, doesn't that mean that we've booked the entire place today? Ling Yun nodded. It's only the morning. Let's go. It turned out that after everyone agreed to visit the Badaling Great Wall, Chao Shanshan gave her grandfather a call and used some of her special privileges. Welcome, leader, to Badaling for an inspection and guidance. A huge red banner was hung high at the entrance, as if welcoming the arrival of Ling Yun and the others. This feeling is really not bad. Ling Yun looked up at the red banner, and a strange feeling arose from the bottom of his heart. 1 sentence from the top, and the people at the bottom. This was special privileges. Of course, the Badaling Great Wall scenic area had someone specially in charge of receiving them. However, Ling Yun only reported his name and led the other 5 through the entrance. As for the other arrangements made by the scenic area's leaders, he smiled and rejected them. We're just going up to take a look. We'll be back in 2 hours at most, Ling Yun said. Without further ado, the 6 of them started to climb the Great Wall after passing through the ticket gate. Big sister, Mo Wudao, and I will be going up first. You guys can have fun at the back. We'll meet up when we're up. Ling Yun greeted Ling Xiao and the rest. Then, he shot a look at Mo Wudao, and the 2 of them increased their speed. I wonder what these 2 are up to this time. Ling Xiao couldn't help but mutter to herself as she looked at the 2 sneaky figures. She then turned to the other 3 and said, we don't have to bother with them. Let's play by ourselves, take pictures, and enjoy the scenery. Ning Lingyu and Qi Shaoqing smiled and nodded in unison. It was a piece of cake for Ling Yun and Mo Wudao to climb a few hundred meters. Even though they didn't use Qinggong, it only took them a few minutes to reach the top of the Great Wall. The Great Wall, one of the 8 wonders of the world. It's indeed a well-deserved reputation. This was the first thing Ling Yun said after he reached the top of the city wall. At the same time, he followed the path of the Great Wall and saw a long winding dragon coiling between the towering mountains and lofty ridges. It was a majestic and magnificent sight, and Mo Wudao didn't say anything. He had been observing along the way. Mo Wudao, take your time and watch. I'm going to take a look. Ling Yun used fulgurating shadows and disappeared in a flash. The next moment, he was still on the city wall, but he appeared 100 meters away. Ling Yun released his divine sense, and his figure flashed. The excitement in his eyes grew stronger and stronger. This guy is really incredible. Looking at Ling Yun's flashing figure, Mo Wudao couldn't help but sigh softly. Even though Ling Yun was using Qinggong, the distance he crossed was according to the path of the Great Wall. The distance was different, but every place he stopped at had one thing in common. He stepped precisely on every point of the Dragon Vein. That's right, the Dragon Vein. In the eyes of ordinary tourists, the Badaling Great Wall was at most a tourist's wish. As the saying went, one couldn't be a real man if they didn't reach the Great Wall. They saw the majesty of the Great Wall, the vicissitudes of history, and the wisdom of the ancients. Then, they took photos as a memento. However, in the eyes of Ling Yun and Mo Wudao, the Great Wall was a different scene. They saw a huge dragon vein. The difference was that Mo Wudao was shocked by the feng shui here, while Ling Yun was shocked by the dragon qi here. Frankly speaking, Ling Yun came from the cultivation world. Walls that were taller and more majestic than the Great Wall were everywhere in that world. Therefore, the Great Wall wasn't strange to Ling Yun at all. What Ling Yun cared about was the terrain and the dragon vein. However, in order to save his father, Ling Xiao, Ling Yun had entered the depths of the Yunming Mountains several times. He had also crossed the Great Wall many times, but he was always in a hurry and didn't have the time to stop and feel it. Therefore, this time, he came specially. This time was very different from the past. Because Ling Yun went to the Forbidden City yesterday and absorbed the infinite Dragon Emperor energy, a person who contained endless dragon sovereign qi in his body, standing on such a huge dragon vein, of course he could clearly sense every single point of qi in this huge dragon vein. At this moment, Ling Yun felt that the golden dragon in his energy center seemed to be cheering happily. It was breathing out the dragon qi here. In a short time, Ling Yun was more than 2,000 meters away from Mo Wudao. He had stepped on a total of 36 points of the dragon vein. After another minute, Ling Yun flew back. Ling Yun felt that the golden dragon in his energy center had become a little thicker. Even though it wasn't a big change, Ling Yun could feel it clearly. What do you think? Ling Yun asked Mo Wudao with a smile. The great dragon vein. Mo Wudao smiled. What else? What else? I don't dare to say. Ling Yun smiled faintly and said confidently, what's there to be afraid of? In my opinion, this great wall should be connecting all the broken dragon veins in the north of Huaxia together to form a super large dragon vein. This is a long dragon of 10,000 miles. Mo Wudao gave Ling Yun a thumbs up. You're awesome. Ling Yun asked again, the textbooks say that the Qing dynasty built this great wall to defend against the Tartars in the north. Do you believe it? Mo Wudao did not reply, nor did he reply. Such a tall mountain should be enough to defend against the cavalry from the north. However, this great wall was built on the mountain ridges. It's obviously an unnecessary move. Ling Yun answered with a smile. To be continued. It's not exactly like what you said. Mo Wudao couldn't hold it in any longer as he watched Ling Yun answer his own questions. He glanced at Ling Yun, who was leaning on the battlements and looking out into the distance, and interrupted him. It's true that the Great Wall is built on the mountain and dragon veins, but no matter what, its militarized construction still serves as a deterrent, early warning, and defense against the Xiongnu and Tartars in the north. Furthermore, Mo Wudao said provocatively, this Badaling Great Wall is not the Qin Great Wall, but the Ming Great Wall. I know, Ling Yun nodded and smiled. Suddenly, he turned his head and grinned at Mo Wudao. Looks like you've done your homework. Mo Wu Dao sulked for a long time before he finally spat out, "Really shameless." Tisk. Don't forget that the person standing in front of you just graduated from high school and entered Yanjing University as the top scorer of the Jiangnan province's college entrance examination. I got full marks for history and geography. How could I not know that this is the Great Wall of the Ming Dynasty? Facing such a powerful fact, Mo Wu Dao was speechless. However, he still asked unwillingly, "Then what about the Qin Chongqing you mentioned earlier?" "Earlier, we were talking about the ley line, as well as the essence of the Great Wall. Naturally, we have to start with the Great Wall." Mo Wu Dao placed his hands on the battlements and sighed towards the sky. "You really know how to quibble. How shameless." Ling Yan couldn't be bothered to bicker with Mo Wu Dao anymore. His expression turned serious as he said, "Ever since Emperor Qin, our Huaxia has built the Great Wall. It does have the military uses you mentioned, but that's just its surface use." Mo Wu Dao nodded in acknowledgement. "But have you noticed? Although almost all the dynasties have built the Great Wall, only the Qin and Ming dynasties have actually built the Great Wall over 10,000 li. Why do you think that is?" Mo Wu Dao seemed to know what Ling Yan wanted to say. His face was deep in thought, but he didn't say anything. He didn't want to say it, but Ling Yan didn't let it go. "Why? You don't want to say it?" Mo Wu Dao rolled his eyes at Ling Yan. Ling Yan had no choice but to answer his own question, because the Qin dynasty and the Ming dynasty each produced a Taoist figure who could be called a demigod. Su Fu and Lu Bowen. As he spoke, he first looked towards the west, then turned around and looked towards the south. To the west is the mausoleum of Emperor Qin, and to the south is the capital. And according to my guess, the shocking great formation in the Forbidden City that can suppress our divine senses should have been set up by the outstanding figure of your Taoism, Lu Bowen. With that, Ling Yan smiled at Mo Wu Dao. "Is there anything you want to say?" Mo Wu Dao's heart shook violently. His expression changed drastically, and the corners of his eyes twitched violently. "You're awesome." Mo Wu Dao could no longer maintain his composure. He could only turn around and give Ling Yan a thumbs up, expressing his complete admiration. He now completely believed that Ling Yan really knew that the Badaling Great Wall was the Great Wall of Ming. The Qin dynasty had built the Great Wall of China, and so had the Ming dynasty. The Qin dynasty's Great Wall was more than 10,000 kilometers long, while the Ming dynasty's Great Wall was less than 9,000 kilometers long. Adding the two together, the total length was more than 20,000 kilometers. The Great Wall stretched from west to east, and most of it was built on the mountain ridges and dragon veins. It meandered for a total of more than 20,000 kilometers, connecting the many dragon veins in the main mountain ranges of northern Huaxia together. However, Ling Yan did not mention the other dynasties, only the Qin dynasty and the Ming dynasty, and directly pointed out a common point between the two dynasties. That was because these two dynasties produced peerless figures of Taoism. The Qin dynasty had Su Fu, who sought the elixir of immortality for Emperor Qin. The Ming dynasty had Lu Bowen, who founded the country. Moreover, according to Taoist legends, the location of the mausoleum of Emperor Qin was related to Su Fu. And Lu Bowen's large-scale construction of the capital of Yanjing, especially the Forbidden City, was no longer a Taoist legend. It was directly history. Mo Wu Dao might not have read history in textbooks, but he had read countless Taoist classics since he was a child on Mao Mountain. There were countless Taoist legends in them. It was widely spread among the people of Huaxia. Zhuge Liang divided the world into three parts. Lu Bowen unified the country, the military advisor of the previous dynasty, Zhuge Liang, and the military advisor of the later dynasty, Lu Bowen. Lu Bowen assisted Zhu Yuanzhang to complete the empire, founded the Ming dynasty, and did his best to maintain the stability of the country. That was why he was famous. His achievements were comparable to Zhuge Wuhou. How could Mo Wu Dao not know these things and people? Otherwise, this guy wouldn't have given up on sleep and only rested for 2 or 3 hours before getting out of bed and climbing the Great Wall no matter what. What he didn't expect was for Ling Yan to say such a thing while standing on the Great Wall. This shocked Mo Wu Dao. Because from Mo Wu Dao's point of view, Ling Yan's vision was thorough and far-reaching. Moreover, Ling Yan was not speaking without thinking. That was why he was shocked and in awe. 2 sections of the Great Wall and 1 dragon vein. In terms of time, there is Qin Yuming. In terms of strategic significance, there is the protection of the capital, Xianxia, and Yanjing respectively. Ling Yun continued, in terms of characters, there is Su Fu and Lu Bowen respectively. Moreover, the Qing dynasty has the mausoleum of Emperor Qin, and the Ming dynasty has the underground palace under the Forbidden City. Finally, Ling Yun looked at Mo Wu Dao, his bright and deep eyes shining with the light of wisdom. He asked seriously, why do you think there are so many similarities? Mo Wu Dao was helpless. He shrugged and said, you ask me, but who am I supposed to ask? Ling Yun smirked. Then why aren't you sleeping at home today? Why are you here at the Great Wall? To listen to your bragging. Haha, Ling Yun ignored him. Instead, he looked at the vast and majestic landscape in front of him and sighed. This is really a big deal. For their own wishes and merits, the Taoists did not hesitate to support the founding of the country, and did not hesitate to seek medicine for longevity. Building the Great Wall and connecting the dragon veins. Building the imperial capital to gather dragon energy. Using the country as paper and thousands of miles of mountains and rivers as a painting. Of course this was a big deal. Since Mo Wu Dao did not want to say more, Ling Yun could not be bothered to ask. However, after a long silence, Ling Yun suddenly asked, Wu Dao, do you want to surpass them? Mo Wu Dao's eyes suddenly emitted endless light, but it dimmed in an instant. I don't dare to think about it. You want to go to the underground palace in the capital, and you also want to go to the mausoleum of Emperor Qin. Me too. Then let's explore together, and then personally unveil the mysterious veil of history. Let's see what the Taoists, who left behind countless mysterious legends in the history of China, want to do. What do you think? Finally, Ling Yun agreed. Mo Wu Dao's heart was moved. The energy in his body flowed, and the Taoist robe on his body fluttered. Finally, he nodded. Okay. Ling Yun smiled and nodded. He raised his hand and pointed into the distance. I went around just now. You should be able to see some clues from the places I went. Since Ling Yu and the rest have not come up yet, you should go and take a look too. You will find something. Mo Wu Dao was touched. He hesitated and asked, then I'll go? Get lost. Mo Wu Dao glared at Ling Yun angrily, but he immediately used his movement technique and flew away. Only Ling Yun was left standing on the city wall. He held the battlements with both hands and looked towards the northwest. From here, Xianxia was 100 kilometers away in a straight line. When Ling Yun first came to Beijing, he had asked the Ling family to help him make arrangements there. A few days ago, Ling Yu had personally told him that the Ling family had already helped him with everything he had requested. Looks like I'll have to wait for a while to go there, Ling Yun thought to himself. He had no idea where exactly he was referring to. Su Fu, did you really go to the East Sea to ask for the elixir for Emperor Qin? The corner of Ling Yun's mouth suddenly curled up as he muttered to himself. Hey, rascal, what are you standing here like a fool for? At this moment, Ling Xiao and the rest had also climbed up. Ling Xiao naturally took the lead. She couldn't help but ask when she saw Ling Yun staring blankly at the battlements. Looking at the scenery. Ling Yun suddenly turned around and leaned against the city wall. He smiled lazily and said, this is indeed a 5A scenic spot. This Badaling Great Wall and the Forbidden City we went to yesterday are really different. This trip was not a waste. Ling Yun's words were half true and half false. Ling Xiao giggled. That goes without saying. The Badaling Great Wall and the Forbidden City are must-visit places for tourists in Beijing. Otherwise, don't even think about going to Beijing. Where's Big Brother Wu Dao? Ling Shui had also climbed up. She couldn't help but look around when she saw that Ling Yun was alone. After 2 days of interaction, Ling Shui's attitude towards Ling Yun was no longer cold and hostile. Her attitude towards Ling Yun had obviously warmed up a lot. Even though it wasn't that natural. Even so, Ling Shui still hadn't called Ling Yun big brother in front of him. There's still a long way to go. Ling Yun sighed in his heart when he saw that Ling Shui didn't dare to look at him even though she was asking him a question. However, he still smiled and said, that guy came up to me to brag about his feng shui. He said that the feng shui here is heaven-defying. Then, he left me here and wandered around by himself. Ling Shui moved her lips after hearing that, but she didn't continue Ling Yun's words. Instead, she looked into the distance. Ling Yun, Ling Shui has to take it slow. Don't rush. Ling Xiu hurriedly used telepathy to warn Ling Yun. She seemed to be worried that Ling Yun would have other thoughts. Thank you, big sister. I'm not in a rush. Ling Yun replied telepathy as well. He was very clear that during the process of Ling Yun's integration into the Ling family, this seemingly energetic and valiant big sister in front of him had secretly helped him a lot. Otherwise, Ling Yun's transition period in the Ling family would have been very long. Big brother. At this time, Ning Lingyu and Qi Xiaoqing had also arrived at the city wall. Ning Lingyu's expression was normal, but Qi Xiaoqing's smooth forehead was full of sweat. It had to be said that accompanying Ning Lingyu, Ling Xiu, and Ling Shui up the Great Wall was extremely taxing for Qi Xiaoqing to keep up even if the other three deliberately slowed down their pace. Ling Yun responded. Then, he glanced at Qi Xiaoqing and asked casually, "Are you tired?" "I'm all right." Qi Xiaoqing replied faintly. To be continued. Since everyone had arrived at the top of the Great Wall, the next step was naturally to enjoy the scenery, take photos, and take photos. It was no different from what ordinary tourists did. The only difference was that when they took photos, no matter which direction they took the photo, the background was pure scenery. There were absolutely no tourists around. Ling Yan rarely took photos, and he didn't want to. However, he really couldn't resist Ling Xiu and Ning Lingyu's expectant gaze. He had no choice but to obediently cooperate and take many photos with everyone. Mo Wu Dao went to step on the dragon vein Qi. His speed was much slower than Ling Yun's because he stayed at each dragon vein Qi for a longer period of time. Hence, he only returned after half an hour to regroup with the rest. For beauties, come, come. Mo Wu Dao was in high spirits, and his face was glowing. Once he returned, he immediately took the initiative to take a photo with them. "Let me take a few photos with all of you." As he said that, he even swung his horsetail whisk and put on a sage-like appearance. All the beauties couldn't help but laugh at him. "Big brother Wu Dao, let's take a photo together." Ling Shui was the first to step forward and took a few photos with Mo Wu Dao. Just like that, the six of them chatted and laughed as they walked around the entire Badaling Great Wall. They took a lot of photos and left many precious memories of this trip. At around 11 in the morning, they finished their sightseeing and didn't stay for long. They went straight down the mountain. "Little sister, have you contacted Auntie these 2 days?" Ling Yun and Ning Lingyu were the last to go down the mountain. He took the initiative to ask about Ning Lingyu. "Yes, I just posted a photo of us on WeChat. Auntie even liked it." Ning Lingyu took many photos with Ling Yun today. She was obviously very happy, and her smile was like a flower. Ling Yun asked in surprise, "WeChat?" Ning Lingyu giggled, "That's right, it's WeChat moments. Brother, you can't just focus on cultivation all day. You should take out your phone that has been in your spatial ring for 10,000 years and use it properly. Otherwise, no one will be able to contact you." "Well, I'll have to think about it carefully." Ling Yan rubbed his chin and said, "Brother, you should also keep up with the times. Nowadays, WeChat is developing very fast. It's very convenient to use it to keep in touch. It's much more useful than phone calls and text messages." Ning Lingyu was smart enough to guess why Ling Yun would come up with such a reason. She smiled and encouraged Ling Yun. "Yes." Ling Yun took out his phone and passed it to Ning Lingyu. "Tell me how to use it first, then add Auntie as my friend." It had been more than 20 days since Ling Yun arrived in Beijing. Because he had too many things to do these days, he didn't have much time to contact Qin Dongshui other than a few times when he met her. Thus, Ning Lingyu took the phone from Ling Yun and switched on the data. Then, she taught Ling Yun how to use WeChat. WeChat was indeed a simple and convenient thing to use. Ling Yun only needed to look at it once to understand it completely. "Brother, you just have to open the search and add friends, then enter Auntie's phone number, and you can add her as a friend." "I understand, but there's no need for that now. Let's talk about it after we leave this place." Ling Yan smiled and didn't add Qin Dongshui immediately. brother, I have a group here. Should I add you to it? Ning Lingyu hesitated for a moment before asking with a blush on her face. What group? Ling Yan asked cautiously. Anyway, there are many beauties in there. For example, Ning Er, Xiao Miao, Big Sister Yao Ro, Teacher Kong, Zhang Ling, Qi Xiaoqing, Qi Xiaoheng. They're all there. Oh, Chao Shanshan joined yesterday too. Ha 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 ha, Ling Yan laughed dryly. He looked up at the sky with a serious face and said, well, today's weather is really good, coward. Ning Lingyu rolled her eyes at Ling Yun. She didn't mention it again after laughing. Because of Ning Lingyu's words, the faces of many beauties appeared in Ling Yun's mind. Countless ripples appeared in his heart. Long time no see, how are you guys doing? However, these people were all in the same group. How did they get along? After exiting the ticket gate, they boarded the luxurious bus and returned to Beijing. According to the original schedule, Ling Yun didn't plan to go home after returning to Beijing. Instead, he planned to continue touring the summer palace. However, when the bus entered the 6th Ring Road, Ling Xiao suddenly received a message from her family. After reading the message, Ling Xiao, who was chatting happily, instantly turned serious. She stood up immediately and sat beside Ling Yun. Big sister, what happened? People from the Huaxia Tian team are at our house now, and they're looking for you, Ling Xiao said in a low voice. Ling Yan raised his eyebrows slightly. It had been 7 days since the life and death battle between the Ling family and the Sunshan Alliance. Was the Heaven team finally going to make a move? Ling Yun was already prepared for the Heaven team's visit, so he wasn't surprised. He immediately ordered the driver to change the route. Return to the Ling family as fast as possible. Yes. The driver stepped on the accelerator immediately. Did they say how many people are there? Ling Yan asked. Ling Xiao replied, just one. What's his name? Grandpa calls him Mr. Zhou. Since the driver deliberately increased the speed, they only took half an hour to reach the Ling family's ancestral home. The moment the bus entered the door, Ling Yun immediately released his divine sense and enveloped the entire Ling family's ancestral home. In an instant, he saw Mr. Zhou from the Heaven team. At this moment, Mr. Zhou was in the 9th courtyard of the Ling family's ancestral home. Ling Lai was accompanying him for tea. He was dressed in a traditional Chinese suit, had a medium build, and looked very ordinary. He didn't exude a strong aura, and he looked like an ordinary person. Moreover, he was the kind of person that wouldn't be found in a crowd. However, even though Ling Yun knew that he was an old man, he couldn't tell how old he was or what realm he was at. After Ling Yun used his divine sense to scan him, his heart sank. He knew that the person who came today was definitely a true expert. Someone from the Huaxia Tian team was definitely a cultivator. However, even though Ling Yun knew that the other party was an ancient martial arts cultivator, he couldn't tell. Just the fact that the other party was at the realm of returning to one's natural state was enough to shock Ling Yun. Moreover, just as Ling Yun got off the bus, he saw that Mr. Zhou suddenly smile and say to Ling Lai, Elder Ling, I, Zhou Winnie, really didn't expect the Ling family to have such a grand scene today. So this old man was called Zhou Winnie. His words just now were obviously referring to something else. Oh? Mr. Zhou, you're too kind. After Yun Er returned to the family, the Ling family has indeed changed a little. However, I don't dare to say that it's a grand scene. Ling Lai also had a smile on his face. He was neither servile nor overbearing, but there was a hint of happiness in his words. As he spoke, Ling Lai turned his head slightly and looked in the direction of the front yard. Yun Er is already back. He should be here soon. Please wait for a moment, Mr. Zhou. Now that Ling Lai had advanced to the peak of the first level of the divine power realm and possessed a powerful divine sense, he knew that Ling Yun was already home. He didn't hide it from Zhou Winnie and told him directly. Facing the person in front of him, he couldn't hide it even if he wanted to. As expected, Zhou Winnie smiled and nodded. Before Ling Lai could finish his sentence, a figure appeared in the small courtyard. It was Ling Yun. Grandpa. Ling Yun used fulgurating shadows to fly over. The moment he landed, he immediately greeted Ling Lai. What kind of person was Ling Yun? He saw that Zhou Winnie couldn't wait to introduce himself the moment he entered the Ling family. At the same time, he also praised the Ling family's grand scene. Of course, Ling Yan immediately understood that Zhou Wenyi's words weren't meant for Ling Lai but for him. Yun, you're back? Ling Lai stood up and waved at Ling Yun. Yun, come over quickly. Let me introduce you. This old man is the great elder of our summer group, Zhou Wenyi, Mr. Zhou. After hearing Ling Lai's introduction, Ling Yun smiled and took a few steps forward. He said to Zhou Wenyi, the current head of the Ling family, Ling Yun, greets Mr. Zhou. Zhou Wenyi sat still and focused his attention on Ling Yun. Boom! In an instant, Ling Yun felt a powerful divine sense shrouding his entire body. That divine sense was like an avalanche, suppressing Ling Yun in all directions. Not only was it suppressing Ling Yun's divine sense, but it was also attacking his body. Ling Lai was shocked. Mr. Zhou, please have mercy. Ling Yun didn't even have time to speak. He calmed himself down and used the light assimilation technique to merge his divine sense with the other parties. Very quickly, Ling Yun's body seemed to have become a stream of water in a huge wave. No matter how much the other party's divine sense suppressed him, he wasn't hurt at all. This scene was indeed thrilling. Even if it was Ling Lai, his divine sense would have been greatly damaged. He would have to rest for at least half a month to recover. Good technique. After testing Ling Yun, Zhou Wenyi quickly retracted his divine sense and praised Ling Yun. He then said calmly, I heard that the head of the Ling family, Ling Yun, has never tasted defeat since his debut. To be able to lead the Ling family to where it is today, I couldn't wait to try. Just as Zhou Wenyi was about to comment on Ling Yun's performance, Ling Yun suddenly broke into a smile and interrupted Zhou Wenyi's words. Please enlighten me, Mr. Zhou. Whoosh! A qi sword the size of an index finger suddenly rushed out of Ling Yun's body and pierced towards Zhou Wenyi at lightning speed. It was impolite not to reciprocate. No one could show off in front of Ling Yun, Yin Yang Aura sword. To be continued. The Yin Yang astral energy sword was only 4 fingers long and less than a finger wide. It was shaped like a willow leaf and as thin as paper, but it was unusually sharp and indestructible. This sword was formed after Ling Yan absorbed a large amount of Xianxia sword qi and transformed it into Yin Yang true qi. The Yin Yang true qi in Ling Yan's energy center was condensed into a liquid form before Ling Yan burned his divine energy to condense it. It had been 7 days since the Yin Yang astral energy sword had formed in Ling Yan's energy center. In these 7 days, no matter what Ling Yan did, he constantly nurtured it with Yin Yang true qi and communicated with it with his strong divine will. Today was the perfect day to put it to good use. The great elder of the Huaxia heavenly group, Zhou Wenyi, became the one who sharpened the Yin Yang astral energy sword. Qi. Ling Yan used his divine will to control the sword. The speed of the Yin Yang astral energy sword was unbelievable. In the blink of an eye, it appeared in front of Zhou Wenyi. Zhou Wenyi's expression was solemn. He didn't dare to be careless. He raised his palm, and a Tai Chi diagram about 10 centimeters in diameter rushed out from his palm. It was also formed by Xiantian true qi and met the Yin Yang astral energy sword head-on. Clang! Just like a steel nail being hammered into a steel plate by a sledgehammer, a metallic clang rang out. Although the Tai Chi pattern was instantly pierced through by the Yin Yang aura sword, it could no longer move forward. It was blocked by the Tai Chi pattern. The moment Zhou Wenyi came up, he attacked Ling Yun with his divine will without a word. Ling Yun was furious. He didn't hold back at all, but Zhou Wenyi managed to block it in an instant. However, Ling Yun wasn't surprised. His opponent was the great elder of the Huaxia group. If he couldn't even block Ling Yan's sword, then the Huaxia group was too weak. Whoosh! Ling Yan's thoughts moved again. The Yin Yang astral energy sword retreated and made a turn in the air at lightning speed. It changed direction and came to Zhou Wenyi's back, stabbing at him. Hee, good timing. Zhou Wenyi didn't have the time to speak after witnessing Ling Yan's methods. He didn't turn around, but just as the Yin Yang astral energy sword was about to pierce his back, a palm-sized Tai Chi diagram suddenly appeared and blocked Ling Yan's Yin Yang astral energy sword. Chi. Next, Ling Yan didn't hold back. He used his divine will to activate the Yin Yang astral energy sword. It circled around Zhou Wenyi's body like a butterfly weaving through flowers. It could be said that every stab was extremely crafty and strange. However, the Tai Chi symbol that Zhou Wenyi used to defend was able to appear in time and successfully block Ling Yan's attacks. In the blink of an eye, Ling Yan had stabbed 100 times, and Zhou Wenyi had also blocked 100 strikes. I'm not fighting anymore. Ling Yan suddenly recalled the Yin-Yang Gang sword into his energy center. At the same time, he smiled and said, "Senior, you're amazing. The younger generation will surpass us in time." A blush flashed across Zhou Wenyi's face. After Ling Yan stopped his attack, he finally stood up. Ling Yan had stabbed out 100 times just now. Even though his attacks were sharp and his moves were tricky, he didn't have the intention to kill. Otherwise, Ling Yan wouldn't have retreated after each attack. Even though Zhou Wenyi had withstood the 100 strikes without panicking, he knew how much effort he had expended. Zhou Wenyi understood that if Ling Yan stabbed 10 more times in a row, he would have no choice but to change his move or be forced to stand up by Ling Yan. However, if he changed his move midway or got up to parry, then it would be equivalent to him losing the exchange just now. After all, Ling Yan had been standing and holding his sword from beginning to end, and he hadn't moved at all. The two of them had exchanged 100 moves in the blink of an eye, one standing and one sitting, one attacking and one defending. They looked calm and composed, but the process was actually extremely exciting and thrilling. They were competing on the strength of their divine will, the control of the minute changes in their divine will, and the strength and exquisiteness of their own true chi. However, on the surface, it looked like they were evenly matched. This result was enough to shock Zhou Wenyi. Don't forget how old he was and what kind of status he had. He was the chief elder of the Xianxia heavenly group. On the other hand, Ling Yan was a young man who wasn't even 19 years old. Of course, Ling Yan was the attacker and had the upper hand. Moreover, his yin-yang astral energy sword was in its true form. Every time he used a move, he didn't need to mobilize new true chi to materialize it. He only needed to focus on activating his divine sense to control the sword to attack. Therefore, from this point of view, Ling Yan had a slight advantage. Ling Yan was well aware of this. Therefore, when he saw that Zhou Wenyi was defending and confirmed that Zhou Wenyi wasn't here to find trouble with the Ling family, he took the initiative to stop. Ling Yan would never do something like not taking face when it was given to him. "Yun Er, you're being rude. Hurry up and apologize to Mr. Zhou, aren't you?" The 100 strikes didn't even take half a minute, but Ling Lai had been watching the entire process from the side. His palms were already sweaty. Now that the two of them had stopped, he finally felt relieved. He hurriedly gave Ling Yan a look. "Elder Ling, Zhou Wenyi, made the first move. It's not Ling Yan's fault." Zhou Wenyi smiled and waved his hand lightly, rejecting Ling Lai's suggestion. His gaze toward Ling Yan was full of praise. In today's Xianxia, in the entire ancient martial arts world, who would dare to take the initiative to attack Zhou Wenyi? Based on this point alone, Ling Yan had won Zhou Wenyi's approval. Moreover, the strength that Ling Yan displayed just now had shocked Zhou Wenyi. Young and impetuous? Bold and arrogant? A newborn calf that wasn't afraid of a tiger? None of these. The reason this young man in front of him dared to do this was because he really had the strength and confidence, even though the two of them were just probing each other, and Zhou Wenyi didn't reveal his trump card. He knew very well that Ling Yan was the same. Ling Yan took a step forward, cupped his fists, and bowed. Junior Ling Yan pays his respects to Mr. Zhou. This time, Ling Yan was really paying his respects to Zhou Wenyi. Even though he had greeted Zhou Wenyi just now, he had only used the word greet. Greeting and having seen each other, the difference of a single word was huge. This was Ling Yan. No matter who the other party was, there was no way he could bully him. Even if he wanted to respect someone, he would only show it after he had earned the other party's respect. "Ling Yan, you live up to your reputation. Shall we sit down and talk?" Zhou Wenyi accepted Ling Yan's greeting calmly. He took the initiative to extend his hand and make an inviting gesture towards Ling Yan. The three of them sat down. Ling Lai and Zhou Wenyi still sat opposite each other, but Ling Yan sat horizontally. Ling Yan, through the sparring just now, I can see that the strength of your divine sense is already at the mid-stage of chi cultivation. Furthermore, your control of your divine sense has reached an exquisite level. That sort of energy just now is even sharper than the sharpness of a god weapon. It's indestructible. From the looks of it, the Sun-Chen alliance didn't lose unjustly since the Ling family was able to emerge victorious in the life and death battle. Zhou Wenyi had just sat down when he couldn't help but nod and comment. Senior, you're too kind. I'm only at the late stage of qi cultivation stage 3. Ling Yan took the initiative to pour tea for Zhou Wenyi and Ling Lai. At the same time, he smiled and stated his own realm. Oh? Strength surpasses one's realm. That's how it should be for youngsters. Zhou Wenyi was not surprised and only nodded. Then, he looked around the courtyard and said with a smile, Today, when I came to the Ling family, I walked all the way to this backyard and noticed that there were some lead and iron balls in the surroundings. Their placement was strange, but it also blended well with the courtyard and was very harmonious. I, Zhou Wenyi, may ask if this is the study of spell formations? Ling Yan heard this and smiled. So Senior already saw through it. To be honest, these lead and iron balls are a few small spell formations that I set up for the Ling family. It's just a small trick, not worth mentioning. Zhou Wenyi looked deeply into Ling Yan's eyes and suddenly smiled without saying a word. Actually, compared to the strength that Ling Yan displayed, the placement of the Ling family's lead and iron balls was what really shocked Zhou Wenyi. That was because Zhou Wenyi was a Confucian grandmaster, a master of spell formations, pills, and geomancy. Of course, he could see that the Ling family was protected by a large spell formation. It was just that the armillary sphere maze formation in Ling Lai's courtyard wasn't like the two large spell formations outside. It hadn't been completed yet, so he couldn't see any clues. Ling Yan was so young, and it was already shocking enough that he was only at the mid-stage of qi cultivation. Where did he get the time to study spell formations? Thinking about this, Zhou Wenyi suddenly smiled and asked, Where did my little friend Ling Yan come from? Since he asked like this, the mystery behind it was very deep. Oh, I went to climb the Great Wall this morning. Then, I heard that Senior was coming to visit, so I rushed back. Ling Yan answered without batting an eyelid. The question was clever, and the answer was even better. Zhou Wenyi smiled bitterly and shook his head. He knew that Ling Yan didn't want to answer, so he simply nodded and stopped asking. May I know the reason for Senior's sudden visit? Seeing that Zhou Wenyi was avoiding the topic, Ling Yan decided to get straight to the point. Zhou Wenyi pondered for a moment before saying, Ling Yan, my little friend, I've heard about your personality and temper. However, in the deathmatch between your Ling family and Sun Chen, including Xianxia, our heavenly team lost a total of 6 members. No matter what, I, Zhou Wenyi, have to come and demand an explanation. Hearing this, Ling Lai's heart tightened. However, he didn't say anything. Instead, he turned his head slightly to see what Ling Yan had to say. Life and death are decreed by fate, Ling Yan said faintly. Ling Yan said faintly, as for the Heaven Team's mode of operation, I have a rough understanding of it now. Our Ling family and Sun Chen have formed an alliance to fight to the death. If the Heaven Team wants to go and help, our Ling family can't stop them. However, since their skills aren't as good as mine and they were killed or injured by me, they are asking for it. With that, Ling Yan lifted his head and stared at Zhou Wenyi. I believe Senior should be familiar with the rules of the deathmatch, right? It was true that they were sparring, but the outcome of the sparring would affect the attitude of both parties in the negotiations and the direction of many future developments. Of course, Ling Yan knew why Zhou Wenyi was here. Wasn't he showing off his strength to the other party by delivering 100 strikes in one go? Since you're here, we can talk about anything. However, if the Heaven Team wants to suppress us, the Ling family isn't afraid of you. That was the hidden meaning behind Ling Yan's 100 strikes against Zhou Wenyi. A total of 6 people from the Heaven Team participated in the deathmatch. In the end, Ling Yan killed 4 of them, including Chen Jingxian, chased Lu Mingjiu away, and captured Di Yutong alive. Ling Yan dared to admit what he did and didn't hide anything. Indeed. Zhou Wenyi was slightly embarrassed. He took a step back and said, however, since things have come to this, can I know the final whereabouts of those 6 people? Ling Yan turned to look at Ling Lai. Ling Lai spread his hands and explained to Ling Yan, Mr. Zhou just arrived. We were busy chatting and didn't have time to talk about this. Ling Yan nodded and said directly to Zhou Wenyi, Venerable Lai Hua of Dragon Tiger Mountain and Venerable Purple Feather of Kunlun Sword Sect were both killed by me. Master Ji Kong of Shaolin used all his cultivation to help Chen Jingxian become a demon. he died of his own accord. After Qin Jingxian became a demon, I killed him with my own hands. Master Lu Mingju of Shaolin was extremely righteous. He had to fight to repay the Sun family's kindness. I persuaded him to leave in the end. Ling Yan spoke with fervor and assurance. He only described the outcome without mentioning the process. However, Zhou Wenyi's eyes twitched as he listened. That night, other than Lu Mingju, Di Yutong, and the Bailey clan of the East Sea Itinerant Cultivators Alliance, Ling Yan killed everyone from the Sun Chen Alliance who participated in the deathmatch. Therefore, only a few people knew about the process of the deathmatch. However, after the Bailey clan was defeated by Ling Yun, they escaped in the middle of the night. Master Lu Mingju no longer cared about worldly affairs and kept his mouth shut about what had happened that night. Di Yutong was also captured alive by Ling Yun. Hence, the entire ancient martial arts world of Xianxia, apart from the Long clan and the Yi clan, did not know the details of the battle to the death. Of course, although they didn't know the specific process, too many people knew what preparations the Sun Chen Alliance had made before the life and death battle. Not only did the entire ancient martial arts world know about it, but even some of the secular families in Xianxia who were of a high level knew about it. Hence, after the Ling clan won, the entire ancient martial arts world judged the life and death battle between the Ling clan and the alliance of Sun Chen as the battle of the rise of the Ling clan. Moreover, Ling Yan's invincible edge had already spread like wildfire in the Jianghu. Many experts in the pugilistic world had exhausted their imaginations. In the process of that battle, Ling Yan had almost become a legend. After all, the opponent was there, and the result was there. This was also the biggest reason why no one dared to cause trouble in the Ling clan for a short period of time. However, Zhou Wenyi was different. After all, he was one of the leaders of the heavenly team. After Lu Mingju left the battlefield, he no longer cared about worldly affairs. However, if he wanted to resign from the heavenly team, he had to go through Zhou Wenyi. Hence, no matter what, he had to tell Zhou Wenyi about the process of the life and death battle, especially the part that he had experienced personally. Hence, Zhou Wenyi still had some understanding of the process of that battle. He came prepared. Moreover, he didn't come entirely on his own accord. The main reason was that the Long clan had leaked news to the heavenly team that there was still one person alive in the heavenly team, Di Yutong. He had been captured alive by Ling Yun and was now in the Ling clan. Di Yutong's identity was special because behind him was a powerful cultivation sect, the Tianshan Heavenly Sword sect. Zhou Wenyi could have pretended not to know and ignored this matter. However, since the Long clan had taken the initiative to tell the heavenly team, if the heavenly team still didn't take it seriously, then with the Long clan's background and methods, they would definitely use this matter as a reason to cause monstrous waves. Hence, after Long Tianqing had clearly told the heavenly team about this matter last night, Zhou Wenyi had finally decided to personally take action. Hence, today's trip. However, there were a total of 6 people in the heavenly team who went to help. Ling Yan only mentioned the whereabouts of 5 people. After finishing speaking, Lu Mingju picked up his teacup and drank his tea. Zhou Wenyi could only ask with a bitter smile. Then, what about Di Yutong? Senior, why ask when you already know the answer? Ling Yan put down his teacup and smiled. Since Senior is already sitting here, I believe that with the range of your divine sense, you should have already seen that Di Yutong is in my dungeon, right? The atmosphere instantly became awkward. Seeing this, Ling Lai hurriedly smiled and said, Mr. Zhou, please have some tea. Let's talk slowly. Zhou Wenyi smiled and waved his hand, saying that it was fine. Then, he pondered for a while and said, Di Yutong is a person of great importance to the heavenly team, and even to the ancient martial arts world and the cultivation world of Xianxia. I wonder if my little friend Ling Yin can let this person go. As for the heavenly team's losses this time, how about we write it off? Zhou Wenyi finally revealed the purpose of this trip. At the same time, he also stated his conditions. He could see that Ling Yun was really too smart. He was neither servile nor overbearing, and he didn't hide anything. It was useless to use any tricks on Ling Yun, so he might as well speak his mind. No. Ling Yan rejected Zhou Wenyi's suggestion on the spot, not giving him any leeway. No matter how good Zhou Wenyi's self-restraint was, his face couldn't help but darken at this moment. In the life and death battle between the Sun Chen Alliance and the Ling family, the heavenly team had lost 6 members for nothing. It was equivalent to losing an entire team just like that. It was a huge loss. Now that Zhou Wenyi had personally come out to ask for Ling Yan's men, he had been rejected so decisively. However, at this moment, Ling Yan said sincerely, "Senior, if it was someone else, such as Venerable Lai Hua, Venerable Purple Feather, or even Master Ji Kong, and they were captured by me, I would definitely give them to you without a second thought. But not Diyu Tong. Why is that?" "Because he's from the Tianshan Heavenly Sword sect," Ling Yan said in a low voice. "I believe that since Senior is the chief elder of the Huaxia Heavenly Team, you must know about the case that happened 19 years ago between the Qin family, the Ning family, and the Tianshan Heavenly Sword sect." Zhou Wenyi sighed in his heart. Ling Yan had finally made things clear. Of course, Zhou Wenyi knew that 18 years ago, there were 2 major cases that involved the Huaxia secular world, the ancient martial arts world, and the cultivation world. One was the case between the Ling family's Ling Xiao and the Devil Sect's Holy Virgin, Yin Qingxian. The other was the case between the Qin family and the Ning family. And these 2 cases were tied to Ling Yan at this moment. Ling Yan didn't need to look at Zhou Wenyi's expression to know that he definitely knew about this. He still asked in a low voice, "So, it seems like Senior knows about this?" Zhou Wenyi nodded with difficulty. "I do. Just now when Senior asked me where I came from, I purposely didn't answer your question. However, I can tell Senior the truth. While it's true that I am of the Ling family's bloodline, the person who raised me was my mother, Qin Qiuyue." This time, Ling Yan didn't address Qin Qiuyue as his adoptive mother in front of Ling Lai. Instead, he addressed her as his mother. "My mother hid her identity and raised me with great difficulty for 18 years. I, Ling Yan, cannot repay her kindness even if I die 9 times. Of course, my mother's enemy is also my enemy. Therefore, Di Xiaoshan from the Sky Mountain Heavenly Sword sect must die," Ling Yan said resolutely, expressing his attitude. Then, he asked, "So, Senior, do you think that since I've captured Diyu Tong, I'll let him go just because of your words?" Ling Yan's eyes were cold, and his words were as sharp as a knife. Zhou Wenyi found it hard to resist. At this point, how could he not know that Ling Yan had already taken over the Qin family's affairs? However, as the saying goes, every debt has its debtor. Di Xiaoshan is Di Xiaoshan. As for Diyu Tong, Zhou Wenyi didn't want to give up. The same goes for Diyu Tong. Ling Yan coldly interrupted the other party's persuasion. "Since it has come to this, I, Ling Yan, might as well be frank with Senior. Not to mention Diyu Tong, even the entire Sky Mountain Heavenly Sword sect has to pay the price for what happened back then." As he said this, Ling Yan stood up directly. He didn't want to talk anymore. "Ling Yan." Zhou Wenyi no longer addressed Ling Yan as a little friend. Instead, he said seriously, "Do you know how many more people will die if you insist on avenging the Qin family? Senior, please forgive me for my rudeness. I've already said that life and death are fated. Those who deserve to die would definitely die. Those who didn't deserve to die wouldn't be able to even if they wanted to." At this point, Zhou Wenyi knew that there was no way for him to continue the conversation. If he insisted on getting Ling Yan, it would only end in a fight. Zhou Wenyi smiled bitterly at Ling Lai. It was obvious that he wanted Ling Lai to say something. "Mr. Zhou, I've already made it clear to the Ling family that all the internal and external affairs of the Ling family will be decided by Ling Yan alone. Even I have no choice but to listen." Ling Lai's words were polite but firm. In the end, he pursed his lips and said, "Moreover, Yun Er is right." Zhou Wenyi smiled bitterly. He sighed deeply and said helplessly, "Actually, I understand what my little friend Ling Yan is saying. But, Elder Ling, you probably know that I'm not the only one who has the final say in the Heaven team. The entire Heaven team had more than 100 experts in the divine power state. They came from various sects in the Huaxia underworld. Of course, Zhou Wenyi didn't have the final say. I already know Senior's intention and attitude. The Ling family is grateful for your care." Hearing Zhou Wenyi's words, Ling Yan knew that the other party had compromised. He also completely understood Zhou Wenyi's intentions. He wanted Ling Yan to let Diyu Tong go. As long as Zhou Wenyi could take Diyu Tong away, he would do his best to resolve the conflict between the Heaven team and the Ling family. However, if Ling Yun didn't let him go, there would be people in the Heaven team who wouldn't agree. Even as the Great Elder, he wouldn't be able to suppress them. Thinking of this, Ling Yun suddenly let out a sinister laugh. Senior, please convey my attitude back. I, Ling Yun, will spread the word that Di Yutong is currently in the Ling family. No matter who it is, whoever dares to lay their hands on Di Yutong will have to think twice first. Just that domineering. To be continued. Even though Ling Yun made a domineering declaration and expressed his attitude, his words were still considered polite. He only said that anyone who dared to have any ideas about Di Yutong would have to consider their own worth first. That was because the person sitting in front of him was Zhou Wenyi. He was giving Zhou Wenyi face. After all, Zhou Wenyi was still one of the people who wanted to have any ideas about Di Yutong. Otherwise, Ling Yun's words would be unstoppable. After all, Zhou Wenyi was the Great Elder of the Huaxia Heavenly Team. He was one of the core members who held power in the Heavenly Team. He represented the most powerful force in Beijing. Ling Yun had to give him face. Moreover, Zhou Wenyi's attitude and actions after appearing in the Ling family weren't inappropriate. Ling Yun was very clear that this was Beijing, not Xianxia City. When he was in Xianxia City, Ling Yun only represented himself. As long as there was a disagreement, he could start a fight. Once they were convinced, then so be it. However, this was Beijing, and the situation in Beijing was too complicated. Ling Yun represented the interests of the entire Ling family. He had to think for the Ling family. No matter what, Ling Yun came to Beijing from Xianxia City. To the entire Beijing, he was an outsider. After painstaking efforts, the Ling family could only be considered one of the top forces in Beijing. It was definitely enough to protect itself, but it was still far from reaching the top. Therefore, it was best not to fight if possible. The more stable the situation was, the more advantageous it would be for the Ling family. Even one more day was good enough. If they really offended Zhou Wenyi, it would be detrimental to the Ling family. Wouldn't that be pushing the entire Heavenly Team to the Ling family's side? Moreover, Ling Lai's attitude was clear on his face. He obviously didn't want Ling Yun to completely anger Zhou Wenyi. He had been trying to cool down both sides and resolve the awkward situation. This way, the negotiations could continue in a peaceful manner. Hearing Ling Yun's domineering declaration, Ling Lai nodded slightly. Zhou Wenyi's eyes twitched, but neither of them had any intention of speaking. Ling Yun observed Zhou Wenyi's expression and saw that Zhou Wenyi was still sitting there without any intention of leaving. He sat down again and poured tea for the two of them. Sigh, Zhou Wenyi looked at Ling Yun's fawning actions and knew that Ling Yun was pretending to be obedient, but he didn't point it out. He just sighed deeply and picked up the cup of tea that had just been poured. Since little friend Ling Yun still has such a motive, then I'll just pretend I didn't say anything. Zhou Wenyi voluntarily compromised. Ling Yun immediately relaxed his shoulders and quickly picked up the teacup. Thank you for your understanding, senior. Zhou Wenyi glared at Ling Yun. Isn't the result the same whether you understand it or not? Ling Yun chuckled. Ling Lai saw this and quickly interrupted, Mr. Zhou, if I remember correctly, you haven't been to my Ling family for 19 years, right? Zhou Wenyi was about the same age as Ling Lai, so they were considered peers. Hence, his tone was obviously different from Ling Yun's. Elder Ling is right. Now that you mention it, it seems like I haven't been here for 19 years. Ling Yun's heart wavered. Not coming for 19 years? Didn't that mean that Zhou Wenyi came to the Ling family when the Ling family was massacred? At this time, Ling Lai laughed again. If that's the case, then I, Ling Lai, don't care why Mr. Zhou is here. You have to eat before you leave. Ling Lai actually wanted Zhou Wenyi to stay for lunch. Zhou Wenyi laughed without hesitation. Ha 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 ha, Elder Ling, I won't hide it from you. I really wanted to have a meal at your house before leaving. That's fine. Ling Lai saw that Zhou Wenyi agreed and immediately smiled. Then, he rushed out of the courtyard and ordered, servants, prepare the food and wine. When Zhou Wenyi first arrived at the Ling family, Ling Lai had already ordered the kitchen to prepare the food and wine. Now that almost an hour had passed, it was naturally ready. After Ling Lai ordered the dishes to be served, the servants of the Ling family quickly brought the food and wine over. There were 4 cold dishes and 6 warm dishes, and they filled the table. want to drink? Ling Lai smiled and asked Zhou Wenyi after the dishes were served. Zhou Wenyi smiled and said, yes, a little. The wine was Ling Lai's treasured moutai. There were 3 people in total. As a junior, Ling Yun was naturally in charge of pouring the wine. After a few glasses of wine, Ling Lai was the first to speak. Mr. Zhou, Yun heir is still young and has just arrived in Beijing. It's inevitable that his words and actions are inappropriate. I hope Mr. Zhou can be magnanimous. Zhou Wenyi looked deeply into Ling Yun's eyes and smiled. There's nothing inappropriate about the Ling family head's words and actions. It's me, Zhou Wenyi, who came to visit so suddenly. It's a little presumptuous of me. Hee, senior, what are you saying? Ling Yun's words were naturally not overbearing since he had already toasted Zhou Wenyi. He had already achieved his goal today, and that was enough. Zhou Wenyi laughed and took the initiative to clink his glass with Ling Lai's. Both of them downed the wine in one gulp. Zhou Wenyi put down his glass and allowed Ling Yun to pour more wine for him. He pondered for a long time before suddenly saying, Ling Yun, you just said that there's no room for discussion regarding Diyu Tong. I don't want to fight to the death with you, so let's forget about this matter. Of course, Ling Yun knew that Zhou Wenyi definitely had other matters to discuss. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stayed for dinner. Thus, he pretended to be listening attentively. However, in the life and death battle between your Ling family and Sun Chen's alliance, our Huaxia Heavenly Team lost a small team for no reason. As the great elder of the Huaxia Heavenly Team, I have to demand an explanation from you. Zhou Wenyi said to Ling Yun with a smile. After drinking, his calm eyes made him look like a sly old fox. Ling Yun put down his chopsticks after hearing that. His expression was calm. Oh? What kind of explanation does senior want? Zhou Wenyi smiled. The dead can't be resurrected. This time, the Heavenly Team had a total of 6 people. 4 of them died, and 1 of them was captured alive by you. Master Lu Mingju has already resigned from his position in the Heavenly Team and made it clear that he won't meddle in worldly affairs anymore. Our small team is completely gone. Ling Yun heard this and smiled. Senior, if you have something to say, you can just say it. Zhou Wenyi nodded, then turned to look at Ling Lai. Elder Ling, ever since that incident 19 years ago, there hasn't been anyone from your family working in the Huaxia Heavenly Team. This is really regrettable. At this point, Zhou Wenyi's meaning was very clear. Ask the Ling family for someone. Replenish the members of the Heavenly Team. Well, Ling Lai blushed slightly. He raised his glass and took a big gulp. Mr. Zhou, our Ling family has been in decline for a long time. All these years, how could anyone be qualified to serve the country? Even though that was what he said, Ling Lai's gaze kept drifting over to Ling Yun. The Heavenly Team was protecting the country. Joining the Heavenly Team meant serving the country. This was a great honor for the hot-blooded Ling family, which used to be one of the 3 big families in Huaxia. However, ever since the tragedy, the Ling family had been in decline for a long time. Even the strongest, Ling Zhen, was only at Xiantian realm level 2. How could anyone be qualified to join the Huaxia Heavenly Team? In fact, when Ling Lai first came to Beijing and understood Ling Yun's strength, his first thought was to hope that Ling Yun could join the Huaxia Heavenly Team. However, that effort ended in failure. Ling Yun said that he wouldn't join the Heavenly Team. What was the state of the Ling family at that time? They were in a precarious situation, and Ling Yun couldn't even protect himself. That was why Ling Lai didn't mention it again after Ling Yun rejected him. However, this time, the opportunity had really come. Furthermore, it was the great elder of the Huaxia Heavenly Team, Zhou Wenyi, who took the initiative to bring it up. However, Ling Lai still had to listen to Ling Yun. After a moment of silence, Ling Yun suddenly asked something that almost made Zhou Wenyi vomit blood. What are the benefits of joining the Heavenly Team? When Zhou Wenyi heard this, he almost spat out the mouthful of wine in his mouth. Being a member of the Huaxia Heavenly Team was a huge recognition in itself. It was also a kind of glory. Moreover, it was something that many families and sects in Huaxia yearned for. Ling Yun was still talking about conditions? There are a lot of benefits. Zhou Wenyi replied impatiently. After a pause, he felt a little worried and immediately added, in any case, you definitely won't regret joining. Ling Yan heard this and didn't pursue this topic. Instead, he asked, how many spots? Zhou Winnie immediately said, because of you, our heavenly team lost 6 people, so, at least 6 spots. Ling Yan's heart skipped a beat. This Zhou Winnie's appetite wasn't small. He actually asked for 6 spots, however, Ling Lai, who was at the side, was excited. Seeing that Ling Yun was silent, he actually anxiously sent a telepathic message to Ling Yun. Yun this is a great thing for the Ling family. Grandpa hopes that you will agree. However, Ling Yun frowned and said, 6, isn't that a little too much? When Zhou Winnie heard this, he was so angry that his nose was almost crooked. If you think it's too much, as long as you are willing to join, you can do it alone. Hee, Ling Yun hurriedly stopped him and chuckled. Then 6 it is. However, I have to decide who to join the heavenly team. Of course, this was a yes. Zhou Winnie was secretly delighted, but he didn't show it. You can choose your own people. However, the heavenly team has its own rules. After you choose your people, the heavenly team will have to go through a review. Only those who pass the review can officially join the heavenly team. Ling Yun naturally didn't have any objections to this request. He readily agreed. No problem. Ling Lai watched this scene from the side, his eyes red. 40 years ago, the Ling family had a total of 20 people on the heavenly team. That was a quarter of the heavenly team. However, after the Ling family's incident 18 years ago, this number became 0. Today, the Ling family finally had people joining the Huaxia heavenly team. Moreover, there were 6 of them at once. Mr. Zhou, Ling Lai raises a toast to you 3 times. Ling Lai's blood was boiling. He took the initiative to pour wine and toasted Zhou Winnie 3 times consecutively. To be continued. End of chapter 1342. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.